Hello everyone. On December 29th, my channel reached its 2nd anniversary. And because of that, and because I also posted a video last year doing the top 10 creepypasta on my channel, I wanted to do a second one. Just like last year, before each entry, I'm going to explain why it's on the list and talk a little bit about the process of making it, and if I remember any difficulties or anything I especially liked about the story or process of making it. I'm gonna try to do sort of like I did last time, a 50-50 split, with 5 of the stories I put on the list being because of the audience reception and my subscribers saying they liked it, and 5 of the stories being because of my own biases and the stories that I enjoyed working on the most. So let's just jump right into it. Number 10 on the list is called I'm the Only Woman at My IT Job and Now I Know Why. I decided to put this one on the list not only because it did get a lot of views, more views than a lot of my videos did this year, but because it had a very mixed reception. I got a lot of comments on this video, a lot of nasty comments in the beginning after I posted it, because people were upset about the situation, I guess. Because it's a situation of a woman being harassed by a man, and lots of men were mad in the comments about it. I don't know why. It's a pretty realistic story. Stuff like this happens in real life. To me, the stories that are the scariest are the stories that could really happen. This story wasn't an attack on anyone's gender. There were also other people in the comments, men and women alike, that were really happy that I shared a story like this because it shed some light on very real types of situations, and some of them even shared their own personal stories about some sort of workplace harassment. So if you want to see some of those comments, please feel free to check out the comments section. The link to all the videos will be in the description of this video. I was fresh out of college and desperately looking to start a career that didn't involve serving burgers, wiping down storefront shelves, or bringing stuffy old businessmen their coffee. On average, I was applying to 6 jobs a week and going to maybe half as many interviews. I knew my major in English was likely to be met with high demand, but I honestly thought my opinions would prove more promising. Still, I remained optimistic, persevered, and only applied to comfortable office jobs with benefits. It wasn't good for my bank account, but it nourished what little pride I had left. About 3 weeks ago, I had a phone interview with an internet security company. Proficient Technologies had offices all over the country and were looking for a new customer support specialist for their international department. Requirements were a pleasant voice, good spoken and written grammar, some tech knowledge, and the ability to work day and night shifts. The office was only 2 subway stations from my apartment, and they offered health insurance. I applied despite having very vague notions about computer sciences. The phone interview went well, and after 2 more meetings with HR and management, they sent me a very generous offer, considering I was entirely inexperienced. During my first week, I had to work the regular 9-to-5 shift so I could be online at the same time as my manager, who was working from a different city. Afterward, I would work on the regular support schedule, a 4-day cycle of 1 day shift, 1 night shift, 2 days off, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. respectively. On my first day, I dressed smartly in a loose sweater and long skirt, perceptively aware that IT departments are mostly male. I didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention by dressing provocatively or inappropriately. The guy at the front desk seemed regular enough. He introduced himself as Tom before helping me fill out some paperwork and guiding me to a desk in a large open-plan workspace. I stared at the countless desks as we walked, finding it difficult to meet the eyes of the men that sat behind them. I saw no other girls in the workspace, which was unusual and somewhat unsettling. Tom's relaxed demeanor could not make up for the immediate hostility aimed at my presence. The air seemed to seep out of the room as I felt my new coworkers chant, "You don't belong here," in silent unison. It surprised me when Tom stopped at a desk that was extensively decorated with printed memes, bright pink floral stickers, and a small tattered teddy keychain that lay behind the monitor. Apart from these artifacts, there was a thick layer of dust coating the keyboard and monitor and desk space.
Oh, what the actual...
Tom muttered angrily.
I'm so sorry,
he said, chancing a glance down at my papers.
Gemma, this desk was supposed to have been cleared out ages ago. I'll have to have a word with the custodian.
Oh, that's all right. I could just wipe it down myself. No problem. Tom was skeptical, but a sweeping glance around the room confirmed that there were no other free desks for me to occupy. The rest of the day went by in a haze. I learned about my tasks, which were to answer support-related phone calls and create new tickets in the system. I had to monitor all incoming chats and written tickets and sort them by level of urgency and type. I wouldn't be required to offer any technical advice, but I had to become well acquainted with the product software. Since I wasn't answering any calls yet, I immersed myself in the manual. I didn't understand a lot of it and spent most of my time Googling networks, black and white box testing, database security, and other things. My manager checked in just before lunch and seemed slightly disappointed by my overall grasp of the material. Feeling like a failure, I took a break to clean the desk. I got up to find Tom and ask him for a cloth for my countertop. I instantly regretted my decision. Every eye in the room was upon me the moment I rose. I couldn't stare back to confirm, but there was a surreal hush as I made my way back down the workspace. The familiar clatter of keyboards had noticeably diminished. As my face grew warm and self-conscious, I noticed myself hunching forward slightly as I walked, a weak attempt at becoming less visible. Before turning off to the passage that led to the front desk area, I dared to meet the eyes of one of the shameless gawkers. I didn't know what I was expecting, but the sight of a sneering hooded programmer sent a chill down my spine. He was around my age, but didn't seem the least bit ashamed or uncomfortable by my confrontation. There was a cruel smile playing on his thin lips as he eyed my exposed ankles before turning his attention back to the screens in front of him. I wondered how he would feel if I eyed his long, pimpled neck in the same manner. It was the same as I walked back to my chair with a box of computer wipes. There was some good to come of that day. While I was cleaning the desk drawers, I found a half-used notebook from the previous occupant. She never wrote her first name, only an initial followed by the last name, S. Brooks. However, based on the desk decor, I was sure she was a girl like me. Her discarded belongings provided some comfort, but it was her notebook which proved to be a true treasure. In it, my predecessor had summarized and simplified the entire manual, using easy-to-understand terms and explanations for the daunting terminology and complicated instructions in the manual. With her help, I was able to surprise my manager with my product knowledge at the end of the shift. After a good day's work, I braved the workspace once more to explore the kitchen before heading home. Tom had advertised a top-notch coffee machine and snacks, and I was starving after such an emotionally and intellectually taxing day. Besides, all my credit cards were in the red, and I wanted to fill up on cookies. As I approached, I heard eager chatter coming from the kitchen area, and even some laughter. Foolishly, I hoped that my kitchen-dwelling coworkers would be warmer, more welcoming, or, at the very least, civil. Instead, the small kitchen space fell perfectly silent upon my entrance. There were 5 men of different ages and sizes seated around a cheap-looking cafeteria table, and they were all looking directly at me.
Rough first day?
Inquired a sardonic, medium-pitched voice. I lifted my gaze from the floor tiles and scanned the crowd for my addresser. It wasn't difficult to recognize the self-assured hooded figure that had stared me down earlier.
You must be very experienced,
he continued snarkily, waving a strand of greasy black hair from his eyes.
To get such a comfortable job, you must be quite a whiz.
What is this, high school? I blurted out. Now, I'm not usually a confrontational person, but this was honestly too much. Hostility is one thing, social awkwardness is another, but this was beginning to feel like a cheesy 80s high school drama with 30-year-old actors playing the teenagers. I'm just here to grab some coffee. And if you doubt my candidacy for this job, You can take your concerns to HR directly. I continued, enjoying the shocked and somewhat nervous faces of my offender's gang. Good. I wanted them to feel a fraction of the discomfort I had been dealing with all day. Opting to enjoy my snack far away from my coworkers, I walked back to my desk with my head held high. I saw I had a text message from a withheld number. You have quite an attitude, don't you? I froze, hovering over my desk with the mug in one hand and my phone in the other, as I was attempting to process this grave breach of boundaries. I received 2 more messages within the same chat window. One was a naked photograph that I had sent to my first serious college boyfriend. The second read, "Why don't you take that photo to HR?" Obviously, I was deeply unsettled by this invasion of my privacy. The shame crept in, and I felt angry about drawing so much unwanted attention to myself. This was all my fault. I had come to work in an office full of ethical hackers with a very common dog name as a password. No doubt the photograph had made the rounds thanks to my gross coworker, and I was now the silent laughingstock of the office. Leaving my coffee untouched, I signed off and headed home, holding off the waterworks until I reached the safety of the subway. I couldn't stop crying for most of the night, turning the day's events over in my mind, feeling sick every time I imagined my coworkers leering at my naked body. At around 3 a.m., however, I realized that there was no sense in continuing the pity party. I had to come up with a plan of action if I was going to survive this workplace. Quitting was not an option because the pay they were offering me was far too good to pass up. Besides, I was literally living off scarcely more than a slice of pizza a day. My second option was going to HR, but there was no way I was going to open that can of worms. I couldn't prove who had sent me those messages. Last option, stick with it, keep my head down, do the job they hired me for, and ignore all further harassment attempts. So that's what I did. Throughout my week of training, I came into work on time, never leaving my desk except to go to the bathroom. I avoided contact with everyone and kept my eyes drawn to inanimate objects only. Thanks to S. Brooks, I kept on top of my training. For every new task from my manager, there was a corresponding entry in her notebook. There were no more horrible texts or face-to-face confrontations, but there was something else that stirred my anxieties afresh. Last Friday was my final day of training, which brought me to the last entry in the notebook. Night shift survival guide. Sleep during the day before the shift and don't fall asleep. Don't let anyone in. Keep pepper spray near. Check every aisle, meeting room. Don't forget to check under desks, balcony, kitchen tables, behind cooler. Have Skype open with credit for emergencies in case of disabled mobile service. Check in with friend, family, or lover every hour. This list made little sense. Firstly, HR made it clear that I was allowed to sleep between 2 to 5 a.m., provided I kept the office smartphone nearby. They even had a pull-out couch in one of the conference rooms for this purpose. Secondly, the entire job was answering calls, so there would always be a way to call from the office phone, right? Lastly, the measures outlined in the guide seemed excessive and paranoid. Perhaps the list was satirical? Maybe this Brooks girl felt just as awkward as I did with all the silent, leering male coworkers. Though, my brain worked hard to rationalize this list of precautions. A nagging feeling in my gut told me I was missing something crucial. It came to me as I was leaving work on Friday, my last day of training. "Tom," I approached him timidly. "Could I ask you a question?"
Sure thing,
he responded, smiling warmly, his pleasant features a far cry from those of the sullen men in the main room. "I was just wondering why I haven't seen any of the other customer support agents. I mean, there should be at least another 3 people to cover the 4-day rotation cycle."
You have to ask your manager about that. Most likely they're scattered across the country. Pretty normal for that to be the case.
He replied, already dismissing me as he went back to his final tasks of the week. Was there an agent who worked here before me? I continued, eager to learn more about the girl that filled the notebook I'd been using all week.
Yes, another girl held your position for a short while,
Tom said, still looking at his screen. Though I noticed he had stopped typing or moving his mouse, he was staring pointedly at a single spot behind his monitor. Tom. I narrowed my eyes. Who is the guy who works at the desk that's just at the turnoff into the main working space? Pale complexion? Skinny? Dark curly hair? I said, waving a finger at my temple, poorly imitating curly locks.
Ah, that's Sam.
Tom replied, noticeably attentive to my line of inquiry.
Any reason you're asking? Has he been bothering you?
No, I said, rather more dismissively than I felt. Have a good weekend, Tom.
See ya,
he said, watching me questioningly as I left. All weekend, I mulled over the events of my first week at work. I felt as though Tom wasn't telling me something important. There was no reason for him to grow so tense at the mention of a girl who had worked there before me. Could someone have complained about Sam before? Could it have been S. Brooks? Was Sam the reason for the survival guide in the notebook? Why did she quit? A million theories disturbed my weekend lounging. Before I knew it, it was time to go back to work. This is where we've almost caught up to present events. Yesterday was Monday, the first regular day shift. It passed in a blur as I frantically answered the phone, recording, sorting, and assigning dozens of customer complaints in our system. It took getting used to, and by the end of the day, I was absolutely exhausted. Just as I was signing off, I received another ominous text from an unknown number. You're such a hard worker. Can't wait to see you take on night shift. Now, this was the first text to fill me with true fear. I quickly looked around to see if Sam was still at work so I could confront him for sending the message. But he had already left for the day. After calming myself down, I headed home and tried to find S. Brooks online. My best bet was LinkedIn, and I looked through all the women that had proficient technologies listed on their profiles. They were suspiciously few. Finding nothing, I looked through Tom's list of friends and finally found what I was looking for. There was a girl by the name of Sierra Brooks listed as unemployed. I sent a friend request with a message introducing myself and asking her if she had ever been harassed by one of her previous coworkers. Finally, feeling like I was getting somewhere, I went to bed and braced myself for the next day's events. I decided there were some upsides to the irregular work schedule when I got to sleep in on Tuesday. I checked my LinkedIn soon after waking up around 1 p.m. There were no signs of activity from Sierra, so I went about getting ready for my first night shift at the office. I was a little nervous, but mostly excited to get to know my place of work more intimately. Without the day crowd, I was free to walk around the space, binge on cookies, spit in Sam's mug, whatever. There were still a few late workers when I arrived for my shift, but I didn't pay much attention to them as I had a lot of calls and chats to deal with. 2 hours in, however, the stream of calls, chats, and incoming tickets began to wind down, until they stopped altogether around 11 p.m. I leaned back in my chair and surveyed the workspace. There was no one left at the office as far as I could see. All the lights were on, but as I took off my headphones, I heard a low jingling melody playing from somewhere. It sounded like a Christmas carol, but it was hard to tell where it was coming from. There was no reason for this to scare me, but I felt the hairs on my arms prick up in alarm. As I got up from my chair, the melody ceased. Now, I freaked out over less in the past. I once thought a man was following me at night until he walked right past me to the corner store ahead. Although I lived alone, I'd always double and triple check my locks before bed. I had to admit that my fears were probably unwarranted. Someone had left their headphones connected to the computer with their music turned up. Or maybe there was an office party for a different company downstairs. Hearing music is only scary in strategically written horror flicks. Right? Right? Rationalizing aside, I checked the office to make sure I was actually alone. Walking through the aisles of connected desks, I realized how lucky I was to have my secluded corner spot. I might not have been able to handle such close quarters with any of my unpleasant coworkers. Checking all the rows, I went back to the front desk area, lingering over Tom's desk, inspecting his belongings in search of clues, finding nothing of interest. I went back through the main room to the kitchen. My nerves were already easing up, and I found myself spending more time taste-testing cookies rather than looking for potential fiends behind curtains. I had to stop indulging mid-cookie, however, because the sound of the melody came back while I was in the kitchen, louder this time. At the same time, my work smartphone, which we had to carry around us if we left our post, buzzed with a text message from a random number. Finally got to the cookies, huh? My entire body stiffened as I processed the implications. It was probable that Sam had not left the office and was now screwing with me. I pricked my ears and listened carefully. There was no one in the kitchen, as far as I could see or hear. Also, if Sam was in the main workspace, it wouldn't be difficult to guess that I was eating cookies. Breathing out slowly, I ignored the melody to see if I could hear anything else. Nothing. Slowly, I walked to the kitchen drawers and found a large knife. Did I know how to use a knife? No. Would my wild jabs ward off an unarmed opponent? Definitely. I was about to head into the workspace when a call came in on the work phone. I positioned myself safely against a kitchen wall, knife in hand, before answering with a standard customer support greeting. There was static on the other end, some clanking noises, followed by complete silence. Glancing at the phone, I saw that it had switched off. I tried to start it up again, but it wouldn't turn on. Great. Now I had to make it back to my computer in case any more calls came in. I remembered Sierra's guide as I was slipping the dead device back into my pocket. Have Skype open with credit for emergencies in case of disabled mobile services. Had this happened to her as well? The instructions in the notebook made a lot more sense, and I cursed myself out loud for being so ill-prepared. As soon as the words escaped my mouth, there was another ominous bing from the phone. I pulled it out and tried to unlock it, but the regular home screen didn't come up. All that came up was a white screen with a short bit of text on it. Tut tut. Ladies really shouldn't use that sort of language. As soon as I read it, the screen cleared and more text appeared. Why don't you come out and play? Don't bother taking that knife with you. It won't do much against my gun. I threw the phone across the room and dashed to my computer. The melody grew louder as I approached my desk. Finding a pink stuffed pig toy, there was a fabric button on its left hoof, with a music note on it. This was the source of the music, and proved without a shadow of a doubt that there was someone else in the office. What's more, they were watching my every move and actually trying to scare me with children's toys. Panic coursed through my body, gearing up for fight or flight. I took a deep breath, attempting to lull my nervous system. So far, I had heard no signs of anyone moving around the office. There were some background city noises coming from outside, and the rhythmic hum of computers that someone forgot to shut off. If my stalker was moving around, I would need to pinpoint their location to plan my escape. Also, I had to get help. Fast, moving the toy aside, I sat down in my chair and pulled up the Skype for Business application. I quickly dialed 911, putting the stationary phone on speaker. The dial tone was brief, and there was a live operator on the other end within moments. I was about to give a very hasty account of events when someone grabbed my ankle from underneath the desk. I screamed hellfire, jerking my leg away and running as fast as my legs could take me. I heard some commotion close behind me, followed by a loud bang, which I interpreted as my assailant giving chase after me. Before I knew it, I was descending the 3 flights of stairs and rushing out of the doors past the startled night guard. The freezing air prickled my skin through my thin sweater as I approached a nearby pedestrian for help. They called 911, and the police were at the office space within the hour. As I waited with the guard for their arrival, I kept thinking of Sierra's written warnings. How stupid I had been to dismiss them. Check every aisle, meeting room. Don't forget to check under desks. balcony, kitchen tables, behind cooler. The police quickly took down my account of events and, leaving me in the care of a young officer, went upstairs to inspect the office. There had been no one coming or going from the building since I ran out, so it was possible that the culprit was still hiding out somewhere inside. The thought made me nauseous, and I shifted closer to my armed companion. Not long after the cops left us, the young officer's radio crackled and several voices spoke over one another, asking for backup and naming codes I couldn't understand. Things escalated very quickly from there. Instead of going home, I was taken to a police station and held in an interrogation room for hours before someone finally came to speak to me. I was tired, miserable, and confused at the way the events of the night were unfolding. I wanted to go home, but spent several more hours recounting my story to two detectives.
So you had a knife with you, running from the kitchen to your desk. Are you sure?
Asked the older detective, who had introduced himself as Senior Investigator Barnshaw. Yes. I believe I did. I was panicking, so it's hard to say. Then there was the pig toy, I said, losing my train of thought. And you believe the person who was harassing you was Samuel Guilford? Said the other detective, whose name I couldn't remember. I don't know his full name, but I can't imagine anyone else is responsible.
And one more time, just for the record, what happened when you dialed 911?
Asked Barnshaw for the third time that night. Someone grabbed my leg, my ankle, actually. This happened before I had the chance to explain the situation to the operator. I screamed and ran until I found a stranger outside who let me call for help. I responded, growing weary of the cyclical questioning. Samuel Guilford was found lying dead, not far from your desk, when our officers came on the scene. Did you see his body when you were running out of the office? Asked the other detective, feigning an air of innocence while dropping this bombshell. My jaw fell open, and I stared at the interrogators in naked shock and terror. No, I don't understand.
He was stabbed to death with a large kitchen knife. His body was covered in 23 stab wounds, and we found the knife wedged in his mouth, pinning him to the floor through his throat.
We have reason to suspect it was the knife you've described to us in your statement. I eyed both detectives mutely, straining to focus when my mind seemed to have lost all clarity.
Your story checks out for the most part. We found this phone riddled with amateur hacking apps. We found several naked photographs of you and all the texts you've mentioned. He had a gun in his hand, and we found the bullet he fired as you fled.
What we don't understand is how he died, added the second detective, keenly gauging my reaction. It's okay if you killed him in self-defense, Gemma. The guy was a creep. I didn't. I swear I had no idea. Oh God. I cried out helplessly.
I mean, just a month ago, a report was filed against him by another coworker,
said Barnshaw. Sierra, I murmured. You knew Miss Brooks? Asked the second detective. No, I insisted. I got her desk and her notebook. I should have mentioned it before. What did the report say? Barnshaw scrutinized my face before meeting his partner's eye. Some sort of unspoken exchange took place before they decided to disclose the terrible things that had happened to Sierra. Things that had so nearly happened to me. Sierra Brooks had come straight to a nearby hospital from her first night shift 3 months ago. She was badly beaten and bruised, wanting to register an anonymous rape kit. The damage to her reproductive organs was severe, and she had to get stitches. She filed a police report 2 months later, when she failed her probationary period at Proficient Technologies. Losing her job, her only way to pay off her medical debt. It was her word against Sam Guilford's, who had expensive legal counsel as well as countless coworkers to vouch for his respectable character. It was just yesterday that Miss Brooks came by to drop all charges against Samuel. We're currently attempting to track her down and bring her in for questioning. I'm sure you can see how your knowledge of her name gives us cause for concern. the police kept their line of questioning until someone brought Barnshaw a notice. Forensics had drawn up a report on the fingerprints found on the knife, as well as the blood spatter patterns. I was asked to submit some DNA samples to aid the investigation, and finally released to go home. At home, exhausted as I was, I couldn't sleep. I had none of my belongings back. My handbag, phone, and even coat was all submitted as evidence. So I turned to my old trusty laptop, hoping that some aimless browsing could help soothe my nerves. My browser was still on LinkedIn from the day before, and I refreshed the page out of habit. A small red icon showed that I had a new message. Sierra had replied to me. "Don't worry, sis. I took care of it." Number 9 is called Her Imaginary Friend, Captain Echo. This one did do very well, but I mostly included this one because I really enjoyed working on it. I got to work with someone I had never worked before, named the Lost Narrator, and it was just really, really fun. I always really enjoy working with new voices. It kind of gives me almost like a new canvas to work off of, because depending on how someone else sounds in a story with me, I'll adjust the sound design, or perhaps even how I portray my own character. So I thought that that was really fun, and I really just liked this story a lot. The contents of it, I thought, were interesting, and a lot of it was things that you don't see as often nowadays on No Sleep or in Creepypasta in general, so I really liked it for those reasons.
He's real, Fabian. He's the one who gave me these flowers. I'll prove he's real to you.
She huffed, pushing the oleanders in my face. They were beautiful, sure, but faded on the petals and looked off somehow, like they'd been ripped and put back together hastily. "I'm just saying, I haven't seen him, and he never seems around when I'm with you, which is often, Nara," I said, between huge bites of my churro. It was lunch, and my mom had gone all out on the sugar-laden selection that'd make any 11-year-old's mouth water. It was the summer of 2002, and like any self-respecting preteen, I was exploring the world around me and doing so with my best friend, Nara. The day started out like any other. She'd come over around 10 while I was still sleeping, talk with my mom about her paintings, and then wake me up by pulling the curtains back and screaming the theme song to various shows at the top of her lungs while I buried my head under the pillow. On this day, she chose Ed, Ed, and Eddie with pitch-perfect sound effects, much to my chagrin. I'd relent, of course. Then we played some melee until one of us got mad enough to tickle the other into submission and grab a bite to eat before exploring the areas around our cul-de-sac. The difference in today's routine, though, was the introduction of Nara's imaginary friend, Captain Echo, a woodland creature that Nara insisted on her life was real. Nara was unusual. The sort of girl who made the best out of any situation she was in, turned it into a positive or, at the very least, a creative environment. She'd dye her hair bright colors, wear clothes she made herself, and draw her classmates with or without their permission. Not that anyone minded. She was such a free spirit that people couldn't help but endear themselves to her. That being said, she kept virtually everyone at arm's length, as if afraid they'd catch whatever weirdness she had within her if they got too close. That's where I come in. I don't know if it was my lack of social cues in second grade, or if she saw something different in me, but one look at me was all it took for her to introduce herself. And from there, we were inseparable.
Come on, I'll prove to you he's real, right now,
she said affirmedly, sitting up from the table and grabbing her hoodie, giving my mom a hug as she ran out.
Thanks, Misdemeanor. day and make food just as good for you when you're old and wrinkly.
I chased after her, kissing my mom on the cheek before she called back.
Stay safe! If he gets hurt, you can't marry him!
Laughing as she closed the door. We ran as fast as we could to the trail behind the old church, slowing down for a moment partly to pay tribute, partly to see who would get freaked out first. There was an urban legend some kid's ghost lived there and haunted anyone who didn't show him proper respect, which, in this case, was apparently a bow or curtsy and a vocal affirmation of, "We see you, we acknowledge you, we remember you," before waiting for 5 seconds and carrying on. Naturally, one of us would spook the other during the 5-second interval and tear off down the path with uproarious laughter at the other's expense. This time, Nara taking the charge. Soon enough, the trail turned into little more than a small dirt line amid a sea of underbrush, mushrooms, moss, and insects. The trees in my hometown were beautiful and sprawling. The further you went in, the less light seeped in from the treetops. The sort of place that made it easy to lose track of time and placement if you weren't careful with your sense of direction. After a while, we'd reached the familiar signposts that helped us figure out how close we were to our makeshift hideout. It was a clearing in the middle of the woods we'd stumbled over at the beginning of summer. We knew it was safe to be ourselves when Nara screamed out her favorite curse word and nobody came running. Over the weeks, we made it cozier with a hammock, mini radio, a campfire, and some trinkets from home. It eventually grew to be our personal sanctuary, where we could sit and talk about anything that scared us in the outside world without judgment. I turned the corner, and she was already at the edge of our circular haven, scratching something into the stack of rocks adorning the forest's outskirts.
Captain Echo doesn't come if you don't do the greeting properly,
she said, huffing as she finished engraving something I couldn't quite make out, laying a piece of her hair in a Reese's piece as she stood up, hands on her hips.
He has very specific requirements. He told me last time that I couldn't bring him out if it wasn't done properly. Said it would upset the great tree, and he'd get punished.
I stared, bewildered. Was I seriously going to go along with this? We were getting older, and imaginary friends were never cool when you weren't far off hitting your teens. I watched as Nara stared confidently at a gap in the clearing, waiting for something to appear. Nara, come on, I began, frustration building that I'd even thought for a second that something would happen. She held up a hand, waving me off, fixed on the clearing.
Shh, he'll be here in a minute. You just need to be patient, dingus. You two are gonna get along so well.
Then why have I never seen him before? Why did he suddenly turn up to you one day and now he's such a big focus of our time together? I stared down, kicking a rock. It feels different now. I don't get it. She shrugged, the wind picking up and the howl ripping through the trees, amplifying to a tenacious level and giving their voice more power, as if warning us of something.
He just did. I don't know why he only turned up a little while ago, but he was very specific that I didn't introduce you until I could promise him you were trustworthy. But he'll know that you're a good guy. The best.
She sighed, repeating,
The best.
Again. My frustration was getting the better of me. You and I are the only ones here. We've told each other everything. You don't need to pretend he's real for me. She spun on her heel, face a mixture of confusion and hurt.
Why would I pretend he's real for you or anyone?
She glared at me.
Fabian, all I'm asking is for you to wait a few more minutes. He will meet you. I promise.
Before I could reply, a snapping some distance away caught my attention, and we both looked back at the clearing. A shape was emerging from the darkness, hands with thick, black nails gripping into the dirt, and veins popping as they pulled the lanky frame into our view. When it was 15 feet away, it reared back on its legs and towered over us, staring intently at Nara. My head barely coming up to its distended stomach. Deep lacerations, old and new, covering the torso. Mushrooms and moss firmly attached to the shoulders, and so deeply entrenched I could swear I saw life germinating on its surface. The back was covered in thick brown fur, and the head was the skull of a bear. Charred black with white indentations and markings similar to what was on the carving Nara had left. The eye sockets had been hollowed out and 2 black orbs hung behind them, peering through the mask. He was both fascinating and grotesque all at once. But the thing that caused me to fall back was the realization that Nara wasn't lying. This was Captain Echo. Nara ran forward and gave him a huge hug, wrapping her small arms around his torso as best she could, but failing spectacularly due to the monstrous frame of the creature. Still, it displayed gentleness and mechanically lifted a hand up to pat her head, as if unsure of how humans showed affection.
Nara, what the?
I spluttered, my throat rapidly growing dry as my mind tried to comprehend what I was looking at. My vision blurring as rationalization failed me miserably. Nara let him go and pulled me to my feet, punching me in the arm playfully.
Told you he was real!
She scoffed, throwing her arms out animatedly as if presenting him on a game show.
Captain Echo is our new forest friend. He doesn't speak much, but now we have someone to show us this place when we don't want to deal with the outside world. Isn't that great?
In a way, it was. I was part of something so secret and wonderful that I couldn't help but be caught up in it. I laughed, walking over to Captain Echo and held out a hand.
I'm Fabian. It's good to meet you, Captain.
He stared at my hand, tilting his head to the side before grunting, and grasping my hand with dirt-filled fingers and giving it a shake. I looked back to Nara as she gave me an encouraging thumbs up.
Why is he called Captain? Does he have an army, too?
I asked, wiping the dirt off my hand as he sat down, legs tucked in, and stared at the sky.
I don't know. It's just the name he came with, I guess. I don't make the rules.
She laughed, looking over at him.
He just is, you know? The kids at school will never understand, but who cares about them? I have you and the captain now. That's plenty.
She smiled at me, and for a moment, I felt the world fall out from underneath me. Then the captain burped, and we both fell over laughing. Our summer continued in that way. The ritual at the beginning of the day remained unchanged. Wake up to a prank, play Smash, eat lunch, make vague promises of marriage to my mom, stop by the church, pay our respects, and head to the Haven. But from there, we would enter a world all our own. Captain Echo, in his own strange way, would show us so much of the forests, how the trees talked, the way the insects lived and died in their own huge struggles for survival, the right kinds of berries to eat, watching strange animals I'd never heard about in school as they went about their day. It was mesmerizing, and yet I can only remember figments of it now, some 17 years later. Memory is a funny thing. When the summer came to a close, we said goodbye to the captain and promised we'd be back by spring. He bowed and crawled back into the deep of the forests as our lives continued. Trends would come along while Nara and I focused on our own world of comics, video games, and Nara's increasingly vivid drawings, many of which getting her attention around town for their true-to-life design and otherworldly elements interlaced with ordinary scenery. A young girl hand in hand with a huge goblin as the world crumbled around her. A small boy sitting on an endless row of stairs that led to nowhere, as a disembodied hand reached out from the corner. And her most revered piece, a huge burning oaken tree with branches containing human pods, each one in a different emotional state as they reacted to the burning forest around them. At the center stood a glowing figure, arms dug deep into the ground as thick tendrils spanned out and into the far reaches of the painting, infecting it all as it went. A black and red sun hanging overhead, providing a macabre backdrop to such a painting. It was beautiful, sure, but something about it was off. Nar looked more tired than usual. Her energy had been slowly dipping since the summer ended, and I hadn't realized how extremely until we got to the new year. It'd been 6 months since we said goodbye to the captain. And while I'd felt fine, Nara was wasting away. Her once flushed cheeks were sallow, hair unkempt, and her demeanor was so devoid of joy. I asked her about the painting, and she exhaled as if the last of the world's oxygen was leaving her for good.
I dreamt about it every night for a week. I guess I just had to get it out of my system.
She shrugged, bags under her eyes, and absently eating her lunch. I was beginning to worry.
I think I need to go into the forest again. See Captain Echo. I think I've been away too long.
That's fair. I'll come with you. Maybe we can look at some of those weird monkeys again. I smiled encouragingly, but she didn't return the grin.
No, I'm gonna go alone. I'll let you know when we can hang next, okay?
She grabbed her things and gave me a short kiss on the cheek before heading out. I remember sitting there for a minute, hand on my face, affirming that was real, while also dealing with the knowledge the person I trusted most in this world and valued above all others, even my mom, had just disconnected from me entirely. I wasn't a super mature kid, but I knew that I couldn't just leave her and let her drift away. I grabbed my things, and knowing it was too late for her to go after school and that she'd want to go when undisturbed by time constraints, waited until the weekend. It took no time at all, on a particularly sunny day, to catch up and reach the clearing, where an exhausted Nara was sat on the floor, knees to her chest, and staring at the same clearing, as always, shaking. "Hey, goofball," I began, startling her, but not gaining her full attention as I tentatively stepped forward. I know you said not to come out, and I'm really sorry I didn't listen, but I just...
You really are an idiot, Fabian D'Amelio,
she said, her voice broken and shaking.
You'd follow me wherever I went, even if I told you what was happening, wouldn't you?
I stood, my stomach in knots, and a hot feeling coming over my face. I hated seeing anyone upset, most of all Nara. Of course, that's what best friends are for. I'd never stop following, I said, trying to inject enthusiasm into my voice and hoping it wasn't obviously forced. She sniffed, wiping her face with her sleeve and getting to her feet as the crunching from the dark returned once more.
Fabian, I didn't want to say goodbye. That's why I wanted to come alone. And...
She looked nervously over her shoulder before snapping her eyes back to mine, taking a step towards me.
You can't follow me where I'm going next.
I was confused. I swallowed and tried to ask why, but no words came out. She fumbled with her hands and continued.
I've been coming out here more and more in secret. He keeps calling me in my sleep, in my dreams. It's gotten to the point where I'm having full conversations with him that made me realize...
Her eyes welled up as she took another step to me and put a hand on my face.
But this world isn't for people like me. Not really. He has this place all on his own that I can stay in forever. all I have to do is let go.
I didn't understand. This wasn't Nara. This wasn't the girl who pranked me at every opportunity. The girl who drew beautiful but comical and abstract art for amusement. The girl who sang her heart out, whether she was on her own or surrounded by strangers. This wasn't my Nara.
People change, Fabian. But I changed too much. Meeting Captain Echo was the point where I knew I would never be welcomed here again. I held out as long as I could because I couldn't bear to leave you behind.
She forced a smile, crushing with those next 5 words as Captain Echo reappeared, howling as the trees swayed heavily in the wind.
You are my everything, Fabian.
I didn't know what else to do. I was 12 years old, and this was uncharted territory for anyone. I pulled her into a hug, told her I'd miss her. What else was I going to do? It's not like I could fight the captain, and I didn't want to upset her more than she already was. We held each other for what felt like an eternity, before she pulled away and kissed me once, wiping a tear away before taking Captain Echo's hand and walking into the darkness. As I sat there, crying, I waited for hours for her to come back, but she never did. Defeated, I walked home, and no sooner had I gone through the door, my mom pulled me into a tight hug, sobbing. "Oh, my sweet boy, are you okay? Where have you been?" She was holding me so tightly, and while I'm sure my crying had set off alarm bells, this was still a bit much. "Ma, I was in the Haven with Nara. I began, before a voice behind my mom cut me off.
Where is she now, Fabian? Why isn't she here with you?
It was an older man, in his late 40s, smartly dressed and oozing with authority. The kind of guy you knew wouldn't have an issue with raising a hand to you if you stepped out of line. Nara's father.
I swear if that stupid girl has gone off exploring again, she will regret it.
"She's gone, Mr. Anisha," I said, flatly. Mr. Anisha summarily broke the calm that was in the home, grabbing me and shaking me as he screamed for her whereabouts, my mom pulling him off of me. "She went into the woods. She said I couldn't follow her. She said she belonged there," I said, emotions now rushing through me as I raised my voice at him. "What was I supposed to do?"
Be a man and go after her. She's your best friend, isn't she? Or are you just like every other boy going after my stupid daughter? She's gotten herself into this mess, but you should have protected her instead of being a spineless coward. If my daughter is hurt in any way..."
He reared forward again, fist shaking as my mother screamed at him to calm down or that she'd call the police. "She's not alone!" The room fell deathly silent. Both my mom and Mr. Anisha stared at me. "She's with our friend. I thought he wasn't real, but I met him, and he's harmless, I swear." I felt desperation overtaking me as their faces fell from shock to abject horror. "His name is Captain Echo. He's a spirit of the woods, and I didn't get to say any more than that. My mom ushered me up to my room and told me to stay there until she came back, no matter what. Over the next few hours, I'd hear angry voices, crying, screaming, and a lot of chatter from people I didn't know coming and going. She came back the next day and told me I had to answer some questions, but that it would never be spoken of again afterwards. I protested, but she shot me a glance full of such terror that I dared not challenge it. The next few months were a blur. I was out of school for a while, and even when I was there, I didn't pay attention to the teachers who looked at me with a mixture of concern and disgust. The kids who hid from me like the plague, as I was the one who got Nara killed, and the world felt bleaker for it. I stayed in my room, the days blurring together until I just stopped checking altogether. It was eventually decided I needed a fresh start, so I was moved out of state to be with my relatives before I started the next school year. It took some adjusting, but ultimately, it was the best thing imaginable for my mental health. The events of that summer, though painful, became easier to deal with, and I could move past them. At the beginning of the year, I decided to go back and visit my family for a few months. I'd lived with my aunt and uncle for most of my teenage years, and I relished the time I got to spend with my mom. While it was nice, and we reminisced on my childhood, it naturally didn't take long for the subject of that night to be brought up, and now, as adults, discussed. "Do you remember what Nara called the thing in the woods?" she asked me, a glass of wine in a shaking hand. I nodded. "Yeah." She said his name was Captain Echo. I didn't know where it came from, but that just appeared in her mind. Mom shook her head, biting her lip. "Honey, the area you explored as kids is called Echo Forests, because the farther you got in, the more your voice would carry from so many directions. It was a great hiding spot, and you could practically go in there undetected. Nara never came up with that name. It was already there. She had a phenomenal mind for creativity, but that one wasn't on her." I stared at her, dumbstruck. "But what about the captain part? The way he looked and all the things he showed us?" She finished her wine with a swig and pulled out a newspaper clipping from the 1980s, sliding it over to me. The attached photo was of a small boy sitting on a set of steps on an old church porch, smiling at the cameraman. The headline next to it reading, "Young Artist, 10, Vanishes. Last seen entering Echo Forest." I clutched it, eyes reading it over and over again as my mom put a hand on my shoulder and carried on talking. "You probably heard about it growing up, but there's an urban legend of a boy who went missing in the old church, and that he haunts the building. This is that young boy. He was a genius painter, and right as he was getting attention, he vanished into the woods with someone." She sighed. I refused to take my eyes off the photo. Nara was also a gifted painter who vanished into the woods with someone. But it wasn't a forest spirit. It wasn't a goblin, and it wasn't something otherworldly. Honey, it was a man. A very, very sick man. No. She was right. I'd pretended for so long that he was a forest spirit or a friendly entity that I didn't notice the way his hands ran through Nara's hair. How he told us about a magical place deep in the woods where we could stay forever and Nara could be free of her cruel father. The strange foods in the forest he'd force us to eat so we'd lose track of time and consciousness. I pushed it all down in my mind and convinced myself he was something more. Did they find him? Or Nara? I croaked, my mind rushing with thoughts as uncomfortable truths came to the surface. My mom shook her head. "Then how the hell can you know all this?" I cried. She gave me the kind of motherly smile that conveyed so much pain and pity in one single moment. "You were so alone after she went missing. All you did was sit by your window and look at the forest. You wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, just sat there night after night drawing in the sketchbook Nara left behind. You refused to let anyone touch it. But when you finally passed out, I looked and saw you'd drawn that thing staring into your bedroom night after night, sometimes with Nara and sometimes not. I decided there and then we'd move you out and give you the life she couldn't have." She held my hands in hers, tears running down her face. "We couldn't save her, but I could save you, baby." I hugged her, overwhelmed by all of this and not sure what to make of it. I told her I was going to bed and that I'd talk to her in the morning, but sleep eluded me, and I decided documenting this for others may be worthwhile. Because if I just believed her when she said she had an imaginary friend that was only in her mind,
maybe she wouldn't have stumbled across Captain Echo. Maybe we would have been together, and that sick fuck may have lost a victim he wanted to capture. Or maybe, just maybe, there's something lurking in our forests, in our seas, our mountains. Ancient, unknown things we may stumble upon one day and decide how to respond. Nara chose acceptance, while I ran. All I know now is as I finish my thoughts and put an end to this, my old bedroom window is open, and I can remember why the forests have their name. Why I'm venturing out there tonight to find the truth in all this. I can hear the howling of the captain calling out to me. And now my mind turns to the ritual we used to use for the ghost by the church. The bow and the affirmation. My mind lingers on Nara for a moment before bowing and getting ready to head out. I see you. I acknowledge you. I remember you.
Number 8 on the list is called I Don't Trust the Sturgeon Farmers Collective. This video was hated by a lot of people. I posted it on April Fool's Day, which, because of that fact, I knew not a lot of people would probably watch it thinking it was a joke. But those that did just really hated it. I got dozens of comments talking about how they didn't like the sound design or the weirdness of it. But the thing is, this is one of my favorite videos I've ever made. It was so fun, and all those comments are very valid. I understand why you wouldn't like this, but it was fun to make. I purposefully went out of my way, obviously, to make it as weird as possible. The story itself is already weird and very nonsensical, but it also is very foreboding, especially towards the middle and end. The beginning is just super wacky, and then it gets weirder and more foreboding as you go on. And I had a lot of very talented voices in here. I had my dad, Big Daddy Stone, TJ Lee, The Dark Somnium. I'm pretty sure I might have also had 2 or 3 of my other friends in it. And I tried really hard to make the sound design and music both really quirky and weird, but in a purposeful way. So I guess you can let me know if I succeeded in that. This is honestly, other than like the stoned Animal Crossing island tours I do every Halloween, this is one of my favorite things I've ever made. It was just so fun. Truth is objective. Results are necessary. And what you print can be neither, so long as it's gripping. I've been a reporter for the Sturgeon Nexus for roughly 16 months. It's been a wild internship that started with a young, dashing, and sexually powerful Cajun shrimp seller walking into the wrong room on their delivery and being showered with confetti. Firm but wet handshakes and elongated smiles like those you see in awful hyper-realistic depictions of cartoon characters. I remember the day they hired me, prepped with a welcome cake made of styrofoam and cream cheese, topped with Tide Pod decorations and a little sign affixed to the top, written in beautiful handwriting. The forbidden treat for the new hire. Don't mind the burning sensation. That means it's working. I barely had time to register the situation before a firm hand slapped down on my shoulder and my bones rattled with the force. Perhaps the recipient was vibrating?
OF Province, you're finally hired!
One jovial man exclaimed, his throat full of spiders when he spoke. Literally, a trapdoor spider sat itself by his uvula and clicked its feet as he got to the end of its sentence.
We were so glad you've turned up. We were beginning to think you didn't want the job.
A porcelain woman with a thick upper-class accent and thicker upper-class nostrils flared, her mouth not moving.
I'll need to pour some hot coffee on your belly to celebrate.
A third voice coming from the fifth panel down, 4 across the ceiling. The others bristled as it spoke.
Don't worry about that. Our resources manager has a difficult living situation.
The first man said, patting me on the shoulder and leading me hurriedly out of the room. That was that. I met with my editor, a tough old son of a bitch called Econ, that spoke in riddles or short bursts of passion.
Well, kid, took you long enough. We needed some fresh blood around here. Ours is beginning to spoil.
He laughed, and his teeth laughed with him. I smiled awkwardly.
Look, you're our new investigative journalist. Whatever's going on in this town, I want to know about it. Our readers are voracious, ravenous even, and the helping of maximum beef jerky we give with every copy isn't gonna placate them forever. And we both know what happens when the readers get hungry.
Of course I knew. Everyone in Sturgeon knew. The iridescent walkers descended on the office and a hostile takeover occurs. It's become a bit of a macabre tradition that the more liberal types want to stop, but it's hard to break old habits. I have a job I gotta be getting back to. That Cajun shrimp won't... He slapped his hand down on the table, rings tipped with swirling amorphous masses undulating at his touch. His eyes burned with indignation, but his cheekbones said passion.
I like you, kid. The Cajun and shrimpum is done. I have some really weird food you're gonna want to look into. I'll pay you triple. Besides...
He moved some papers on his desk to reveal my resume, freshly made and with my relevant experience. All my relevant experience.
You're looking for something, and we're the right place to be. What do you say? We in business? I can crack open a pulse thumper.
He smiled, and his teeth smiled too, shuddering with anticipation. I nodded. If he knew what he says he knew, then, well, this was indeed the place to be. What followed was an intense 2 weeks of training, clickbait maneuvering, assistant rearing to stop them from biting, and the Sturgeon Nexus Code of Conduct. Now don't worry, it's not lengthy or arbitrary, but it's worth mentioning. You never know how important these things are. If a story has threads, pull on them even if they resist. You never know what may be lurking at the end of your proverbial rope. Ask the hard questions, the soft questions, the medium rare questions, and the questions your soul burns you to ask but your high brain is sloppily pleading you to stop between gross dry heaving. Interviews are vital, and a source cannot be trusted if you can't speak to them. Dead, alive, incorporeal, or so filled with a deadening rage that they can't form consonants. It doesn't matter. Get that interview. Lastly, remember the Sturgeon Nexus motto: the journey and the destination to truth are forever intertwined. Ad infinitum. So, after a few puff pieces on people like the mayor and his recruitment drive, the garbage men that come in the night, and most recently, the iceberg theory incident, I got my big break, and the reason I'm here with you all today. See, Chief says that audience interaction is vital to figuring out the intricacies that I can't see. Says that many, many eyes, mouths, flapping tongues, and strained ears are better than one pair of dulled senses by the fumes. Chief is a bit strange, but I see his point. I want to talk to you all about the Sturgeon Farmers Collective. The SFC rose to prominence here during the turn of the century, offering to sell people suffering from the famine a cut of their crops and the means to help them grow their own for next to nothing on the price. They'd turn up in their flowing robes, faces hidden behind scarecrow bags, and a great plow fastened to their backs.
We will provide in your time of need. We will offer you sustenance to continue to the new season. You will repay in kind when the time comes. All good neighbors know of the kindness of the Sturgeon Farmers Collective.
They would say with that Midwestern elderly charm breaking through their strange intonations. Standing there at the threshold enhanced by the ugly light, holding out 2 bags, one with a rich and earthy red soil, covered in small pulsing seeds that shimmered when held under lamplight. The other bag was wet, squelchy, and smelled of cast iron. It twitched when the customers held it from the bottom, recoiling in on itself as the Sturgeon Farmers Collective made an audible click that subdued it.
Do not mind the motions of food. All food at one time writhes and flaps and cascades meat from its pores. Eat the food before you plant the soil. Do not reverse the process. We will return when it is time.
They would tip their tall Denton hats, a thick, pungent slime oozing down the brim and staining the top of their hats, almost like tears. In the months that followed, the little settlement of Mantis Reach would begin to see changes. Those who ate the food were told to do so under cover of darkness, so as not to offend Lady Death. Being a superstitious town and servitude to our fair lady, they did not disobey. They described it as tough, turgid, and one woman was quoted as saying, "I swear, in the moments that I bit down, it said something." Then, the insomniac movement came. By sheer coincidence, or otherwise, the townsfolk of Mantis Reach that ate the food as instructed would no longer sleep and instead dedicated themselves to the soil outside. People would be found with their faces firmly in the dirt, laughing as they inhaled earth and minerals, their chests heaving under the pressure and legs kicking frantically as they instinctively resisted. Eventually, the crops would grow their bulbous sacks of delight, and travelers would come to buy from the now largely unreachable inhabitants. But all would leave empty-handed. The Sturgeon Farmers Collective returned, and one settler who didn't partake reported their arrival in the waning hours of dawn, each of them fanning out from the center of the village to cover the major households, their scarecrow sacks wafting in the breeze and showing gray flesh underneath. When they arrived at the houses, hands outstretched, the patriarch and matriarch of each domicile would greet them with fistfuls of the harvest, tears in their eyes. They would lead them to the backyard, where the great stalks now stood, an occupant of the family meshed within its grip in ways that were too awful to describe.
So the harvest can begin anew, a cycle of virtue and of sacrifice, a cycle we farmers celebrate.
With poise, precision, and animalistic hunger, they cut the stalks to the ground and brought each synthetic sack of horrors back to the town center as the heads of the families trailed behind them, still weeping. There, they would stack the harvest, and the matriarchs would step forward, a sickle handed to each woman as she took her spot in line, trembling. The patriarchs then dropped to their knees as those same writhing bags of food were placed in their hands, their sweating, decadent hands.
Eat and be merry, your harvest reward. We are generous farmers.
One would say, their voice a malaise in days gone by betraying their sinister gait and undulating Denton hat. And so they did, eating with relish as heads disappeared in sacks to devour what lay inside. There was always a struggle, always a snapping and then a gnawing sound as the matriarch stepped forward to observe the process. If they did not continue to writhe, the sickle was brought down and they would fall silent. But if they did resist, the Farmers Collective gained a new member. As the fanfare died down and each matriarch finished her job, all that was left was the harvest. The great bulbous sacks with the same oozing substance that came from the farmers' hats. Something moving inside them. The witness said it was a flash of hands, lip-smacking sounds, squeezes and pops before the farmers took their leave with the remaining harvest, vowing to come back when Mantis Reach was more prosperous. A bizarre event, to be sure. One that still gets taught at St. Martin's School to this day and is recalled by the Mantis Bay residents, especially after the events last summer that rocked the little town to its core.
Not enough in the harvest for the last generation. That's how you get bad eggs and dark shadows.
One resident, who wishes to be nameless and formless, would remark under the cover of twilight.
Problems started showing up in 92, right after the time of branches. Suddenly, no more offerings and no more growth. A lot of our boys started going missing. One of them farmers paid us a visit in the waning hours, told us that the farmers had expanded and we would be observed but not required. A lot of troubles came after that.
They took a drag of their cigarette, bit down on whatever they were chewing on, and spat something viscous onto the floor.
That there's the only thing we got left now. Our Mantis Bay special. Don't ever let them tell you what it is. We don't want to know.
My job as a reporter is to find the interesting stories. And for every major event that's happened in Sturgeon in the past century, my paper focuses more on the incidents that get overlooked because of another calamity. Nightmare, dispute, or something involving mass terror. So when my source asks me if I want to catch me one of them farmers for an exclusive, my eyes light up and I feel my veins thicken.
Ain't too difficult, but also ain't easy. Thing is, you gotta give 'em something worth coming to you for. Especially since we're not exactly in the boondocks. Sturgeon's been here for nigh on 900 years, settlements included, and we're pretty big. Old things like the Farmers Collective ain't got the time to chase after everyone, you know.
They shifted, and their coat parted to show a burlap sack dripping wet that they unclasped and handed to me. Long fingernails with skin that looked as if it'd been wrapped in damaged parchment.
I ain't gonna ask for much, but if you can find out how we can get 'em back to Mantis Ranch while covering your story, you'd have my gratitude.
I can try, but why would you want them back if what we know is true? Aren't you better off without them? I twirled my number 15 pencil and let the taste of lead hang on my tongue as they studied me for a moment. Long, dirty nails scratching at their skin and pulling away dead flesh.
Kid, when man gets too bold, he needs to be reined in. You know why I never leave Sturgeon? Why, despite everything that happens here and what they know, people won't leave. It ain't 'cause they're stupid, let me tell you.
They leaned in, and I saw the yellow eyes, pupils dilating like that of a cat when it's preparing to pounce.
They stay because there's significant benefit being near something more powerful than you. It's like nesting under the great wing of a beast that'll crush everything else. You'd rather be the one spared than the one devoured, and soon, even when all the lights in Sturgeon go out, we'll have their protection to be thankful for.
There was a long pause, and I shifted in my seat, black spots punctuating my sight. Too much lead?
Still, beyond all that, we're too used to the food. Farmers Collective does something to it. We crave it. Sure, we can get it in smaller doses through their other businesses, but that raw garden, we need it. Good luck.
With that, they slunk back into the shadows, and several hurried footsteps could be heard through the parking lot. Small shapes flitting underneath lamplights as they darted off. I called the chief up on my way back, a sign for Mantis Reach overhead. Chief, what would you say if I wanted to interview a member of the Farmers Collective?
I'd say do it on an empty stomach. Keep your wits about you, remember the Nexus code.
He slurped something in the background, heavy gulps and a coughing fit as he licked his lips. That hotels are too expensive and cops can't be trusted with or without their many-eyed enforcers?
That too. But no, remember, the journey and the destination of truth are forever intertwined. Ad infinitum, province.
I found the old houses where the first settlement in Mantis Reach began. A quaint little village called Echo Coast. Not many lived here now. The recession and subsequent drive to work in the main city had caused most to flee. Their derelict log cabins and multi-connected yurts now all that remained of a once vibrant merchant town. Flyers for the Nightmare Fighting Tournament and the Dusklight Circus littered the ground. Animals tearing at the remains as they spat words of vitriol to one another between the bites and scratches. It didn't take long for one of the long-time residents to approach me. Thick-worn book under the arm and a pleasant but guarded greeting in their throat.
Are you here
To hear about our Lord and Savior, the
All-Father?
She chimed. Rehearsed words expelled from her lungs as if they didn't belong in her for a moment. Tired eyes sizing me up. I'm wondering if there's a spot I can borrow for a night to conduct a meeting with one of the, farmers. I tried to hush my voice on the final part, but she merely bleated it back at me with the mere syllable passing my lips.
The farmers? You do not summon the farmers.
They come when they wish.
Do you want to bring ruin and shame on this bustling town filled with vibrant souls looking to protect their kin
And their livelihood?
She pulls the book closer to her chest, and I can see red marks around her knuckles.
The All-Father says they'll come back, and they'll bring
prosperity with them as we feast eternally on ourselves. Like an Ouroboros.
Yes. No more hunger.
I tried to get more from her, but she simply pointed to a vacant yard and kept muttering, Ouroboros, to herself as she paced back to her home. In the window, I spotted an old man with milky white eyes staring out of the window, jaw slack and the muscles long since depleted. He was a vessel to observe, nothing more. But I felt a chill run down my spine when I realized that somehow, someway, he was looking right at me. As I rounded the corner and found the backyard in utter disarray, I knew I'd found the right spot. Weeds sprouted up out of the thick black soil, huge white stalks pumping as they swayed in the breeze. Insects of all manner proliferating around its base as they fed and killed and morphed. Setting down the bag and waiting for the cover of darkness, I let my mind wander to what these people had been intimating. So much superstition, but nothing in this city was ever straightforward or normal. So why would now be any different? Maybe there's some truth to it. Something to investigate when the story is over. The night passed overhead, and I dug a small hole in the ground, unfurled the bag, and with some effort and resistance, poured it into the hole without looking. A small splash of meat hung on my finger, but the remainder dropped in as I hastily covered the hole with the black soil and waited. I knew it would draw them out, but I admit I was curious about the taste of the strange meat. A small piece of it clung to my finger, soft and warm. An alluring scent I could not place filled my nose as I bit down and tasted without thinking. I can see why the townsfolk want the farmers back if it means producing more delights like this. It's uncanny in flavor and texture. It's Moorish, and yet not. I think the only thing stopping me from digging up the contents and feasting was the sound of clothes being flapped in the breeze, as a farmer rounded the corner and greeted me.
You've been busy.
Its voice was not at all the way I expected. Sweet and salty instead of bristling and gravelly. It sounded the way peanut butter feels when being swallowed by the spoonful. I get around. It's part of my job. I didn't want to appear meek. These things could smell fear. I also thought if I didn't move that maybe they wouldn't see me. But that seems to only work for very large badgers and moon dwellers. They didn't like my cavalier response. and leaned down, gripping their burlap sack with thick gloves.
You're curious, but the Farmers Collective does not need curious. We need compliance. You are not eating well.
Their nails split through their gloves to pull at the folds of their masks.
You are looking through dead soil for answers that are long lost. The Farmers Collective has expanded. We had to, ensuring we could cultivate for a far larger stock of workers.
They pulled off their hood, and for the first time in a long time, I felt unmitigated terror flood my veins. My heart leapt and stuttered as my brain tried to comprehend the visual feast in front of me. It was wrong, it felt wrong to look at, but every time I tried to tear my eyes away, I salivated all the more. My body trembled while my stomach cried out for sustenance. I felt something cold and coarse trickle down my throat as whatever resembled a mouth called out through the fog, filling my ears and eyes.
You have not been eating. You will need your strength for the answers. You are not unique soil, but you will bear special crops. We will harvest them when the time comes. The farmers always reap for those who sow. We are your friends, providers, and we will protect our investments.
My memory is hazy from this juncture, but my notes detail the farmers putting their masks back on, promising me something. And then I fixated on the raccoons around the area that were making their presence known. I wrote about the harvest repeatedly before my last words scratched so hard into my notepad that it broke my special pencil. Corporate. I woke face down with a mouthful of lactic acid and my teeth stained and shivering. Every muscle felt strained, and I was on my own as the sun began to transfer to the dusk shift. That woman from earlier stood outside her porch, book bound and tied to her chest, and a flyer of the Dusklight Circus gripped with shaking hands as she stared at me, mouth agape.
Every snake eats its own tail eventually, and he shall choke on it upon realizing
He is too far gone to regurgitate.
She called. A shaking finger pointed out towards me, frayed hair flowing in the wind.
You
will know this. You will know
this!
I tried to talk, but my throat resisted at the mere attempt. I felt a lingering sense of being stalked as I stumbled back through this dead village to my car. Maybe it was the raccoons. On the drive back, I fought the maddening urge to pull over and eat silica gel packets with warm milk, bite down on a piece of drywall, or chew the succulent juices from a laundry detergent pod. When trying to eat anything normal, I felt the bile rise in my stomach and treated it as if I were eating grass by the handful. Angry at me for attempting to deviate from the cravings. It was only after I gave in my report to the chief and had something of a welcoming cake that I began to feel normal. The zesty lemon and raspberry of the cake Tide Pods making my stomach growl with glee. I'm glad I didn't do further digging until after my digestion, though. See, before I got assigned my next lead, I decided to look into the Sturgeon Farmers Collective history. My new staff would tell me very little, aside from, it's how it's always been. Can't do much now, and nobody wants to eat raw, right? All of them said no matter what hot scoop the resources manager in the ceiling had, it wasn't worth hearing them out. So, off to the archives I went, hoping to find some extra info on their history. And I sure did find it. June 8th, 1905. Sturgeon Farmers Collective forms recruitment drive. The desire to create more jobs and begin a corporate change for a new era is behind the move, says a spokesman for the farmers. September 13th, 1938. Factory worker revolt leads to several accidents. Former workers claim there's something in the food. Sturgeon Farmers Collective refuses comment. September 15th, 1938. Mass fire breaks out in Sturgeon docks. Multiple buildings destroyed and many feared dead. Witnesses claim they heard screams separate and more dissonant than that of the workers. April 30th, 1976. Multiple deaths seemingly linked despite no clear motive after several Sturgeon residents convulse after trying a newly branded cereal by Sturgeon Farmers Collective. Medical results are sealed, and the cereal has been pulled. The only comment offered by the Sturgeon farmers was simply, "It wasn't ready." August 23rd, 1992. Sturgeon Farmers Collective now oversees and operates a staggering 88% of all the food cultivation and production in Sturgeon, employing a third of the city's eligible workforce. They have diversified from a crop-growing, gathering union into a fully realized industry that sells everything from meats to rice and candy. Echo Coast ceases its agreement with the Sturgeon Farmers Collective, cites problems with production and an inability to keep up demands. All healthy male workers are invited to a personal recruitment drive at the SFC headquarters. May 7th, 2001. Lethargy, insomnia, and desire to go hiking to high spots, seeing massive spikes in the current generation. Doctors report no findings of anything unusual on admittance to hospital for the above symptoms. But over 36 young men suffering upon being discharged have gone missing in the last decade, and we're no closer to understanding why. June 8th, 2016. It's allergy season, and if you're a cooking fan, mushrooms are in prime condition to collect. Be wary of pollen and fungus spores when you go hunting, though. You wouldn't want to catch anything. Sturgeon Farmers Collective now offers a cure-all allergy medicine you can take with your breakfast. Go to your local grocery to find out more. Corporate. They were finding ways to diversify their food stock and ensure there would be enough for a growing population. They were making sure we would be well fed, no matter the cost. I retch and feel the contents of my stomach spill out over the archives. Gray, bubbling, and piping hot as it burns my lips and cakes the floor. Something big lodges in my throat, and it takes everything I have to force it out, eventually prying a piece of it with my fingers from behind my tongue and pulling no matter how much my eyes watered and my ears screeched in protest. My legs go weak, and I fear I won't be successful before I pass out. But one final wrench sets it free, and it splashes into the putrid mix beneath me as I sit back down and groan. When I look at what had made a home in my stomach, I hastily grab a napkin and scoop it up, dizzily excusing myself and apologizing for the mess. They cannot see what this was. I don't know if they know, but the chance can't be taken. I think it best that I start following up on other leads now. The farmers have made it clear that it would be unwise to do so. Maybe I'll have more to come back to you with soon, but this particular thread should no longer be tugged on. Not after what I've seen. I stare at it on my desk, heart pulsing in my chest and tongue flapping around in my mouth like a fish as it struggles to relax, anxious that something still lurks in my throat. I feel sick, I feel hungry, I feel fear. You have to understand, I had to burn it. If they know I don't have this anymore. A small humanoid shape was within the mixture. Brown hair, green eyes, a small scar on their upper lip that looked too similar to my own to be coincidence. I don't trust the Sturgeon Farmers Collective. Especially now they've gone corporate. Ad infinitum. Number 7 on the list is called She Always Held a Hammer. This is one of my personal favorites, but I also chose this one because I got some people asking for it to be on the list as well when I asked on my community page for suggestions. So I decided to put this one on here because of that. It's definitely shorter. I think it's less than 10 minutes long, but it's short, impactful, and scary. And I honestly love stories like that. Sometimes it's just nice to sit down and have a completed story done within 10 minutes. It took me probably 15 minutes, maybe not even, to record the whole thing. And then just get the full thing done and have it be so cohesive and short and sweet. I just really appreciate stuff like that. I love the story itself was written really well, in my personal opinion. And it was really fun to act. I used my southern accent for this one, my natural Virginia, Appalachia southern accent, and it was just really fun to make. I also tried to change my mannerisms and the way I spoke. I'm fairly certain I played a man in this story, and when I play a gender that's not my own, I try my best to change the way I speak and take the femininity out of my voice and try to differentiate myself so that I can be more believable. I guess you can let me know if I succeeded in that. But there are a few more stories coming up on this list where I did the same, and so you'll have a few more examples of that. I don't remember her arrival. No pivotal moment when she walked into my life and began her reign of terror. No, she'd been there as long as I could go back in my mind, and she always held the hammer. I don't remember it, of course, but my mother always said I was a distracted baby, always gazing at something in the corner of the room. My parents probably cooed over me, wondering what an infant daydreams about. I bet they didn't imagine her. That's what I was looking at. Who I was looking at. Who I always looked at. Why didn't anyone else see her? She was there, on the playground at school, looming over the dinner table and watching me sleep, limp hair hanging down her back, and large, clawed hammer in her veiny hands. I tried to tell as soon as I was able to. Anyone who would listen. Imaginative kid, imaginary friend. I was so easily dismissed. They could see I was frightened. I asked my mom and dad every night to tell her to leave, and they did. They would stand in the doorway of my bedroom as if it were some kind of hollow ritual and plead with the entity to go. They never looked in the right spot, and she never flinched. Her facial expression rarely changed, but I could swear that when they pretended to believe me, she would look at me and smile, smug, knowing that I knew that their support was nothing but a lie. And she would swing the hammer, slowly and menacingly to her side, letting her arm drop with its weight. She never tried to touch me, never got any closer than the corner of the room. Not for a long time, anyway. That didn't make sleeping any easier. How could anyone sleep with someone, something like that watching them? Could you? Really? I was a tired child. That's why I didn't see it coming when her hammer swung down for the first time in the schoolyard and knocked my friend Jake off the swing I was pushing. Kids fall all the time. They don't die all the time. Jake did. Jake died. I tried to tell them all what happened, but blaming a child's death on an invisible force just didn't hack it, especially not when the deceased child had blunt force trauma to the back of his head. I spent years in therapy, adults trying to get to the bottom of what happened. Did you hit him with a rock? There was no rock. Did you push him extra hard? There was still no rock. All while she stood in the corner, sucking the warmth from the room, watching, waiting. At that age, I found it hard to understand why adults were more willing to believe that I was a murderer than the truth. It was her and that fucking hammer. I didn't get any more believable with age, or any less tired. I tried talking to her frequently. She never once answered, just continued to look at me with the smug expression of her soulless face. After some time, I even began to find her somewhat comforting. Fucked up, right? I didn't have many friends after Jake. I just appeared more disturbed. Murderers don't get friends. They shouldn't. I shouldn't have friends. I learned my lesson. I was 15 the second time the hammer came down. This time it hit far harder than it had with Jake. I wish that were the only euphemism, but I mean it literally, too. Meredith. That was her name. My first love. My first kiss. My first. A rite of passage. Destroyed. I never told Meredith about her and the hammer. Instead, I reveled in the distraction, soaking up every piece of sun that came with my beautiful love. I tried not to seem disturbed. Meredith remained just as beautiful as she'd always been, no matter how hard the hammer caved her face in as she balanced, bare-skinned on top of me. She was still beautiful, even with her face mushed to pieces. How can you seem normal after something like that? Please tell me. Suspicious childhood tragedy, and then the untimely, violent death of an unsuspecting teenager. They sent me to hospital. I never told a lie. I swear it was her. She was always there. She lived in my hospital room. Meredith's blood fresh on the metal claw for more time than should ever be possible. More questions. Less credibility. 15 years old, and my life was fucked. They let me out at 18. No evidence. I must have seemed like every other. I'm innocent, criminal. They had everything except proof. Pills, injections, therapy, group work. They thought she went away, but she didn't. If I was crazy, they would have worked, right? I just got better at pretending she wasn't there. Learned to keep my mouth shut. Feign normality. I came home. I've spent almost a decade in this bedroom. A decade with her. My parents stopped telling her to leave. They stopped looking at me. They pretend they're not, but they're ashamed. Almost 30. Still home with 2 deaths under my belt. I wouldn't want me either. I've considered ending it all so many times. But how am I supposed to know that it would be the end? What if she's still there? Even after I die? A decade in my bedroom. No friends. Murderers don't got friends. No love. Poor Meredith. The only thing that kept me going was the little boy across the street. I don't know his name. He's nameless, just like she is. He's full of life. More life than I've ever known. And I watch. Nothing nefarious, nothing creepy. He just reminded me of me. If she didn't come with me. He has friends. One that he plays with all the time, just like I did with Jake. I'm jealous. No. Envious. It's just nice to see some happiness. His parents came to the door and shouted at mine. They didn't like me watching. That fucking creep. They called me other things too. Things I don't want to say here. Things that I wondered if my parents believed. After all, they'd never believed me. I didn't stop watching. I just hid myself better. She picked up on it eventually. The boy. The smile on my face when he distracted me from her. It was subtle. I didn't notice it at first. I was busy watching. But she noticed. She noticed everything. She was jealous too. Not envious. And now I'm sitting at my window in the same bedroom I've spent the last decade in. And for the first time in my life, I can breathe. I wasn't sure why at first. I was busy watching the boy. It's sunny today. It's nice. She left. She's never left before, but today she did. She walked out. I didn't notice. Why didn't I notice? Why wasn't I paying more attention? Murderers don't get friends. I should have remembered that. If I'd remembered that, she wouldn't be standing a foot or so behind him, holding her hammer. Number 6 on the list is called Hollow Promises. Now, this is a really long series that I did. I think it's 3.5 or 4 hours long almost. And I honestly really enjoyed it. It's one of my favorite things I've ever gotten to personally make. I wished I'd been able to do more sound design, of course. I was really rushed during the production of this one. I believe I was about to go out of town or something and trying really hard to finish it before I left because I couldn't work once I was gone. And because of that, there are a couple of the parts that, for me, just my own personal standards, I wish I could have made it more intricate or in-depth, but I really love the story and the characters, and the author, Hugh, was really, really fun to work with. Every time I posted one of these parts, I posted it episodically first. He would read the comments and take into account everything everyone was saying, and then he would write the next part depending on how people reacted. So it was a really interesting, unique story to do because of that. And also interacting with everyone about the characters was really fun. It was a lot more like writing on No Sleep, I imagine, when you wait and see character reactions to the stuff happening in story and in universe, and then you write dependent on that. And it was just a fun experience because you don't really have those type of No Sleep-esque writing experiences on YouTube, you know. If you don't go on No Sleep a lot, it's a Reddit page, and its whole gimmick is everything's real even if it's not. So everyone in the comments, they all roleplay and act like every story's real and everything that happens is real, and it's got a charm to it. Sometimes it sucks, and I'm sure many authors will tell you how much it sucks. A lot of authors really hate it, and I agree with them. Sometimes it does really suck. But sometimes it really adds a lot to your writing process or your creation process. It was fun to be in the comments with people really feeling like they had stakes in the story, really feeling like they were anticipating what was going to happen, being really invested in the characters. This is another story also where, other than more sound design, I wish I could have had more people. I had to play a lot of the characters myself because of that rush I was in. But in hindsight, I would have probably brought in Big Daddy Stone to play the Victor character. He's a male character I have to play, so you can let me know if he came out all right. I did a lot of vocal stretches and exercises to try and do him justice. But overall, Hollow Promises was a very fun experience, and the people I did get in it with me, like the Dark Somnium, did a fantastic job. Who am I? You can guess that's a bad idea for me to say. Let's just call me Alex. What am I? That's a complicated question. A lot of people would say a bad person who did worse things. Not that I disagree. I'm not a hero. I'm a cautionary tale. My life can be summed up in one phrase. In over her head, but make no mistake. That is exactly where I like to be. I found myself in prison for 10 years. I'm not giving out the details, and if you don't know, it's rude to ask. What I will tell you is that I left that castle of cement and hatred on what any reasonable person would refer to as a technicality. I'm not proud of it, but freedom is freedom. Inside, I didn't put much work into reforming. What I did do was make friends with a whole lot of the worst kind of criminals you can find in an Arizona prison. But I stay where I'm comfortable. I found myself, 28, with a social circle composed of people they make true crime documentaries about. But I wanted to see how high I could turn up the heat. I'd escaped judgment once, and I felt invincible. Trust me, kids. No one is invincible. So criminals turn to psychopaths, psychopaths turn to occultists, and that is when things got interesting. As you can guess, for every 50 people I met claiming some connection with those things that go bump in the night, I'd find one who wasn't completely lying. And for every 10 people with a bit of truth to their story, one of those was likely to know anything really interesting. Those kinds of folks are notoriously protective of their secrets, but you don't spend 10 years of your life in prison because you're bad at asking questions. At first, it was party tricks. Cursed daggers and living dolls gained from liberating a few fingers from some sad bastard that thought he was Aleister Crowley. Or some neckbeard that amassed a collection of occult trinkets through a deep wallet. But even picking on the bottom feeders of the dark side of life attracted attention. Though by the time I saw anything really dangerous, I'd built myself up a little bit of a reputation, and spun that into a job, instead of being torn apart slowly and painfully. Little did I know, the same set of skills that helped me make friends in prison were also quite the asset in the darkest corners of our world. Combined with a little confidence and a lack of being squeamish, anyway. My skills are ancient, passed down in dark alleyways, the back rooms of seedy bars, and more recently, by every idiot with a pot of ink and a YouTube channel. I'm a tattoo artist if you're slow on the uptake. In prison, it let me make friends with the worst of the worst. To learn, to survive, to tread water until I carved out my own little niche. In the world I'm in now, it makes me a rare thing, a human being with something to offer. We modify our bodies for any number of reasons, from self-worth to self-hatred. Some folks spend a year and get an eclectic-looking piece of visual noise that has a whole lot of personal meaning. And some get a Ricky Martin back piece because they heard half a song they like on the radio. Humans are strange that way. Everything else, though. Tattoos, for them, hold power. They can summon, focus, bind, make something invisible, or make something look like your perfect mate. If they're done right, that is. If not, well, all that energy, all that power from the void, it has to go somewhere. And it never does so in a way lacking blood, gore, and destruction. And that isn't to mention the whole host of other services my boss and myself offer to our clients.
You mix the sulfur yellow yet?
My boss, he tells me his actual name would make at least one of my eyes boil out of my skull. I call him Scratch. At first glance, you would assume he is a person. A tall, professional wrestler-built guy with jet black hair. Slicked back in a style I'm not sure was ever really cool. Rockabilly-looking guy, lots of black leather and silver chains. For what I assume he is, he looks a little too on the nose, if you ask me. But the more you look at him, the more you notice the things that look off. His skin is waxy with a yellow tint. When he talks, his lips barely move, and any other facial expression is too much to ask for. His eyes are black, concave orbs, deep pits in his face. I've learned not to look in them too long, or I find my normal love of minor bloodshed turning into a deep desire to spill the guts of anything slow enough I can get my hands on. And that hair, it pulsates and twitches like long, greasy slugs, reacting to every loud noise with a peristaltic wave. If I didn't, it's too late now to do anything about it. Takes 8 hours to set, and Mr. Skinny is coming in 15 minutes. I reply as Scratch walks into my studio. All the standards are there. Tattoo machines, inks, alcohol wipes, anything you'd find in an upscale shop. Because trust me, we don't charge stick and poke prices. But the rest of the shelf and floor space is devoted to what makes us special. Rare minerals, corpse ash, tongue of this and skin of that, circular saws with diamond-tipped blades for our sturdier clients' needs. And that's not including the back room, where Scratch keeps our fresh supplies.
You need not call him that again. It took me 5 years to find you, and I don't want to go having to look for someone else when he shows up in your closet looking to talk about your insult.
Scratch shakes his head, making the final checks to the equipment I have laid out. He isn't kidding. I don't know what Mr. Skinny is, but he uses cupboards like subway stations. And like clockwork, at 2:15 a.m., one long skeletal hand crawls out of the space below our lunchroom sink, followed by a cracked, yellowed bone shoulder. It should be impossible, but piece by piece, the massive skeleton, 9 feet slouching, wrenches itself from the small cabinet that under normal conditions has trouble holding all of our cleaning supplies. When I first met him, he looked like a normal, albeit tall, skeleton, but his body shows the signs of hundreds of thousands of dollars of cosmetic and functional work. Long, ragged eye sockets that glow a faint, dirty gray, every bone ending in a barb or point, dark pig iron enforcing it from the inside. Invisible, unless you know exactly where to look. I'm not going to try and transcribe its real name. It's a sound I've learned to pronounce, but no matter how softly I say it, I end up coughing just a little blood. I've been working for 3 hours, using a ball-peen hammer and a scratch-awl, dipped in a foul-smelling ink made of sulfur and lamb blood, to scratch intersecting runes over the surface of one of the skeleton's arms. Then the lights start to dim and flicker. A pressure builds in the air. I've been around some things that have diplomatic immunity to the laws of nature, but this presence chills me to the bone, sets off a deep-seated fear, long before the cause of it makes itself known. Scratch sits behind a desk, reading a magazine written in font that hurts to look at. One moment, he's relaxing. The next, he has a long black tentacle of smoke wrapped around his neck, raising all 7 foot plus of him off the ground, like a toy. He gets slammed into the wall, sending pictures of satisfied clients, legends, and monsters, all flying through the air and shattering against the cold industrial-style cement of the floor. The thing that comes in through our newly shattered doorway is an 8-foot mass of smoke, vague white and gray streaks giving the false impression of shifting features. At one moment, a tall, thin man in a suit. The next, the specter of death itself, skull leering, hood billowing. It never stops, as if trying to subject everyone looking at it to as many varied horrors as possible. Mr. Skinny rolls off the table, hiding behind a heavy steel desk. He's trying to tell me something, but most of the time I let Scratch do the translating. Now I'm wishing I didn't. The monochrome kaleidoscope horror hisses and bellows in a dozen different languages, each one feeling like someone found a new way to scrape nails across a chalkboard. Scratch is responding with sounds that a few years ago I would have never thought were a language. From my years here, I got the impression that whatever Scratch is, it's near the top of the food chain. Hell, most of his job is to make sure the clientele don't treat me like a minibar. But this thing was putting a look of fear across his corpse-like face. Tiny, almost 2-dimensional spears of smoke stab into Scratch, his thick, gray blood coming out in corrupted spurts. I've seen a lot, but I know when to get out of Dodge. I set myself for a sprint, hoping I don't slip on any of the broken glass or other debris. I bolt out of the door to the studio, slamming into a wall to avoid slowing down. I turn for a mad dash to the door. The air gets cold and dry. I swear I can feel my skin start to become brittle. The thing pinning my boss to the wall turns to me. Its shifting features become bestial, almost wolf-like. I've been frozen in fear before. My first few years of prison, my first year or so of working here, happened from time to time. It's a natural human reaction. But eventually, anyone with a drive can train themselves to jump towards danger, to act instead of seize up. But what happened to me when that smoke thing looked at me, it was the farthest thing from a natural human reaction. My muscles felt dead and numb. Somehow, I stand, but I can't even force a scream as, without even stopping its torture of Scratch, the roiling cloud of evil makes its way over to me. It speaks in English now, dirtying itself with our tongue.
Oh, Festus, you didn't tell me you owned a human.
It says, its face, for a brief moment, becoming nothing more than a mass of overlapping white fangs. Blackness starts to creep in from the edges of my vision. I find myself wondering if I'm breathing. It gives me no comfort to realize I actually can't tell. But I do notice as the thing says Festus, dozens of small cuts and abrasions burst from my boss's skin.
This would clear your debt if you were willing to part with it.
Its voice was phlegmatic, lecherous. A human-like hand, somehow more eerie than the lashing barbs, stretches to me, the forearm impossibly long.
When did I say I wouldn't?
Scratch stammers. I'd spit at him if I could move my lips.
She's yours.
I'm praying for the darkness to take me, to let me at least not have to see what's coming for me from a mile away. But no such luck. If I were to take a guess, the smoke thing was making sure that didn't happen. It grabs my chin, somehow the barely cohesive hand having a steel-like grip. It begins to wrench my head to the side, exposing my neck. It keeps going. I feel sharp spikes of pain in my tendons as it twists beyond what I think I can take. And then suddenly, the pressure, the blackness, the helplessness is gone. I'm stumbling backwards as the thing starts to pull itself into something solid, something horrible, something that seemed like it shouldn't be able to fit in the room, something with too many eyes. A legend from a land of monsters. Then it speaks. That sick old man voice coming from the alien horror, making everything all that much worse.
You buried the lead, Festus.
It says. I hear another round of welts and lesions tear their way across Scratch's skin.
I'll take the chew toy. They take ever so long to break.
Limbs like an undersea creature exiled to a desert expertly disable Mr. Skinny. Claws clipping bone and fracturing joints. It takes hours. No one should have sympathy for Mr. Skinny. He's killed more kids than lawn darts. But watching the kind of torture that makes a thing like that scream like a wounded deer, it made me realize how little I knew about the world I found myself in. It was 15 minutes after the smoke thing took its prize before I talked to Scratch. "What the hell?" I said, holding back as much as I could. "You're going to sell me, Scratch?" If I knew a way to kill him, I'd have taken the chance already.
And you knew the risks when you signed up, Alex. Anything I can stop, I won't let it lay a hand on you. But what am I supposed to do if I can't? That's nature, Alex, or as close as things get around here. And you can deal with it, or you can leave.
Scratch says without a trace of shame.
Now, if you intend to stay, clean this shit up.
Days turned to weeks, and I felt myself sick with rage and paranoia. If I wanted to spend my life being walked all over, it would have been easy to avoid prison. But hip-deep in scary story staples, finding leverage is difficult, but not impossible. She was about my size, 5'8", 150 pounds. And as I looked at her, and her custom-tailored suit, I couldn't see anything that showed me she would be anything other than human. Besides her eyes. Her light red irises seemed to constantly spin. She wanted a combination of scarification and tattoo from her jawline to her collarbone, inlaid with gold and silver wire, obsidian dust ink, and set with the ash of a dozen different holy books. Thick, harsh lines that were going to take a hell of a lot of slicing and peeling to create, and even more needling of raw flesh to tattoo. She stripped to her waist, and I washed the scalpel for the third time. Never one to take a chance. Never seen one like this before. Mind if I ask what it does? I say, making conversation. She smiles, as confident half-naked as most people would be with a gun and 6 friends backing them up. It stops those blessed with base attributes from imposing their will upon those of us who wield true power, she says cryptically. I'd thought to leave it at that, making nothing more than small talk as I cleaned and dyed her flesh, running thence over wires, checking and rechecking the curves and angles. The finished work radiated power, the almost Egyptian-looking design pulling at the mind. No psychological test on Earth has good things to say about someone who has no regard for risk. By those metrics, what I did 2 weeks later could be considered crazy. Bold would be my choice of words. It was midnight. I sat in my living room, an empty box of lidocaine injections beside me, and a half bottle of vodka beside that. I'm wearing a pair of pajama pants I intend to throw away, and I've tied a handful of towels around my stomach to minimize cleanup. The pain isn't bad thanks to good old mundane medicine. I've given myself plenty of jailhouse tattoos. Everyone has to practice. But it takes a bit to get used to cutting and removing long pieces of my own skin. I make it through. The pain starts to break through once I start to tattoo the bleeding red fissures, and peaks once I start to lay the lines of gold wire. But I'm too focused, too angry to let it make me stop. As I place the last wire with gore-encrusted pliers, I feel something course through my body. A burning electric feeling radiating out from the fleshy carved rune. I feel giddy. I scream, totally caught up in the moment, blood-drenched towels falling to the floor. The ink and metal glow slightly as I feel a cramping movement deep within my chest. I briefly double over thinking I need to vomit, but nothing comes out. Everything next comes in flashes. I'm pulling things at random from my closet. I'm walking down the street in a fever dream haze. The few pedestrians I pass looking at me with disgust or fear. I'm in a bar, bright lights burning into my skull. Leering dipshits try talking to me. I laugh. I'm in an alley, stumbling. My mouth tastes like cheap booze. My vision is just starting to focus. I don't know where I am.
You took my girlfriend's purse.
I hear a drunken guy say from the other end of the alley. He's tall, over 6 feet, wearing a Motorhead t-shirt that was new when the band was, and a pair of biker boots that have never touched a motorcycle. I have no purse, his girlfriend's or otherwise. I shrug and turn around as if to say, I've got nothing but a mismatched outfit and an upcoming hangover. But he keeps walking over.
You got a wallet though, right?
His tone is different now. He's looking around. He sees no one. He's 10 feet away. I pat myself and find that either I lost or never brought my wallet. I'd rather just give this guy cash if that's all he's after. I try to relay this, but the right cross he throws sends me crashing to the ground. Snot and blood pour from my face. I stand and he shoves me back. I slam my head into the wall, barely stopping myself from falling a second time. He has a brass knuckle belt buckle, or rather, a set of brass knuckles disguised as a belt buckle. He unclips it as he stalks over, looming like a beer-soaked mountain. I feel a rattling in my chest. A peristaltic thrashing that starts off feeling like a heart attack. I begin to back up, hyperventilating, which brings a look of sick joy to the drunkard's face. A sharp pain, like pulling a tooth too early, starts in my jaw, and it makes its way to a few inches below my collarbone. Dull red light starts to pour from the rune. This gives the violent shit a moment of doubt. Not as much as when a fanged maw splits me from jaw to collarbone with a spray of blood. A moment of painful pressure in my lungs, and then a wet tearing noise, and a deep hollow feeling inside of me as something bigger than a basketball tears its way from me, tossing itself at my attacker. I see parts I recognize. What has to be lung tissue, some ribs, a heart.
but all cut and resembled into a terrifying beast. It's a skinless monstrosity that lays in the middle of the Venn diagram of pit bull and Venus flytrap. Strings of sinew and sharp bones anchor to the drunk's chest as the man tries in vain to stop the featureless, almost claw-like jaws from shredding him with rows upon rows of jagged, serrated teeth. You're a better person than I am on my best day. I'm sure you would have done everything in your power to stop the thing from ripping the guy apart, layer by layer. But I didn't. I watched as the guy's strength started to fail, and the creature removed his pectoral muscles with one savage bite. I watched as he tried to wedge his useless arms between its jaws to save his face, doing nothing but delaying the inevitable. I watched as he begged me to call it off, and I watched as his words became a gurgling scream, his face reduced to a fleshless, shattered skull. I woke up sometime later, the first rays of sun starting to peek in from the end of the alley.
Hey, you alright?
Says a guy. At first, I think he's a cop, but once my brain starts firing again, I see the security guard badge. The corpse beside me is nothing more than a thin pile of gore. No wonder that isn't the man's first question. My mind is much more clear. I open my mouth to try and tell this guy some story to get out of here, but he falls to the side with a wet thump. I'm screaming. The creature is bigger now, legs more like a centipede, prying open the man's ribs as its blender-like maw works on rendering the man to meat gruel. I would have ran if I could, but something inside me wouldn't let me get out of eyeshot of the thing. When it was done, leaving 2 red stains in the alley, it leaped back into the toothed maw below my jaw. With a snapping noise, the maw seals, and I look down, once again seeing the rune. Mundane gold set in inflamed flesh catching the morning light. I haven't pulled any punches with who I am, but I know this. I tried to lock myself away, but this thing... It wasn't some paranormal attack dog or can of mace. It was a parasite, one with a cruel streak and its hands on my driver's wheel. The first week was a haze. I fought tooth and nail every time I could grasp a moment of lucidity, but the harder I fought, the quicker it would take over. Mail piled up as fast as the random piles of bones and cartilage. My apartment went from high class to slaughterhouse within days. At 3 weeks, I knew I couldn't stay. No matter how many manic cleaning sessions I tried, nothing was removing the deep, rotten meat stench that was now a staple of my place. Scratch called me almost nonstop after my 3rd no-show. I half hoped I'd come to and see him, but the more rational part of me knew that I'd likely become a liability. The creature got just a little bit bigger with each victim, a little bit stronger. Faster, smarter. There was no logical way it could still fit inside of me, but each time it decided to sleep or recharge or whatever it was, it managed to jam its lumpen, barbed form back into that forearm-length maw. And as it got larger, more fearsome, I became pallid, weak. I slept in parks, dumpsters, looking starving and emaciated no matter how much I ate, always dreading the next time it crawled its way from my body. Is it callous that I stopped keeping track of the bodies? Eventually all the deaths, all the horror, theirs, mine, just started to blend together. It was months later when Scratch managed to catch up to me. I was hunched over, skeletal, my chest sunken, maw above it open, the creature feasting on the last handful of people in the dive bar, nearly as big as a horse now. Single corpses no longer satisfied it. The walls were sprayed with blood, furniture destroyed. I'd realized that I've lost my last bit of control over this thing.
my body, my life.
What did you do, Alex?
Scratch said, closing the half-destroyed door.
I just didn't want to be praised, Scratch. I wanted something that would get me a seat at the table. Something to level the playing field.
I say, taking a seat on one of the only undestroyed chairs. Scratch walks around, and he looks down, seeing the fanged mouth below my chin. He begins to back up toward the door, staring at the massive creature who has started to stir, crawling from the wall to the ceiling. I realize he wasn't being metaphorical. He didn't want an explanation. He legitimately didn't know what I did.
Alex, that thing is a god-eater. It hasn't killed anyone like me, has it? Anyone not human?
He wants to bolt, but he seems to need to know this. I stay silent for a moment. He starts to panic, pleading for me to give him an answer. Something inside me says this is important, but I don't care. He caused all of this. As his pleading turns to threats, I start to hum. An old tune from my childhood. My throat is dry. The sound is raspy and toneless. He's too busy with me to notice what is on the wall behind him. The creature makes a clicking, moaning noise as it opens jaws large enough to fit half of Scratch inside of them. And that is exactly what it does. Scratch is dead. And with that, the creature turned into something else entirely. No longer just a flesh and bone monstrosity. It radiated an evil malice and intellect. It wants me to tell you that the end is near, but that there is nothing to fear. Long before the God-Eater makes its way to you, it will make its way through all the things that go bump in the night. The end will be horror, and blood, and the stripping of souls. But the road there will be warm and safe. Take solace in this. Find joy as the monsters fall one by one, all giving their power to the God-Eater. And feel lucky, human, that you too have a spark of the divine inside of you. You will not escape its gaze. So says the God-Eater. What? You thought that was the end? Not in the slightest. No. The universe is never that merciful. Even when the only mercy you could expect is giving up your mind to some demon slug from God knows where. Real life doesn't have tidy little endings where the audience gets to rationalize how cowardice, vengeance, stupidity, and a tortured march to death and slavery are really an honorable defiance and a heroic ending. I told you what the God-Eater wanted you to know, but it wasn't done with me. Once it had eaten Scratch, things changed. It changed. No longer was it a lumbering beast of discarded body parts and distilled evil, just striding from mindless kill to mindless kill. Now it was something else. The first time it spoke, I felt its mind. It reached out, flaying my psyche, knowing me in an instant. It was a dark, red lesion now, the size of a sedan, anchored to the floor of the dive bar with pulsating mauve tendrils. It was undergoing some kind of metamorphosis.
You will find me more of the little gods,
was its simple command. And that command hit me as hard as any hunger pang or lack of sleep. It was as if following this creature was as much a part of who I am as my own body. The universe is a funny thing. When you were getting beat down, it seems like every atom inside of it is dedicated to making your life hell. But at the end of the day, the universe isn't out to get you. It's worse than that. The universe is just a complete bastard. Sometimes, though, that gets pointed in the right direction. See, Where I worked, we saw urban legends and cryptid wannabes 5 days a week. But we were a nexus, not in some metaphysical sense. We just happened to be one of the few types of places that things that go bump in the night tend to congregate. But without that shop bringing them in, the God Eater found out the hard way that getting face to face with something paranormal is damn near impossible. Something millions of people who have wasted their lives looking already know. After a week of fruitless nights searching every abandoned building and dark tunnel in the city, the massive glistening lesion seemed to dry, begin to flake. It stopped speaking and eventually crumbled into a disgusting pile of rotting meat. I thought I was free. I thought it starved to death. Do I even need to tell you how wrong I was? It fused itself with the building somehow, pumping the walls full of its vile flesh. Every table, every counter ran through with the creeping veins of the God Eater. When it spoke, the hunger I could feel was all-consuming.
Harvest timber for our construction.
I didn't understand the words, but I knew the meaning on an instinctual level. I half think it only bothered with the voice of God routine to shake me. Instead of going on fruitless hunts for demon dogs or Slender Man knockoffs, I began the all-too-easy task of finding more mundane prey. I shouldn't be walking. My body is skeletal, my chest sunken into a collapsed pit. My hair has begun to fall out in thick clumps. I tried to shave it, but my skin is so dry. I was tearing off nearly as much scalp as hair. Not that I bled anymore. My wounds just stay. No blood, no rot, no red swelling of infection. Just missing pieces of myself, plain as day. I've taken to using an old hypodermic and any ash or ink I find to cover up the wounds, preferring the jagged, almost tribal-looking patches of tattoo work to the gray flesh and muscle under my paper-thin skin. But that's not how anyone saw me when I left the bar. I could tell by the longing or jealous looks I got that people were seeing me as some kind of powerful beauty, not whatever I was now. And that made getting timber entirely too easy. Strangely, I never felt violated in any meaningful way by the God Eater living inside me, but the overwhelming sense of content and joy it forced upon me when I brought it its victims, bound and hobbled. That was a violation beyond my ability to describe. To change me so much, to flick a switch somewhere in my brain just to make its gruesome job a touch easier. I can't think of much worse. There was no passing out anymore, no coming to long after the deeds had been done. I didn't even sleep. 24 hours a day on the prowl, losing pieces of myself in knockdown, drag-out fights with people who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I tried to be sloppy, to leave plenty of clues, scream, set off car alarms, anything that might attract the attention of people who could find out what was going on and stop it. But it became more and more obvious. The God Eater was stopping that from happening. The bar started to build itself. Tables refurbished, lights flickered to life, cracks and windows sealed themselves, and eventually I found myself standing in a fully stocked, almost cozy, little bar and grill. One morning, the doors creaked open as the first rays of light began to creep on the windows.
Serve them,
the God Eater said, its voice making the words both a command and an insult at the same time. And it was over these long months I began to come up with my rules, my little ways of saving what was left of myself and my sanity. Rule 1 was to never go in the kitchen. At night, it reeked of rotten meat and cat piss. During the day, it looked like it was fully staffed. But if you watched long enough, you'd see the meat puppets within acting a little strangely, repeating meaningless tasks, phrases, holding gibberish conversations, or even a time or two, screaming for half a second, a look of understanding and fear on their faces, before being dragged to the back of the kitchen by their fellows. Rule 2. No getting to know the customers. The God Eater took a sick pleasure in letting me get close to a couple of people, even going so far as to convince me I could have someone to love as a reward for my service, before ripping them apart and forming them into gaudy wall art that sat directly in my eye line. Thomas, he fought. Janet, god damn, I think she had this shit half figured out before she met her end. Rule 3. Stay in the zone. During the brief period where the bar was closed, I was allowed to do what I want with my time. Of course, the first thing I did was try and make a run for it. About 2 miles from the bar, my body started to tingle, then a mild burning pain. I keep going forward, slowly, one arm extended. It was like I hit some kind of invisible wall. I took a step, and my hand went limp. Another, and my arm started to sag below the elbow. I tried jamming my head through the invisible barrier, hoping to end it all. But I just ended up waking up on the floor of the bar, minutes from opening. The God Eater got plenty of victims then. When free drinks randomly arrive on your table, you'd be surprised how many people will imbibe until they pass out in a booth. Normally, not a problem. But in this case, the booth, without fail, would turn into a massive bear trap-like maw once the other patrons had left, and slowly close around the sleeping drunk. I knew it had to have a greater plan. I could feel that black pit of hunger within it. These meals. They kept the lights on and the table shiny, but without some paranormal fare, the God Eater couldn't become stronger. It was 4 a.m. I was sitting on a bench in a disused park. It was silent, a little foggy, and I was alone. About the best I could ask for. I should have seen the man coming, but instead it was like he simply walked out of the fog about 20 feet in front of me. He was tall, 6.5 feet at least, but lanky. He was in his mid-50s, dressed in an old tuxedo, complete with top hat and cane. He'd almost have put off a Fred Astaire vibe, if it wasn't for his dead white skin. Shrunken heads, hands of glory, vials of smoky liquid hung randomly from his suit, alongside dozens of other smaller occult trinkets. I'd be scared, but if this guy can figure out a way to put me out of my misery, he can have at it.
Oh my, Alex, you are looking like the devil's breakfast, aren't you?
He says. That voice, so familiar, scares me despite my fatalistic intentions. Who the hell are you? I say, standing up, a pitted, rusted gas station knife in my hand.
Oh, you don't recognize me?
His grin goes high enough up his face I can see tendon and cheekbone. The fog around me stirs and starts to raise, swirling above us. A face, one I haven't seen before, leers down on the two of us. A bestial visage that wanted to take me for a debt, like I was an electric guitar.
I could be more dramatic if you want, but I thought it better this way. Just two things that used to be human, once upon a time, having a chat. You can call me Demetrius. A bit more cordial than Mr. Smoke or whatever oversimplified label you'd given me.
And with that, he confirms what he is. I'll call you an asshole and hope you kill me for it if it's all the same. I take a step forward, hoping to prod him into action. He laughs.
And what did I do exactly, Alex? Was I the one that got you put in prison? Did I make you seek out occultists to torture and rob? Or maybe I had you filing werewolf nails and dyeing ghost sheets, 2 seconds away from death? All I did, Alex, was try and collect a debt. I'm sure it does nothing for your ego that you would have been currency, but that's all it was. Do you think I was the one who sent you down this path?
He sounds legitimately amused, one eyebrow raising and possibly high, awaiting my answer. Maybe, Get to the point, Demi, I reply, staring death in the face, scared to my core, but refusing to blink.
It wasn't me. I'd forgotten about you minutes after I started on the chew toy. It wasn't your boss. He was strong, but he was a thug and a moron. Too stupid to ward his door against someone he knew he owed a debt to. So?
Demetrius led me to the answer. The lady? I say, understanding where the conversation was going, but not why.
Give the hollow girl a prize,
he says, clapping his hands slowly.
She slipped right under your radar, didn't she? Just another mark, another person to use to your own ends. Or maybe you thought she was some put-upon void child, a fae, maybe a forest spirit just looking for a way to protect herself from the big bad men in this world, and the other. No, Alex, you were human. I was human. Scratch, he was something more, but couldn't find any way to truly use that power. But her, she is a legend. One you've heard of in fairy tales and campfires. See, you think of power as turning into a smoke monster, or an eldritch whore, being born with claws and fangs, eating bullets like popcorn. But all those things are just tools. I came at Scratch with one set of tools, the chew toy with another, and you, I come to like this.
He's getting off on the monologuing. This man, or thing, or whatever it is, it has power. More than I've ever seen. But he also has a terminally ironic case of short man syndrome. He looks deep in thought, forming a flowing, liquid ball of black smoke in one hand. He transfers it from one hand to the next, showing his control over forces I couldn't even name.
Right now, you could kill me with that knife, really. This form of mine is older than it has any right to be, fragile, nearly falling apart. But I know you won't. You are too afraid. You want a way out. And that is why you are going to be nothing more than a passenger to the God Eater's rampage.
He laughs in a way that makes my piss boil. One of the best lessons you learn in prison is that when someone sticks out their chin, daring you to strike, that is the one place you don't throw a punch. Another is that bullies reveal way too much about themselves if you let them talk. I see a rock about half the size of my fist. Then why are you bothering me? Hot topic out of shit to pin on your coat. My voice is steady. My mind is begging me to run.
Why? I want to watch the show, of course. The situation is nothing if not unique, and I'm resourceful enough, should the worst happen. I'll pop up safe and sound 500,000 miles away. And up close, your pain is so much more entertaining, so much more fulfilling. You see, what you are is...
I don't let him finish. I take my chance. The blow lands. The sound of rotten wood being struck with a hammer accompanies Demi stumbling backwards. He's either hurt or playing at it well. One cheekbone is caved in, a large flap of skin dangling almost down to his shoulder. He's trying to get his bearings. I can see a look of rage in his remaining eye. The second strike is more haphazard. It bounces off of his shoulder. Demi grabs me with one arm. I'm inches away from his rotting corpse face, staring at mold-filled sinuses and the cracked stubs of teeth. His other hand is raised, encased in shimmering black smoke. Before I can even react, he plunges it forward. It spears through my chest. As he wrenches it back, I can feel a cold breeze waft through my body. It doesn't stop my next blow, which drops the creature to its knees as it caves in on one side of its frail skull. I stand there, fist-size hole through me, somehow panting with rage, still standing, still a woman who has never had a problem giving out injury. I break his collarbone. His left arm goes limp and useless. He falls backward and starts to mumble something. Rocks and loose debris beginning to rattle and shake. Keep talking, I'll rip your goddamn jaw off. If I so much as see a vape cloud float in our direction, I'll take your head from your shoulders. It's time for some answers, Smokey. I crush one knee, then the next to make my point. The fog dissipates. What is the God Eater's plan? What can I do to stop it? I've been in this situation before. Many times. Sometimes a beating won't do the job, but killing someone is impractical. For the first time in a long time, I feel in control. Demi starts laughing. He keeps it up for a few seconds as I grind a heel into his shattered kneecap, the chortle taking on a psychotic tone. It warms my long-gone heart to know this guy isn't used to receiving pain.
Do you think I know that? Oh, Alex, that thing is part of you. It has its wants and needs, and those don't change. But the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. How it gets what it wants, you'll have to ask yourself that question. And what to do, you oblivious damned prey animal. You won't be able to do what needs to be done. That's why it's so amusing to watch you flounder for any solutions but the obvious. It took things from you, but it left just as much. Here's the catch, though. You will never know what it left you without experimenting. Maybe you consume godlings or humans and take their spark. Maybe you can touch spirits. Maybe you grow strong on fear and pain. But figuring out any of that takes dark experimentation. I know you, Alex. You were an accidental monster at best. There are lines you cannot cross, even to save yourself or those you love. By the way, how are Thomas and Janet doing?
Even broken. Likely dying. The thing is still trying to get in my head, trying to hurt me emotionally. The hurt I dole out in response is much more physical in nature. I forego the rock, lacerating my own flesh and bone for the visceral joy of pounding the thing's face into a mass of rotten flesh and bone fragments. He's twitching, slightly, as I flip him over, putting my knife to work. His insides are like rubber cement. I can see why he was comfortable with being shanked. But I stab, and I cut. And after 20 minutes, I'm reaching one hand deep inside, tearing out a dried, desiccated liver. I've crossed plenty of lines I never wanted to. By accident. On purpose. All to further my own ends. The fact he thought this would change just because the stakes went up makes me smile as I take the first dusty bite of his liver. The body is still convulsing as I walk back to the bar. Over the next 2 months, I notice something strange. Our clientele starts to consist more of families, but they come well past dinner time, usually starting to filter in around midnight. The more I pay attention, the more odd things I notice. A mother hiding horns under an oversized hairdo. A small child with pitch black eyes. An entire family who spoke without actually moving their lips. I'm no genius, but it doesn't take one to figure out the first part of what's happening. The God Eater has put out some kind of call, some kind of beacon to draw in the paranormal. The second part makes what Demi told me make sense. I realize it's not bringing in the biggest, scariest things. Its call went out to those on the edges. I see a lot of human entity couples. It disgusts me until I remind myself it's been nearly a year since I've been human. Or other things that are strange, but not exactly combat capable. Seeing my own worst qualities, amplified, refined, and taken to the extreme hurts me enough. I think for a brief second that I have no soul left. As the months go on, I spend my time waiting for the other shoe to drop, helpless to do anything about it. With every passing day, the place seems to become more popular. The hours shift later and later. I took to wearing an oversized hoodie, hiding my flesh bare and cord form, mostly for my own sake. As I know damn well the God Eater is making me look like whatever it wants. But my body has been doing some strange things as of late. Things I don't like to stare at every night. At first, I thought it was my ink just boiling out of my skin. Slang term. Happens to a lot of people in outdoors jobs who are just too stupid to take care of their investment. But the slow, steady weep coming from each tattoo eventually produces much more fluid than I injected myself with. Just another symptom of being a walking corpse, I guess. If I was a storyteller, I'd say the night it happened seemed like any other in my hellscape of an existence. But I want all of you to know the truth. Well, most of it anyway. I could feel the difference the second the doors opened. Every surface looked strange. The air was humid and had a faint smell of bad breath and sage. I could hear glasses and bottles twitching, as if in anticipation. It was our busiest night. A couple dozen families at least, almost 100 people, entities, and whatever else having a blast in their favorite watering hole. It was doing something to them, though. To the adults, at least. A dinner turned into drinks, turned into appetizers, then drinks again. Come 3:45, the kids, whatever they may be, were miserable and tired, the adults drunk and happy. It started with a low, deep, moaning roar, the quickest of the patrons making a break for the front door. Neither booze nor the psychic pool of the God-Eater overwhelming their minds. They died first. The inside of the building seemed to suddenly, in one violent motion, expand. No longer were we sitting in a mid-sized bar and grill, but a massive, almost cave-like structure. Organic purple walls and stalactites, pits of boiling gelatinous fluid. A little hell for little gods. Those near the walls were stretched to their breaking point in an instant, entrails bursting across the chitinous floor. Deformed bodies splayed out for meters, faces screaming in impossible contortions. At the very far ends of the cave, barely visible, I could see the bar's 3 windows. One catches my attention. Something is passing by the outside. A hand, waving. I focus. I almost think I can see a face I recognize. But at this distance, in the strange, dark red light, it could be anything. The panic starts. Sides begin to form almost instantly. Certain types of entities hurling accusations based on centuries of slights and atrocities. Who is and isn't human is clear now. Glamours and illusions dropped. I can see a handful of different creatures, but not one is anything you couldn't kill with a shotgun and a set of metaphorical balls. I see nothing I can lean on to tear its way out of here. Hey! I scream, cutting through the din, stepping up to the crowd. I can tell they see the thing I've become, not the pinup I've been presented as. If you want an explanation, we're all dead. And not only that, all you Tom Savini Project-looking people have a special hell in store. If you want some kind of chance, we need to try and get to one of those windows.
And then what?
A man with long, almost spider-like fingers asks, a bit too aggressively for my liking. I don't have a fucking clue. Not one. But what I do know is if anything here is a way out, it's the windows. This isn't a riddle. There isn't a right answer. This is a trap all of you have stumbled into. Maybe we can get out of it, and maybe that's going to take chewing off our own foot. You think you have the stones for that, with your stupid goddamn hands? Or should we just leave you and your family here? Choice is yours. No one is going to force you to come along, and I think our chances are about the same without a cut-rate salad fingers. I end this standing face-to-face looking up at the entity. He's about to stammer a reply when we hear a scream come from off in the distance. Small, childlike. A small child stands 100 feet away. Something has brought itself from one of the puddles, a massive tube of muscle and bone hooks, with a maw that splits into 4 pieces, revealing, seeking, grasping tendrils. It's silent, not a scrape, not a roar, not a drip from the pus and saliva dropping from its maw. I'm running first, but 2 men, the child's parents, from what I remember, get there first. They're fast, running low to the ground. I get hopeful that maybe I underestimated the group. Hope is dashed, as quickly as their skulls against the rock-like outgrowth of the floor. The tendril that grabs each by the leg. Nothing more than a blur. The massive worm throws the bodies into the group. Panic ensues. I should have turned around, but I thought the God-Eater wouldn't harm me. That I was too important. I was wrong, again. Just as I reach the child, something spears me through the side, just below what's left of my ribcage. I feel dozens of tiny barbs extend inside of me, slowly rotating. I can't help but scream. The pain, the slow, grinding pain, takes over. I do nothing but tug ineffectually at the spiked tendril as it tosses me into the maw. The jagged teeth make short work of the hoodie, deftly tearing it away in pieces. I feel the first barb hit my bare skin. I lose hope, giving in to this force of nature that has me at its mercy. When the worm makes a sound, it's like the shriek of a spoiled toddler amplified to a painful extent. Petulant, offended, angry. I skip across the ground for what seems like forever. I'm dazed, staggering to my feet. I look down, thinking I see nothing more than bones, but other than the wound through my side, there isn't a mark on me. What there is dozens of tattoos constantly dripping grayish-black fluid. It soaks through my shirt and pants, my hair, what's left of it, is long seaweed-looking strands plastered to my skull. The worm thrashes, smoke coming up from deep within its body. It bashes itself against the wall, the floor, as if it's trying to end its pain. Something that seems to blend into the shadows breaks from the group and grabs the child, speaking in low, soothing tones. The adults form a circle around the kids, where the shadow thing plants its charge. The worm stops moving with 2 massive bouts of vomit, breaking apart into nothing more than meat and teeth. The group stares at me. Heads with 5 eyes, or 3 mouths, stare at me, as if I'm an angel or the devil itself. I'm not one for speeches. I walk toward the window where I may have saw that face that I never expected to see again. The walk should have taken an hour or 2, max. We realized something was messing with time or space after the second day of the grim march. We lost people to the terrain, spiked pits opening in a flash and swallowing people in a burst of gore. We lost people to creatures seemingly designed on the fly to target the scariest members of the group. Scuttling crab-like beasts, the worms, or swarms of tiny round insects reduced our group to fleeing instead of standing and fighting within 5 days. But it wasn't until the end of the first week when we lost the first child. No one saw it happen. Somehow, the kid just disappearing into the shadows was more of a blow to morale than any public evisceration. We knew something bad was in the works when we had a day of peace. It was confirmed when we saw something massive forming in the distance. A mountain range of a creature growing out of the ground like fungus. None of the 8 adults left are whole. Long, ragged wounds patched with shirts and pads. Missing eyes, fingers, and one poor bastard. A pot-bellied welder that lost his wife. A tall woman with a mouth that extended to her ears, who managed to tear herself free of a worm, but not to survive the experience. Nursing a massive belly wound that was slowly killing them. When I get a good look at the quadrupedal creature, standing 20 feet tall, guarding the window, I know there is no way our walking wounded are going to be able to take it down. It has no head, no mouth, just 2 massive, faintly glowing eyes, looking at us with disdain and rage. It's all bare muscle, clawed feet, and swarms of mites hovering around like heat haze. I cry. Gray, thick tears cutting lines through the inky mess of my skin. To come this far. To fight this hard. For nothing. I know what these things can and can't do. We have no little god in the machine. No deus ex machina to save the day. My mind goes to that place. That same place it went when Scratch came looking for his answers. I try to keep it together, but I drift. I hear questions, but I'm far away. I hear myself humming again, almost as if from far away. I wrench myself back from the brink of insanity with a scream. Suicide mission or not, the one thing I've learned so far is not to make the same mistake again and again. Who wants to die for their kids? I say, getting to my feet. We found out early in our journey. The crap pouring out of me is toxic to anything with a pulse. but it takes a while before overwhelming the person's system. If I was still keeping count, I'd say finding that out added 3 more innocent people to my body count. My plan would add 8 more. But if it worked, at least it would save the remaining 16 kids. Probably not enough to make even on the day I finally die, but a step in the right direction. I embrace each of the adults in a tight hug, whispering my thanks to each one, as the ink from my body seeps into their clothes and skin. Their pupils dilate, the poison already starting its work. They are all too tired to run, but they jog, entity and human alike, dripping ink and flesh to meet their fate. I stay back with the children, hoping our marching dead can distract the thing for long enough. They are half blind and raving by the time they reach the monster. I hear the colossus laugh, a deep, confident rumble as it stomps the welder in an instant. It's off balance, though, as it recoils its foot like it touched a hot stove. Even in death, the welder didn't stop fighting. I tell the kids to watch the wall as we start to move forward. Their parents screaming obscene curses as they climb the beast, leaving smoking furrows in its flesh. We break into a run as the beast slams into the wall, turning 2 of the adults into caustic paste. I dive, saving a bald, fang-toothed 8-year-old from a piece of falling debris. We make it to the window and I throw myself into it, not caring if I lose the rest of my scant flesh going through, but I bounce off it as if it was solid steel. I pound my right hand into a skeletal mess, streaking the surface with chunks of flesh. Not a scratch. The beast throws the last of the adults. A woman with an anemone-like crop of red hair at her feet. Half of her, anyway. Even through her dead white eyes, she searches for her child, softly calling its name. The beast turns, hurt, raining its foul ichor upon the ground, but still very much alive. A tapping at the glass. I see the last person I'd think or want to see. Demi. Face held together with iron staples, and black thread grins at me. The remains of his teeth capped in shining gold and silver. He splashes one of the vials from his jacket on the window. It becomes pitted and blurred in seconds. With nothing more than the tap of his cane, the window crumbles like melting snow.
Quickly now,
he says. Wafts of black smoke beginning to grab the children. The beast tries to squash me as I throw a 4-year-old in a short flight to the thing I thought I killed. My body burrows through its tree trunk of a leg, and I step out of it like a set of stage curtains. Demi is standing across the street. I vault out the window, knowing sooner or later the God-Eater would find a way to restrain me. He holds a black glass flask, what looks to be a wick made of human hair coming from it.
Would you like to do the honors?
He says casually, lighting the wick with a flick of his fingers. I say nothing as I take the bottle, glowing with a strange white flame, and toss it through the window. In an instant, the bar is filled with a roiling white fire and the screams of the God-Eater. I watch, finally thinking the horror is done.
That's going to put it down for a while, not kill it, if that's what you're thinking.
Demi says. I'm still transfixed, watching the building already start to break and crumble. What's your deal, Demetrius? I say, confused. He laughs as if landing a good joke.
That is a complicated question, and we'll get to it in time. Right now, though, you are free of the God-Eater's influence, and you have to decide, do you hide and hope all turns out for the best? Or are you ready to cross some lines and get vengeance?
He sounds a little giddy. I don't know how much I can trust Demi, but if at the end of the day, I get my hands on the woman responsible for all of this, I don't really give a shit what lines I have to cross. I come from a special family. Not that I expect you to be surprised with that. Wouldn't be very interesting if there wasn't something out of the ordinary about us. I could write you 90 pages on the specifics of what we do, But you're a bunch of smart people, so I'll keep things short. We're hunters, and I don't think I have to tell you I'm not talking about deer and rabbits. It's me, Victor, my brother Norm, and our sister, Tamara. I'll skip over the part where I tell you how sad it is when we lost our parents. They were soldiers, just like us. They wouldn't want us whining about it to strangers online. We sat in our basement, huddled around the 2000s era computer we use when browsing parts of the web not intended for human eyes. Doesn't look like much, but it has a history. Dark and esoteric enough, it almost has a mind of its own. Hasn't failed to keep us safe from prying eyes yet. But I've never been a fan of keeping any kind of tainted object around.
When is it gonna start working?
Tamara says. She's 6'2", and if I said she was built like a linebacker, I'd probably embarrass half the NFL.
After you ask that another 6 times.
Norm says. Miserable prick most of the time. Wire thin, always rocking 2 days of scruff, and usually in need of a shower. I give him hell for that last part, but I can understand why he avoids bathing. Lost 4 toes as a teenager, something our parents were chasing sent a swarm of god-awful chittering bugs up through our pipes. Left him with a nasty limp, and a hatred of hygiene. And as for me, I kinda wanna lie and say I'm a Vin Diesel-looking guy. Cool scar going down one eye, all that stuff. The truth is, I think, a 30-year-old Steve Buscemi who hits the gym 5 days a week. The screen flickers to life, bringing up a website we're looking for. A tiny woman, a little over 5 feet, maybe 140 pounds, with tan skin and dark hair, sits behind a large, black, oak desk. She wears a sharp business suit. It's tailored perfectly, giving her a powerful, aggressive look, despite her size. You'd assume she was human at first glance, with the exception of those constantly spinning irises. But we know better. We've been tracking her for the better part of 3 years. She's a child of Hamlin, which is pretty much exactly how it sounds. One of the original 36 children taken from their home. Payment for services rendered by the Piper. They say they drowned in the story, because the real truth is so much worse. The Piper never wanted payment. He wanted an army. He twisted and warped the children, giving them a piece of himself. And within each of them, that seed grew. Each child rivaling the Piper in raw connection to the void. But one was not satisfied with the powers of a mere legend. She wanted more. So she stalked her brothers and sisters, enacting dark rites to strip them of their power, of their souls, and as each one fell, she became more than human, more than monster or demon. She became a force of nature.
It's that time of the decade again, superfans. That's right, we at Pretsu are hiring. Do you have the skills needed to be a valued member of my team? Are you sick and tired of waiting weeks or months for proper prey? Well, then Pretsu may be for you. We have 6 open positions, and we will be holding interviews on October 15th, from midnight till 3 a.m. Preference will be given to new blood entities and those with current popular presence in the public mindscape. We look forward to seeing all of you there, and bringing some new life to the Pretsu team,
the woman says. Upbeat outro music plays, and with a whimper from deep within the computer, the screen goes black. Son of a bitch. You did it, Norm. 3 years, man, and we finally have her, I say, clapping my brother on the back. Pretsu. Where to begin? I'd call it a creepy restaurant, but it's more an arcade with a heavy carnival food theme. Animal makeup is the disguise of choice to cover up the employees' more interesting traits. At least there isn't animatronics, though, right? It has no fixed location, popping up in random cities, making people think it's been there for years. But Tammy, she cracked the pattern, which we figured out was absolutely useless without a date to sync things up with. But armed with the time, we have a place. For those of you not in the know, a hunter is a technical definition. It's not any idiot that picks up a gun and tries to take revenge for a campsite massacre. Those people are nothing more than angry victims, not hunters. Hunters are born into families with a long history of dealing with the paranormal. So long as their essence, I'd say soul, but that tends to raise hackles and cause a lot of useless debate, has adapted, giving them traits that let them stand in front of the worst monsters the world can throw at them. Norm, he has a way with objects. Haunted car, cursed pistol, sentient computer. He's more comfortable talking with them than he is with people he's known for his entire life. Not too shabby with the less intelligent entities either. Tammy, she breaks things. She can grab a ghost, smash a cursed pendant in one hand, and on more than one occasion, I've seen her knock something out that had eaten a grenade moments before. If she's attacking something, the universe seems to rearrange things just a little bit to make it a fair fight. And me, I know things. Not through research, though I do plenty of that. But when I'm looking at something that shouldn't be there, I get little glimpses into its history. If it sounds like I got shafted, well, once upon a time, I did a lot more. But that's a story for another time. We might not be the best in raw power. I've seen folks do shit I damn near call magic. But the three of us have been making a bit of a name for ourselves. We work well together, and it shows. Pretsu, that will be our claim to fame. Van Helsing had Dracula. We will have the child of Hamlin. The outside of the building did not hint at the congregation of evil waiting within. We all expected something more sinister. Rusted signs, cracked windows, hell, even just some creepy voice playing over loudspeakers. But what we saw was a legitimately inviting family-friendly barcade-type place. Soft neon sign, painted windows, and as the name implied, a general zoo-style theme. Tammy kicks in the door, aiming down the sight of a massive tactical shotgun.
Don't goddamn move.
Firing a round into the ceiling. Norm and myself walk in a few steps behind, scanning the crowd. I'm armed with a MAC-10. Its cheap wire stock tight to my shoulder. Not the best gun on earth, but this one's spent a decade between realities. What exactly that means, go ask Norm. And speaking of my brother, he walks in armed with nothing because he's a fucking lunatic. Half the time I can't tell if the crap he pulls is esoteric crazy or just regular, should take into a shrink crazy. We see 20 or so various entities. They seem to consist of 4 main groups. I call the first one the Humane Society. Bunch of animal-like things, big, deformed, and nowhere near the werewolf boyfriend I'm sure half of you are thinking. The second was the smoking section. Things that seem to have no real form. Wisps, ghosts, specters, all seem to hang out in a shadowy gloom. The third group I deemed the remains. Rotting ghouls, ghasts, and revenants, staring blankly as we kicked in the door. And finally, there were the new kids. A couple tall, impossibly skinny guys. Faces obscured deep in hoodies. An obese man with a tube television monitor embedded in his stomach. And a few other seemingly slapped together entities. The type of weird shit we see more and more lately. A single ghast, a leather-skinned corpse with needle-like fangs, breaks free of the crowd, leaping through the air like a flea. I chuckle slightly. I don't need the paranormal flash to know this thing is young. The fact it seemed to think that we were 3 random victims told me everything I needed to know. Tammy shrugs off the massive backpack containing our heavy equipment and holds the shotgun with a single hand. The gas starts springing from arcade cabinets, support struts, and even the 20-foot-high ceiling, creating an impossible-to-predict angle of attack. Impossible for most people. Tammy catches it by the back of the neck. Its infectious bite neutralized. It snaps and thrashes like a diseased cat. Without taking her shotgun or her 1,000-yard stare off the crowd, she kneels, her black tactical gear making her look like a formless, indomitable mountain. She slams the gas into the ground, over and over, not showing a sign of strain as she lifts the 100-kilo beast with one hand. Normally, one needs blessed salt, a ritual knife, and a dead man's ash to hurt one of these things. Tammy simply smashed it against the ground like a bag of ice till it tore apart. She stands, still holding a fistful of dripping green flesh in her left hand. She looks no more concerned than if she was addressing a room full of grade schoolers. Norm gets to talk to the really weird stuff. Takes one to know one, and all that. But Tammy is our negotiator when it comes to the more intellectually inclined entities. She has that Ash Williams, Reggie Bannister confidence neither Norm nor myself cared to cultivate.
This can be a bloodbath if everyone wants it to be, but you bunch of scraps and rejected stories are outmatched, and you all know it. You know who we want, and we're not asking you to help us get her, but I highly suggest staying out of our way.
As Tammy says this, she takes a few steps forward. The closest entities actually back up. A couple new kids decide to take her up on her offer. 2 20-something, twitchy, human-looking things with bleached, burned skin and hunting knives seemingly fused to their right hands. They make it as far as the doorway when a shimmering field of gray light bisects them, one half falling outside of the building, one flopping limply inside, before being tossed in a spinning arc as the doors slam shut.
And what do we have here?
That voice, that upbeat, overconfident, somehow sinister voice. I turn to see her, the child of Hamlin, coming out of a back room, the entities filling this place parting around her. I'm sure the Moses imagery is purposeful on her part. She stands 5'7", tanned skin, but beyond that I couldn't guess where she's from. Besides the obvious, it's like her features suggest what I want to see rather than what's actually there. She's wearing a suit again, but this time it's festive, cheerful, a wacky combination of primary colors that gives her the look of walking cartoon character, albeit one that is most certainly in charge. Her hair is shoulder length, a vibrant red-orange that shifts color from one moment to the next, like an undersea creature. I finally take in the space around me. To my left are rows and rows of arcade games, flanked by mirrored walls. Some I recognize, others seem to be custom-made for Pretsu, featuring the same characters plastered over every available space. To my right is a massive indoor jungle gym. Tube slides, ball pits, and any other childhood staple stretches as far as the eye can see. In front of us, flanking the door to the child of Hamlin, came through our various food vendors, all staffed by entities wearing similar uniforms, each themed after a different animal, the costume covering their more obvious paranormal features. And those staff, they weren't the rabble we were about to eviscerate. No, I recognize each one, a legend in their own right. It speaks volumes for the woman pulling the strings.
And what do we have here? Is this a group of hunters? How goddamn cute! You've got to tell me the plan. Name's Lisa, by the way. Awesome to meet you,
she says, walking forward, no fear, just a sense of aloof amusement on her face.
We keep you and the freak squad busy until...
I'm cut off. One moment she was standing maybe 10 feet away from me. Next, she is nose to nose with Tammy, Tammy doesn't waste a second throwing a lightning-quick overhand punch that I've seen break skulls and cave in the ribs of anything that goes bump in the night. What I've never seen is something take it without blinking, nor Tammy pulling her hand back. A twisted, bloody mess, torn up far worse than she could have done by her own force alone. She screams, and I feel a cold pit start to form in my stomach. I look to the backpack. It holds all of our heavy equipment. I catch Lisa's eye and she smiles, flicking her wrist delicately, mockingly. The massive, armored tactical bag sails through the air, shrinking as it goes, eventually disappearing entirely with a small popping noise. Tammy is trying to hide her pain, but no one keeps a stoic expression with one hand looking like a shredded steak. She's bleeding out, fast. My mind scrambles for an escape plan.
Please, just keep being the most dramatic person ever,
Lisa says, dripping disdain. She grabs Tammy's hand, and with a sound like melting ice, the compound fractures sink below the skin. The wounds seal. It's still broken, likely needs to be amputated, but no longer life-threatening at least.
Now, can I fucking talk, or do I need to kill one of you right off the bat to get your attention?
Lisa clears her throat. Suddenly, her voice is booming over the loudspeakers, addressing the entire room.
Now, on one hand, I see a business full of monsters that couldn't find the courage to attack 3 humans. And on the other hand, 3 humans too stupid to do a little research beyond bluntly pirating a couple videos of mine. All of you failures should be ashamed of yourselves. But I'm bored. So I'll give everyone a chance to stop sucking. Isn't that great? Sun's up in 5 hours. Any one of you sewer-dwelling new blood rodents who brings me one of the hunters, you and your friend get a job. That's the job of your dreams, and one hell of a favor from whoever you gift the job to. You hunters, you survive. You get to walk out of here, regroup, and come back with a better plan. To make things interesting, the staff will be prowling around, being neutral. I suggest all of you to avoid them. They are as bored as I am, just not as creative. Oh, and Tamara? Because you thought you could put your hands on me, I'm dropping in a handful of civilians.
We were all in shock. We expected power, but this, we couldn't have expected this. This isn't legend or myth. This is a bullshit tall tale told after drinking Sterno that I'm somehow actually living through. She starts to walk back, slowly, laughing to herself as if we were nothing more than children.
You have 30 minutes before the game starts. I wouldn't suggest trying anything to each other before that.
Is the last thing Lisa says before the lights dim, and an upbeat theme song begins to play over the loudspeakers. Entities scatter, staff move like sharks, scanning, picking out the weakest. A good portion not moving their steel gaze from us.
I like her,
Norm says in his space cadet tone.
Shut the hell up, Norm.
Tammy replies.
Just saying, she's got style.
Norm starts looking around. I want to shake him out of it, but I know he's working, in his own way.
That way,
he says, pointing to one of the mirrored walls of the arcade. Norm might be out in left field, but I've had to trust him with my life since I was a kid. We sprint toward the wall. Tammy and myself stop dead. Norm, though, just keeps walking straight through one of the mirror panels. We follow, finding ourselves in a room the size of a football stadium. Arcade games, some 20 to 30 feet high, create a maze of blind passages, flashing lights, and random, deafening electronic noises. What I don't see is any entities following us in. Chalk another one up for Norm. We walk deep into the maze, memorizing the twists and turns, hoping to get an advantage on whatever raging thing first comes after us. Our inventory is thin. My MAC-10, the shotgun, a handful of rounds and shells, a couple knives, and an emergency first aid kit. Norm has a couple of trinkets on him, but neither me nor Tammy have any idea what use they may or may not have. What's the plan, Tammy? I ask, looking at my watch. 5 minutes till things start in earnest.
We bunker down here till we get hit. Once shit gets too thick, we fall back to that playground. Then we hope Norm can tell us if there are any nasty surprises in there. You getting anything friendly right now, Norm?
Tammy has collected herself. She's all business, even with her injury.
Too many voices to hear anything clearly right now. Everything here is so interesting.
Norm is smiling, the exact opposite, loving every second around hundreds of paranormally charged objects. And how do we deal with the civilians? I ask, knowing someone has to broach the question.
One of those rotters gets a hold of them? We've got that many new things to deal with.
Tammy's tone is flat. But I know her. She never likes going scorched earth.
You guys understand this is probably our last fight, right?
Norm says, out of the blue. The seconds of silence feel like hours. He's not wrong, though. Might as well go out trying to help. Is that what you, of all people, are getting at? I say to Norm, shaking my head. He smiles at me, almost as if to say, am I wrong, though? He wasn't. The twisted contest starts. Lights turning harsh, music shutting off, leaving only the tuneless noise of the arcade machines. And the screams. I can tell they are human. Not what I wanted to have to deal with right off the bat. I'm no scumbag. We do what we do to save people from having their lives cut short by pure evil. But some part of me was hoping the civilian issue would sort itself out before we had to get involved. Tammy was already following me. Norm, his jiggling joysticks, pressing random buttons and shaking misshapen machines. She grabs him by the shoulder, forcing him to keep up.
Something is following us,
Tammy says after a couple minutes of walking toward the sound of people.
It smells dry. Keep your head on a swivel.
We stop at a blind corner, spotting the group. As much as we live for this hero shit, an ambush is likely. 8 adults, no pattern I can see. We have a couple in their 60s, in their Sunday best. He wears a brown suit that's old but well kept up. She wears one of those fuzzy-looking sweaters people always swear are expensive, and a pair of green pants. 4 guys in their mid-20s, bit of an edge to their look, but clean-shaven and well-groomed. They obviously know each other. Friends, bandmates maybe. I notice one guy, a tall white dude, nervously spinning a guitar pick. One guy stands naked, looking more confused than the rest. His hair is wild and he keeps pinching himself. I quickly realize he thinks he's sleeping. Finally, a small girl, no more than 6 years old. She cries, sitting on the ground, her face buried in the crook of her arm. The group is arguing, throwing accusations, making theories. We easily walk up to them unnoticed. The guy with the guitar pick throws a punch. Thankfully for him, I'm more merciful than the demon running this place. His fist connects with my chin. I nod to him, like I'm acquiescing a point. He backs up. I stop, putting up my hands. Totally ruining this peaceful gesture is Tammy holding her shotgun at waist level, trained on the crowd. That one is for free. I'm sure you guys are scared. The next one, though, that costs you. No questions, no debate. We are the good guys. Anything else is slow death. I say. Tammy is good with spooky shit. I'm better with people.
And how do we know we can trust you?
The old man says, protectively standing in front of what I assume is his wife. Guess I'm not as good with people as I thought.
Victor, in about 3 seconds, something is coming out of that machine to your right.
Norm says, so casually, I almost didn't register it. I back up, watching as the flashing blue light from within the cabinet dimmed, then died. I see a massive yellowed skull, empty eye sockets and haphazardly filled teeth push out of the arcade cabinet. An 8-fingered skeletal hand is next, crawling, almost spider-like from the machine. We call them house warmers. older than the Bible and full of tricks beyond their massive bone frames. Once upon a time, some sick bastards made 23 of them. Maybe 6 are left roaming the world today, but that's plenty. They can travel through any kind of cabinet, box, or doorway. Their favorite hunting grounds are newly occupied homes or businesses. But in a pinch, they are not picky hunters. The crowd panics, staring sheep-like at the 10-foot, chattering creature. It hesitates for a moment, trying to decide if we are a threat. It grabs the old man in a flash, seeing us as nothing but more time-consuming prey. It pulls the old man apart, blood and gore hitting the ground in a torrent. A horrible inhaling noise comes from somewhere within the creature's chest. I wish I didn't know that was the thing stopping the man's essence from moving on. It pays for that, though. Tammy tosses her gun to Norm and draws a hurlbat, an ancient Germanic weapon. It's nothing more than a large sharpened rectangle of steel, but the one she carries strapped to one leg has been tasting the blood of demons and cultists since bronze was new. The housewarmer's jaw explodes into fist-sized chunks, the bone around it beginning to crumble and rot. It leaps at Tammy, hands outstretched. Norm and I step to the side. It's faster than it has any right to be. Tammy is wrapped in both massive bone claws in a blink. But that armor she wears isn't just for show. One thing you learned real quick in our line of work is that even the biggest person is a jello-filled sack to an entity of sufficient size. It kneels, shaking her like a murderous parent, as veins of rot and cracks begin to creep down its shoulders.
Anytime here, guys.
Tammy yells. Norm and I fire in unison. The housewarmer is suddenly a double amputee, Tammy dropping like a brick, but still landing on her feet. She breaks one claw from the hand, clocking it back like a javelin. The creature backs up, suddenly blind as its eye sockets start to dissolve. The sharpened bone spike pierces the skeleton's ribcage, and with a scream that I can feel, the thing falls apart. On the move, now, I tell the shocked crowd. A demand and a warning all at once. Over the next half hour, we move at half speed, hearing more and more entities come in and begin searching for our unlucky little group. For their part, the civilians remain quiet, probably too shocked to do anything stupid. Abominations that cross the line between thing and animal are universally silent. Their forms may be asymmetrical, weeping pus and blood covered in scabs and clawed limbs, but they could be walking on a light bulb-strewn floor covered in pop rocks and you'll never hear them coming. The first stands at one end of a long corridor of machines. It's a lanky thing, looking like a furless bipedal coyote. It grins, skinless lips weeping thin blood. The second blocks us in from the opposite direction. This one is a massive quadrupedal fusion of man and boar, easily as tall as Tammy. Blunt molar-tipped tusks jut from its jowl-laden face. The rest, in their motley forms, stare at us from the tops of the cabinets. This type of situation is exactly why we carry around the backpack. Without it, it feels like suddenly finding oneself in a pitcher plant.
What's the percentage?
Norm asks. It's code. He's telling me he has a way out of the situation. He's also telling me it's high cost. And finally, he's asking me how many civilians drop before a plan like that becomes viable. I look around. The last of the crew where things died out back in the 50s, and as I scan the group of runts and rejects hovering over us, I don't see any close cousins. About 50, less if that boar is worse than it looks, I reply. I couldn't describe the brutal scrum blow by blow if I tried. The things on the machines leapt down, blood flew. Trapped in that close, no one laid down and died though. Nowhere to run makes people a lot braver than they think. Tammy wreaked havoc, every edge of her body a weapon. She severed limbs and crushed skulls faster than the things could grow them back. Norm seemed to know when everything was going to happen moments before it did, pushing civilians to safety, dodging sure death, all while staring intently at the flashing games most of the time. Me, I took my shots when I could. I shouted out targets when I got a flash of insight, and as a long yellow claw burrowed into my left eye, I wished for the millionth time my own blessings didn't get muted all those years ago. 2 of the band members die. They managed to grapple the coyote thing, drag it to the ground, and snap its neck. They couldn't hear me telling them to keep going over the din of the battle. The 2 men only knew they were dying when they saw the tiny, almost delicate fist burst through their chest. Mercifully, the old woman didn't see it coming at all. A backhanded blow that sent Tammy crashing into the wall of arcade machines took her head from her body before she knew what happened. I didn't see the naked man die, only saw his body after the fact. Whatever happened to him was the work of a handful of creatures. When Norm saw me clutching my eye, the creature that did it dying of a couple dozen glowing red bullet wounds, he gave me a look that let me know he was doing his thing. He closes his eyes for a moment. I fend off claws and snapping fangs, having no clue what he's pulling off, but knowing he needs time to do it. He whispers something I have no hope of hearing, and nods solemnly. With a wave of breaking glass, neon blue hands spring forth from the machines, grasping the bestial things assaulting us. Their touch seems to wrap the creatures, their flesh seeming to become unstable. They claw and trash, bite and curse, but the thing's hands slowly drag each one into the humming arcade machines. Unlike the housewarmer, though, their progress is brutal, shaving off flesh, breaking bone, and causing the tortured screams of creatures thought incapable of true pain. The corridor, toppled machines, blinking lights, shattered glass, is silent. 4 civilians, 3 hunters, bloodied, beaten, but alive. One machine, still standing, starts to open down the middle, creating a doorway of blue light. I try to look within, but get a blinding headache. Norm begins to walk toward it.
Jesus, Norm, what did you do?
Tammy says, stepping in front of him.
I made a deal, Tammy. I said it earlier. This isn't the time to hold out. I did what I had to do to save us.
Norm says, more lucidly than I've seen him in a long time.
Fuck them! Who cares if you made a deal?
The one look I got at the doorway lets me know exactly why Norm cares if it breaks this deal. Not everything powerful is old. What is in these machines has a deep current of power, and a mind young enough to be petty with it. She doesn't try stopping him. Not really. It's just instinct to rage against war's price. Norm looks to me for a moment before he steps into that abyss.
I'm sorry about what happened to you, Vic. I should have seen it coming. It was my job.
He says. Before I can reply, he walks into the doorway. It slams shut like a gallows door, doing God knows what to my kid brother.
Looks like the score is 1-0 Hunters. 2 more strikes and you're out.
That bitch's voice says over the loudspeakers.
But this is a game you were always going to lose, ever since you first stumbled onto my existence. I stopped having to worry about your kind when I was still hunting down my siblings. When I made the choice to stop being a monster and start being a goddamned legend. But even then, that wasn't enough. Legends do die, legends fade. I learned to take strength from blood and flesh, soul and emotion. But true power, it doesn't come from the cattle you call brother. It comes from the Voidborn. So I fought, I learned, I begged, and I prostrated myself before old gods and new powers. I then became an eater of legends. I learned to change, to adapt, to take and use and turn every bit of the world to my advantage. But I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm not done yet. I've had my fill of legends. I'm on my way to consume the divine. You think you can get in my way? I'm an unstoppable fucking force, Victor. You are a pretentious Elmer Fudd.
Static squealing ends the taunt. The scary thing is, she isn't lying. I'd know if she was. 2 hours in and the maze is a running battle. The staff, bored, or unleashed, wade into groups of entities. No half-breed, no-name beasts here, no dirt common dregs, just beings that bring to mind Jack the Ripper, Bloody Mary, gleefully ending the lives of their lesser ilk. We lose the naked man on the trek back to the tube slides and ball pits. Something dressed in a plague doctor coat and wearing a cheap badger-themed half-mask spewed a caustic substance at the man. We ran. Not quick enough to avoid hearing the noise of the creature consuming the flesh paste the man was rapidly turning into, though. Without Norm, we enter the playground blind. For all we know, it could eat people and shit cyanide, but sooner or later, if we stay out in the open, something is going to decide we are a better prize than a few monster pelts. The plastic tunnels are cramped and smell of piss. Tammy and I are at the front, the little girl behind us, and the remaining 2 band members bringing up the rear. Every noise from outside, every thump of a body hitting the structure stops us dead. Civilian, hunter, child, we are all simply caught up in this carnal house. There are no heroes anymore. We come to a large rectangular room, tall enough to at least sit in comfortably. One bubble plastic window looking out on the carnage below. "You guys are monster hunters?" One of the men, an Indian guy with a lip ring and short green hair, says. I laugh. Not at the moment. Right now, you and that right cross that did nothing to that cat thing are as much of a demon slayer as I am. I finish my sentence by ripping off a piece of his shirt and packing my freely dripping eye socket. The girl is crying again, face buried in her arm. The other man, a pot-bellied guy with a faux hawk, puts an arm around her. An hour passes. So far, so good. The staff have taken to crediting effigies and totems of the corpses of the other entities.
"I'm hungry,"
the girl says, her tiny voice echoing through the empty tubes and cheap plastic. I had 2 seconds to save the faux hawk's guy's life. Not being able to stand, let alone get any kind of leverage, makes this impossible. She looks at me, and I see it. The deep black orbs for eyes, the pointed teeth, the sudden blurring of her form. She wrenches the man's arm from its socket, smashing it into my face. Tammy tries to scramble over, but part of her tactical suit gets caught in a plastic seam. The guy is in too much shock to fight back. He stares at his spurting shoulder in disbelief. Those piranha-like teeth tear open the man's throat next. The spray coated the inside of the tiny room. The floor is a pool of hot blood. I slip, landing flat, as she leaps upon the second man. The MAC-10 ran out of ammo back in the arcade. I fire 5 shots from the backup revolver into the dead-eyed child. Might as well have been throwing snowballs. Tammy is wrenching at the plastic, but the steel hook won't budge. The dark-skinned man holds the child as far as he can, but inch by inch she wears him down. One of his wrists break, her tiny hands crushing it like a paper straw. Fuck! I say, aiming at the plastic bubble and firing my last shot. A dinner plate-sized hole blows out of it, large cracks forming over the rest of its surface. I hope it's enough. I get to my knees and throw myself at the child. She turns like a viper, grabbing me by the collar. Exactly what I wanted. Guess the universe can't be a bastard 24 hours a day, can it? I grab her forearms, and within an awkward twisting lurch that tears half the muscles in my back, I throw us both out of the window. Plastic gives, but not before tearing long gouges in both of us. We fall somewhere around 15 feet, but I'm ready. I hit the ground, breaking one wrist, but landing on the black-eyed kid. The blunt trauma pulps its insides, and those eyes go from deep black to a dead, lifeless gray. I stand, my left knee loose and wobbling. I see staff and lesser entities look at me from every angle, stopping their fighting to see this new development. They begin to close ranks, surrounding me. I reach in a pocket and pull out a switchblade that used to be owned by James Dean. He was one of us. and he sure as hell didn't get killed by a sharp turn. I've got one good hand, one good leg, and one good eye. With a massive crash beside me, I have one good soldier to back me up. I hear a shell rack into the scattergun from up in the equipment, and I hope we have one good marksman. I look around the room, and as I do, I get the largest flash in a decade. A psychic shock so massive, so powerful, and so detailed it seems to slow down time. Almost all of the entities left are new blood. Entity types that have only sprung up in the past few decades, and even then, it's the runts, the kids, the old, or the frail. They were not stalking the weak. The staff, her minions, were taking the choicest cuts. This wasn't a trap for us. This was something so much more. This was something enacting a plan decades in the making. This is a ritual, a rite, a way to make all of this slaughter more than even the sum of its parts. I can't comprehend the complexity. Rituals to me are some corpse ash and sulfur, this weaving of ethereal powers. This is the work of a demigod. They come on in droves, the runts, the crippled, the things that are left. The staff stand back. This dark performance already too far gone to stop. Tammy wades through them. In a fair universe, she'd have been allowed to kill these things one by one and walk out without a scratch. But the universe isn't fair, and each glancing blow, each ghostly hand passing through her, wore her down a little more, spilled a little more blood that was in short supply. I did my best to help. The knife practically had a mind of its own, but my collarbone is cracked, my gait is uneven, and my remaining eye is starting to lose focus from lack of blood. Our last charge dies with a gurgling scream, something finally having the brains to crawl into the rank playground after him. Tammy tosses off her torn and useless tactical vest, down to a loose-fitting green shirt and a set of brass knuckle dusters. There's about a half dozen things left, all looking as torn up as we are. But Tammy never gets the chance to save the day. Tammy drops the black knuckles. She's held fast. I hear a psychic hum as Lisa walks over, the very air thick with dark potential. I'm not describing what the thing did to my sister, other than to say she did it without lifting a finger, and it left her a twisted, screaming wreck. She broke her body and her mind, flaying both while she spoke to me.
Saw everything just that second too late, Vic? You are lucky, though, because you came along right about as I need a message delivered,
she says, handing me 2 pictures. One, a pretty but severe-looking woman in her 30s. Lots of tattoos, short hair. The other, it takes me a moment to realize is the same woman, but rotten, twisted, covered in almost alive-looking tattoos.
You find things. Go find her. She has something that belongs to me. But she is a little difficult to contact. That is, lesson learned on your part. Don't feel too bad, sweetie. Mike Tyson can't knock out a hurricane. You go patch yourself up. Go be Mike Tyson again. Stop worrying about the weather.
She grins and turns to a massive patchwork staff member. Its elephant headgear makes what happens next all the more surreal and soul-crushing.
Bring that mess on the floor back to the lab. I think I might have a use for it.
I turn and leave, knowing I have no choice but to do as Lisa asked, trying to drown out the sounds of Tammy being dragged away for God knows what. The problem with having idols is that they're never what we want, even if they are what we think. And in that sense, I'd like to apologize to a lot of you. I know people want me walking the noble path, to take this curse I've been given and forge it into a sword of righteous wrath, to defend the weak and push back the darkness. And if the dice fell a different way in my life, maybe I would. But as it stands, I'm not in a place where ideals are a benefit. No, the path that I'm walking down is dark, broken, dangerous, and full of uncomfortable twists and turns. If I'm not willing to follow where it leads, I'm dead, and likely much worse. So for all of you that want me to be a superhero by another name, stop listening. Pretend I lived my days stopping muggers in alleyways and making friends with folks on the fringes of society. Because what I did, what I'm willing to do, is nothing like that. When Demi said there was dark experimentation ahead of me, he, if anything, understated the fact. At first, the God Eater was hot on our heels. We'd skip from city to city trying to find the time and the materials to see what makes me tick. Ritual sacrifice here, double amputation there. You know, typical stuff. But it began to drag behind. Demi had theories, but we didn't bother looking a gift horse in the mouth. More time meant more chances to knock complicated experiments off the list. And what a list it was. It wasn't too long before I developed a reputation. If you knew how to look, of course. In Battle Creek, Michigan, they blamed the slangs on a serial killer in the newspapers and dogmen on deep web forums. In Columbus, Ohio, teenagers began to speak of the ghost of a homeless woman who left no traces besides strange symbols left in old blood. 4 farmers abandoned their fields near Windsor, Ontario. They didn't make a fuss, took the loss in stride. But when halfway through a case of beer, every one would be perfectly willing to tell you of the times they saw a lone scarecrow walking their fields, talking the things that they couldn't see. No idea where these people got their descriptions from, by the way. Guess the human mind fills in the blanks when scared shitless and facing likely death. What do I look like now? Whatever I please. One of the many little tools I've picked up on my journey to damn myself. But when I look in a mirror, what I see is a horror of bone and muscle, eyes suspended in hollow sockets, floating of their own accord. Entire pieces of my arms and legs are missing, black, tarry sinews connecting them. I keep myself in layers of clothing, protecting the world from my constant toxic weep.
What the hell is that?
I asked Demi. We stand on the second floor of an abandoned jail, a place that lately I've come to call my home. Demi has a long and involved explanation as to why he wants us haunting this pit of asbestos and vermin. But like most things involving him, I take it on faith in one hand and prepare for betrayal in the other.
This?
Demi says. The object he is holding is 2 orbs, fused in the middle. One pitch black, one spotless white. Even in the dust and grime of the prison.
This is the reason I decided to lend a hand on your little sojourn, instead of grabbing some popcorn and watching from the sidelines.
I've learned it's better not to take the bait with Demi. I let silence impregnate the room. Eventually, he continues.
One side are the lives you have saved. The other are the lives you have taken. The first number never increases unless it was selfish and you had something to lose. The second, not unless the life you took was not yours to take.
He spins the trinket through his fingers as he speaks. According to who? I ask. Demi shrugs.
That is the question now, isn't it? I've seen monsters, legends, demigods, and things that play at being divine, but I've never given much thought to what would be beyond that. But this unassuming little bauble is more powerful than anything I've owned. Its magic comes from a well so deep even I haven't been curious enough to explore it. Maybe it was made by some magi or entity that was lost to time. If not though, well, maybe it would be good to try and even out those numbers a little bit before someone else takes a bigger rock to my skull.
He chuckles a bit as if he's trying to convince himself with this monologue just as much as he's trying to convince me.
Demi, you have a conscience?
I laugh, the hollow noise echoing through the jail.
After a fashion. My sins are in great enough quantity that stopping something that would destroy the world, given the chance, may be the only way to balance them out. If I'd not came across what may be the world's most unlucky woman, I'd have likely just continued my own path and dealt with the consequences when the time came.
His tone is matter-of-fact. I start to judge, but remember how the last year of my life has been spent. I hear the sound of the door being forced open. But beyond that, I feel the people enter the jail. The longer we stay, the more of a connection to this place I feel. 5 people coming in to film some shit, I say, exasperated. Make no mistake, I don't take joy in hurting people. What I do for revenge. Or, if I'm being charitable, to myself. To stop something from devouring this world and the next. Demi pulls out a large book bound with pulsating human skin. He begins to flip through the seemingly infinite pages, looking for ways to make the most out of the unfortunate group who wandered into our domain. Is there anything PG-13 in there, Demi? I'm not mentally up for any dirty work tonight. That construction crew in Jolet, I swear I've been seeing them in the shadows, I ask. Demi rolls his eyes.
The unlucky woman defies her nickname. Have we not seen what happens if you overwhelm someone's senses with fear?
He says, one long, ragged nail holding down a crumbling yellow page. As much as this seems like the perfect response to my request, there is a good reason I haven't knocked this item off of the shit list. Scaring someone into a faint is surprisingly hard. Make someone run is easy. Overwhelm someone's senses so hard with fear and torture that they stroke out and die, also easy. But that middle ground, where the mind shuts itself down without committing neural harikiri, that's threading a needle. Casualties are better than victims, I guess, I say, stretching out. Which is unnecessary. Whatever keeps my limbs moving sure as hell isn't flesh and bone. But habits are hard to break. Demi moves to the shadows, watching the situation play out. My bare feet make no noise as I walk down the pitch-black halls and stairwells. Black gel like ink leaving coal-colored footprints behind me. I'm seeing things in the cells. This always happens when I have to start tapping into the shit keeping me up and moving. I don't know if they're really there or not, and until they become a real issue, I don't plan on telling Demi. I can't turn into shadow like Demi, but I don't need to. I know every blind turn, every place the flickering light bulbs don't quite reach. I'm waiting for the group from 12 feet away, and they are none the wiser. I barely see the rest. I'm finding the leader, the one I need to break. Every group has one. It's not always the biggest, the meanest, or the smartest. There's some intangible trait I'm looking for, or rather, smelling. I could do it silently. I chose not to. They look around, the crumbling building making the sound impossible to trace. I found him. He's around 20, Latino with a headlamp, and a look that tells me he already understands something is wrong. The man cracks a glow stick, tossing it in my direction, but well past me. The group walks by. My target is random, the last in line. A man of about 40, balding, and with a faded X-Files t-shirt. In a blur, I take the man, one hand around his mouth, the other around his waist. One of the few tangible benefits I've gotten recently is being able to not kill anyone I touch. With enough concentration, anyway. He sits on the floor of a cell. I'm kneeling, meeting his gaze, staring daggers into him. He looks me up and down, again and again, not able to believe what he's seeing. I put a finger up to my shredded lips. My command is understood, and the man stops struggling. We wait a few minutes till we hear a mumbled, frantic conversation from the far end of a cell block. I want to hear you scream, I whisper, breaking the man's pinky finger with a rotten wood snap. The man is a goddamn tank, or too scared to understand a simple request. He curses, tears coming from his eyes, but no scream. I slap him, ragged nails leaving shallow cuts across his face. I'm not being figurative. You scream well, I stop having to make you scream. He finally clues in and begins to wail. I grab the finger and twist it for good measure. His pitch raises to voice-cracking levels. I'm out of the cell long before the rest of the group arrives. As expected, the wounded man is confused, rambling. As always, they make a break for the door. As required, Demi has long since made sure the door isn't going to budge. The pistol cocks. I start to walk slowly, loudly, toward the group. They don't scatter. They hold their ground, watching me walk toward them, arms outstretched. A dozen flashes of light, a dozen bullets pass harmingly through me, blowing chunks out of the concrete behind my shrunken, leathery form. I can feel the fear relaxing myself. I feel the tendrils of cursed ink spring forth from the missing pieces of my body, fanning like peacock feathers, preparing to strike like scorpion tails. I let a phlegmatic, rattling noise escape me. It echoes and multiplies, distorting itself, becoming louder and softer. It's a sentient noise. Not much it can actually do to hurt anyone, but it doesn't need to. The cacophony and the monster in front of them is visibly wearing them down. The leader sees this and picks up a piece of rebar from the ground. Reminds me a little of myself once upon a time. He charges towards me. I expect nothing else. Just as he swings with the pipe, two of the tendrils yank me up into the ceiling in a black blur. But not before taking a little something. I drop the man's ear among the group as I drag myself through the cracks back to the second floor, leaving them to drink in their situation.
That's your definition of PG-13, is it?
Demi taunts me.
Not that I disapprove, but the ear may have been a bit much.
That guy's not breaking without losing a few pieces. He'll thank me when he has PTSD instead of a tombstone. Demi and I discuss how to proceed. Demi may make my crimes look like shoplifting, but I don't have a very creative mind in regards to this kind of stuff. I take no enjoyment in the fear or the blood. They are tools, not toys. But Demi has an honest love for screwing with people, bordering on the obsessive. Comes in handy, to say the least. If you think that'll do the job, I'll give it a try, but honestly, if worse comes to worse... I began, but I'm cut off by a gunshot. Not the tiny pop from the pawnshop pistol from before, but a thundering explosion followed by a quarter-sized hole in my chest that is ringed by burning gray embers. The wound burns. I haven't felt pain in months, not since I stood ankle-deep in the blood of 13 thieves. But I scream. A too real, too human noise to be coming from my dime store comic form. I grab the wound, turning around to see the strangest thing. A man, late 30s, but scarred, torn up to look well beyond his years. He's about 5'9", missing an eye, the flesh around it pale and lifeless. In one hand, he has an old steel cane. I can practically feel the power radiating from it. And the other, he holds a large pistol covered in script and runes I recognize. He wears a thick leather jacket, obviously designed for function instead of style. The chains and buckles making it look more like medieval armor than modern fashion. The guy didn't exactly cut an intimidating figure, but the animal laying beside him, half asleep, confused me further. It was some kind of basset hound, an ancient, giant, crippled thing, all gray fur and loose, flopping skin. So much so, I wondered how in the hell the saggy, yellow-eyed canine got around without tripping over itself. I got the feeling this guy was here with ill intent, but the two of them looked much more Hanna-Barbera than Sam Raimi. I don't feel shaken, despite the burning pain in my chest. "Who the hell are you?" I say, stepping forward aggressively. As if he didn't come in packing a handful of disabilities and a dying dog, the man smiles before replying. "I'm the guy who was told to find you and pass on a message. But the way I see it, if that bitch wants something from you, my best move is to put you 6 feet under." Demi puts a hand on my shoulder, stopping me from getting closer.
"And what of the tube-shaped monstrosity you brought?"
Demi says, never one to pass up a good speech.
"Johnny here. Oh, I got him by cashing in every favor I've accumulated in my sad little life. Figured if you were Lisa's friend,
Wasn't a point in taking chances. Heard of Cerberus? Well, I don't know if I believe all that religious shit attached, but I've met plenty of monster dogs. Things with the soul of a man's best friend, but born in the depths of the void. Johnny here, he's the exact opposite of that. One of the last 6 left on Earth, actually. The man holsters his gun. I see him pull something out of his jacket.
And you expect that to even the odds with him, do you?
Demi goads the man. No, I'm not the man I once was. The man shows what he's holding. It looks similar to a flashbang grenade, but I've found ways to relive the past. Name's Vic, by the way. The man lobs the grenade underhand, slowly. It ignites as it spins through the air, spraying sparkling white fog in a massive plume. The dog starts to stand, agonizingly slowly. As it does, it starts to get longer, wider, taller. His eyes lose that dead sheen and turn a vibrant blue, the intellect behind them obvious and ancient. It fills out every inch of the folds of its skin, going from an 80-kilo morbidly obese dog on the verge of death to a massive horse-sized creature that wolves could only wish to be. I start to feel lightheaded and turn to Demi. What I see is a man in his mid-50s wearing Demi's clothing. Not the pale, unstoppable corpse I've come to know, but a regular, fragile-looking human.
We need to run, now.
Demi says. We bolt down a hallway. My skin burns, my head aches. I see globs of ink slowing off of me, flaking to nothing before they hit the ground. The fog rolls in like it has a mind of its own. We keep steps ahead of it, Demi already starting to pant and tire. What's going on? I say, dragging Demi into an old security office. I peel layers of clothing off, stuffing them in the doorframe, hoping to block the burning, disorienting mist. Demi sits in a mold-ridden old chair, unable to speak. After long, agonizing seconds, he tells me what he knows.
The little bastard knows his trinkets,
Demi says with a cough.
That fog takes things that used to be human and brings them back to that state for a time.
Demi wipes blood from the corners of his mouth. He doesn't need to tell me how dire the situation is. Sure, letting this withered old psychopath bleed out would likely be a net benefit for the world. But without him, his book, and his seemingly endless supply of cursed object, I'd have to navigate the world of creatures, pacts, and dark rituals myself.
But so do I,
Demi says, fiddling with a vial inside his jacket. He draws a long, thin knife, places the tip of his pinky on the rusted steel blade, and slices it off. He applies a black powder to the spurting stump. With a sizzling noise and a smell that I honestly can't describe, the wound seals. He pours the vial over the piece of flesh and bone. It begins to rot, then spread a thick, black and green mold over the table.
We need to throw them off their game. You go after the film crew. See if you can get him away from his beast. His type can't resist the urge to play hero. I'll keep them busy as long as I can. I terrorized London with nothing more than my hands and my wits. I'm more than capable of haranguing a boy and his dog with the same.
Demi stands, adjusting some of his trinkets.
I'll get things started.
Somehow, that grin of his looks worse on a human face. The mold is covering the walls and the ceiling now, pulsating, sprouting sick, diseased-looking fronds and mushrooms. When Demi opens the door, tendrils seem to race each other to cover every inch of the prison in foul, grasping vegetation. He stands in the hallway, walking casually through the fog, inspecting the alien plants as if he was in a conservatory instead of a fight for his life. I creep through the hallways, listening for any sign of this demon slayer, or his beast. I can feel the film crew heading upstairs. I don't feel the cane until it hits my stomach. It wasn't swung fast. It wasn't a heavy object. But I flew into the wall by the stairwell like I was hit by a truck. I struggle to get to my feet, the fog and the blow making the world swim and wobble. You hear the term monster hunter and you picture an underdog, some regular Joe who got on the bad side of something like myself and decided to pick up a chainsaw and fight back. You picture that because you're not a monster. What stalks toward me sets off a fear so deep within me. To call it primal would be to affront whatever set the universe in motion. I feel scared,
I feel hunted. I'm staring at something that's whole reason to have been born is to kill me.
So, what is it you have of her, Alex? You store the baby hearts or kitten souls? Emergency supply of virgin blood? Has to be pretty goddamned important if she has you and Charlie Chaplin back there guarding it. I know he doesn't tend to come cheap.
Victor punctuates his sentence by lightly tapping me with the cane. My right arm bursts into pain. I hit the ground. Off in the distance, I hear the sounds of growling and metal tearing. Fuck me, do you have it wrong, Vic? What does she have me guarding? She turned me into a walking corpse. She made me carry a plague, then set me loose on everyone close to me, fucked up as they were. I'd let you take my head from my shoulders here and now. I don't want this. But if I did that, I wouldn't get the satisfaction of crushing her bird neck under my heel. All of you know how much I hate speeches, but I needed to buy myself a little bit of time. This guy seems to have a good heart, but I'm not willing to trust him. There's too much at stake. As the film crew rounds the corner, I sprint past Vic, catching him off guard. I narrowly avoid the cane, which sparks as it clings off the wall. I know I don't have much time. My arm shakes and trembles as I lift one of the film crew by their neck, holding them between myself and Victor. If we can just calm the hell down, I think we can have... The body tears open in the middle. A torrent of blood and gore as the man's legs hit the ground. At first, I assumed Victor was just callous, shooting through the man. But as I drop the rest of the body, I see the shocked, venomous look on his face. He draws and raises his pistol in an instant, firing as he advances. I turn and run, hoping Demi is having a better time than myself. The film crew scatter. A bullet zips through my stomach. I find myself coughing, the fluid coming up. Not the gray ichor or black ink I've become used to, but a thin, red blood. Demi is backing away from the dog thing, the canine creature's body taking up the entire walkway on the second tier of cells. Vines and gnashing maws grab the thing, but it tears through them like light scrub. Demi pulls something from his coat. It glows with a black light. The dog knocks it out of his hand with one massive paw, almost sending Demi over the edge of the railing in the process. I run to Demi, so much slower now. I see raw red patches of skin and bone replacing the missing pieces of myself. They burn and itch, but I put it out of my mind. I grab the old man by the collar and throw him, ass over tea kettle, into one of the cells. Two jaws snap shut just in front of me, close enough to drench me in the beast's drool. I toss myself into the cell, slamming the rusted gate shut with flagging strength. Likely the thing would be able to rip the bars out of the wall with ease. But it has no leverage. The bars bend and warp as it tries to break through, but they hold for the moment. I slump against the wall, trying to catch my breath. Something I thought would never be an issue again. I see Demi, and even discounting the battle scars. He's looking bad. Dark circles around his eyes, blood dripping from a corner in his mouth, and a hacking cough that stops his rummaging through his coat more than once. Why are you taking this worse than I am, Demi? I ask.
When I stopped relying on this body, it was in a fragile state. You are returning to your prime. I am returning to my deathbed.
Demi replies as a piece of metal tears free from the bars, embedding itself in the cement behind us. Demi fishes out a vial of clear liquid, tossing it at a wall between cells. It creates a human-sized hole. We both manage to crawl through just as the beast behind us tears the bars from the cell, filling the room with teeth and fury. The wall behind us buckles as the dog throws itself against it. How many of those do you have? I scream, trying to find a way out of one of the locked cells.
They don't come in a six-pack, Alex. That was my only one.
Demi laughs, taking off his jacket, scanning his remaining treasures. I rattle the bars, but realize my arms are motivated by nothing more than flesh and bone again. I rattle loose a bit of dust, but nothing more.
Aha!
Demi says, walking over to the wall, holding a clear crystal jar full of what looks like mud. Bricks crack and fall. We see more of the beast that is seconds away from ending us. Demi dabs a thick line of brown mud on the crumbling wall. The wall is so destroyed we could probably push it over ourselves. But the dog stands still, halting its destruction, a deep rage in its eyes. Demi quickly spreads the concoction over the other walls and bars, laughing like a madman.
What is that crap?
I asked, confused as about the nature of our salvation.
Little bit of everything. Holy water from Rome, soil from Mecca, scrapings from the Wailing Wall, sacred tobacco, and plenty of other herbs and spices. See, that thing can tear through the power of the void, but what I just did is consecrate our little cell. I'm betting it can't or won't desecrate it to get in.
Demi says this proudly, displaying that wicked smile of his. We take a moment, me catching my breath, Demi coughing up blood and semi-solids. The hunter walks up slowly, his cane ringing, even through overgrown vegetation, burning patches of it wherever it touches the ground.
What about me, though?
Victor says, walking in front of the cell. In one hand, he holds a jerry can, I assume full of something flammable. I've seen this before. Dowsing. It's how people are handled when they represent a real danger in prison. Marines, professional fighters, anyone who could still take a few people out if you sent your people in with their best gear. The difference between a prison cell and a brick oven is fire. Once one gets started, it doesn't stop until the cell is scoured clean. I've got no problem pissing all over your holy goo. And I'm sure Johnny will forgive me. He twists the spout of the can off, splashing it in the cell. I try and go in a corner or under a bed, but there isn't a point.
You! Come over here and get a life lesson,
Victor says to the remaining film crew. They come over, shuffling, seemingly as terrified of him as us.
If you ever find yourself in a situation like this, don't trap them and run. Don't put a steel pipe through their head and assume you've killed them. You don't stop destroying these things till there is nothing left but ash.
Victor empties the can. I'm sure Demi would be panicking, but he can't seem to breathe in, the fumes sending him into a gore-soaked coughing fit. Victor brings out a Zippo, striking it. He smiles. Looks like he's about to say something heroic. Then it starts. A torrent of wind sweeps through the jail. A hurricane-force wind that rips the lighter from Victor's hand. Both him and the film crew struggle to remain on their feet, kneeling and grabbing cell bars or stair rails to avoid being tossed from the walkway. The fog is dispersed in an instant. The fungal, spreading mold torn from the surfaces of the prison, torn from its moorings and sent spinning, tumbleweed into the deep shadows. Demi takes a deep breath, his skin turning waxy, fingers turning into gnarled claws. Dark tendrils extend from the shadows, dressing him in his coat. Flesh and bone is rejected from me, with enough force to shred it against the cell walls. I feel strong, for a moment, ready for round 2. As usual, Demi shits all over that.
Now would likely be a good time to mention that consecrating the walls is going to make it a bit difficult for us to get out,
he says. The wind dies down. The people outside our cell are shaken, trying to get their bearings. We hear footsteps, then clapping, then a familiar voice, but impossibly loud.
Oh, Victor! You had one job. Find the girl, pass on the message. But you couldn't even do that. Had to be the hero, had to go in half-cocked and pissed off.
Lisa. I could see her through the cracks in the masonry. Slight, but with a confidence that seems about right for something that can summon a tornado in a building. The dog hunches in the cell, knowing pure evil. It springs at the tiny woman. Without so much as a wave of her hand, she redirects the creature's momentum. It turns into a blur as it speeds through the air, slamming into the walkway on the other side of the cell block. It hangs there, screaming and howling, metal spars skewering it, holding it, almost crucified in the open air.
So, I guess I was smart to keep an eye on you. For the record, Vic, I would have let you go. I just knew you wouldn't be smart enough to follow simple instructions.
Lisa finishes, standing in front of the cell. She looks to Demi and myself, dressed in a perfectly fitted suit. In dark gray and black, she cuts a classic figure of the devil. Before she gets a chance to speak, a haunting melody begins to play. She gets a dazed look on her face, and I look to see Victor playing an old, cracked flute. His face is full of righteous indignation at odds with his awkward playing of the instrument. But whatever it is, it seems to hold Lisa in place. He stops playing, tapping her head with the flute. I knew you were watching, but I also banked on you having enough on your plate you couldn't do it 24 hours a day. I've been sitting on this little fella for a long time. I'm guessing you've seen it before? He puts a round through Lisa's leg. Besides the smoking hole, she shows no reaction. Say goodbye to your boss, Victor says, aiming the pistol at Lisa's head. I can't tell you what happened, but when it was over, Lisa was holding Victor over her head, one-handed by his thigh. He kicks and thrashes, but has no angle of attack. She plucks the cane from his grasp, tossing it away. He fires the gun till it's dry, but each round passes harmlessly through her. Child of Hamlin, you really bought that? I had more faith in you than that, Victor. Anyone who knows what I was or am is long dead. I've spread a web of lies and misinformation for longer than your family name has existed. Lisa shakes her head and chuckles as she says this, walking over to the railing, still effortlessly holding Victor. She threads his leg through two of the bars, leaning his weight just a bit to one side. She lets go, turning to speak to us. The hunter struggles to stay straight while avoiding falling over the edge. He doesn't last long, falling toward the walkway, shattering and twisting his knee, leaving him nearly tied to the railing by his own leg. His scream is mercifully short, pain and trauma taking him from consciousness. Now, Alex, you and I need to have a talk, Lisa says, unbuttoning her shirt, revealing that sigil of gold and silver, the copied rune that has caused so much shit in my life. It cracks open, and what comes out is a sad, stunted little thing. Nothing more than half a lung and some blunted insectile legs. You and I have an exchange to make. You get this stunted little runt, a god-eater, but one that will never have the guile or force to use you as a puppet. One more, your speed. I get the paragon I saddled you with. Lisa's tone is almost lecturing. Hate to break this to you, but I severed that connection long ago. Your guess is as good as mine where that thing is. I spit, walking to the bars, feeling the burn from the consecrated steel, even from half a foot away. Not in any of the ways that matter. Say the word, shed your burden. I make the mistake of staring into Lisa's eyes as she speaks. I struggle to keep the words from forming.
Alex, I hate to say this, but I was holding out on you,
Demi says. This is followed by a small tink of shattered glass. In an instant, the floor beneath Lisa is gone, taking the sliding door of the cell with it. Demi is past me, bounding like the midnight horror he truly is. I clear the hole and just about reach the stunned film crew when I hear Victor. Help, he says weakly, adding, I can get you out of here. I don't know why I chose to trust him. Lack of options, likely. But I untwisted his mangled leg, put him under one arm, and sprinted to catch up with Demi. The film crew scatters. I tell them to follow us, but there really isn't any point. They're pawns at worst and collateral damage at best. We make it out of the cell blocks, taking a moment in the staff room to regroup. We hear the noises of Lisa taking out her frustration on the film crew behind us. We know we don't have much time. Would I be right in assuming someone in this room was at some point a surgeon with a couple 100 years of experience? Victor says, seemingly at random. Demi looks at him, curious.
Go on.
There's an object about the size and shape of a silver dollar somewhere in the middle of my brain. Something a lot like yourself put it there as punishment for my brother not fulfilling his end of a deal. It takes something away from me. Something that could help you guys get out of here. But it's in deep enough, I'm not surviving getting it taken out. If you can save enough gray matter to keep me breathing for a bit, I can get you 2, maybe 4 minutes with that thing stripped of everything that makes her scary, Victor says. Then we go in there and tear her apart? I say, completing the thought. No.
Too many variables. If I can't keep it up, or die in 20 seconds, you both die on the spot. Whatever she is, it's beyond any of us.
Victor explains. You scare her. Convince her to live to fight another day. She's a bully. She won't stand her ground without an advantage. Demi pulls out an ancient leather surgeon's bag. Impossibly sharp scalpels, bone saws, and picks catch the minimal light in the staff room. There is no sterilization, no anesthetic, just a brave man and a monster that seems enthralled at getting to sift through a living brain. The sounds of murder get closer and eventually stop. Only slightly after Demi uses a long silver set of forceps to take out a round, black disc from deep inside Victor's head. The hunter is babbling, rambling, but as the cursed coin is removed, both Demi and myself can feel the pure power radiating from the man. Lisa doesn't open the rusted metal door. The entire wall simply dissolves in front of us, erased. She stands, covered in blood and gore, dust and flecks of concrete. Her hatred is tangible. Everything behind her turns into a black hellscape. Her eyes glow light like lighthouses portending disaster. Victor slowly raises his head, blood pouring from the trepanned hole in his skull. He raises a shaking hand, almost accusatory toward Lisa. What comes from his mouth isn't heroic. It was incoherent and sad enough to make my heart sink. But the power behind it felt like an artillery shell landing. Walls around Lisa shattering, the hellscape being torn apart like stage curtains. The woman, in an instant, stripped of that demon spawn aura of hers. Unlike the grenade from earlier, Demi and myself were untouched. I don't bother with being subtle. No shadows creeping, no strange noises or smells. I rush the wisp of a woman. She raises her hands to defend herself, but I send her to the ground with a backhanded slap. I begin to contemplate just ending it, stomping on her face before Victor's last heroic act was over. But I learned from my mistakes. I don't know what contingencies or help Lisa has, but I do know being out of her reach will be a drastic improvement on my life. Give me a couple months, Lisa. Then we can settle this on even terms, without Demi or your little errand boy getting in the way. I lie. I don't want to just beat you, I want your job. But it's going to be a lot easier taking over your troops if I can do it holding your severed head. So how about you run before I decide to take my chances with a hostile takeover? I'm inches from her face, ink dripping from my mouth and eyes, sizzling and burning as it hits the floor. The fear in her eyes made everything worth it. If she managed to destroy me with some vile trick then and there, I would have died happy. Watching her scramble, scratched and bleeding, suit torn and image destroyed, was almost as satisfying.
Good bluff, Alex. And then again, you did learn from the best.
Demi says when we feel Lisa leave the building. He walks over to Victor, who is still barely clinging on to life. He tilts the man's head forward.
Seems I did a better job than intended. Alex, go find me some rubbing alcohol, bandages, and antibiotics. Looks like I get to be the hero now.
Victor was ready and willing to sacrifice himself for the cause. All things considered, I'm sure that's what he would have preferred to do. But the universe, in its infinite boredom and ire, didn't want things working out that way. Demi worked in a blur of blue steel. No totem or concoction would have been able to save Vic. What he was, what he had unleashed inside of him, burned away anything with a hint of curse or magic. But against all odds, after days of thieving blood and supplies, Vic stabilized. But he wasn't the man he once was. Regardless of the skill in removing the coin or patching the hero, at the end of the day, the man had lost part of his brain. His entire left side was nearly immobile, and while it didn't confine him to a wheelchair, walking or even standing was a painful, often short-lived act of defiance from this wounded warrior. His thinking is fogged. He finds himself given to bouts of depression or anger, his gifts acting only in stuttering bursts. But at no point does he give up. He uses his insight to guide us to entities and legends, letting me continue my dark journey, pointing its wrath in a more deserving direction. My mental health begins to rapidly improve. Demi, on the other hand, the lack of innocent kills, dark rituals, and general occult shitheadery is wreaking havoc on the forces keeping his centuries-old form alive. He's by no means the lung-shedding old man I saw in the prison, but day by day I notice him struggle a little more. All three of us are in the basement of a small hospital in a rural town. Nothing abandoned, no haunted wing. Demi simply walked us in one night, showed a doctor a faded old business card, and we were given run of a small part of the building, no questions asked. Demi always has a trick up his sleeve, it seems. So, Demi, I've got a question for you, Vic says, bringing up a window on an old dust-caked computer. 4 murders in Poland, 1926. Sex workers, real similar to some of your other work. Ring a bell? Demi doesn't reply. For God's sakes, what am I going to do? Call the cops? I know you killed them. Searched everything I could on you before I came charging in. But look at the cause of death. Not just in one article, but every mention of them I can find. Coal mine explosion. Nothing all that strange, except how do 4 working girls from 4 different cities who never met each other all die in the same industrial explosion? Vic feels certain. His energy is high. Demi and I walk over, reading the dozen or so pages Vic has up, confirming the information. So I started searching places you two have been. Things you've killed, people you murdered. Any entity that got in your way. It never existed. Any spree you two went on. The news reports are gone. It's like it never happened. I don't think I'd have ever even noticed, except I've been after some of the things you've crossed paths with. I've heard you tell the stories. But even now, I don't remember exactly what they were, or why I was after them. Vic says, sounding as if he has solved some kind of mystery, but I'm not following.
He's saying you destroy legends, Alex. Some are a blight upon flesh, land, or crops. You are a blight on recognition,
Demi says, sounding intrigued. Bingo, Top Hat. It explains a few things. Why you've been getting away with everything under the sun, why this whole debacle isn't attracting more attention, and why you are falling apart, Demetrius. You're a monster, but a few months of clean hands shouldn't be bringing you down this hard. Vic's concern is real. Strange as it is, him and Demi seem to get along. Even if they don't seem to be able to, they're both driven by the need to make a name for themselves. Different paths, to be sure, but 2 men who had to take a hard turn into sacrificing everything they have for the world, regardless of their motivations.
Would explain why we haven't heard from Lisa and her little troop in some time. Not much use sending a spy if you can't recognize it when it gets back,
Demi says, contemplative. What can we actually do with this information, guys? I ask. Well, I say we change focus. I know Lisa is going to have a hard time finding us. Why not go after the God Eater and nip this situation in the bud? Vic replies. And that started our search for the plague that was incubated in my body and soul. We traveled across America, following feelings and hunches, and we ran across a handful of scary things, even more hoaxes, but never managed to stumble across the God Eater. I sat in a coffee shop just after 1 a.m., Vic and Demi sleeping in shifts a few blocks away in a cheap hotel room. Lisa sits across from me, her outfit subdued, jeans and black dress shirt, her hair a muted black. You wanted to talk. Talk, I say, my tone level, calm. For a moment I think of the crowd around us, charmed by the illusion of ourselves we are presenting, not knowing they are feet away from death and horror on a scale few believe is real.
Easy, girl, easy. Just the fact you're willing to have a little sit down with me shows we were well on our way to solving this without a bunch of bloodshed. That's a good thing.
don't you think? Lisa smiles, ordering 2 drinks complex enough I half wonder if the barista is going to accidentally summon a demon. I think you ruined my life and the lives of everyone that died by my hand since. My tone is still calm, but I can feel a deep rage building. And I, unlike anyone else involved, will finally admit that. You were a pawn. You got the short end of the stick. Sad Charlie Brown music. Boo-hoo. But let's look forward. Me having the God Eater, it's not going to change anything for all these little cattle walking around. We are past the days of things like myself ushering in an age of darkness. If I decided to drag myself and my army into the light, me, and 10 kilometers around me, would be nuked into glass. The tax the shadows take from humanity would remain about the same. It'd just all go to me. Does it really matter to them who's collecting the blood they spilled to you? I'd purge you of all your curses. Let you live out a normal life. Or shit, live forever, whatever you want. Even let you bring your little Boy Scout friend to make sure everything is on the up and up. Throw in a new lobe for him in the bargain. You are putting yourself through the fucking meat grinder because of the ego of 2 men. One wants to be me, one is bitter because I defended myself from his family. Do what's best for you, girl, not them. Lisa's saleswoman's slick tone drips honey and promise. That's your angle? Girl power, I say as the coffee arrives. You take everything I built, everything I knew, away from me. You set some kind of monster hunter after me. You horrify, harass, and harangue me to the point where the person I was died sometime last year. And that is the best olive branch you can find? I laugh, loudly, a cackling, mocking shriek. A few of the sleepy-eyed and opiate-headed patrons look over. I wipe away black tears. Not that any of them would have seen the thick fluid. Wrap your thick head around it any fucking way you like. For me, this comes down to simple economics, hun. I don't want to waste good peons wearing you down in a brawl. So right now, I'm willing to negotiate. Next time we have to have a talk about this, I will be making a demand. Lisa growls, something in her face giving way for just a second. Just an almost undetectable flash of something old, twisted, and furious. Negotiation, I say, my smirk making its way into my tone. Okay, how about this? You and I get adjoining hotel rooms for a week. Just 2 gals getting room service and watching television. After that, you can have whatever you want. A look of shock. She wasn't expecting me to know. That's what I thought, Lisa. You think everyone around you are nothing more than ants, totally incapable of our own plans, acting on our own will or motivation. You want to brawl? I've got Victor a half block away locked and loaded. How'd that go last time? I remember the smell of piss, you running, and maybe a sad trumpet noise. Sound about right? I'm lying about Vic, of course. Neither of my companions have any idea where I am. Lisa composes herself, forcing that saturnine smile back on her face. You think I didn't bring friends? She says, pointing out the window. At first, I see nothing. Just a deep black alley across the street. Then there's a shifting, a massive shape reaching to nearly the 2nd floor of the building next to it. It leans forward, exposing a gray, emotionless face, one that I've never seen in person, but belonging to someone I've heard a lot about. I look back to Lisa as the thing sinks back into the shadows. His sister? Really? You couldn't have had just a tiny bit of decency? I say. Not shocked, not angry, just disgusted. You know what? You want to negotiate? Fine. If I'm dying by your hand, nothing I can do about it, no hope, I'll give you the fucking God Eater. In return, you leave her out of this. Bring in something worse for all I care, just not her. Can we agree? No, she says, with a wicked, petty smile.
I negotiate for what I want, not what something is willing to give me. You hide behind your friends and your ethereal fart cloud. I'll find a way past them. I'll take what I want if it means reaching inside your little skull and working you like a puppet. But before I do that, I'm going to make your little hero friend watch his big sis do all kinds of horrible shit. Make him really soak in how much of a fucking failure his entire family is. She gets up and leaves. I think about taking my chance, unleashing every kind of hell I can and hoping for the best. But this has gotten long past the point of being some kind of brawl. We aren't wild animals. We're leaders, putting into place plans and schemes. We're fighting with situations and events, not rotting fists and shadow tendrils. What the fuck have I become? In the end, we didn't have to search for the God Eater. It found us. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying that you are literally half blind. Is it possible that we missed some turns? I say to Vic. We drive a massive black mid-80s Cadillac through an on-ramp that should, logically, be leading us out of the latest small town we passed through. Once or twice, maybe. But this is our 6th attempt. Something is going on, Vic replies. There's a thick forest on either side of us. Vic's right. Something feels strange. I scan the trees for any concrete sign I'm right. It didn't come in the form of a leering face from the woods, or a lumpen deer abomination. The fact there was simply no more highway exit on our 7th pass was enough to tell me something wanted our attention. The town we enter was not the town we left. This place is small, but pristine. Every business with a fresh coat of paint, every car without a scratch, not a single cigarette butt nor candy bar wrapper blowing through a gutter. It's a little after 11 p.m., but every business on Main Street is open. Harsh white light illuminating the streets in off-putting perfect rectangles. All around this little Mayberry clone, signs proudly state, "Welcome to Cheshire Mill. The grateful welcome you." What should we do? Vic asks. I hope against logic for him to have some kind of clear flash of information. We try a few other ways out of the town before completely giving up and finding the only old hotel. We discuss just sleeping in the car, but decide that walls between us and whatever is going on couldn't be a bad thing. The parking lot is barren, not even a bicycle chained up to a sign. Every room, though, is brightly lit from the inside. The hotel lobby, a lighthouse in the night. I open the door, Demi behind me, and Vic behind him moving one slow step at a time, his cane arm shaking slightly. The man behind the counter is tall, square-headed with small, closely spaced eyes. He's already holding a key out to us. His lips are dry, his gums are pale and cracked. I find myself wondering how long he's been standing like this.
Alex, how nice to meet you and your friends. You're in our VIP suite room 10.
The man says. His eyes never seem to quite focus. We're all thinking we should turn tail and run. We smell the metaphorical fire smoldering, sense the danger. But at that moment, it seems there's nowhere to run. As we walk to our room, guests part curtains, each room adding a new set of eyes watching our every move. Each random person having a dull, blank-faced expression. The group seeming to move in unison following our movements. You've been with me as I've stared down bold-faced horror, and I can't say none of that left its mark on me. But the sense of dread I feel, surrounded by the dozens of sets of dead eyes, chills me. I feel like nothing more than an amusement to something much larger than myself. I expected us to be summoned, called, attacked, or killed the next day. What I didn't expect was nothing. We tried again, in vain, to leave. We walked through every forest and bog trying to find some way to get out of the city, but every time we thought we were about to burst into a clearing to freedom, we ended up back at Cheshire Mill. Everywhere we went, every set of eyes were on us, every window containing a peering face, every stranger maintaining a deadlocked stare. But no matter who we asked, no one told us why we were being kept there.
Any scene we made went unremarked upon, any out-of-the-ordinary actions ignored. As days turned to weeks, we realized this had to be the work of the God Eater. Demi and Vic forming theories and explanations, but both of them seemed shocked at the level of planning, of intricacy it was showing. Then, one night, with a knock on our door, we got our answers. When I saw him, I was shocked, and not just by his pristine, white street preacher suit and bright blonde hair. "Scratch?" I said to the man standing in my doorway, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses.
No, Alex. His form just allowed me to better manipulate and herd this town's inhabitants. Your friend was sitting on some severely untapped talent. Really, I'm the streets, the buildings, the people, every glass of water, every pack of cigarettes. You call me the God Eater, but I'm Cheshire Mill. This lump of flesh and ectoplasm is just my easiest way of communicating with you three, given your limited faculties. Come for a walk with me.
The God Eater, wearing Scratch's skin, says. It wasn't a request. With a slimy, undulating movement, the floor under us begins to slide. The doorway widens and we are moved behind the God Eater. All of us try and escape, of course, but the ground itself is against us. Feet gain no purchase, hills form, and when Demi tries to take to the skies on a set of shadowy wings, a street lamp curls around him like the arm of a squid, slamming him back down to the ground. Buildings begin to twist and warp, stretching and forming a dome over the street. Not even moonlight reaches us in the newly formed corridor. Streetlights flicker and begin to flash with red-orange bursts, turning the glass and concrete tube into a funhouse nightmare. Explosive, wet, crunching noises, people falling, leaping from the buildings, landing in broken, barely living piles around us. Their faces still smiling, their eyes still tracking us.
You may have noticed the lack of children. That is very intentional. When I decided to make this place my home, make this place myself, I wanted to do it as easy as I could. I had to start small, of course, but with each little whelp I stole, I gained another willing member of the grateful. See, I didn't kill the children. I kept them, letting their parents know that should they do the slightest thing to upset me, their offspring would die hard and slow. They didn't know who I was, or what I was, but they knew what I could take away from them in an instant. They obeyed, of course. What choice did they have? Oh, Alex, if there is one thing I would like to thank you for above all else, it's that go for the balls mentality. And favor by favor, follower by follower, I took over this town. They let me into their houses, their businesses, their churches, their heads. Then, I became the town.
That too familiar voice. Scratch was no angel, but seeing his remains used as nothing more than a microphone for the thing that burst from inside me. It's depressing. More bodies fall, crawling from the suburban cave that has formed around us. So what is this? I say, feeling the literal and metaphorical walls closing around us. We see a light off in the distance, pulsing in yellow.
Alex, this is me pleading my case. I stand here knowing what I have done to you, what I could do to the world, and what you want to do in return. This town, it isn't the cruel mockery the bar was way back when. I took my time. I became one with it on any level that matters. And do you know what I found when I did?
The God Eater asks, turning his stolen face to me, begging me to answer. No, I say, glowering. Impotent rage shaking my limbs.
I found this is what I want. I watched my mother and the woman who set all this in motion tear themselves to shreds. One striving for godhood, one striving for revenge, neither happy with the world of power they possessed. I learned, Alex. I don't want godhood or infinite power. I've no one to take revenge against. My kind are bred with a deep hunger that cannot be satiated. We are set up to fail. But As I'm sure Victor will attest to, we can all overcome our handicaps. All I want is for this tie between us to be severed, to be left alone to my dark devices. This town is no different than dozens of others around the world, twisted and warped into an entity with a single grim focus. But they all exist, and the world still turns, practically unaware of their existence.
We get closer to that far-off beacon as the God Eater lays out part of its offer.
If you want to kill me, just do it! After all this, even hell would at least be a change of pace.
I spit.
If I kill you, I destroy a significant part of what I am, and that would take a lot of time and effort to replace. Look around you. If you've kept count, 76 individuals have fell or leapt from the buildings around us. I would kill less people in a decade if I'm left unmolested. I want this town to thrive. All I intend to do is skim a little cream off the top to keep the home fires burning. But I know this isn't the only offer you've received, so I would like to show you everything. Let you know this is no monkey's paw, just what is best for everyone involved.
The God Eater is using every bit of charisma that Scratch didn't touch. He has an evangelical flair, with informal energy. He could just as easily be selling us car insurance as a deal with a demon. The beacon comes into focus. A massive, organic rift in the earth. A mouth-like opening, easily big enough for a couple of buses to pass through without a problem. The sounds of industry come from within, but muffled and distorted. Jobs we've never heard of done with tools we couldn't imagine. Bare-chested, muscle-bound men haul out barrels of a thick fluid and bring in covered minecarts filled with horrors we could only guess at. They all focus on us, somehow keeping on task. There's a rotten, sickly, diabetic breath reek coming from the massive cavern.
This is impressive,
Demi says. I want to remind him what I can do with a rock for the comment, but I keep myself still.
Thank you, Demetrius. Coming from someone like yourself, that is quite a compliment. I want to take you on a tour of the darkest corners of my realm. What you see here is as deep as my depravity reaches. If you can handle the cost within, we come to a deal. If not, we can brawl it out. Though, you all know how that will turn out.
The God Eater sounds almost sad during his last sentence. Could be the old-time religion trappings of his. But it feels as if the creature does want to end this peacefully. We walk into the orifice. The air is damp and humid, as expected. Workers have overlapping scars and fresh wounds. Many heed less of gashes or fresh, dripping burns. We walk now, the God Eater trusting we know there is nowhere to run. In a secret tunnel in a city that just seemed to swallow us. There are nothing but dark corners and false hope. He takes us down a corridor with a thick graveyard reek. The lights are dim blue, the workers small, emaciated looking. There's a churning, undulating football field-sized maw. I can't see the bottom, just rows and rows of muscle and every design of tooth I could think of. On all sides of this unnatural pit were the workers, hunched and thin, throwing something from over full minecarts. Bodies, parts of bodies, human, animal, void-born, any type of organic detritus was being shovel-fed to this massive beast.
My stomach. Nothing goes to waste in Cheshire Mill. None of these were fresh kills either. Plenty of the grateful are willing to go on a sojourn or two, crack a lock on a morgue here, and pay some unfortunate souls for their relatives there. Participation is mandatory, but you can't take it with you, as they say. So, why shouldn't I get a little something out of the deal?
He sounds proud now, as if we're watching the first assembly line instead of crippled workers shoveling their dead relatives into a cesspit. The walk to the next room is silent, the God Eater seeming to soak in, leaving the three of us speechless. Me, I prefer to do my business with minimal ranting. The fact that Vic and Demi can do nothing but stare in awe and fear, though, it shakes me. Rows upon rows of hospital beds,
The old, the young, freak accidents, and folks that have lost the genetic lottery. The place is cleaner than anything I've seen. No smell, not a speck of dust or dirt anywhere. Jesus fucking Christ, Vic says. I actually see him going for his pistol. I put a hand on his arm. The man knows something I don't, and it's making him suicidal with anger.
Seems Vic is a little ahead of the game on what I'm doing. And care to fill them in, Vic?
The God Eater says with a smile. He might be trying to make a deal, but it sure as hell isn't trying to make friends. I wonder for a moment if this is what having a kid is like. Watching something armed with your worst qualities try and actively fuck up everything around them. This thing is rounding up dying folks so it can siphon off a little bit of their goddamned soul as it separates from their bodies, without having to go through any real effort. No one actually knows what that does to it. But even the ghastliest shit I've met, the worst, bottom-feeding garbage. Just take the whole thing, put it out of its misery. Vic is panting, holding back a fit of coughing. He wants to continue, but his body doesn't want to cooperate.
That's one way of putting it, and one way of thinking about it. But everything I know tells me I'm not taking anything that Soul is going to miss. Especially when the alternative of tearing the body apart and devouring the entire thing is still well within my ability.
The final room held a handful of people behind black, spiked bars. 2 of the grateful, massive men armed with steel truncheons guarded the gate. The people inside were obvious victims of torture, unnecessary surgeries, and likely other types of violence I can't even think of. They were afraid, though they were also the most lucid folks we had seen since getting to this godforsaken place.
And this is where the real magic happens. These are those individuals so obtuse as to try and upset the apple cart of my little fiefdom. Harming other citizens and civil disruption, murder, they wind up here. They get to be those lucky few that I use to indulge my remaining vices. And this, Alex, Victor, Demetrius, is what you would be allowing to happen if you strike a deal with me. No more, maybe even less if I grow old and jaded with my amusement.
Like turning down a volume knob, the God Eater mutes the screams of its victims so we can hear it. Demi, Vic, and myself exchange glances, none of us wanting to be the first to give our thoughts.
There are ways to ensure both sides hold up their ends of any bargain.
Demi offers, sounding more unsure of himself than I have ever heard. What do you think, Vic? I say, feeling the momentum of the situation build. If you're asking me if I'm okay with this thing mangling the souls of accident victims? No, I'm not. None of us can do anything about it, though. This fire has gotten out of control. If it wants to set some terms, I don't think we have anything to lose. The words hurt Vic to say, but he means them. Let the kids go and we have a deal, I say, trying to give no signs as to my emotions.
Sorry, Alex. No can do. See, controlling people's minds takes a hell of a toll on them. I need those kids so I don't have to go rooting around in their parents' gray matter. Just show them a picture of little Billy or Susie, 10 feet from death. People drop the pitchforks real quick. Once they grow up and have a couple of little ones of their own I can keep down here, I'll move them on back up to the city. But, believe it or not, the kids are my most effective leash. I suspect, though, you believe that, Alex.
God Eater grins, knowing how little of a negotiation this really is. I'm disgusted that I know what he means. That I see myself in this thing no matter how much I don't want to. Once upon a time, when the most violent thing I've ever done was put a woman's eye out in a bar fight, I managed to get myself in with the worst possible crowd. I thrived, but I wanted more, and I thought that I had the stomach to make it happen, regardless of the cost. The woman I was told to kill was a bad person, but no worse than me, or any other of the dozen or so scumbags I was hanging out with. I won't paint her as some child trafficking drug kingpin just to get sympathy. She made a lot of money doing a lot of sketchy things. She also used her children as a bulletproof vest as much as she could, taking them in the car on money runs, doing business while they were sleeping upstairs. The woman banked on organized crime, leaving family out of things at all costs. I saw the opportunity, and I took it. I will stand by the fact that I didn't know the kids were in the van. But I also can't say that if I knew they were, my actions would have been different. Like a kid holding a dead hamster, I realized too late what I did. Too late to take it back. Too late to do anything other than wait till the knock on the door and the pair of handcuffs on my wrist. Having no choice, we made the deal. We wrote on sacred paper, signed in cursed ink. Both Demi and Vic assured me what would enforce this deal was something neither the God Eater nor we wanted any part of. I don't know if I still have a soul, but putting my name on that page made me feel like a little of it just went away.
24 hours of peace and the document is set. Not a fly killed, not a friendly slap, don't even make a nasty joke. Then we can all part each other's company. Any funny business though, you three, and this one-time offer goes away. The divine underachiever enforcing it, deaf to us forevermore.
The God Eater says. We stand in the street in front of our hotel, the buildings twisting and warping back to normal. Dead-eyed, grateful, putting the pulped bodies, some still twitching, into wheelbarrows to be taken to the caves. All around me I see the shapes from the prison. They come more and more, and each time their forms are clearer. They are my victims. I recognize each one. No one else notices, but they don't need to. Their message is for me alone. We remain. Dozens of thin voices say in unison. We sit in our hotel room. We don't feel relieved or heroic. We feel weak and trapped. I'm surrounded by the literal ghosts of my present sins and the haunting memories of my past. First, there's a high-pitched keening, the three of us looking at each other, confused. Then a sound like an avalanche, followed by an explosion hard enough to turn our windows into a whirlwind of flying glass. As the rubble settles and we leave the hotel room, an upbeat jingle starts to play. I see neon, flashing lights before I see the gaudy children's restaurant come into focus. Pretsu. It sits wedged in the middle of two buildings, masonry still crumbling around it. As the door opens, a palpable wave of energy comes from the building. I see Grateful fall where they stand, rising again, confused and scared, questioning where they are. A few buildings lose that uncanny sheen. Looks like Lisa did some planning. The front doors fly open violently, a teeming mass of horrors within the building part, letting 3 individuals out. One, of course, is Lisa. To her left is a massive creature I've seen once before, but that was in a lightless alley. Lit by the gaudy neon, I see it. I see Tammy in vivid detail. She's been bent and twisted, given proportion well beyond anything remotely human. 10 feet tall at least, with slab-like mismatched muscles. Other than her almost untouched ashen gray face, it's hard to tell the creature was once human. She's encased in overlapping layers of black metal cages, her body covered by thick, torn leather sheets. They shriek in protest as she moves, the cement cracking beneath her. To Lisa's right is a much smaller figure, 6'5", lanky and dressed in a gleaming plague doctor's garb. A miasma of flies and rot seem to hang around the entity, its mask dripping caustic fluid. It points to Demi, laughing a bubbling, tortured laugh.
That is not good,
Demi says, stating the obvious. You know him? I reply.
You asked me once who taught me my dark secrets. That's him,
Demi says, waving back, trying to show strength none of us feel.
Oh, Alex, you thought you're little.
Lisa begins, I'm sure intending one corker of a rant, but a noise that makes her entrance sound like a wet Christmas cracker begins from the middle of the town. Once, I called something a mountain range. I was exaggerating for effect. As we looked toward the middle of the city, what I saw rising was a mountain of flesh and bone, concrete and steel, half a city forming and twisting itself into a mockery of human form,
staring down at our warring factions with a contempt reserved for gods and judges. I've been scared. I thought I was staring death in the face. But this raw display of power, the arching black bolts, the birds dropping dead from the skies, the sudden pouring yellow rain, I had to fight the urge to drop to my knees in worship.
You have destroyed our chance at peace. This experiment in moderation has failed,
the God Eater says in a voice that cracks foundations. It tilts its massive, almost infantile head back and begins to speak in a language that makes the air feel thin and charged, each word blending and looping back upon itself.
A hand to the gods,
Demi says softly. Direct line to the divine. No telling what you're going to get, except that it's going to be mighty pissed off, being taken away from what it's doing, Vic explains. This is world-ending, Alex, even without the God Eater. If this is completed, whatever comes through is going to cause another dark age. We hear a stampede noise. Looking around, we see Grateful. But the hundreds pouring down the streets, climbing down from windows, their eyes glowing with a vile red light, their skin beginning to crack and split. Entities begin to stream from the Pretzu building, a clown car of every horror I've met, heard, or read about. Through it all, Lisa stares at me, a hateful look as if this is all my fault. As the first wave of Grateful clash with Lisa's army, we run. We take twisting allies, dodge chunks of burning debris, and Grateful, too slow to keep up with the main mob. The town is chaos. We stand in a crumbling store trying to regroup and think of a plan.
If we can get to the thing, I can silence it enough to disrupt the ritual. The problem is, the backlash will leave this town a crater filled with nothing but the cursed souls of the dead,
Demi says. Speaking of, I see the specter of my victims around me, more of them than ever. Every inch of the shop covered in horrified, mutilated faces, going out in a blaze of glory, what people like me are born to do, Vic says. There is no debate. We all know what we need to do. But the universe wasn't quite done with shitting on our day just yet. We hear a tapping from the door of the shop. The plague doctor leans against it, casually, as if we're not all standing on the site of the apocalypse. Demi reaches into his jacket, quickly pulling out a tiny sprig of a plant and tossing it at the ground. Walking forward, the plague doctor draws a small spray bottle, and with a puff of noxious drizzle, the plant dies. Faster than I can track, Demi throws a glass vial at the creature. With practiced ease, the doctor catches it, placing it gently in his own overcoat.
Someone's gotten a little faster since the last time we met,
Demi says, holding his cane like a cudgel, and drawing a long, clean silver knife.
See, you're still wearing that mask, though. Haven't gotten used to the facelift I gave you yet.
Demi goads the plague doctor into action. It closes the distance, slamming its face mask into Demi's head, grabbing him by his neck. We need to get going, Vic says, tugging at my arm. Demi, you got this? I say, more out of respect than anything. Vic is right. We can't waste time.
Likely not, love, but this prick won't be walking away intact.
Demi vomits a clear, almost sparkling substance onto the plague doctor. The thing's mask burns and melts. Demi lands on his feet as his adversary tears off the mask, tossing it into the night. Its face looks like a parody of a Picasso painting. All the right features in all the wrong places. I stare for a second before following Victor into the night. Our progress is slow. Raving groups of Grateful roaming the streets, looking for anything that doesn't belong. I don't worry for myself. In fact, I feel stronger than I have in a long time. But poor Vic. He's armed with a pistol and a gift that he can't rely upon. We stand at the end of a long alley, staring at the spectacle. A block away, Lisa and her army are clashing with frenzied zealots by the hundred, infused by some dark energy that makes them keep on going long after they should be dead. In the sky, the God Eater, hundreds of feet tall now, arranges pillars, makes sacrifices, and keeps chanting in that Ouroboros of a language. Lisa is wading through Grateful, splattering them with nothing more than a look. Beside her, Tammy goes to work in a much more physical way, even with her twisted, crippled form. Her movements are economical,
tactical, taking out Grateful by the half dozen with nothing more than a swipe of her fist, or throwing her body to the side.
Go!
Lisa screams frantically to her patchwork bodyguard, pointing at us. Through the smoke in the distance, I notice something I haven't seen before. Lisa is bleeding. The thought gives me a rush. I don't know how or why, but this fight is stretching this callous tumor of a creature too thin.
You need to get me close enough to whisper in her ear.
Vic says. I can barely hear him over the din of battle, or the stomping threat of his sister trudging toward us. We prepare for shit like this. Every family in the business, we know we can become a liability in an instant. You get me close enough, she is out of the fight. I clear my mind, waiting for the charge. Ink pooling on my skin, then dripping, thick lines mixing with the yellow rain. I don't fight. I'm not a bouncer or a superhero. I'm a monster. I stay out of her way, making her chase me, bending my body at impossible angles, all the while dripping my toxic ichor. Lisa laughs. She thinks she's seeing fear or trepidation. No, she's seeing someone that knows who she is. Things like me make things feel helpless, frustrated, fatalistic. We turn minor advantages into seemingly impenetrable armor. We turn your rage into stupidity, and your stupidity into death. Tammy doesn't notice her movement slowing, the grasping, suckling ooze lacing itself through the cage armor, until she finds herself stuck, struggling in vain to take even one more step. Vic walks out of the alley. I see at some point during the fight he killed a Grateful, the dead-eyed meat puppet clasping its head around a slit throat. He's crying, his lone eye nearly closed. He walks up to his only family, whispering one word into her ear, Nemo. Her body begins to crumble, the steel holding firm as the flesh within turns to dust in a matter of seconds, scattering in the torrent of wind, leaving nothing to desecrate, mutilate, or use. I lock eyes with Lisa. I don't know how much of her power is tied up in keeping the earth itself from just swallowing her little troop, but I don't care. It's long past time to get things settled, and even if that last thing I see is some divine being splitting reality, I'll be happy if the second last is her being torn apart. Chunks of concrete lift themselves from the street, slamming into me. My bones crack, organs pulp, but I walk on, the ink-saturated water behind me drawing itself up into vicious, foot-long black points. I see the anger in Lisa's face. She locks eyes with me, assaulting me with images of every depraved act I have committed. I smile. I look to the dozens of spirits around me, only I can see. That won't work. I've had plenty of reminders of how I got here. I've accepted who I am. Isn't that right, everyone? I scream to the chorus of the dead. We remain is the thundering reply. But this time, I'm not the only one seeing it. Not the only one hearing it. Lisa looks scared and shocked, suddenly surrounded by the results of our handiwork. We're 10 feet apart, and I can see the panic in her eyes. She tries shifting herself into some other form, one of Denny's favorite tricks. But with a flickering burst of psychic energy, Victor disrupts the trick. Lisa, I thought they were here to taunt me, to drive me insane. But no, they wanted to see how this all played out. They wanted to see if the heartless thing that set these events in motion ever got what she deserved. That is why they remain, I say, feeling a sense of understanding come over me. Lisa springs at me like a landmine, wrapping herself around my chest in an instant. Steel fingers tear at my flesh. She drives a leg through my stomach. Her teeth shred dried muscle and bone. But it's the last act of a trapped animal. The ink bleeding from me begins to boil and melt her flesh. But beyond that, one by one the spirits, those who remain, enter her body. At first she seems to revel in this, thinking to steal their power. But more and more of the things walk from the shadows, ones I recognize, ones I don't. Likely the victims the woman has collected in her long, twisted existence. Her body shakes and thrums like an overturned guitar string. She tries to get away, but I drive a thumb under her collarbone, holding her out in front of me at arm's length like a soiled diaper. With a screaming burst of gore and souls, Lisa, all her debauched plans and all her heartless deeds are over. As one, her group of thrall break off from the fight with the grateful, losing a third of their number in the process. 30 entities, I'd say. Shades, Gauro, formless blobs, all intent on taking revenge for their fallen master. I'm riding an emotional high, but even that doesn't make me stupid. Even if I could win. The sky is beginning to turn a deep pink color. The stars seem to spin and blur. We need to get to the God Eater, but we have the dregs of 2 armies standing in front of us. Something goes rolling by my feet. A severed head, dripping green, clotted blood. One with eyes on its cheek and a vertical mouth.
Do I have to do everything myself?
I hear Demi say as I turn around. He's shirtless, some kind of chemical having melted and scarred his upper half beyond recognition. His face is nothing more than a white skull. His top hat, though, stands untouched. He seems wobbly and struggles to stand for a moment, eventually losing the battle and hitting the ground. The loose clatter of bones makes my heart sink. I can't even tell what's holding him together. The pack is closing in, the grateful behind them. I begin to see the flickers of alien features in the sky, hear intruding thoughts deep in the back of my mind.
Well, I guess we are down to the final option. I'm game if you are, Vic, though I'd be happy for an alternate suggestion.
Demi says, sounding exhausted. No, this seems like the time to ride off into the sunset. Alex, answer this question. Are you a good person? Vic turns to me as I feel a light, almost uplifting energy start to build. What? I stammer. After all this, after your trials, are you a good person? Vic repeats. There's a strange, commanding tone to his voice. I don't know, is my truthful answer. Guess we're going to find out, he says, reaching into his jacket. He pulls out something it takes me a second to recognize. If me from 6 years ago knew this, she'd slap me. It's a tattoo machine. He passes it to me, and as he does, he seems to lose something. I can't put my finger on it, but as I take the machine, he's giving something of his to me. Use that wisely. Now, if you excuse me, I've got some work to do, Vic says, cocking his pistol. He starts walking toward the grateful and firing. His march is certain death.
Guess I can't let that Boy Scout take all the glory. Don't make his sacrifice in vain, Alex. Go end this.
Demi says, standing. He takes a selection of baubles from his hat, then lays it gently on the ground. He shatters them in one hand, and with a burst of smoke, a crack of bone, and a flash of energy, he is a roiling combination of every form, every trick in his arsenal. The 20-foot smoke-wreathed specter glides toward the crowd, the warring forms making it a new terror from one second to the next. I should bolt to the God Eater, but I stay, knowing Demi would want me to roll my eyes at his last speech.
You thrice-damned cartoon characters have never had to bring a city to its knees using nothing more than a blade in your hands. You've never lived through the questing knights and the noble inquisitors. You've never sat for decades formulating a plan to wreak havoc on a country. You are petty, sad, rage-filled little things. I was the very bad men. I was the Hun General. I was the Axeman and the Zodiac Killer. I am the fucking Ripper!
His final scream rivals that of the God Eater as he wades into the morass of lesser creatures, bodies already beginning to split and fly into the air. I don't let their sacrifices become meaningless. I run as fast as my muscles and the dark energy driving me will carry me. The tattoo gun radiates power. It feels right. I stand in front of the God Eater. It waves its arms, leaving glowing red patterns in the air. From the rift, I can see one claw starting to tug and tear at the veil between worlds. My head swims with visions of alien worlds enslaved or destroyed. It's a 60-foot climb before concrete and steel gives way to flesh. Looking at my lone weapon, I torch against the darkness. I know I need to get to some bare skin. I'm no more than an ant on the body of the God Eater. Too small and meaningless for it to even take the time to smear me into paste. The wind is a hurricane now. I look down and see Demi still shredding monsters, and the grateful. But the magic is taking its toll on him. He screams with the pain of the transformations, almost gets taken down, but still keeps fighting the noble fight. Jesus, did I just say that? About him? My claws can barely find purchase. I'm hanging, swinging by one hand more than one. But I grab all the harder, feeling the powerful weight of the tattoo machine in my pocket. I see orange, fake-looking flesh, just out of reach. One massive arm the size of a town, starting to reach its way toward the God Eater. Whatever is behind that curtain begins to talk. Gravity starts to lighten, light starts to bend and slow. I bury one arm deep into the God Eater, the other fishing out the tattoo machine. It glows now, a pure white light. I dip the gun into one of my rivulets of ink running down my body. The God Eater starts to thrash now, noticing me, but too giant, too malformed to simply flick me off. I think for a second, blank as to what to do. But almost before I think my hand is guiding the gun, one deformed hand tears a leg from my body. 2 cement plates crush my hips, but I don't falter. When I'm done, there's a simple, hand-sized tattoo, a set of prison bars. There was no explosion, not in the normal sense. But as I put the last dot in that tattoo, a ripple of energy pulsated from that void in reality, severing the grasping arm. Mercifully, I lost consciousness before I hit the ground. I woke up the next day, laying in a ruin of a city. Corpses of friends, enemies, grateful, and entities. My own wounds were healed enough to walk, so I decided to survey the city. I saw Demi, broken and torn apart, the remaining scraps of his flesh deformed and warped. I half expected him to spring back up with a grin on his face, but as I picked up one hand, I knew he was gone. I could probably make better use of that help. I look over. Vic is torn up, leaning against a destroyed fountain. Half his ribs are broken, his arms hang uselessly at his sides. How? I say, wondering how he survived when a monster like Demi was brought down. No one had time to finish me off once he started doing his one good deed, Vic says with a cough. I intend to have a deep conversation, but behind us, we hear a small sneeze. I turn and see 50 or so children, dirty, scratched, and looking like they haven't seen sunlight in a couple years. And that is the end of my story. This town is full of lingering weirdness and a generation of kids that have had a nightmare of a childhood. I could leave, but what the hell would I go do? Haunt some library? No, this town needs help. And maybe, if I can do some good here, sometime down the road, Vic and I can offer some kind of service to people who have gotten in over their head. I don't know what the future holds, but I can actually answer Vic's question now, and it sets me at ease. I wasn't a good person. I can see and accept that. But even with all the shit I've caused, I am now. Demi's counter got lost in the brawl, but I don't think I'm going to need it. I know I can't be some kind of superhero, but at least I can be good. Number 6 on the list is called My Mom Left Me a Set of Tapes to Watch After She Died. This story is actually one that I don't fully narrate myself. The main narrator is my good friend, TJ Lee.
He also actually wrote a lot of the stories that I've done on my channel, including The Last Sin Eater, which is also on this list. And if you would like to hear more of his work or his writing, I have a playlist on my channel with all of the stories written by him. And he has his own narration channel called Dusklight Radio that you can go and check out. But I also link his Reddit page and all of the descriptions of the stuff that he's in, so you can go and look at his own writings if you would like. This story was really emotional. I just remember it being really sad. And honestly, I like doing really sad stories sometimes. It's more fun to evoke emotions that are deeper, and sadness is an emotion that is easier for me to portray and pull up out of myself than anything else, so it's also just an easier time for me, honestly. I really enjoyed the story, and as always, I really enjoyed working with TJ on it.
My mom was the sort of person to look like a wallflower until you got too close, and then she'd spout out facts about her favorite animal. It was an emperor penguin. She said their journey for love and parenthood was the hardest and most connecting thing with her. I'm told all the usual things about her. She had a smile that could light up a room. Her laugh cut through the malaise of an awkward party. Her stride was confident and her form was elegant. From the day I could understand what it was to be remembered, she was painted to me as a true goddess. I mean, after all, aren't all moms supposed to be that to their children growing up? Mom died when I was 4. Aggressive cancer riddled her body with tumors, stole her stride, her smile, her laugh, everything in just 18 short months. I didn't see her for much of it, but if I did, I obviously didn't remember. I heard somewhere that we don't start forming memories until we're around 2 years old, and implicit memories, those unconscious memories that stick with us automatically, aren't even until we're 7. So essentially, my mother was already dead for 3 years before I could even unconsciously think of the word mom and go to her face in my mind. A face that was stolen from me. A face that I'll never see. I'm giving you this background information now because it's vital that you understand my mom before we get into the thick of it. I can't sit here and tell you I love my mom unconditionally. I didn't know her. Dad was never in the picture, so my grandparents were where I was shipped off to. Good people. Kind people. They raised me on stories of my mom and made sure to do the one thing she'd requested when her sickness finally got her.
Show Nick the milestone tapes.
For those unaware, a milestone tape is something where a loved one, usually a parent, records a loving video to congratulate their kin on a moment they're missing out on. First day of school, marriage, you get the picture. I remember being 5 years old. I'd not long tripped on the stairs after miscalculating my steps and smashed my front tooth on the top step, sending my first baby tooth flying. Thankfully, the pain was short-lived in my mind. I was mere days from my birthday and a surprise trip to Disneyland was coming up. In the middle of packing, I was sat down in front of the TV with my grandpa Mihail, and him putting in these pristine discs. A gaudy logo flashing up on the screen still burned into my retinas to this day. Gone but not deleted. A video message from Lenora Stenkowski. The image would flicker for just a moment. Always just a moment, each time. And then she'd appear. A young woman sat in a black leather armchair with a small table to her side and patterned wallpaper behind her. She was in her early 20s with her raven black hair tied in a messy bun, strands curled and dangling down her porcelain face. A beauty mark sitting just beneath her right eye, the pair of them shining like emeralds that caught the first ray of sunshine. Black lipstick gave way to shimmering teeth, and a smile that made even an oblivious little me feel lost.
Hi, Pumpkin. It's Mommy. I hope my little prince is watching the throne while I'm away. How can you be nearly 6 years old and already losing your baby teeth? You're growing up too fast, little man.
She puffed out her cheeks as she feigned a frown before giggling. My heart sank in my chest. I knew something wasn't right, even then. Her tone was playful, buoyant, and full of joy, like she'd never missed a moment of my life.
Make sure you put your tooth under your pillow tonight. Dita Mihal will make sure the tooth fairy comes and nothing else.
She raised a single finger with a wink, posing for a moment before her face fell. Her posture sank, and she fell back into the armchair a tad, growing smaller as she coughed. After a moment, she cleared her throat with a quiet dignity and made sure the hand she coughed into went out of shot as she fixated on the camera with a weak smile.
Mommy loves you, my little crown prince. Close your eyes and breathe with me.
I looked at my grandfather, and with tears streaming down my face and a bite on his lip, he put a hand on my shoulder and nodded. I did as I was told and took a long breath in, the air cold and filling my lungs, intoxicating me as I heard her words. The same words I'd come to hear at the end of every video she recorded. I'll always be with you. And so it went. For every milestone I undertook, there was an accompanying video. When I graduated middle school, when I rode my first bike, even when I broke my first bone, she had a video ready. I was around 11. Biking home from school, I collided with a speeding driver. The bastard didn't even stop as my small body careened over his windscreen, rolled over the hood, and smashed into the concrete, tearing my right arm to pieces. Passers-by said it was a freak accident, that the car just appeared out of nowhere and then vanished. Hell, what do hit-and-run drivers do? Speed, speed, speed. Medicated up to my eyes and sitting up in hospital, Grandpa handed me a mini DVD player, and the familiar face shot up. I could never tell you in those earlier videos if these were done back-to-back or months apart, but Mom looked radiant, albeit with more coughing in each iteration.
Hi, Pumpkin. It's Mommy. Though, I'm sure by now you're probably cringing at the mere mention of me referring to myself that way. Oh, God. Do people still say cringe? It's hard to know what the world you're in is like anymore. But moms are never supposed to be cool, are they?
She chuckled, a faraway look in her eye, as the pit of my stomach expanded. No, I thought, tears in my eyes gripping the sheets of my good hand. I want you to say those things. I want you to embarrass me.
Well, if you're watching this, then you've broken your first bone. I hope it's a bit later in life and not when you're so upset you can't even hear me. But sweetie, this is an important life lesson that I wanted to be there for. Pain happens. It's a part of our world, and everyone in it must experience it. Sometimes it's physical, like now when your body hurts so much that you want to yell and cry out. Sometimes it's emotional, which you get when someone upsets you, hurts your feelings. Something you might also feel from seeing my face right now, which I'm sorry for.
She trailed off, that weak smile plastered across her face like the greatest lie ever told. She took a breath, and I heard the quivers in her voice, both from sadness and from sickness.
But you are my little crown prince, and while you're watching the throne, I know you'll do great things and overcome anything that stands in your way. You know why?
Why? I breathed, my body radiating with hot pain and my heart aching. I leaned in as she leaned in, like sharing a secret only we would ever know.
Because you're my son, and my love for you will push you to do anything.
She whispered, my face involuntarily growing into a smile without even realizing it.
Just don't look at the wall behind me.
My eyes were fixated on hers, a small sliver of the background visible behind her ear. As my eyes slowly broke from her gaze and traveled over, she spoke again.
Don't.
A frantic whisper escaped her lips. My eyes snapped back as a pale shade shifted out of sight. Blinking once, I saw she was sitting back in the chair, talking as if nothing had happened. Had I dozed off? I was high on pain medication. It wasn't impossible.
I'm running out of time. These are only supposed to be short, so I'll finish up here. Mommy loves you, my little crown prince. Close your eyes and breathe with me.
Again, I did as instructed, and I heard a distinct creaking sound from the speakers. Undoubtedly her settling into her chair.
I'll always be with you.
So the years went. Fewer milestone videos popped up. Some of them were simply mundane or not that noteworthy. Not why we're here. But the usual events, first day as a freshman, last day as a senior, prom night, and even an embarrassing one wherein a 17-year-old me had the most uncomfortable 15 minutes of being explained dating etiquette and safe sex by my long-gone mother. By the time I'd reached 21, only 4 tapes remained. Grandpa Mihail had passed, and Grandma Souza was getting on, so they were given to me with the obvious instruction to not watch them until the time was right. And this is the part where things take a turn. A bad breakup, bad life choices, even worse friendship choices with substances readily available, a lifetime of insecurities stemming from no parental figures, all the love in the world to my grandparents, but it's not the same, and a series of videos from your long-dead mom, that's enough to fuck anyone up. So I grabbed a bottle, some pills, and put the next video in, planning to binge them before I took my life. I mean, fuck it. What's the harm of mending it all, right? The video flickered and cast a long shadow across my dismal apartment, before the visage of my mom came into focus. It had been a couple years since the last video, and in my emotionally unstable, drunken state, I was not prepared for what I saw. Emaciated, sunken eyes and a slack jaw, her tongue hanging out and drooping to the bottom of her chin, thick, pungent saliva with her concave chest heaving under the weight of the oxygen machine wrapped around her face. A looming shadow with 2 bright blue orbs for eyes and jagged pillars for teeth wrapping its arms around her. It locked eyes with me and cocked its head to the side. No. It croaked, my skin bubbling with fear and chilling my blood. I had never felt a terror like it. It felt like it knew me and saw into me. I recoiled, and in my cocktail of fear and horror, retched up everything I'd downed not 10 minutes earlier. A torrid mixture of bile, acid, pills, and booze spread over my carpet as tears ran down my face. My stomach ached, and every cell in my body screamed at me in protest. The thoughts swirling in my thick skull were that of disappointment, disgust, and repulsiveness. I felt weak, alone, and broken as I collapsed onto the floor in the fetal position, sobbing.
Sweetie, it's Mom.
Through blurred eyes and a haze of pain, I looked at the TV, half expecting some emaciated creature to lurch through. But there was my mom. She looked tired, her hair now matted to her head and exhaustion racking her bones, but beauty radiating through her as she held her hands in her lap and leaned forward, smiling.
If you're watching this, then things are bad. I don't know how bad, but I can guess. Grandpa wouldn't have let you watch this if you'd gotten your heart broken, or were at that age where emotions are as high as a kite and just as volatile. So I can assume that, much like me, you're in a bad place.
She coughed, and I felt the need to sit up and give her my full attention. This woman no more than 6 years my senior, frozen in time, still finding ways to command my attention with her every word. It was like I was 5 again.
Sweetie, I know I can't talk to you like a child anymore, so I won't. Honestly, I'd been so excited to see you grow up. Go through that phase where we bicker and argue over small things before finally settling in the longest and most beautiful phase of our family dynamic.
I watched her lips quiver and eyes glaze over, my own mirroring as she shakily concluded.
The one where we're best friends, who always look out for each other.
That broke me. Every emotion I trained myself to hide away when kids started asking questions I couldn't answer, situations I'd wanted my mom in, moments I felt alone. I let it out in one volatile evening of self-healing. The words on that tape echoing in my head long after it stopped playing.
The road ahead will be tough without me. It was always going to be. But you're the crown prince, and you'll eventually have that throne. Survey your kingdom, and know you can do anything and conquer anything. It's getting closer now, but we still have some time left. So don't let whatever is going on beat you, nor the thing after that.
The penguins didn't, did they? I'm sure Grandpa told you, but they're my favorite. Those little birds share the burden of parenthood. Walk over 100 miles and nearly starve to cultivate new life. I do all of that and more for you, honey, because...
She closed her eyes, and I did too. Without prompting, we said it together. I'll always be with you. It took time to get better. All things do. I would spend so many nights in withdrawal with the shakes, vomit and staring up at a horrific beast looming over my bed, like the thing on the TV but foggier. It'd imitate my movements and try to get closer. With every step, its eyes would glow just a bit brighter, everything else remaining shrouded in darkness, even if light passed through my curtains. I don't know how I made it through that time of my life. One night, as it made its way to the foot of my bed, I closed my eyes and breathed on instinct, reciting my mother's mantra. I suppose in moments of crises, we turn to our most personal coping mechanisms, and I wasn't about to go back to the bottle. When I finished, it was gone. Over the years, I completed my program, got clean, and went through therapy to cope with the grief. When I hit 26, I met the second most important woman in my life, Natalie. She knew what it was like to go through pain, to go through suffering alone, to play with the wrong demons. We fell in love. We got engaged and eventually married. As she had been countless times before, Mom was there to congratulate us. Natalie had seen some of the tapes, but this was her first one that, in its own way, was directed to her. Mom was nearing the end by this point, her thin frame barely clinging to her always beautiful dresses, and her skin beginning to stretch like paper. She took great gulps of air from the oxygen tank before talking, but somehow retained that exuberance she'd always had.
I knew you'd find someone wonderful eventually, Nick. Penguins always find their mate for life, and you'd be no exception.
She giggled through strained coughs, turning her head slightly as if she could see Natalie.
I don't know you, but I bet you're the most beautiful woman in the world if my crown prince chose you. Well, after me, of course.
Another laugh, this time accompanied by tears from the two of us.
There's just one more to go, so look after each other. Love well and experience everything you can. And don't forget.
Natalie gripped my hand with her left, a hand on her bump with the right as we closed our eyes. I could hear the scratching sound more prominently now, but I kept my eyes shut, not wanting to ruin the moment. I'll always be with you. We were so excited to have a baby. Natalie had come from a big family and was eager to start expanding her own. Even though I was reluctant, I couldn't help but share in her enthusiasm when so many late nights were spent fawning over baby names, cute outfits, and lofty plans for the future on how our kid would even behave around us, determined to be cool parents. But in between all of that, my mind would cast back to those tapes of my mom, the only parent I really knew. I wanted to use them as a guidebook for my own steps. She'd been such an integral part of my life. It seemed odd not to have her in it now. Keeping the last tape separate, I rewatched the entire set one by one, reliving those moments I couldn't truly appreciate until my own burgeoning journey into parenthood. But when I got to the Broken Bone tape, I froze. Once again, she leaned into the camera and whispered, eyes full of fright and panic.
Don't look.
I pushed pause in the video and took a moment. Surely I was just highly medicated at the time. There couldn't really be anything there, right? So why was I so reluctant to move my eyes to the right and find out? Taking a breath, I moved the video frame by frame and watched the corner where her face didn't cover. That shadow. That same fucking shadow. Looming in the background, eyes burning red with fury.
Don't look.
I jumped. The video was skipping, stuck on the sounds of my mother's panic-stricken voice, begging me not to stare, but I couldn't help it. I stared and watched this creature take confident, unnatural, and twitchy strides from the background, getting ever closer to the camera. I saw the muscles on its face twist and undulate as it pressed its cheeks up into a twisted grin. The sight of rot and earth and unspeakable things in its mouth, all displaying themselves in full glory as it intonated one word that sent screams through my home before shutting off. Soon. Natalie was 8 months gone. Petite and a history of prior drug abuse. They said her heart just couldn't take it. Her body gave out, and that it was a miracle our daughter survived. I took it all in, and yet none of it, as I cradled my entire universe in my arms. The second greatest woman I'd ever known, now taken from me too. Phoebe, I breathed, unable to take my eyes off her perfect little face as she slept soundly just 12 feet from her dead mother. Her name is Phoebe, and she is the crown princess. Somewhere in the corner of my eye, a shadow cast itself over Natalie's bed, right as they put the sheet over her. From that night on, there would always be noises outside our home. Always faint howling. Always a solitary spot in the front of the property where no light could touch it. For a while, I forgot about the videos. Forgot about everything that wasn't Phoebe. Raising her became priority one, and I would work any extra hours I needed to, give up any friendship I had to, and spite myself in whatever way was necessary to ensure that my perfect little girl slept soundly at night. It wasn't until Phoebe's second birthday last week that I finally got the courage to dig out the videos and watch the last one. How many times had I sat in a home, emotionally destroyed, and at a crossroads in my life, waiting to see this woman's face and hope she'd somehow have the magic words to guide me. As the picture flickered on, the logo shining up on screen, I cast my head back with a mixture of surprise and sadness as I realized the significance of the year. I was older than her now.
Hi, sweetie. I guess we finally reached the end, huh?
Her voice sounded younger. I looked down and saw her standing up. No chair or wallpaper in sight. It looked like she was recording this from her bedroom. A picture of health, all things considered. Her eyes red from crying, but her voice unwavering, like she'd prepared these words carefully.
This is technically the final video for you, but the first for me. Weird how this all works. But this is how it needs to happen. If you're watching this, you've got your own little princess to protect. The crown prince has now become the king, and I couldn't be prouder.
She beamed, but my stomach tightened at those words. Your own little princess. I breathed, my chest tightening. How did she know?
I imagine you're now wondering how I know. Well, that's not the important part. What's important is if you saw what you think you saw within the videos, between the frames, there is something lurking here, Nick. Something ancient.
I felt the house shudder, settling into place, no doubt. But I couldn't separate myself from the fear running through my body.
It feeds on misfortune. It watches from the shadows and waits for small, tiny windows to make itself known. I don't know where it came from or what it is, but I know what it wants.
A rumbling behind me, the sound of wood splintering and creaking, the unmistakable sound of tapping that I'd heard every time we did the mantra at the end of a video. I was shaking, but I didn't stop watching.
It wants us, Nick. We seem to be a source for it. When it finishes using us, it moves on. A long time ago, I was told that if I captured it in film, solidified it in these repeatable tapes, it would slow it down, maybe even stop it. I have no idea if it'll work. But you deserve to know now that you can almost certainly see it too. Because if it doesn't stop here, if you start to see it, start to experience misfortune.
My heart skipped, tripping over the stairs and narrowly missing cracking my skull as a child, losing my first tooth, the hidden run that shattered my arm, my first broken bone, marrying and losing Natalie, my first love. Oh no. Oh God, no. I willed my body to move, to leap out of the seat and rush to Phoebe's room, but I had to hear the rest through. screaming at my mom to tell me the solution.
When your Dita Michal told me about our curse, how he took me in after my father died, about how it passes from father to daughter, mother to son, and so forth. You can try to avoid it, but it always finds a way.
She looked down in shame, clutching at her sleeves.
Truth be told, I didn't want to get pregnant, but things have a way of happening, and I knew I couldn't give you up.
She glanced behind her, something off camera scaring her into grabbing at her arms and rubbing them, shame and fear on her face.
I'm so sorry, baby, but I want you to know that there is power in these words, in these videos. I will do everything I can to protect you, just like I know you'll protect your child, no matter who it hurts in the process. Because...
One last time. I just had to close my eyes one last time and it would all be over. I did it on instinct. It didn't matter that it was a slew of sounds alerting me to an invading presence in my home, that it was rapidly approaching me. All that mattered was the mantra.
I'll be here for you. Always.
But what I heard parroting me back was not my mother. A guttural, inhuman voice barked back the phrase, and I swear I felt its breath inches from my face. I felt eyes unrestricted by pupils or sockets spin around, focusing on my weakest point. But I didn't waver. After a few agonizing moments, it darted away and out of view, leaving only the static of the TV to keep me aware that I wasn't in fact dreaming. As soon as I knew it was safe, I ran to Phoebe's room and checked on her, convinced that she was next in a long line of losses, convinced that some otherworldly specter had taken her from me, convinced I would be alone again. You can imagine my relief when I opened the door to find her softly sleeping, clutching her teddy bear with his own attached blankie, the exact same toy my mom had given me. I looked at her with the enormity of the situation overshadowing me, the realization she was the same age I was when my mom got diagnosed, the realization that soon I would be the one making a slew of videos for milestones I'd never get to see her inherit, my crown princess's kingdom of nightmares. And I don't know if this is what my mother intended, but I took those words at the end to heart. Protect your child, no matter who it hurts in the process. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know how this translates across mediums and platforms, but there is power in describing an old and malevolent force. Just like there is seeing it in the corner of your eye, or when you experience a lucky break from death. A misstep here and a wrong turn there. You'll always see it. My mother gave up everything to buy time. Give me the chance to right the wrongs and find a better way. A way that involves my daughter growing up with her father in her life, without the plague of whatever this is hanging over either of us. Maybe you won't be the one. Maybe it'll simply look at you and find you not to its liking as it did me that fateful night, inches away from my flesh, and determining that I simply wasn't ripe enough yet. But someone will come across this, and it will bite. It will bite and never let go. Be it nightmares, sleep paralysis, a slew of unfortunate mishaps, or something flitting in the corner of your eye, it will be there, whatever it is, waiting. I wish you well, and I hope you don't judge me too harshly. But to me and to Phoebe, family is everything. So close your eyes and take a deep breath, because they'll always be with you.
I just realized at some point I'd messed up the numbering, but I just went back and looked, and I'm fairly certain that the next one is actually number 4. So number 4 on the list is The Last Sin Eater, and I mentioned this in the last little snippet I just recorded for the story before this, but this is written by TJ Lee. This is one of the biggest stories I've ever done. I believe it's about 4.5 hours long. Full cast. I have I think 5 other people in this story with me, and I spent almost 60 hours on making this. There are probably things I would improve if I did it today, I did this story near the beginning of the year, and I did improve a lot this year, I believe. So maybe one day I'll redo it. Maybe, I don't know. It'd just be so much work, but I love this story. It's fantastic. TJ really outdid himself, and you can also buy like the book that this story is. This story isn't an exact replica of what's in the book because I narrated the no sleep version, but this has been adapted into a book that has side stories and special stuff in it that's not in the original story. So if you're interested at all in buying that, that will also be in the description, and it also comes with like really cool cover art and stuff. So if you're interested in that, you'll be able to find all that information in the description. My favorite part about this story was probably the super varied set of characters. Obviously, it's called The Last Sin Eater, so I don't think it's too much of a spoiler to say it involves the 7 deadly sins. And it was just so fun to play several of them, have TJ play several of them. TJ has a very varied range to his voice. He's really good at highs and lows, and he also has a lot of accents that he can use. He is from England, so he can do lots of English accents. He also has a very good American accent, a good Southern accent, so that was really fun. Keep your ears open for Cyril Monks. He is probably my favorite character I've ever played alongside. He was so fantastically fun to play off of. So let me know what you think of him. Sin Eater. A person who consumes a ritual meal in order to spiritually take on the sins of a deceased person. If only it were that simple. My name is Eleanor Lockwood, but you can call me Nell. I wouldn't call sin eating my job or anything superfluous like that. It simply is my reason for being. My grandmother, Aoife Lockwood, was one of the last in Wales to keep the practice going. With no mother or father to speak of and no desire for children of my own, responsibility fell to me, the unlikely descendant, to take up the mantle and keep it going. But I will be the last. That much is certain. People have lost touch with that aspect of the world. The traditions of days gone by, respect for the old ways and the rituals small towns and villages would undertake to safeguard their communities from wayward souls. Unseen terrors and creatures of the night. When Aoife met my grandfather, a Johnny, an immigrant from Jamaica, he brought with him stories of voodoo curses, known as Obia, traditions held for centuries, and the importance of respecting one's kin through practice. But the world was changing, and when I came of age, I knew I'd need to see the wider world to bring our family talents to prominence. That's when I stumbled across Sturgeon, a town with a bar between places that caters to those in need. A town with a hotel sporting physical impossibilities on every floor. A town where the dead are ferried across on seaplanes, and where monsters meet martial artists in a tournament of nightmares. But what I have to tell you today goes far, far away from that, to the outer reaches of Sturgeon's eyes, and finds itself situated in a maximum security prison in the middle of the most dangerous location on Earth, the Bermuda Triangle. I am the last Sin Eater, and this is my story.
Miss Lockwood, Mr. McGraw, your presence is urgently requested to deal with the final requests of our death row inmates. More information will be provided to you upon your acceptance, and arrangements will be made to bring you here within 48 hours. Simply dial the number attached, and we will organize the rest. I look forward to hearing from you. Yours faithfully, Warden Leichenberg.
Buck kicked back in his recliner and swirled his whiskey around lazily as I finished reading, smirking from underneath his Stetson.
You gonna go? Hell, why am I even asking? Of course you are.
He downed it in one and slammed the drink down as he gasped, standing up to his full height and cracking his back. He was a burly man in his early 30s, ripped muscles and a thick black beard hiding his chiseled brown jaw and piercing green eyes. Buck was as tough as they came, but calmer and more patient than most men thrice his age. He never judged, never tried to speak for me or tell me what to do. He respected me as an equal, and I admired him all the more for it. Wonder what the hell kind of prison situates itself in the heart of a place like that? How do you even get in there without it being a crash and burn scenario? I pondered aloud, taking note of the number and walking over to the landline in our office. We'd been operating as business partners for a couple of years, taking on odd jobs involving unusual specimens and occurrences that nobody else wanted. Buck called us nightmare detectives. I called us scholars who got underpaid for our troubles.
Makes sense to me, especially if the rumors of this place are true.
Buck played with his beard and rifled through a book he'd picked from the large shelf on the back.
Tempestus Penitentiary is spoken of only in passing by scholars as a place that the most problematic individuals in history's shadows would be housed. Not your serial killers or political murderers, but the monsters that history tries its best to scrub from the pages. If we go, it's gonna be a rough ride.
He snaps the book shut and grinned at me, my heart skipping a beat.
Sounds like a hell of a hunt. I'm in.
One furtive phone call later, and we were packed with our instructions to meet the porter at the airport.
Carcosa Airways. You're sure about that, right?
Buck asked me, face buried in a notebook he'd been poring over in the weeks leading up to our letter from the warden. Said it was his greatest scholarly project, but never showed me a damn thing from it. Yep, they said a guy with a raven will greet us. Kinda hard to miss in Sturgeon, right? Even walking around with an Indiana Jones impersonator like you. I chuckled, punching him in the arm playfully, my other hand running through my playlist on my iPod. Could never relax on a trip without some good music.
Speak for yourself. You dress and act like you're trying your damnedest to be the next Van Helsing, albeit Welsh and female.
And better hair. I dramatically brushed a lock aside as we both laughed, the anxiety of a sea of people rushing past us ebbing away. Out of the crowd came a tall man sporting an all-black attire and an overexcited raven on his shoulder, preening his hair and shouting, "Brain food," as he tried, and failed, to coax him.
Damn it, Edgar, I told you to cool it,
he hissed, offering up a finger for the corvid as a warning, instead making him tilt his head quizzically before nipping him and shrieking in delight.
It's raw! It's raw!
He chirped as the man came closer, pinching his brow.
You guys must be Lockwood and McGraw. Could spot you two a mile away. Welcome to Caracasa Airways. I'm Nestor Holden, and this little delight here is Edgar. We'll be your guides to the Tempestor prison. You got everything you need? We won't be making any stops on the way, and I've been instructed to assist in any way I can when we arrive, which is a pretty good excuse to get some R&R for us.
Ride, Rowdy! Ride, Rowdy!
Edgar screeched as Nestor clicked in front of him.
What did we say about crass behavior in public?
He hissed.
Only when funny.
Edgar replied solemnly, his head lowered, myself and Buck chuckling as we grabbed our bags.
Oh, and by the way, I've been told to give you this before we take off. Keep it on you at all times. It's a charm to help ward off negative aura or something. My boss, LD, said it was imperative to get it to you.
He passed us each a totem. They were old and hand-carved, both sporting frail individuals with their bony hands holding a thick hood in a perpetual state between up and down, unable to tell if they were raising or lowering it. But the eyes were obscured. It unsettled me, but I kept it in my pocket, as did Buck when we departed. For a split second, as we passed through the terminal, I spotted something in my peripheral vision. A thin, gangly sort of creature peering from behind a thin concrete beam that jutted out of the floor. Bioluminescent, black little eyes fixated on me, and drool running down its elongated lips, curled into a smile as gnarled fingers awkwardly crunched until it was holding up a number in my direction. A number that would become synonymous with the rest of my life from that day forward. The number 8. The ride in was interesting, to say the least. Our pilot was in a perpetual state of drunkenness, spouting off Lord Alfred Tennyson as he took us through rocky shores and across foreboding blackened skies. I had my music on, and I'll be damned if it wasn't atmospheric when the opening riff kicked in. As I looked out of the window, Buck snoring something fierce next to me, my jaw fell slack at the sight that greeted me. Where the ocean had been calm, and the wind even more so for the duration of our journey, we were now greeted with a storm of tumultuous proportions. Sharp winds sliced at the window, whipping the ocean into a frenzy, and slamming swaths of frothy green liquid at the plane with malice, trying in vain to stop us from approaching.
The wrinkled sea beneath him crawls, he watches from his mountain walls, and like a thunderbolt he falls!
The pilot sang over the intercom as he took the plane into a nosedive, sending Buck still snoring head forward with a snap. Edgar crying out as we descended further. My hands clasped to the sides of the seat and my stomach firmly in my boots.
No survivors! No survivors!
Edgar, don't mind him. We're fine. The approach is normal for a place like this.
Nestor kept his arms crossed, seated opposite me in the flight attendant's area. Eyes cast outside as bright lights began filling the windows.
Take a look. It's your new home for the next week.
Buck roused from his sleep just in time to catch a glimpse of the imposing structure waiting for us as the plane leveled out, and we were on approach for landing. A circular structure, spanning several thousand feet, rising out of the sea with torrents of water spilling off the top of the oval base and back into the ocean. Several landing pads visible as lights guided us in. At the center of the structure was a thick steel tube that extended down into the depths. All around the prison were heavy winds, crashing waves, and darkness for miles on end. We were waved down by a sea of guards, and a tall, imposing man stood in the back. Black trench coat and a patterned umbrella sporting blue cherry blossoms. He waved dramatically as we stepped off the plane, and a leather-gloved hand clasped my own with extreme enthusiasm.
Willkommen to my own personal Tartarus. Do you like the location?
He beams proudly at me, stretching his arms out and spinning around.
All of this just to prevent the worst of the worst from getting out. Crushing their hopes and dreams under my steel-toe-capped heel.
He turns back to us, and Buck scoffs.
Always the eccentric types in positions of power, huh?
He murmurs, jabbing me playfully.
Come on, indulge him. This is his kingdom, after all.
With that, Buck strides forward, ignoring the rain and ocean froth drenching him in moments. He gives the warden a firm handshake before gesturing to me.
Ah, you must be our revered Senator. I've never seen what your people do up close and personal, but I will take great pride in seeing it enacted on our inmates, if it means they will suffer just a little bit more.
My eyebrow raised involuntarily, the warden noticing and immediately holding his hands up defensively.
Oh, no. Don't mistake me for a sadist. I just wish to ensure my job is done properly. These are bad creatures. I deign to even call them people for what they've done. Each one has committed a crime, that sin, if you will, so egregious that God himself would sooner spit on his own son than allow a single one amongst them into the kingdom of Elysium.
You a religious man, Mr. Leichenberg? I asked, Buck and I following him to the central tube that connected the entrance to the main prison. Nestor and Edgar bringing up the rear, as the pilot cackled and began taking off again.
Are you not, Madam Lockwood? In a world of such horrors as we is housing here, one must have something to cling to that enables us to believe there is truth, justice, and punishment and reward. A balance for all things. Such was the way the Greeks believed things to be. With your profession, I would have assumed you to be a woman of the cloth, no?
I shook my head as we piled into the chamber, the doors closing on our last look of the outside world for a week. If there is a God, He blinded himself to our struggles long ago. Whatever goes on here is up to us now. I just do my part in the process. Buck sighed, and Nestor fed Edgar to keep him calm as we descended. The front section of the tube showing nothing but steel as we descend. But after a moment, the view gave way to the top of a sprawling prison. The general population area, thousands of inmates. Some human, and others, well, monsters of the most literal sense. All in turquoise jumpsuits and either congregating in groups, doing work for the officers or working out. As we got closer, it became apparent this was a building far bigger and deeper than I could have imagined.
Our prison houses 7,000 inmates of various backgrounds, crimes, and origins. We are tasked with making sure they never get out and cause more havoc up above. I'd inform you more of them or even give you a tour, but alas, we're not here for them.
The tube dropped down, and we were plunged into darkness once more, save for a few maintenance lights that flooded the room in a red and purple hue.
Your prison is expansive, Warden. I'm impressed. How many legendary beasts you got locked up here? I'd enjoy cataloging some of them from my compendium.
The warden seemed to think on it for a moment before politely shaking his head.
Mind apologies, but there's no chance on your schedule. Each session will be difficult and take your day to complete. With 7 of them, I do not wish to waste extra energy, but I am proud of the structure wherein these individuals are housed. Since my appointment to the position, we have had a far more complacent criminal populace and far less deaths.
He clapped his hands together excitedly as we came to a stop in front of a single white hallway.
You know, I never envisioned getting my dream job by 34, but here we are. Strange how the world works, no?
He ushered us out and towards a makeshift office, fitted with a bed, couch, vending machine, and research area.
This is your workstation area. We will provide you with anything you may need, and any extra facilities can be provided to you with an escort. Your first inmate is already waiting.
Placing my wet clothes and baggage down, I stared at him incredulously. Now, what about any information on him or her first? A smile rippled across his face, his shoulders hunching. The man wasn't necessarily threatening, but his height, coupled with the power he held here, certainly made an uncomfortable look.
I want to see if your skills are as true as they come. His as well.
He looked over at Buck, who grinned back, but there was a fence right behind it.
What about me? Do I need a test?
Nestor quipped, Edgar trying to get his eyebrows and preen them.
No. You're a bodyguard. So long as you protect them, I think we have no issue. Even if I'm not fond of your pet.
Edgar cocked his head in the warden's direction before screeching,
"Taste the eyes! Taste the eyes!"
and laughing as Nestor scolded him. As good a time as any, I suppose. Let's go. Lead the way, Warden. With that, he escorted us out and down the long hallway, through the one locked door and out into a visitor center of sorts. Several guards stood on watch and patted us down for contraband before we could even step foot into their interview areas.
Welcome, Warden. Who are our esteemed guests visiting today?
Cell 2, Officer Mitchell. Prisoner number 4822.
He passed us a pen to sign in with and nodded before buzzing the gate and allowing us through. The interview chamber was odd, to say the least. It seemed cordoned off from the rest of the building, as if quarantined. A small table with 4 chairs greeted us. A thick plexiglass window stretching across the length of the far wall. Total darkness on the other side.
The prisoner will be with you momentarily. I'll be watching from my office, but there is a button to the right of the wall if anything should go wrong. I'll speak to you after you're done. Good luck, Frau Lockwood.
He paused with the door held open, as if contemplating whether or not to say something else.
Don't be fooled by this one. Looks can be deceiving.
With that, the door shut, and our first interview began. For a moment, there was silence that permeated the room, as if waiting for someone to start things off. Buck was sat down with his compendium open and ready, a small microphone attached to a dictator machine. Nestor leaning against the wall, keeping Edgar entertained. I called out, hoping to get a response. The warden called you prisoner number 4822, but I'm hoping you have a more fitting name. Never been a fan of complexities. I'm Madam Nell Lockwood, the person you all asked to come here for your, sins. Are you there? Something shifted in the darkness. A thick, bulging, undulating shape that began wheezing and hacking as it moved forward.
Yeah, I'm here. Ma'am. Name's Tallulah Makepeace. Thank you for coming.
I felt something. Still not sure what. But I pressed on and tried to find a natural groove. The session wouldn't work if we didn't get off on good footing. Why'd you ask for me? I'm to understand none of you are particularly sorry for what you did. I may as well get the awkwardness out now. Seems silly to ignore. To her credit, she scoffed at my comment.
Just because I ain't sorry, don't mean the sin shouldn't be excised. Maybe it'll make you feel remorse. Who knows? I know what I did was wrong, but it was for a greater purpose. You'll see.
You know what I do? How I do it? I asked, the figure hacking and chuckling before replying.
Yeah, I know what you do, honey. I got a lot of sins. But it's the early ones. The ones that put me in this metal coffin that I need to get off my chest. And boy, if my chest ain't heavy enough already.
She laughed, and I began to get the impression that she was a heavier woman, even with the shroud of darkness. But instead of pressing her to move forward, I did what I'd always done. I encouraged her to tell her story.
It all started when I was about 11 or 12. I was a pretty young thing, let me tell ya. Wore nice floral dresses, had fair skin. All the boys wanted to take me out. Heck, even the girls. Not that I minded. Mama said I was her perfect angel. Problem was, I didn't care for any of them. Not really, anyway. They were just there. Background noise to absorb when I needed attention. Gifts or favors. I tell you, if the world had dropped another atom bomb, and I was the only one left standing, I'm not sure I'd have been too concerned with the aftermath.
She snorted and spat on the floor, clearing her throat before continuing.
One night, right before Valentine's Day, something appeared at the end of my bed. He was tall and muscular, completely covered in red hair and washboard abs. I mean, my goodness.
She let out a shudder, and I felt my skin crawl.
He said his name was Azazel, and that he was an incubus. Someone sent here to pass on a message. I wasn't attaining my true form, but the form that others wanted me to partake. Until I became what he knew I could be, both inside and out. Well, I was destined to be alone and unloved.
So what did you do next, Tallulah? Were you inspired to change, or did you seek a doctor? I asked, hands tapping the table as I gained a better idea of the woman in front of me.
A doctor? Bitch, you crazy? I got a vision from my ideal man, and he told me I had to change. You don't just ignore that. So, I did as I was told. Began eating more. Not worrying about my hygiene unless my parents forced me to. But they gave up eventually. Stopped studying. Dedicated myself wholeheartedly to the craft of perfection. Gained 150 pounds in just a few years. And my God, I was beautiful. I still am, of course. But when you see yourself for the first time, it's like peeling off your old skin and stepping out of a cocoon.
She leaned back, and I heard the chair groan under the pressure. By now, a thick mist was forming around her, a byproduct of the session, but she wasn't to know just yet.
Was it around this time you started luring young men and women into the woods, Tallulah?
Buck asked, his eyes dark and his grin replaced with a scowl.
You must have been around 17 years old when you started, right? I know the name and what you did.
Tallulah shifted in her seat and made an approving noise, leaning in the darkness to see Buck better.
My. As if it weren't enough to have one looker in here. I got two. Are y'all helping me with the sin to be eaten? Or are y'all the snacks? You look good enough to eat.
She giggled and continued.
When I completed the physical metamorphosis, Azazel came back to me, cooing in my ear that I have the perfect love. I had to be willing to give up everything and go further to take love from others.
She scratched at her face, thick calluses resisting the nails, and I swear I heard a pimple pop. My stomach turning, but ignoring the desire to lose composure.
First, I told him there was an animal in need, or that I'd lost my baby brother in them woods. I guess the damsel in distress thing is still pretty popular. They'd always come in and help me and get caught. That's where the real process began. See, it weren't enough to just kill them. The point of true love was to carry them with you forever. To take their lives, take a piece of them, and ensure it was always a part of you. That was true power.
She leaned forward, and it took every inch of my body not to recoil in horror. She was a gargantuan woman in her 30s, 600 pounds easily, undulating fat and heavy folds spilling out of her turquoise jumpsuit and spilling over the chair. Her black hair was matted to her head, and her facial features were so sunken in her elongated and fattened skull that I struggled to comprehend how she saw anything. But that mouth, my God, it was double the size of my own. The teeth were yellowed and the gums bright red. Random hairs and pimples littered her face like badges of honor.
See, they say bees make the best honey. But that ain't quite true. Azazel taught me all about the mummification of old human beings. Men and women who willingly gave their bodies to be something more. But there are far quicker ways to make it happen, if you have a guiding voice.
She grinned, and a long, black tongue escaped her lips, like a serpent tasting the air around a frightened victim.
I'd make sure the holes were deep. The coffins were done perfectly to their measurements. It helped to have a friendly neighbor who made them special for me if I gave them favors. In return, once they fell in, the drop was steep enough that they couldn't get back out. The liquid would act like a gelling agent, stopping them from going very far, until I came back with the rest of the ingredients. Watching them struggle like flies in a trap was always immensely satisfying.
She groaned, and the hairs on my body stood on end. It felt more and more like I was being sized up. The red and pink mist filling her room, now gaining mass at a rapid rate. So you made these people into food? I asked, trying not to dry heave as I finished my sentence.
They'd struggle until their strength gave out and their heads fell under the water. And I'd put the lid on them and wait. My own little Garden of Eden. It was like I was a god in my own backyard. Give it just 2 months. They'd be nothing more than a sweet liquid that kept me young, beautiful, and immortal. So long as I had that sweet nectar, I weren't going nowhere. I had a task to fulfill and a part to play, so saith Azazel. I couldn't stop until I met the one I was destined to fall in love with.
But that's not all you did, is it? Because if it was, we'd be done by now. I pressed on, the mist beginning to form into a shape, but not quite there. Tallulah shifted uncomfortably in her seat, finally showing a degree of emotion before she continued.
I started to lose track of how many I was putting into them pits. Didn't matter if it were a couple, an older guy, a younger girl, whatever. But importantly, I knew to be smart and to be careful. Never any personal ties. So, when Candace wandered in,
she paused, beady little eyes welling up with tears and her jowls quivering with sadness.
I broke my only rule. My little girl was only 3 when she went out to play. She wandered into an open pit that I dug for our next victim. He was a playmate of hers. And if she'd just waited a little bit longer.
She burst into tears, greasy, filthy hands covering her face as she sobbed heavily. And after that, you gave yourself up? It seemed too convenient, but she nodded, snot running down her face.
I saw no way forward with mine or Azazel's goal without Candace, my progeny. So I gave myself up, and here I am, waiting for death.
The haze was nearly fully formed now, but something was missing.
That's not the worst of it, is it, Tallulah? You lure people in with pity and sexual favors. We're expected to believe you had any soft spot? I don't buy it. I know what the greatest sacrifices entail. Candace didn't wander in there, did she?
The crying grew louder as Buck pressed her more. It took a moment, but her demeanor shifted once again. And I swear, I have never felt more like a diver in a shark tank waiting to be devoured. Every fiber of my being urged me to run as the crying gave way to uproarious laughter and a thunderous pounding against the plexiglass, damn near jumping me out of my skin as she cackled.
Oh. I thought my acting would have fooled y'all. I guess I'm losing my charm, huh?
I felt sick, my nostrils filling with the scent of honey. I knew we were close.
No, I didn't give myself up out of grief. I did it because Candace was the last one. My little angel, with her pink bow, flowing locks and curly hair. She saw me as a god, but I saw her as a means to an end. A love unrequited from daughter to mother. She didn't even put up a fight when I dropped her into the pit. Just looked at me with those doe eyes and said, "Mama, why?" as I poured the mixture in. And let me tell you,
Tallulah leaned forward, her fetid breath fogging up the glass as the mist around her took the shape of a tall man, clad in red fur and with thick horns, yellow eyes beaming at her with an expectant grin.
She was the most delicious of them all, and they're with me always. All of them.
Tallulah, Why even have me here if you've got no real fears of what happens next? Why put me through that sordid and disgusting tale? I tried to keep my emotions in check, struggling to hold my nerve.
Because I wanted someone to look at my beauty one last time and see me unburdened by sin as I move to the next phase. This is just the first part. You were my witness. That's all there is to it.
She got out of her seat as I held back my sheer disgust, knowing in a few moments I'd need to devour the sin. She cracked her large back and neck, smiling at us as if we were those same victims she'd lured into the woods, moments away from their death.
Been nice meeting you. I'm glad you were there to hear my sin. But time's a-wasting. Azazel and I are off to greener pastures of godhood. But I'm sure we'll see each other again. Someday.
With that, she walked over to the man, embracing him in a passionate kiss as he pinched her nose with one hand, gripping her throat with the other. She struggled, and despite her sheer weight and height advantage, could not break his grip. I watched in horror as her fighting grew weaker and her arms fell limp. He pulled away to crack her neck and let her fall to the floor. His eyes scanned us once before Buck called his name, and he faded from the room in a puff of smoke. Nestor ran for the panic button and pushed it as the sirens rang out, and furtive footsteps rushed down the hall, but I was already fixated on the final part of the ritual. Some sin-eaters only needed to devour the sin in a meal form, carrying it with them and moving on. But in my case, there had to be a story, a reason, and a connection. Now, I'm staring down the end result of this creature's exploits, knowing it will be a part of me forevermore. In front of me lay a small bowl filled with a golden liquid that bubbled and frothed. I knew I had to eat it to finish the ritual, but there was something stopping me, something I could see in the broth that made me realize I would regret visiting this prison for the rest of my life. A lock of hair tied to a small pink bow, floating to the surface before fizzling away. I closed my eyes and hands trembling. I brought the bowl to my lips and did as I was instructed to do. I devoured the sin. Inmate number 4822. Tallulah Makepeace. Sin. Lust. Food. Mellified man. In the moments following our tumultuous affair with Tallulah, the woman representing lust, I forced down the broth of mellified man and felt my entire body caked in that sickly sensation you get after downing cod liver oil. It made every facet of my being retch and try its damnedest to pull the liquid back from my stomach. But any good sin-eater worth their training knows better than to ruin a good ritual. Buck saw me struggling and took my hand as the guards funneled in, rushing onto both sides of the plexiglass. One to check on us, and the other to hoist the gargantuan form of Tallulah off the floor and onto a makeshift stretcher. Though it was obvious, even from here, that it would not be enough to hold her frame.
Hey, Nellie, look at me.
He spoke softly, and I felt the bile rise in my stomach. But I did as he told me. I stared at him for what felt like minutes, his calm demeanor putting me at ease. The acid in my chest fighting to stay up but rapidly dissipating, as he put his hands on my shoulders and kissed my forehead. When he pulled away, his breath was hot, and he looked pained, but settled down quickly.
Anytime you get like that, you just lean on me, okay? I'm your safeguard. That's what I'm here for. Well,
He side-eyes the compendium on the desk. The page flipped open to a news report about the mellified woman of Utah, and turned back, a sly grin on his face that made me melt.
that and building on this old book. Mama McGraw won't be happy if I don't complete it soon.
I got up and gazed over at the book. His mother was the matriarch of the McGraw clan, an old and powerful group of cryptozoologists who, for centuries, had safeguarded the shores of the UK from threats both outside and inside the nation. Creatures older than any structure and more powerful than any king and wiser than any elder. Buck's job was to ensure that more was cataloged and the pages filled before his ascension to the elder status. I wonder if he knew what that book would come to be, what it would represent. The guards escorted us out, and an expectant warden stood between us and the break room, his hands outstretched and his smile wide.
Wunderbar! You did excellently, mein devourer of sins. I was most impressed, though a little surprised with the aftermath. Did you intend to have such an encounter?
No, but I never know how these things will occur when I start. I simply let the conversation flow and, like a breeze in the sails, carry me to wherever it leads. But right now, I just want to sleep. I'd have appreciated knowing who she was before I went in there, what I'd need to consume. If the warden recognized my not-so-subtle plea to move, he ignored it with expertise.
Now, you have some 12 hours until your next appointment with prisoner number 6572. But I must warn you, this one's tale is more unpleasant than the last. They're young, but do not mistake that youth for naivete. They make prisoner 4822 seem tame in comparison.
Why do I feel like you're going to say that for every interview that we have?
Nestor's eyes narrowed, and Edgar croaked away, flapping his wings as the warden paced near him.
Corpse order! Corpse order!
The warden looked closely at him, before smiling wide, the warmth returning to his jubilant face.
Because I will. This is not an easy task, and I will be wasting a most valuable resource if I send you to their wolves right off the bat. Instead, you are going to go with what I feel is the most appropriate difficulty curve. That just so happens to be 6572. I'll forward you some papers to take an eye over, but I would prefer if only you and the Birdman knew the information. The less the Sin Eater knows, the better.
Why? Think I can't handle it? You called me here, Warden Leichenberg. I spat. I was tired and now insulted. He shook his head and sighed.
It is because you clearly empathize too much. A Sin Eater carries the burdens of the sinner for all time. I wish to see you live through this, not be crushed by it. You are the last Sin Eater. We must be mindful of that. Besides, what kind of warden would I be if I let the guest die in my prison?
With that, he clicked his fingers, and the men followed at his heel, pushing the partially obscured body of Tallulah along the hall and out of sight. We filed into the break room, and I collapsed in a heap onto the bed, exhaustion taking me over. Between the trip and the thoughts of what she had done, my entire body was racked with fatigue. I hadn't been this worn out since my first sin-eating session some 10 years prior. Drifting in and out of sleep, I heard the muffled voices of Buck, Nestor, and occasionally Edgar discussing the papers in front of them. Their voices were steeped in disgust, concern, and anxious strategies. I heard them pinning things to the board in keywords like stitched, malformed, and freak, but nothing more as deep sleep took me. It was there I had my recurring dream, the night I was taken from my home and put into the care of my grandparents, the night I realized I was a sin-eater. Mom had cooked a pot roast and was watching a nature program with David Attenborough. I loved his voice. I still do. His soothing cadences and love of nature resonated with a young me, who spent her time cataloging bugs in the back garden and dreaming of one day going on grand adventures to find untold secrets and creatures. I remember looking out on our driveway, towards the main road which bordered on the new forest. Mom was a forest ranger, and routinely had to go out for calls. Sometimes there would be an animal incident where a deer ran into a car. Other times there would be a small forest fire or some dickhead teenager setting off fireworks. This time was different. Her voice was panicked, and she grabbed her keys, telling me to lock up and not touch the oven as she'd be back in 30 minutes. There's a gap after this. There always is. But I recall the purple glow from the clearing, the loud booming sound, and the searing hot pain filling my lungs. Then I would see a face leering over me, upside down and features contorted as it leaned closer, before waking up in a cold sweat. But this time, I saw something new. That creature from the airport. Features even more horrifying as they pressed up close to my own, the smell of its sin overbearing my nose and making my eyes water. The smell of a rotting corpse. It smiled and held out those gnarled fingers again, this time dropping one digit slowly into its grotesque fist. 7. Waking up, the lights were dimmed, and Buck was nowhere to be seen, nor was his book. Nestor sat in the seat facing opposite, keeping a watchful eye while cradling a sleeping Edgar. When he wasn't screeching out expletives or being a smartass, he was downright adorable. A small black furry baby at peace in his arms.
You know I found him the day I lost everything? I stood amid the smolders of my home and found a small black egg that I assumed was seared from the flames. But no, it was just that. An obsidian egg untouched by the surrounding destruction. I felt a desire to protect him, especially considering I couldn't protect them. He bonded with me immediately and picked up words faster than any Corbett should. Hell, sometimes I think he was brought to me by Lady Death, but that'd be too convenient.
He stroked Edgar's feathers softly as he made faint cooing sounds.
I trust you know my sin, Nell?
He said, breaking the silence and adding a weight to the room that I didn't realize was there. He was smiling, but the guilt hung over him like a deluge of emotional weight. Yeah, lesser wrath. You made a bad call, and it cost you everything. Your partner, your 2 boys, your livelihood. Lady Death made a deal, and here you are. Your sin is in several small parts that cling to you wherever you roam. They smell of sulfur and brimstone, but taste of apples and tears. I got up and walked to him, kneeling in front of his tired face, and took his hands in mine. You are not a bad person, Nestor. I don't sense it, and neither does Buck. You are a protector. If you've got my back, I've got yours. Edgar stirred in his arms and mumbled,
Papa, safety. Papa, love.
Before ruffling his feathers. Nestor's eyes glazed over, and he sniffed, nodding with thanks as I stretched and made myself something to eat, desperate to get that taste of honey out of my mouth.
Do you think the next sin will really be as bad as the warden claims?
He asked, looking up at the clock. 3 hours to go until we were due to interview them. I think if the warden wanted to lie to us, he'd try something a bit more complex. So yeah, I'm not ruling anything out. I sighed and took a long sip of my chamomile tea, the aroma helping to eradicate mellified man, my taste buds grateful as it passed my tongue. But you gotta think, a guy with the name Corpses on a Mountain isn't to be trusted. We sat and waited for the prisoner, having followed the same procedures as before. This time, a sense of anticipation and dread hung in the air, not only because of how the last one had gone, but because both Nestor and Buck knew something I didn't, something they desperately wanted to reveal from under the watchful eye of the warden, and it was killing them to hide it. I rolled up my sleeves and took a deep breath in, the sound of someone being wheeled in from the other side of the plexiglass. Unlike the gurney our previous inmate was removed on, this was a wheelchair with restraints. The person hidden behind the low lighting once more. May I ask your name before we begin? It's far too informal in comparison to your assigned number. The form cocked its head to the side and held up its hand in a conversational form, whispering to it before responding to us.
Names are powerful things. For now, you may address us as Emerosa. We contain all things beautiful.
They lean forward, wiry brown hair poking through the shadows and giving us a glimpse at the owner.
And you are our sin eater, most good. We have a sin that we want excised from us. It is the one thing we do not want.
Very well. That's what I'm here for, Emerosa. Tell me how your sin came to be. What formed it?
We realized early on that we craved more than our means provided. Birth givers did their best with meager offerings, passing fancies and trinkets that ultimately meant nothing to us. We sought greater things, lesser things, all things. But we were young, weak, and unable to do such things on our own. We listened and waited until we matured enough to progress.
Listened? To whom? I pressed, their third-person shtick already wearing on me. Even if it was fascinating. They leaned back in the chair, their bodies shaking with excitement. No different to Tallulah.
Our savior, one of our guiding lights, Moloch.
The room rumbled. A soft heat flowed in from the corners, and I saw the red haze begin permeating around the back of Emerosa's chair.
The Canaanite god? That Moloch?
Buck scanned his book, putting a finger on the article and sliding it towards me. Depictions of children thrown into his belly, screaming and reaching out for despondent parents as they're cast into the flames. His nose billowing smoke. I felt sick.
Yes, though he did not request such acts in his name. He came to us in a dream on our 18th birthday, informing us we were a vessel for him to inhabit one day. But in order to do so, we had to take everyone else around us. We had to expand our horizons and our skills. So, we set off to being a doctor and learning the tools of the trade. It was imperative for our metamorphosis. I trust when you spoke to Makepeace, she informed you of something similar.
I recalled her discussion over growing larger, less clean and eschewing hygiene. Ignoring the desire to shiver, I nodded.
We had a similar one. Do you not think that it is right for people to grow and change? To desire more than their position offers? To aspire for greater things? Things that others have? We do not think it is such a strange concept. People take from others all the time in order to survive.
Buck interjected, Nestor staring daggers at Emerosa.
That ain't what you did, though, is it? You didn't just take to survive. In fact, you never took to survive. You simply ransacked, a thief in the lowest sense of the word.
His fist clenched and his teeth gritted. I held up a hand to stop him.
It's all right.
Before he could protest, I put on my firmest voice to ensure I didn't lose Emerosa's respect. Not another word. He sat back, shoulders falling under the weight of his words, and focused instead on the compendium and the haze.
Organs count as vital survival items, you know. We simply require more of them than the usual person.
Emerosa quipped, and for the first time, I sensed something other than neutrality in their tone. I need you to sit forward so I can see you, Emerosa. I don't believe we can conduct this properly if you are hidden. There was a murmuring. The form shifted, and another voice spoke. This one gruff and masculine, sounding like they'd swallowed an ashtray and washed it down with bourbon.
The fuck is this? You think you can take from me? I own you. I own all of this. I do what I want because the money in my bank account and the status I covet makes it so. Fuck you. I ain't moving for shit.
I was taken aback. This was coming out of nowhere, and it certainly didn't match the aloof tone they'd displayed before. What was this? To whom am I speaking now? I asked, trying to get a handle on the situation. But the form shifted and became elegant, draping one leg over the other and hands folded on their knee.
Oh, dear. You feel you have the status to address me. I'm a queen in my own home, and I do not speak to the lowly dregs such as you. I can buy and sell you in the blink of an eye, bitch.
The form argued with itself until settling down and shaking its head. It sighed and leaned forward, into the light, and displaying its true horror. It took everything in me not to scream. Modern-day Prometheus. It was the only thing that came to mind in that moment as the haze split off into two patterns on the sides of their containment chamber. The hair was wiry on one side, slicked back on the other. The head filled with stitched and sutured segments of discolored flesh, extra eyes drooping in places they shouldn't be. Two distinct faces leering at us as several smaller pain-addled faces on their neck and cheeks groaned in protest. One barely masculine face to the left, and a slightly more feminine to the right. One all-encompassing mouth at the center. Innumerable teeth and thick, black lips parted for speech. They were an amalgamation of other human beings. Even when they spoke, the tongue was forked and split in two directions.
We were once two. Our names no longer matter to anyone but you, it seems. Donnell and Millicent Cartwright. We knew our callings were unique, but we had no idea that there would be two. One for each greedy twin. Where Donnell had Moloch crooning in their ear, Millicent heard from Mammon, the representative of ill-gotten wealth. Though to us any wealth gotten by our form means that it was always ours. Alas, we wanted more.
Buck scanned for a newspaper article, but wouldn't show it to me. I could make out the words organ thief, and my suspicions were confirmed. The mists were almost complete. Why did you steal people's identities? Why take from them in this way? I know greed to be about food, money, power, but why this? Imarosa pondered for a moment, both faces looking to each other before responding.
The greatest power is that of domination of the soul. Own a person's flesh, own their entire being. Mammon and Moloch had different ways of saying such things to us, but we knew that in order for us to ascend to the next level, we had to acquire a set amount of souls. Our greed would need to be tested.
They stopped for a moment, hesitant.
We would need to be tested before we came in front of you. The greediest woman of all time, and equally avaricious company.
I felt the hot flash of anger rise in me at that statement. To be called such a thing by a monstrous killer? Well, it was enough to set me off. But I tried to maintain my composure as Nestor and Edgar leaned forward, perhaps expecting trouble. I consume sins to absolve the person, to set them free. That does not make me greedy, nor is Buck or Nestor in such company of yours. I breathed, trying to keep things on track. You're leading up to the sin you wish to tell. What is it? But Imarosa was not done. They tapped their heads with a spindly finger, each in tandem.
But you carry all those sins. Such a beautiful method of absorbing others that we could never wish to acquire. Mr. McGraw is attempting to acquire all the knowledge on beasts and people like us for his own self-gain. Mr. Holden over there lost everything through greed and still wants more.
They smiled, those white pillars shimmering from their jaws.
I am fed as much information as I wish. We are not so different.
The sin, if you could. I am a busy woman, I replied curtly. I didn't like my own character being brought into question. Nestor and Buck both holding their nerve as best they could. The soft, feminine voice returned.
I began acquiring the souls necessary for ascension. It was not easy work, but my brother and I are remarkably efficient with our hands. We would make sure the subject was someone who had something we wanted. It started out as money, food, status, a reason to justify our cause.
in those earlier days. Donald butted in.
But you eventually realize that it doesn't matter. None of it matters. It was our destiny to take, and take we did. Every single one served a greater purpose, stitched into our fabric and becoming a part of us, burning what we didn't need in service to Lord Moloch.
And Lord Mammon. Yes, Millicent remarked, her voice quivering with emotion. But we knew there would be greater sacrifice needed, especially upon our 18th birthday, and our loving family discovered our secret. One of our playthings had woken up and managed to escape from the basement. Before Papa could even question it, Donald bludgeoned him to death. I set upon Mother and used the boiling water from the stove to burn her flesh and cave in her soft skull with a frying pan. The mists were almost complete. The shapes of a large bull with the legs of a man and the tail of a scorpion on the left. A heavyset man with a golden crown and a slew of jewelry, his gut exposed and a smile across his face on the right. We made sure the siblings didn't suffer much, but we were pressed for time, and both voices rang in our ears. We could not stand to be apart from the family or each other. So, with what time we had, we put our skills to the test. One last time. Food had begun filling up my table. Plates upon plates of meat cooked to perfection stacked themselves in front of me. The aroma of bacon and eggs filled the air, but I was not hungry.
They screamed so much that our ears bled. We worked diligently to scrap them as best we could before bringing them into ourselves and joining us together into the beautiful form you see here. Emarosa is the nirvana state we hoped to reach before we met with you, our god of greed.
As the mist filled, Emarosa rose from their seat on extremely fragile legs, 4 knees threatening to buckle as the towering mass of flesh and limbs took tentative steps towards the plexiglass, placing one of its hands up against it. Those hands had strangled, cut, ripped, and torn apart innocent people, harvesting their organs, their bones, their flesh, taking what they want. Those truly were the hands of greed.
Our sole regret is that we couldn't take more of them, for it is our birthright. But we were instructed to tell our deeds and lay our sins bare. That we have done. Now, we move to the final stage of consumption.
They took their hand away as the meat continued to pile, Nestor stepping forward to stop it tumbling over. But I shook my head. This was the final moment. This ascension. What is it? What does it mean? I knew this may be my last chance to ask them. I was already becoming eerily familiar with what the inn brought to these interviews. They smiled as the heads displayed individual expressions of joy.
It means we will consume everything. Not a single shard of light will be out of our grasp. So it is written. Good luck, my lady. You will need it for the road ahead. I can't imagine how hard it will be for someone as greedy as you to sacrifice anything. But you will need to before this task is complete.
As the mist had finished, both figures walked towards Emarosa, somehow towering over them. Moloch put a pair of huge, anvil-like fists on Donald's face, Mammon placing bright red and muscled hands on Millicent's. Then, without warning, they pulled. The screaming was unholy, each face and patchwork person shrieking at the top of their lungs, but neither one relented. Slowly, the skin separated from the body and partially intact people were pulled away into their corners, the remains of Emarosa simply falling to the floor in a flesh pile with a sickening wet squelch. Donna was pushed into the open, fiery belly of Moloch, the screams rippling through his face and nose as red eyes gleamed from him. Millicent was put on her knees in front of Mammon, who opened his monstrously large jaws, picking her up by her waist and biting down hard on the top half of her, a spurt of blood staining the plexiglass as he continued to devour the rest of her, kicking in protest, and perhaps even joy. Buck and Nestor sprung forward to stop me, but I knew I had to eat the food. The ritual was useless without it. I closed my eyes and simply taken a bite, the surrounding commotion largely blocked out. The
The first bite was soft. Some blood dribbled out and stained my chin. The meat was tender, and it melted in my mouth as it began to run down my throat. After mellified man, this was ambrosia. I began biting down harder, quicker and more voraciously, trying to clear my plate as quick as I could, my stomach expanding to accommodate the extra contents. Yet I never felt full or even remotely bloated, as if the food was simply evaporating when I swallowed. I was enjoying it, but only after I gave pause to breathe did I realize that not only was this not true food, but I was choking. Tough, coarse meat filling my throat and burning my nostrils. Thick, unyielding, and fatty, it was staining my teeth and entrenching itself in my throat, filling my sinuses and even making my eyes water. The taste, it was horrifying, but not as much as the feeling of thumping in my throat as I pushed hard to swallow. It resisted and felt like it was a small egg I'd elected to attempt eating in one go. I swear I felt it push against me as my body writhed and desperately tried to push it down. I was determined to finish. I couldn't fail here. It was only when Buck pulled me away and Edgar swooped down to stare at me crowing that I realized what was going on. The plate of meat wasn't steaks. It wasn't chicken or anything even close. As Buck thumped my back in an effort to help me throw it up, I instead swallowed and felt something iron-tasting fall into my stomach. What lay left on the plate was a single human heart, still beating faintly, and a small congealed pool of blood around it. I'd just eaten what remained of the entire family. Inmate number 6527, Donald and Millicent Cartwright, known collectively as Imarosa. Sin, greed, food, steak, the Cartwright family. To say it's been a rough 48 hours would be a gross understatement. And I do mean gross. My body did not react to the food very well, and as I stared down at the now empty bowl, my world grew hazy and my body became limp as toxic shock overcame me. For a while, I simply floated in the Stygian void between worlds. I saw very little save for flashes of bioluminescent colors, beautiful patterns that raced past my eyes and bore into my skull, pushing the endorphins out of my aching limbs. I could hear voices off in the distance, but I was so high above it all that it mattered very little. As I concentrated, shapes would convalesce and form out of the dredges of darkness. Bountiful planets, beauteous stars, and stellar galaxies that appeared far closer than they actually were. Each individual strand of its great cosmic arms winking at me in Morse code. A greeting? No. A warning. SOS. Something else formed on the fringe of my peripheral vision. A vacuous black hole with an event horizon that spanned the stretch of my view. It was a bright orange hue with a thick, pungent red that pulsated as the hole grew larger, devouring anything that came near it with great expediency. Then, out of its murky depths, a long arm punctured the blackness, colossal and pulling itself free as a body began to emerge. The same specter that's plagued me since before I got onto the plane here. It unhinged its jaws and began biting down on a nearby planet, ripping it to pieces with razor teeth and staining its teeth as if the planet were a ripe fruit. Stretching out its gnarled fingers once more, it clenched a fist around the planet, holding up 5 fingers with a free hand, the other firmly shut on the crumbled planet, as it crackled in such a wicked way that it snapped me from my sleep. 5. The first thing I felt when I awoke was a pounding sensation in my head, mainly because as I snapped awake and stood up, my skull collided with the warden's in a sickening thud.
Ah! My God, woman! I was just inspecting you to ensure there was no lasting damage.
He stumbled back, clutching his forehead as I did my own. Nestor rushed in and looked ready for a fight before seeing the state we were in.
Nell, are you good? You've been out for a day and a half. We were getting worried. Warden here said he'd have to pull the plug if he didn't get up soon.
The warden shifted uncomfortably before looking over at me, his lips curling into a half-smile as he shrugged playfully.
What matters now, mein Fräulein, is that you're awake and ready for your next sin. Amorosa was a unique challenge, but one I was confident you could overcome. Even if the food was regrettable. Ugh.
He shivered as our minds were cast back to the plate of meat. Cartwright family meat. Not your fault. Nobody knows what the food will be until it happens. But no more games from this point on, okay? I want to know what I'm dealing with when I walk in there, especially after this latest scare. I stood up and walked towards him, a finger outstretched in an accusatory manner, trying my best to be intimidating against a tall man whose name literally translated to Corpse Mountain. Am I clear? For a split second, I thought he would do something drastic. Maybe strike me where I stood or spit in my face. The expression on his face was nothing short of utter incredulity that someone spoke to him in this way. But in an instant, it snapped to the wild eccentricity he'd shown throughout, and he nodded exuberantly.
Yeah. I think you proved you could handle it. Very well. Our next inmate is prisoner number 2122, Ethan Elliot Platchnik III, a 22-year-old programmer who committed a series of kidnappings and torture killings on young men and women in the Washington area. His sin is his own to tell you, but I should caution you. This man will use his information against you and try to get a rise out of you. Why? I cannot say. But he has made comments about you in his request. I suspect he has reasons for you being here beyond the request.
The warden went for the door, informing us we had 4 hours to prep, and we'd be collected at the appropriate time. Glancing around the room for anything non-meat related, my eyes stumbled over the open compendium. It sat on a photo of Buck and his entire family. He was younger, his famous beard little more than a stubble on his chiseled jaw as a man barely in his 20s, sporting a more conservative explorer's outfit than the one he proudly wears now. Around his sides are 2 elder brothers, Darius and Johnny, his sister Tara, cousins Porter, Solomon, and Brandon. His father, Nathaniel, stood proudly by him, huge hands resting gently on his shoulders, and his wife, Buck's mother, Saoirse, lovingly nestled in his chest, beaming down at her boy. In front of them all on this proud occasion was the hunting trophy that Buck had claimed as a rite of passage. He'd successfully taken down a wayward lycanthrope, with nothing but his wit and a bowie knife. Buck hated killing anything without cause. But this was one creature he couldn't ignore even then. They'd been devouring children who ventured too far from the safety of the village, and venturing into the forest territory where this intelligent killer would wait. They say when Buck sliced its stomach open, 2 children spilled out, neither alive, sadly. It was even here that Buck got his nickname, holding on to the beast as it thrashed around and tried desperately to free itself from his grip, bucking him around as he drove the knife into its ears and eyes repeatedly. Simon would forever cease to be his first name henceforth. Buck Nasty McGraw was born on that day. I smiled, the photograph bringing such warmth and comfort after a physically exhausting few days, tracing my hands over it and remembering the good times when we first met.
Hard to believe it was 10 years ago already, ain't it?
Buck called, passing me a hot drink and sitting next to me as I observed the photo with wistful eyes.
I met you on the very first job I took as a licensed crypto hunter and cataloger. You were still in training then with your grandparents. Must have been a few days shy of 16 when you assisted me in taking down that elusive forest god. You talked to him for what felt like hours to get his sin, while I tried to subdue him.
And then he reared back, bleated, and ran headfirst into a tree, knocking you both out cold. Yes, I remember. I chuckled. his eyes rolling at the mere mention of his failure as he too began laughing.
How was I to know he was more goat than God? Still, that was the day I was given one of the most important life lessons I'd carry into our working relationship all these years later.
I looked to the note left at the bottom of the photo, the one that Buck coveted like it was the most valuable piece of treasure he'd ever owned, or would own. Son, today you are my equal. Tomorrow you will surpass that. The compendium is now your responsibility and your job to fill. But promise me, son, you won't forget the family and will embody our most important trait. Make as many connections along the way as you can. For our time is fleeting, and all cycles must one day repeat. With all the love in the world, Dad. What lesson might that be, Buck? I asked, smiling as he took my hands in his, and those hazel eyes shone with pride and admiration.
That Nell Lockwood is stronger than I could ever hope to be, and if she can talk a forest god into stupidity, she can beat any sinner or monstrosity this world has to throw at her. And I will support her every goddamn step of the way. I did it when we hit the Coma City, did it when we dealt with the Dreamwalker, and I will do it until my dying breath.
I felt weak, partially from the sentiment and from the lack of actual food over a day and a half. I nodded affirmatively, and he patted my hands before fixing me something to eat after hearing my stomach groan in protest.
We're also here, you know, if you need anything fucking up. That's our whole modus operandi.
Rip it down! Rip it down!
Edgar chimed in, mocking Nestor's "Stop it," as he tried to silence him, bringing an even bigger smile to my face. In spite of where I was and how I felt, I was truly blessed, even if the image of that fucking creature in my dreams still loomed on the edges of my vision, even now. When the announcement rang out for us to go towards the visitation area, there was a sense of concern amongst us all that these were going to reach a critical mass point, that we would be completely and utterly unable to bounce back from. I know in my case, the pervasive question that lingered in my mind was simple. How many of these sins could I take before they began to consume every good part of me? I kept close to the others and tried to keep my mind focused on the job at hand. Not the mounting list of concerns I had about this facility, the inhabitants, or my own competency. As we passed the gate, I heard soft music coming from the interview room. Is that normal? I asked the guard. He didn't look at me once, keeping his gaze firmly on the door handle as he scanned his ID card and waited for the green light.
For most, no. But for the death row inmates, yes. Some you've seen already don't care for furnishing these little spaces. But Blasnik and the others do. If the music is ever too loud, just get Holden to come out and we'll instruct him to turn it down. Oh, and try to keep calm in there. He has a habit of riling people up.
The machine beeped, and the door swung open to let loose a hard EDM blasting from the inmate's side. Strobe lighting beamed across the room, and a young man, short in stature and muscular on the top half of their frame, the bottom half remarkably skinny and without definition. He was throwing his entire weight behind his arms as he danced around the room, smashing anything in his wake, and frequently hitting the same spot on the wall with extreme ferocity, knuckles bashing into concrete as he screeched at the top of his lungs. Something meshed in with the wall, blood and skin on his knuckles as he pulled away, breathing heavily as the song came to an end. It was a photo of someone. The image faded and crumpled, but the smile of a charming young woman in her late teens, early 20s still shining through. You're Ethan, right? I'm
No, that is not how this works, my dear. You'll address me by my full title, and only then will I respond.
Before I could finish, he held up a bloodied knuckle and extended his finger towards me, wagging it as we took our seats. He breathed in, hunching his shoulders and flexing.
Bitches really think they're so entitled, don't they?
I felt anger surge through me. I didn't take to insults or a lack of respect at the best of times, but I knew better than to let advice given to me just moments ago fly out the window. I pulled up my chair and closed my eyes for a moment before responding. My apologies, Mr. Ethan Elliot Blaznik III. My name is Miss Nell Lockwood. My associates are...
Don't care. They're just other dudes. I'm not interested.
Again, he wagged his finger as he pulled a beanbag, undamaged from the tantrum moments ago, and sank into it. Legs spread out and attempting to keep his bulge within his sweatpants visible at all times. I pinched my nose. This was going to be a long, long session. Mr. Blaznik, what was your intent with calling me here? I assume you have more to say than just hurling insults? I was made to understand you had a sin to confess. He shifted and scratched his crotch as he spat on the floor.
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. You know, you'd be a lot hotter if you just dropped the pretense that you're intelligent or in any way authoritative. Women are far more desirable when they're just silent and or agreeable.
Instead of responding, I decided to simply write down some notes onto my ledger, making the occasional glance up before passing them over to Buck and Nestor to observe.
Why are you ignoring me?
He leaned forward and let his jaw go slack, hands hanging over his thighs. I continued to pass nonsensical notes with comments like, smile and chuckle while glancing up at him briefly. It only took him 3 minutes to fly into a rage, picking up a piece of furniture from his makeshift room and hurling it at the plexiglass with a thunderous boom.
You think you're better than me, you fucking skank? Why? Because you're pretty? Because you're smart? Bitch, I have an IQ of 186. I lift weights for this sculpted body, and I can have anyone do anything. I don't need you. Get the fuck out of my sight, now!
He boomed, spit flying from his mouth as he finished. Face beetroot red and huffing in place. Sounds good. We can go out, live our lives and do great things. Plus, it seems your sin isn't worth eating anyway. The inmates across the way have far more delectable sins. I walked to the door and held on the handle. It was easy to ascertain this poor boy's sin. His face may have been red from anger, but his sin was green with envy. And I intended to play him like a fiddle.
Wait. My sin is worthy. Just listen and I'll tell you. I'm sorry, madam. I'm so sorry.
He trembled, getting down to his knees and clasping his hands together as if he were a pitiful anime character.
Please, forgive my transgressions. You're a queen. I should have controlled myself better.
It was pathetic, but not entirely surprising for a manipulator. I took my hand off the door and sat back down. Edgar cawing as Holden apologized for waking him up just to move.
Sad boy! Sad boy!
He chirped, Holden throwing him a piece of meat to placate him. I saw Ethan's eyebrow twitch, but he didn't break his stance until I was fully seated.
Your file says you're a remarkable programmer, a former member of the White Hats, efficient at taking down any rival who opposed you, and with a 4.0 GPA in school and a scholarship to whatever university you want. You came from privilege and were intent on pursuing a promising career. The hell happened to you?
Buck let the paper fall flat in disbelief as he stroked his beard. Ethan looked him up and down and put his hand to his patchy bearded face, anger rushing over him until I interjected. Ethan, honey, keep your focus on me. Buck is my friend, and just like Nestor over there, he's here to help. Can you do that? I was never an expert at charming people, but I put on my sweetest tone and most sincere smile, which seemed to work. He relaxed and let out a side grin.
Of course. Mr. Simon McGraw, the fabled McGraw clan of cryptozoologist, isn't the least bit threatening anyway. His beard is better than mine. I'll get my own eventually. Bigger and better than yours. I bet I know way more about monsters than he does. Seen enough of them in my time.
He grumbled, fumbling with his hands.
So many fucking animals on the internet that make me look tame by proxy.
What have you seen, Ethan? What turned you into the person you are today? I asked gently, a plate to hand and a mind open to adverse reactions.
Alright, let's start with social media. It's toxic. It's a toxic, vacuous black hole from which nothing can escape. You see something? You take a photo and post it, showing it all off to your adoring fans. Shit that they can never even afford or hope to have for themselves. From money to women, and everything in between. It's posturing, and it's sick.
He snorted and averted his eyes from mine.
So many friends getting married, having kids, successful jobs. Shit I could never dream of. It wasn't fair. It isn't fair. But that's not the worst of it.
Go on. We're listening. I tapped my fingers rhythmically on the table, hoping this wasn't going to turn my stomach.
You see, you can get all sorts of shit on the dark web. Anything, really. I made some good friends there. Thought they were my brothers in arms. Thought they understood what I was going through. The group I was closest to is the Terrapin System. A group of like-minded young men dedicated to rooting out problematic individuals. Proud thought patrollers. We were so fucking good at what we did.
Sorry, thought patrollers? Not sure I understand. I interjected. Sure it was a derogatory slur of some kind.
Alright, say you date a girl and she's had multiple partners. Maybe a dozen or so. Think of it like a shoe, okay? Why would I, a clear alpha, want to buy a shoe that's been used and stretched as opposed to a fresh shoe that's never been worn before? That is what the whole Thought Patrol is all about. Finding these disgusting women and shaming them, okay? But we didn't stop there. We'd harass them, stalk them, ensure they never got to feel safe until they publicly apologized and renounced their evil ways.
He stopped, and a wide grin ran across his face, eyes alight with passion.
It was such a beautiful time. Until the incident.
He got up and walked towards a whiteboard, obscured in the background, tracing his fingers across it before wheeling it over to us. It was full of photos. Some appropriate model shots, and others far less pleasant. Side glances of someone as they walked to their home, unassuming shots of someone sleeping, showering or eating. My skin crawled and my breath shortened. I knew this kind of horrific behavior all too well. This level of obsession that would send any sane woman running to a police station if she knew. Every photo. All of the same young woman.
I met Siren Sarah 2213 on a stream one night while I was bored. She was different to the others. Her stream was barely populated. She was going on some tangent about female purity, being unfair to men and being nicer to everyone, but man, she looked sexy as hell in a cosplay outfit. I just felt this instant connection and reached out to her, donating to her stream so she'd notice me. Whenever she'd say my name and ask me something, I felt validated.
He looked at us, his head tilted to the side with a vacant look in his eyes.
Do you know what it's like for someone to look at you and see you, Miss Lockwood? I mean, said your mother, of course.
I felt a sharp stabbing sensation rush through my stomach, but I didn't want to stop his flow, so I simply nodded and motioned for him to continue.
I ended up spending nearly $3,000 on her. By the time my final donation went out, she was doing one-on-one streams with me and giving me life advice, saying that my methods with the Terrapins weren't strong enough, that they weren't who they said they were. She pushed me to dig into them. When I finally did, she was right. Most of them had families, friends, partners, and even kids. They had fucking kids! How could they say they understood our methods if they were with loving fucking partners?
He bellowed, tears in his eyes.
I found their secret chat where they mocked me. Called me a kissless virgin and the king of the incels. Hundreds of memes about me with my body photoshopped onto unflattering edits or Doge memes directly ripping into my personal views and experiences. It was damaging. When I told Siren about it, she soothed me to sleep and promised to show me how to get revenge. That I would be the purest knight this world had ever seen with her by my side. She even said that we could be together when my job was completed. Can you believe that? I was so lucky. But at the same time, I knew it was right. I am an alpha male, and nothing would change that.
There was a pause as he looked closely over at Nestor, half cradling Edgar as he ate quietly and his body language still tensed up in case of a fight. Ethan's smile faded, and he walked over to the far side of the glass, sizing Nestor up.
Hey, Holden, you Jewish?
He asked, disgust in his voice. Holden's eyes flashed, but he kept his cool.
What if I am?
He asked, his hand still softly petting Edgar. Ethan shook his head.
Pity. Waste a damn good muscle.
He spat again and walked back over to me.
It's all bullshit anyway, Mr. Blasnik. At least in my line of work, everyone ends up in the same place. No matter what god, goddess, or demon you pray to. It ain't worth shit when you're in front of Lady Death.
Ethan exploded at this, the double standards beginning to shine through.
My religion is pure. It's the truest path through God and Jesus. And I heard about your line of work. Total fucking fake news. You think I'd buy for a second you worked for Lady Death? Fuck off. If Death is a woman, she's the biggest thought going. Stupid cunt.
He was beginning to fly into a rage again, and not wishing to breach both his racist views and the depths of their religious ideologies. I stepped in to keep him focused. Ethan, your sin. What did Siren tell you to do next? I was sensing a pattern in these encounters. Ethan took a breath and sank back into his beanbag.
She began appearing in my dreams, which was weird, but she gave me remarkable instructions and tools to take them down one by one. Addresses for their homes, names of their loved ones, methods to enact my revenge.
And it's at this point you began your crusade against injustice, correct?
Buck asked. Ethan refused to look at him as he nodded in my direction.
I began with a test run on the newest member. He was easy to locate since he never deviated from his pattern. He'd never seen me in person, so when I posed as a Mormon looking to give him some info in the Book of Joseph Smith, he never batted an eyelid with him being one himself. The guy who invited me into his home. Big mistake. The second his door locked, I smashed his brains in with a claw hammer. It was then that Siren spoke to me again.
He looked wistfully up at the ceiling, pausing before continuing. Was he ashamed? Or was he reveling in that moment?
She said, "They took everything from you. Now take something you wanted from them." So, I looked at this fallen piece of meat. Daryl, I think his name was. I looked at him and asked myself what I wanted most. Well, Daryl had a beautiful home despite his new status to the group. So I took that. Easy enough to move in and assume his bills. The guy was a shut-in and nobody questioned it when I took over.
A thick, green mist was now covering the surrounding floor. It almost looked noxious, but Ethan paid it no mind. How did she talk to you? I asked, his attention lapsing and almost looking offended I'd stopped him mid-flow.
What? Why does that matter? She was there when I needed her, as she always was.
He retorted, bile in his words. It matters to me. I can't eat your sin if I don't know everything. You wouldn't want to lie to me, would you? I'm not as clever as I look. I felt disgust at my own deprecation. But this was part of the job, so I stuck with it. His expression softened, and he carried on.
Fine. I can't excuse a lady being honest. Siren wasn't a normal girl. She was radiant, alluring, and always there when I needed her. I mean that literally. After I donated to her enough, the one-to-one sessions began, and she manifested in front of me. I could never touch her, but I could always see her as clear as I see you. She was instrumental in my growth, and as we proceeded, she only got clearer to me. After a couple more targets, I'd taken their car and bank accounts, but the last one was where things got complicated.
He paused again, and I exchanged a look with Buck. I didn't like where this was going. The haze was beginning to form the shape of a woman. A bowl.
See, Siren told me not to listen to anything they said, to keep my mind focused on what they had that I didn't. that this would be one of the final steps to ascension. She gave me something to drink, and for a moment, our fingers brushed. I felt electricity run through us. So, I did as I was told, drank from the bowl, and ignored everything until I reached the master bedroom. I felt different. My vision was tunneled and a green haze fell over my eyes, and my fists acted on their own. My clawhammer was tossed aside as I strangled the person in front of me, seeing visions of the life they led that I was denied. The laughter of all my colleagues in the group, happy couples, and the entire fucking world at my expense. All of them just filling up my skull until it threatened to burst like the stupid cunts in front of me as my grip grew tighter and tighter until...
He stopped, motioning the bursting of a balloon and contents spilling out.
No more. I felt as if I'd constricted him into submission. Became the true alpha. Now, the leader of the pack was no more. But no. Instead, I was looking down at a total stranger. A woman, in fact.
You were looking down at the woman you'd been thirsting for all this time, weren't you, Blasnik? Saoirse Macy Lovewood, 19-year-old streamer and model. You'd been paying to get her attention, and one night you flew into a rampage when she banned you from the server, got her info and that of her contemporaries when they tried to stop you.
He held up a photo as the mist began forming, the two matching up perfectly. A beautiful woman with flowing red hair, the photo showing a cosplay of Poison Ivy from the Batman comics. The woman now formed in the room with him, clad in an emerald green dress that hung at the shoulder, clutching a large bowl with a bubbling liquid.
No, that's not... I don't...
Saoirse Indiviosa,
Buck said, getting up to slam the photo against the wall to make him look as her counterpart walked towards him.
Saoirse abounding in envy. You never had a siren calling to you, Blasnik. Never had a larger-than-life plan fit for an alpha mastermind. Your jealousy simply overwhelmed you, created a narrative where you were in control and had it all. Well, you're gonna live out your sin whether you want to or not. You will spend your final moments knowing you can never have what you want.
I looked at my own plate and saw two dishes form. One was a side of Mexican bean rice with green peppers. The other was Glamorgan sausage and Yorkshire pudding, the way my mom made it, the exact way she made it, even smelling as such. I felt an overwhelming rush of emotions and nostalgic memories, desperately fighting to come to the surface with the first bite. But I couldn't reach for it, even if I wanted to. Eyes fixated on the unfolding carnage in front of me, my body acted on its own and began shoveling the rice into my mouth as the sausage and Yorkshire faded from view, lovingly being consumed by something unseen. I watched with anger and misery as the meal I wanted was once again fading from my grasp. After a few moments of staring, Ethan turned to see the visage of his siren in front of him, her expression that of pure satisfaction as she used her free hand to point down at the floor in a domineering fashion. He whimpered and obliged, head pressed against the ground as he shook.
I only wanted what was mine. Isn't that fair? Isn't that a man's right to claim what is rightfully his? I don't understand. Is this ascension or punishment? I don't...
He rose his head up to look at the visage of Circe as she tipped the contents of the bowl over him and into his mouth, partially widened in a scream that would never be uttered. The green liquid ate at his skin with remarkable speed, flesh bubbling and popping as it splattered across the plexiglass, his rapidly decaying torso shuddering and eyes melting into the sockets as he gurgled until slumping over. But I was less focused on his pain and more so on my own. This sin did not physically encumber me, make me sick or wear me out. No. Instead, it bore into my soul and found a small place to nest next to the memories of my mother that I kept with me every day.
it managed to shake my professionalism and my confidence, something nobody had done before. With more of these fucking monsters to go, I was unsure if I was up to the task and began to doubt my abilities. As if on cue, the same spectral night terror that has plagued me since my arrival shone in the viscera of the plexiglass, standing right behind me with a malformed digit up to its cracked lips in a hush motion. In its other hand, it held the totem I'd been given by Nestor as a safekeeping method from God knows what. I watched as this thing crushed it to dust, holding up a number as a shockwave ran through my body, fear buckling my knees, and something in the prison stirred at my presence. Something I would come to fear more than any other creature in existence. 4. Inmate number 2122, Ethan Elliot Blasnick III. Sin, envy, food, Mexican bean rice, and the one dish I will always want, but will never have again. If you're just joining us, my name is Nell Lockwood. I'm the last Sin Eater, and I'm about to meet my next inmate, a person steeped in negligence, self-righteousness, and laziness. Before them was a lustrous woman who liquefied her victims into a cure-all tonic for love, including her daughter, a pair of twins so besotted by greed that they were willing to stitch their family together to get what they wanted, and a man filled with such envious rage that he brutally took the lives of people who had things he wished he did. Now, I am preparing to stare down a woman who is synonymous with the kind of negligence and abhorrence of kindness that make anyone's stomach turn. But before we get to that, we have to address the elephant in the room, the warden. Some of you have mentioned, rather alarmingly, that he isn't to be trusted. You mentioned his namesake, the way Edgar behaved around him, and the way in which he was happy to pull the plug on the whole operation when I didn't wake up. I aimed to confront him, requesting permission to go to his office from one of the guards, after a short nap and time to decompress. I didn't talk to Buck, Nestor, or anyone about how the grief of losing my mother bubbled to the surface after finishing the last meal. There was no point when it was written all over my face, tears running down my face as we finished up and left the room. Buck simply hugged me as I sobbed before leaving me time to heal as he went off to explore the prison and gain intel, while Nestor went topside to give Edgar some room to fly, not wanting him to be cooped up too long. After riding the lengthy elevator for a solid 15 minutes, I came to a long marble hallway with huge portraits of Greek gods doing battle, Saturn eating his own son, the imprisonment of titans in Tartarus, and the violent affairs that occurred on Earth before Zeus flooded the plains. Every portrait was more macabre in nature as I ventured closer to the large chamber doors that housed the warden's office. No receptionist to ask me to wait. I simply knocked and waited for a response, hearing frantic murmuring from behind the door and a soft song playing. I knocked again and cracked the door ajar to try and call a little louder but with an acceptable noise, not wanting to cause offense if he was in a meeting. And when I looked in, I could tell he was most certainly in a meeting, just not the kind I'd have expected. In the center of a grand room was a prisoner, chained inside a large barrel and submerged up to the waist in murky waters. A pool that stretched to 50 feet in diameter, small critters of all shapes and sizes sloshing about underneath the obscured surface. 2 high-ranking officials stood on either side of the barrel, taking notes and observing the warden, now without his trench coat on and revealing a gilded silver waistcoat, black and gold sigils across it, with a white shirt underneath. Sleeves rolled up to reveal lengthy verses written in what I assumed was Germanic.
his tall frame leaner than I anticipated. Not an ounce of fat on his arms or his torso. The man clearly took care of himself.
Now, inmate number 855, you have been with mine establishment for quite some time, yes? I have done my best to keep you comfortable, respect due, and ensure no harm befell you. I have done my job as an warden to keep you safe, and you repay me with this.
He brandishes a shank in front of the man, crafted from toothbrushes and a carving knife, dipped in a poison and sharp to the touch. The man thrashed in his barrel, but didn't respond.
You know, I take great pride in this prison, for we only house the worst of the worst. The prisoners that nobody else wants. Ein outcasts!
He throws the shank at the wall, and it sticks out, shaking as a grin flashes across his face. Leaning in close and cocking his head to the side as he lightly slaps the prisoner's face.
Du nicht wanted, und du nicht loved.
He turns his back, arms crossed behind him, and staring out of his bay window, a grand view over the general population of his expansive prison. So many types of individuals roaming the floors that were clearly not human. Lycanthropes, ursine warriors, wendigos, haired apes, and regular humans, all cavorting as if it were normal. He sighs and continues, talking as his two associates begin walking around, pouring something into the slots. I could smell the sickly scent of milk and honey, mellified man rising to the surface and making me want to retch. But I resisted, my horror rooting me to the spot. They were slathering him up as bait.
Dost du know about scaphism, 855? It is one of the worst ways to be taken out of this world, believe me. You are offered up into dirty water, rife with parasites, insects, carnivorous fish, and mammals that are attracted to your soft, delicious flesh. They will eat you bit by bit, piece by piece, and you will rot for days before death comes to claim your sorry soul.
The inmate finally broke their silence to protest.
I was trying to defend myself. Those blacks. You know what they're like on the outside. You must understand my safety. The safety of our race.
But the warden held up his hand and shook his head.
Let us get something correct, Herr Rufedge. I may be German, but I took this job to capture and eliminate people like you. I have no interest in your ideas of racial purity, and your appeal to my skin color insults us both. Overstepping my absolute ruling is a slight I cannot ignore. I have more self-respect than that. Besides,
he turned and looked at me, smiling.
You offended us, Anita. If you weren't a dead man before, well, you are now.
He clicked his fingers, and the two assistants submerged the barrel in the water, leaving only the head exposed and covered by a bag to muffle the inmate's pleas for clemency. The structure was then wheeled out of the room and past me, the warden smiling warmly as I shuffled awkwardly inside his study.
I hope this shows that despite my cold exterior, I do have a moral compass, Frau Lockwood.
He gestured to the window, and I walked over to join him.
We house all manner of social offenders here, from those who harm people on racial and gender prejudices to child harmers and so forth. Nobody escapes our grasp, and nobody ever will. But I feel I have lost your trust, and so must be candid.
He points to a cell at the bottom of Gin Pop, where a large hole resided, every single inmate avoiding it like the plague as they congregated. I picked up the scent of wildflowers, the taste of elderberries, and a sensation of pure, unadulterated hatred emanating from that point. Something lurked in there, something old and powerful. Eyes unseen pierced through the darkness and tore into me, shaking my resolve to its core.
You sense it too, yeah? That will be prisoner 001, our first inmate. Some would say the father of the prison. If you exclude me, of course. He's been here since the earliest days, and you will meet him when the time is right.
He's not on death row? I asked, swallowing and feeling the lump in my throat. His aura was overwhelming, and I had to turn away.
Not exactly. But that's not the question you came here to ask, is it, Frau Lockwood?
He walked over to his drinks cabinet and picked out a bottle. Black and in a casket. Chains wrapped around the structure in a ceremonial manner. The front reading, "The Hunter's Dream, for when your rest is nowhere in sight." He poured 2 whiskey glasses full of the red and black liquid, dropping a white circular block of ice into the center, almost like pure moonlight amid the cloak of night in the dark. Why do we need to eat the sins of these fucking monsters? I asked, a bead of sweat rushing down my temple as I turned away and reached for the glass. The warden sitting in his recliner, sloshing the drink around wistfully before he answered.
And so the time comes where I must be candid, Frau Lockwood. There is a greater reason for your work here. One that will determine so many things beyond you, me, this prison, and the outside world. When I say you are doing the work of the gods, I mean it.
I downed the drink in one, the burning sensation lining my throat and waking me from a fear-addled malaise immediately. Before I could ask, he held up a hand.
Not for now. I must ask you to trust me on this. But you will learn in due time. However, I know trust must be regained, and so I offer you this.
He pulls a document from his desk and slides it over. A headshot of a young woman with flowing black hair, obscuring half her face, and a scowl written across it as pierced lips and gritted teeth glare up at me.
Prisoner number 6626, Luciana Maria de Santos, 21-year-old head of the Church of the Duskfolkers, responsible for the Sturgeon Day of Reckoning.
He slid a newspaper in front of me, the headline reading, "Massacre at Sturgeon Utilitarian Church. Hundreds dead in mass suicide." A photo accompanying it, showcasing a sea of bodies hidden under tarps, sneakers and shoes sticking out from the bottom, as a crowd gathered outside, frozen in screams of bloody murder. So many of the shoes were child sizes. Among them would be an old friend from when I moved to Sturgeon, someone I lost contact with so long ago, the first friend I made in the city.
I am to understand that you know this individual? Someone du ist familiar with back home? Yeah?
He asked, my expression clearly betraying my desire to show stoicism. I nodded.
Well, then, I wish for you to know something. You will get very little out of her. She is the most uncooperative of our death row inmates. Only when you show her this, will you get the response you need and a relatively painless experience.
He slid me a note, sealed with the prison sigil, and a note attached to the front, stipulating not to open unless necessary.
I hope this can mend bridges and assuage concern, Frau Lockwood. I carry great pride in this prison. I wish for its reputation to stay intact, whatever the case.
Heading back downstairs, I was escorted by the guards straight to the visitation area, despite not being with Buck or Nestor. I protested, but the guards simply shook their head, saying it was time for the interview. I packed myself down and felt a small lump in the inside of my jacket. The totem, perhaps. Maybe that thing didn't get it after all. Either way, I had little time to deliberate as I was taken to the main interview room, bathed in blue light and soft piano playing, the scent of Gouda cheese and wine wafting through the cracks of the door. As I stepped in, feeling remarkably vulnerable for the first time without my trusted friends and guides, but confident in my knowledge that of all the people we'd faced thus far, this one was someone I could handle. After all, I at least knew her and what she did. Luciana came to Sturgeon, a penniless, destitute, and drug-addled woman from the slums. No mother to speak of, and the less said of her father, the better. When she was 14, she ran away from home and began giving street corner sermons, trying to help people see what she saw in the world. A flood of people lost in the shuffle, going about their days without cause for concern or direction. So many lying to themselves about their beliefs, saying one thing and doing another, praying their way into heaven while rapidly crawling into the tight crevasse that was the gateway to limbo with their deeds. She offered them a question. What if you were just honest with yourself? If you lived life the way you were supposed to, saw the things you eschewed, what wonders would open up to you? Luciana spoke of visions from her youth, as so many prophets do, declaring Belphegor sat on his throne of municipal waste. While so many describe him as being on the toilet, Luciana said he sat on the gateway to a better life, only letting those truly embody his ideals and that of the greater gods through to meet him. He was a gatekeeper. In her first town, she was cast out. Many saw her as blasphemous, heretical, and saw no place for a woman to speak her mind on religious ideals. But her story truly came alive once she stepped foot into Sturgeon some 2 years later, at just 16 years old. She said a man who stood where air could do naught but fester and smells dulled to a point of absence offered her a check, an establishment, and a new title, Mother Accumulator. So, the church flourished in a building steeped in twilight at all times, St. Martin's Utilitarian Church. Every member that joined would go indoors, be given a thick robe, and taken, while blindfolded, through a cavern to a small area steeped in twilight. Revelers and fanatics said the sun was hidden behind a black moon. The entire congregation bathed in a twilight glow that invigorated them, emboldened them to do things they'd never do, to reject their old traditions and gods. Still, to think this woman was responsible for the day of reckoning, it was shocking. Looking at her now, lying in a softly swaying hammock and wrapped up in a fluffy blanket, softly drinking wine and looking like a normal millennial, it was almost a total dichotomy from the person printed in the papers. I took my seat and rolled up my sleeves, tying my locks back into a bun and ensuring I was prepared. I had a feeling this would test me. Miss DeSantos, my name is Miss Lockwood. You called upon my services in order to eat your sins before your end. I must apologize that my colleagues are not with me. They appear to be engaged elsewhere. But I feel we know one another well enough to proceed without them. Is that okay? Silence. She glanced over once before swirling her wine and downing it in one go, the glass filling up again as she set it down, unseen hands catering to her every whim. I sighed. You also go by the name Mother Accumulator, do you not? Head of the Church of the Duskwalkers, an organization I am, unfortunately, most familiar with. I paused, thinking of that first friend, almost like an aunt to me, her door always open when I needed advice. The coffee shop she owned forever bustling with happy guests, would-be artists and philosophers who debated until closing time. Abigail Priestley was a gifted orator, expert coffee brewer, and lover of animals. Her bearded dragon Montgomery always on her shoulder and crawling under her thick blonde hair whenever he got scared. But, in time, she would come to face financial woes as Sturgeon faced an economic downturn and took to wandering the streets at night, hoping for answers to her problems. When a local outreach member of the church hailed her down, that was that. She became Duskwalker Abby, and within 6 months, she would be... No, I had to focus. Miss DeSantos, this procedure cannot work without your cooperation. The other inmates did. She waved a hand at me, twirling finely manicured fingers in a far less subdued manner than Mr. Blasnick's condescending finger wag. She merely didn't want me to continue for the sake of it. I'm not them. They're not me. We're all different in this place. And while I did call you, I had a change of heart. The gods say you're not the one, and I follow their behest. If you cannot prove your importance, then I'll simply have to fail at my task and die here, unfulfilled. My eyebrows raised at that. Failed at her task. A small stream of blue smoke began to pile in from the top of her enclosure. Certainly not enough to manifest anything, but it was a start. But your followers all died at your behest. Wasn't that your great task? Getting them all to ascension. She scoffed, taking a delicate bite of some tiramisu and wiping her lips with a napkin, breathing softly and letting her slender frame sink further into the hammock, not even bothering to lift her head to look up at me. That's what the media assumed. Maybe that's what some of the newbies assumed. Those just looking for a cause to die for. But no, every initiated follower knew exactly what they were doing. We were preparing me, preparing my body for the next stage. I simply had to lift a hand, and they did as I asked. The laziest mass murderer this world has ever seen. My numbers do not simply exist within the halls of St. Martin's. No, we had cells all over, and they will continue to wake up and do what is written until the number is sufficiently high enough. I have nothing to do now, but wait for the next step. Wait for my rightful throne in the stars. The mist began to pool around the back corner, forming a large seat, something shaking on top of it, and a small, spindly hand clasping at the bottom, as if trying to reach up to the seat. You say you're different to the others, but I sense similarities in you all, each of you having a guide, a purpose, a chance to ascend. There's more going on here than simply letting you die, isn't there? I sat up, preparing to walk out the door. I will not be a pawn in someone else's game, even if the warden says otherwise. You can rot in here for all I care. As I took steps to the door, her lackadaisical voice cooed after me. Do you know where you go when you die? I do. I know where everyone goes. Something made my hand freeze on the door handle. Luminous eyes rushed into my mind as if something else was watching me. I felt compelled to turn around and continue, sitting back down with a sigh. I'm listening. Go on, I replied, the smell of Gouda beginning to overwhelm my nostrils and eradicate my love of cheese. She smiled and leaned her head up for the first time. That's not how it works. Make an offering to me, to the church. If it's good enough, I'll consider it. She took another bite and swallowed a large helping of wine. I sighed. I was either going to be her soundboard or get this done, unsure of what I could even ask to progress beyond her sermons. Then I remembered the note the warden had given me. Giving pause for just a moment, I grabbed it and heeded the words on top. Let her read it first. Unsealed it and, as the instructions stipulated, held it up to the plexiglass for her to read, without seeing what the contents were. Within moments, her demeanor changed. She dropped the cheese and wine, hopping out of her hammock and rushing over to read it carefully, tracing each line with her finger, and then gazing at what I assumed was a picture at the bottom. Tears filled her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled into a wide smile of uproarious joy as she leaned back, wiping her eyes and straightening her back. Your offering is most acceptable, Madam Lockwood. I will tell you everything and impart some advice to you before the end. She walked over to the wall opposite her hammock and began painting, materials simply appearing out of nowhere as deft hands swiped across a plain canvas. her elegance never faltering while she spoke. "When did your lord appear to you?" I asked, trying to cast my mind back to what Buck had taught me about tulpas and their embodiments of our sins. "I was just a little girl when he appeared in front of me, on a throne made of bone, sinew in the bodies of so many trying to hold his frame up and comfortable. Countless little bodies, hands and legs straining to make him happy, his body hovering over the portal to the better place. They wanted so badly to be let in, to gain favor, but he offered that only to me, said I carry greatness within me and must go out, follow his instructions and stay on the path. Being charismatic and beautiful certainly helped, as well as meeting one of my lords who offered sanctuary and financial security. Our following grew exponentially after that, especially when we could talk the talk and walk the walk." She paused, grabbing a deep shade of red and chuckling. "When we first showed the new initiates the stars and what devoured them, their joy was rare and magnificent. It was an understanding of their placement in this world and the realization that all they had to do in order to see the next step was serve me." The blue mist had crawled up the entire back wall, huge and scaling to nearly the full 12 feet in height. More bodies piled at the base of this metallic seat, their faces permanently frozen in absolute agony under the crushing weight. So you put things in place for Sturgeon's Day of Reckoning. A cool summer day in August when the sun set and the moon had not yet risen. The city would wake up to the sight that would be felt across the world. We all know this, and I know this isn't your sin to confess. So let's get right to it. What is it they don't know? What happened to the congregation? To my friend Abby. I regretted saying it the moment her name left my lips, but I couldn't help myself. Luciana's face fell for a moment, and she picked up a yellow, bright and warm, like Abby's hair. "Ah, Duskwalker Abby, one of your trusted priestesses. She was so dedicated to the group after her life took a turn. I'm sorry that she couldn't say goodbye before the end. But you were an outsider. You were not to know. If I have one regret, it's that I inadvertently slighted someone of your stature and lineage. We prepared a concoction in line with Lord Belphegor's teachings, a poison that would steadily dim the light inside to that of a twilight. In time, with the last etches of light on the horizon, they would go to sleep, and within minutes, be gone." A large horned figure took shape on the throne, a hand resting under its chin, while the other pushed on its legs, a scowl across its face not dissimilar to that of Luciana's mugshot. She began to paint faster and with more purpose and less elegance. "The poison was willingly ingested by every member of our group. Over 700 souls willing to go with the sun and leave before the moon realized they'd departed. Deep underground, where the twilight shone, we basked in their light, and I watched from my throne as they all praised me, praised Belphegor, praised our All-Mother and the unnameable ones. They fell into a deep sleep, and I was left to watch and wait, knowing this would be my final home. But wait, aren't you Mother Accumulator?" I asked, not wishing to interject but unable to ignore such an admission. She threw a stroke with her brush across the obscured canvas, the colors practically glowing from it and bathing her in a strange hue. "I am, but she is Omnium Matrium, the woman who founded our movement and was there on the first day of operations at the behest of our Lord. She was no longer with us by the time that I took over, but her spirit was always an influence. Of course, there were complications. The poison did not react the same with everyone. I would guess a third of the congregation did slumber. Another third were quiet, but visibly unable to find any respite, and the last simply screamed, writhing and gurgling as the poison wreaked havoc on their bodies. I was uncomfortable at first, but Belphegor told me this was my own test. He instructed me to do something that would cement my legacy as the church's finest ruler. The mist had finished forming. A red-horned ogre sat atop a bone throne, with countless damned souls either trying to hold him up, escape, or get into the black hole his body hovered over. It was easy to see how it was misinterpreted as a toilet, but all I saw was a throne literally built on the labors of those who had worked for him. At the same time, my plate started to fill up, and my stomach growled. The sins we eat do not ever add onto our actual diet, and we never retain the food. But for the time we smell, taste, touch, and eat it, it's real, and my stomach could not have been happier as eyes met the growing plate. The most succulent feast, bacon-wrapped filet mignon with a French Cabernet, a wheel of various brie, Gouda, and blue cheese, potatoes au gratin with a molten chocolate cake for dessert. I knew there had to be something to it, but my hunger did not care. The job was not quite done, however, and I was determined to see this one through. What did you do, Luciana? What did you do that truly put you in this place and with the sin of sloth? She finished her painting, tying her matted black hair back in a bun and placing her hands on her hips, turning it towards me and temporarily blinding me with its brilliance and the sheer light from the bioluminescent paint. I walked amid the sea of the dead. I saw so many at peace, but so many more still struggling to reach that goal. Children and babies were screaming out for their mothers, for me, but I simply looked down at them with pity and did nothing but observe as they struggled. All children of the dusk must walk that path on their own. I watched so many pass over that threshold and did not leave until I knew each member of my flock had transcended. That is true godlyhood. That is the legacy of Luciana Maria de Santos, Mother Accumulator, of the Church of the Duskwalkers, bringer of the Day of Reckoning, and, most importantly, my eyes adjusted to the painting as an alarm began ringing out, sirens blaring throughout the facility, and the warden's panicked voice calling over it all.
Achtung! Attention! Inmate number 5933 has captured 2 of our guests! This facility is in lockdown! Frau Lockwood, please report to Central Wing immediately! They will not speak with us!
Buck. Nestor. That's why they hadn't turned up. I wish I could have reacted in that moment, gotten up to rush to their aid, but my eyes were adjusting to the paint in front of me and the image of Luciana walking, without any reservations, to the back of the room where Belphegor sat, still towering over her petite frame even when sat down. It was with the utmost pleasure that I got to find out who you truly were, where you came from, Madame Lockwood. Your mother did great things for us, truly great things. A word of advice. If you let it in, it will take everything. Good luck. We'll see one another again. Maybe in a bar between spaces. I could not take my eyes off the painting, my hand shoveling the food into my mouth mechanically without pause for thought or concern. The sounds of Luciana being pulled apart and shoved into the hole in the seat filling my ears with not a scream or groan from her. She truly accepted her fate as an observer, sick as she may be. The painting was that of my mother, young and beautiful as I remember her, her afro large and with a pink comb embedded in the side that I constantly used to play with. She was laughing with a pair of dungarees on and holding a younger me on her shoulder. Around her neck was a large pendant with a keyhole over a locket, a sigil synonymous
the Church of the Duskwalkers, and a title engraved in the top, Tu omnium matrum, e dolore magnia gloria. I knew that phrase. It was the same one both my mother and grandmother repeatedly drilled into me when things got tough. A phrase the Lockwood family kept close and was not known outside of that context. How did she know? The food began to turn to rot in my mouth. Looking down at the leftovers of the food, I saw creatures crawling through the remnants, festering, pulsing, rotten fused, and the popping maggots and fungus, the fetid stench reminding me that it was the results of one's laziness and the efforts of others. Tears in my eyes from the horrific food, the overwhelming fear of my friend's safety pushing me to rush, and the horrific realization my mother, my idol, was not what she seemed. I spoke the Latin phrase aloud in English and tearfully swallowed the last bite before rushing to save my friends. Inmate number 6626, Luciana Maria de Santos, aka Mother Accumulator, for the Church of the Duskwalkers. Sin, sloth. Food, a gourmet of delights rotted due to negligence and inaction, built off the back of others. Through great pain comes glory. The wait in the elevator was excruciating. It had always been long, but had it always been this long? I couldn't tell. But with every passing floor and stream of light rushing through the tube window, my anxiety built upon itself. The elevator may as well have been filled with water up to my neck for how much I paced, thrashed, and ruminated on the worst. After an age, the doors cluttered open, and I stormed towards Central, a stoic warden waiting for me with his sleeves up and his hands in his pockets.
Frau Lockwood, danke for getting here so quickly. I was most concerned to be held up by the...
I breezed past him to the view in front of me, a large plexiglass screen that displayed the carnage down below in an extra-large enclosure. Bodies on pikes, split open and hollowed out of their organs. Teeth smashed inwards to the gums, noses removed from faces, and barely any living soul amid the sea of inmates ripped to pieces. That is, of course, aside from the man situated at the end of a great circular table. He was gigantic, but not in the way Tallulah, the woman who represented lust, was. His weight was, for the most part, distributed better. Thighs were like tree trunks, arms, great hulking amorphous bulges of muscle, his barrel chest stretching out to double my own width. A great beard flowing down to his navel. His stomach shivered and rumbled incessantly as he took mounds of food from his plate and shoveled them into a huge mouth, making horrific sounds with his mouth all the while. Vile lip-smacking and tongue-licking against the vestiges of food in his mouth, without a care or concern for decorum. Despite the window, I could hear every bite down, every chew, swallow, and spittle. But it was when I saw his plate that the fear set in, knowing full well this one was going to be different to the others. It was stained in dark blood, a piece of leg still uneaten, but barely anything left amid the surrounding bones. He peered down with frustration, pushing his chair back to walk over to a poor soul on a makeshift pike in the corner. Thankfully, not impaled yet, but instead chained to it by the top, partially obscured by the poor lighting.
You've got 60 seconds to get down here, or I take a piece of him for my protein workout.
The low, northern English voice called out, his massive fist reaching for the person's leg. As they resisted, I saw Nestor's defiant eyes look up at me and shake his head.
Don't! He just wants you for...
Blood streamed from his stomach as sharp claws dug in and took a pound of flesh, the larger man holding it above his widening jaws and swallowing it in one go, a small trickle of blood rushing down his chin.
Time's already started, love. Hurry up.
I turned on my heel and made a beeline for the stairs as the warden walked with me, shoving a document into my hands.
Inmate number 5933 is Cyril Monks, former underground fighting champion and dealer of a killer drug, Thanatos. He's a master manipulator and takes what he wants. I do not advise you go in there without our usual protection, Frau Lockwood. The risk it poses you and the prison are substantial.
He pleaded, barely keeping pace with me as we reached the final hallway connecting us to Monk's cell.
Fuck the risks. Fuck the prison. He wants a face-to-face interview? He'll get one. He should know not to underestimate any of us. I'll look to you to take a shot if anything goes wrong, Warden.
I looked at him, a reassuring grin on my face. I didn't get this far by being a pretty face. I can gut a motherfucker if I need to. He swallowed and nodded. When I turned back, for the briefest of moments, I saw something on the leftmost guard. His hat drew down low, and a salute as we walked past towards the door. At least, I thought it was a salute. His fingers were drawn at the brim of his hat, but something was off. There weren't the usual 4 with the thumb tucked in. He lifted his head, and for a split second, the hand drew down and in front of me. A familiar, maniacal grin plastered on his face that burned its way into my skull, the number on his hand doing just the same as I passed through to the enclosure. 3. The first scent I picked up was iron. So much blood and viscera around me. It was impossible not to.
They had me waiting with some lower risk inmates. Thought because I was on good behaviour that I'd do my bit to get better privileges. Even gave me visitation for 9 years of no incidents. Imagine their shock when I started pulling limbs from bodies. Cunts never stood a chance, bless 'em.
He rested back on the chair, his makeshift lunch table splattered with blood.
Come on, take a seat. We've got much to discuss.
I looked at the back end of the room and saw Buck and Nestor on either side, both bloodied and beaten, but not dead or mortally wounded. Breathing a small sigh of relief, I sat down on the opposite end and put my papers down, prepping to introduce myself.
You know who I am. I know who you are. So let's not pussyfoot around, eh? I have a way of doing things and you are no exception, Miss Lockwood. If we do this, it's on my terms.
He breezed through my introduction as if it was nothing, pulling a dumbbell from the floor and flexing as we spoke.
I will ask you a series of questions, and if you answer the way I want you to, you can ask one back. Answer wrong, and...
He threw his hand back, thumb pointed towards my 2 boys.
I'll take a piece of them. Literally.
My hand shook, and I felt a lump in my throat. He wasn't joking. Reluctantly, I smiled and nodded, not enjoying the lack of control I had over the situation.
Good. So, what can you tell me about your upbringing, Nellie?
He leaned back in his chair, imposing frame bearing down on the rickety joints and hands folded over his stomach. First 11 years of my life were good. Things were simple at home but pleasant. Mom worked hard and was always busy, but never stopped making time for me no matter what it was. Bakery, nature walks, finding and identifying the animals in the woods nearby or whatever else. Mom never stopped trying. Then I turned 12 and things began to change. I pursed my lips, those painful memories rising to the surface. Arguments, slammed doors, misunderstandings. Typical teenage things that are supposed to be fractals in your life and not the final definitive moments of your last days with your mother. Well, things were never the same after that. Then, one day, she told me to stay at home while she took a work call. Never came back, and I was looked after by my grandparents. Here we are. I shrugged and shook my head, hating that I was telling all of this to an animal in this prison.
Good, good. You seem to get it. Ask away.
He chuckled, finishing his rep and going on to the other arm. What drove you to being this way? How does a legitimate bodybuilder and family man, according to your file, begin distributing a powerful new drug and tearing people limb from limb? I scanned over the notes, determined not to take my eye off him for too long. He smiled, bright white teeth stained with red.
Adiphagia, or Addy if you know her. I tore me ACL and MCL. Docs said it'd take 18 months to get back to any kind of work. That meant watching my colleagues progress beyond me, get bigger and stronger, achieve all the shit that was mine to achieve in the first place. Less money, less power, less interest.
He shook his head, getting up and grabbing a pair of human spines on the floor, with some rope attached, using it as a macabre skipping rope as he carried on talking.
I got sick of it. Me anger and desire grew into something more, and I overheard some boys talking about this new kind of steroid, Thanatos. Fuckers said it was like a reawakening in the system, but you had to know the right people to get to it. I may have been on crutches, but I still beat the silly cunts until they gave up the info. Met the guy in a supermarket car park at 4 in the morning. Paid him what I had left of my savings, and he dashed off, barely seeing his face in all the excitement. That's where things changed.
He finished skipping, the scraping of the vertebrae on the floor making me nauseous. A thick, pungent gold mist began forming around his body, but he paid it no mind if he knew it was there.
Your turn. Can you smell and taste your own sins? Do you know what lurks deep within your soul?
He chuckled, grabbing a handful of meat from under the table, opening his mouth before closing it and looking at me quizzically.
Oh, you don't mind if I dine while we wine?
Shoving it in his mouth with those abhorrent mukbang sounds, even louder as I spoke. A lot of people have asked that, but the truth is, I sense nothing. Whenever I go into meditation and focus on myself, I can smell, taste, feel nothing of my own sins, though I know they're there. He shoved his chair firmly away from the table, scowling as he walked over to Buck, holding out his hand at the wrist. Buck was barely conscious, as his head rocked around from the jerking motion.
I warned you about lying, Nelly.
He hissed, roaring as he bit down hard on Buck's entire hand, severing it at the bone as the blood-curdling scream rang out. Cyril doing nothing but savoring the bites and singing the same pitch as Buck's pain-addled yells. I drew my knife, hot blood running through my veins. I will fucking end you right here and now! But he sat down, acting as if all he'd done was kick over a chair, shaking his head and savoring the last bites of Buck's hand and fingers crushed between diamond-strength molars.
Nope. You won't. I'm not interested in anything that isn't my own, but I value my life above any of your sad little existences. You so much as get within 5 feet, and I will bite more desirable parts of Buck off. Then I'll start at Nestor's legs. Not only are you going to tell the truth in your last statement, but you're going to answer another question as penance. So, try again.
I slammed the table, yelling and trying to catch my breath, failing in the process.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Yes, okay. I once saw my sin. It was cloaked in black, smelled of my mother's cooking, and tasted of nothing. It had a total absence, but I could see it, and it...
It looked like the thing that plagues your nightmares. Yes, I know. Thank you. Do you love Buck?
He said, licking his lips and walking over to a pair of intact corpses hanging from the rafters, punching them as if they were sides of beef to practice boxing on. Swift, precise punches raining down on the poor souls. Anger gave way to embarrassment and a slew of complex emotions. My initial response was to ask how that was his business, to deflect or give a half answer, but that wouldn't do. This was not a time for complacency or half measures. With everything I hold dear, but not just a romantic love. A love that transcends the physical. He was my mentor as a young woman, He treated me like an equal and looks to me for advice now. He's everything to me, which makes what you did a moment ago that much more egregious in my eyes. I paused, taking a breath and resigning to deal with the aftermath later, thankful in part that Buck had passed out from shock, so I was spared the embarrassment. Now, tell me what brought you here in full. Left hook, right hook, uppercut, knee to the groin. Cyril Monk was incessant in his onslaught, as if he had something to prove.
I tried Thanatos that night. First dosage straight to the veins and it sent a surge through my body that I swear gave me a bloody heart attack. When my senses returned, I was clearly out of it. Stood in this great marble hall that had statues of the greatest warriors and baddest motherfuckers living or dead. At the end, Addie stood. Huge woman, muscled and big in all the right places, stronger than I could ever hope to be. Big jaws on her stomach and a tail the size of my entire body with a hungry mouth at the end. She told me if I could defeat 7 other men, take something from them and defeat her in the process, she'd help me ascend to that true state of power, of dominance. Not a single thing out of me grasp.
He volleyed off one last right hook, the ribs of the body caving in and blood spraying over its face. He lapped it up with zest.
It was easy enough to beat them when I had motivation and a controlled dosage of Thanatos. Even got to such good terms with the guy who sold it to me, I began distributing for him as his muscle. A few fights later, we had desperate dope fiends with a lot of strength and no money. So the fight game was born. Another way to take and grow.
He walked over to the table, his stomach growling as he clutched it, the thick yellow aura growing on his body.
But I began to crave food. Started out simple enough. Get a takeaway or an extra meal prep. But then my stomach started rejecting it, refusing all but one thing that rested at my feet with every fight. Flesh.
His eyes grew wide and manic, pupils enlarging before he coughed and reached under the table for another helping of some poor person's still warm corpse.
I made him sign a contract with me before fighting that not only was it to the death, but I could take whatever I wanted if I won. Desperate little cunts were all too eager to sign themselves away. Few choice shots to vital organs, they go down and be in that beautiful state between this world and the next. Unable to fight back, but heart still pumping hot blood out. Oh, delicious.
And one of those bodies became your undoing, I assume. I pressed, but he held a hand up.
Not your turn. Tell me what was on that paper.
He said it so matter-of-factly that the obvious nearly passed me by. But that was... How did you... He seemed willing to permit this surprise as he leaned forward and pulled something from his plate, holding it up to my face. A black feather.
A little birdie told me. Seems he was watching you from afar to protect you. When he heard his papa was here, he went on ahead to protect him and got caught. I tell you, not a big fan of chicken, but I'll go off menu once in a while.
He bellowed with laughter as tears filled my eyes.
I asked you a question, Nellie. I won't let you avoid it again.
All I could see was Edgar. His laughing, constant interruptions, rude quips, and the lasting image of him curled up in Nestor's arms, slowly calling and saying, "Papa," over and over. No. I had to press it down and push on. I had to, for him. The daughter of the High Priestess brings the dawn with her. In the dusk, in her absence, the cycle will ring anew at her hands. Her offering is that of her eternal servitude to guide others. E dolore, magna, gloria. A thick aura began slithering its way down Cyril's body, enrapturing his muscles and his barrel chest. The smell of sulfur and burnt lard began making my eyes water, but I moved past it, pausing to catch my breath and asking a question burning in the back of my skull. Why did you want this to be face to face, Cyril? He rose up out of his seat, and instead of maneuvering to another body or exercise machine, he took strides towards me and reached out an arm, a hand as big as my face coming ever closer. For a moment, I thought he was going to smash me into a wall, pick me up and devour me, or worse. But instead, his large digits brushed the side of my face, and his deadened eyes glazed over, a soft smile covering his face.
Because I wanted to prove to you that I can always get what I want, one way or another.
His fingers found their way to my throat and tightened around it with ease, veins pumping on his wrist as he lifted me off the ground with barely any effort. I was seeing spots within seconds, his blurry expression changing back to that of pure malice and hunger.
Do you fear me, Nellie?
His voice cooed. This close I could see the aura undulating around him, shaking to the very touch. I blinked twice and tried to nod, barely able to make any proper movement save for the errant kicking of my legs, desperate to find footing. He smiled and dropped me in a heap. I gasped for air and felt my windpipe against the wall of my throat. He definitely considered just killing me there and then. He took a seat and looked at something behind me.
Looks like it's almost time. Last question, Nellie. Make it a good one.
I thought on what he'd just told me. How he'd gotten injured. The drug abuse and eventual supply, fighting and devouring pieces of his opponents. Then I remembered something on the paper the warden gave me. Something that turned my stomach. What happened the night you were captured, Cyril? They say you were naught but skin and bones, shaking and convulsing from the drug. You must have gotten to this size in here, no? Tell me how you came to be one of the most feared men in this prison. I was shaking, adrenaline pumping through me, terrified out of my mind as neurons fired to think of other ways to stall or escape. But this was it. I had to stick to it. Monk seemed to consider my question, looking down at his hands and frowning before getting up and pacing to the far corner.
I'd grown accustomed to taking pieces of my trophies home. What wasn't offered to Adaphasia in that drug-fueled realm was kept for my own enjoyment. But I needed to find a more efficient way of eating at home. My wife was becoming suspicious of my constant eating out, and I hoped by bringing them into that world, they'd accept it and see the good it did me. So, I offered to cook one even for the whole family, all spread on just to show my love and appreciation. Oh, they ate it all with relish, said it was a succulent meat and very Moorish. I was overjoyed. So much so that I told her what it was there and then.
He turned back to me, genuine sadness in his eyes.
Things didn't go as planned. My wife almost lost her senses, began screaming about how I wasn't the kind, considerate and driven man I was before the accident, couldn't recognise me anymore and that she was leaving. My wife was different to other people. I could never lay a finger on her. So when she said she needed some space with the kids, I gave it to her. Went upstairs to think. Knew she couldn't very well tell the police anything that'd implicate her and risk her losing the kids.
He stopped pacing, shoulders heaving under the weight of his words.
I must have been on a come down from Thanatos, because I passed out and saw Adaphasia again, laughing at me. Each of the mouths on her stomach and tail laughing in kind, mocking me and biting at my torn muscles. When I woke up, I saw smoke in the house. Following it to the garage. My wife and children were in the car. Eyes open and staring into the ether. Dead. She left 4 words on a furiously scribbled note in the kitchen. Never forgive. Never forget.
He sighed and shook his head, pinching his nose.
I tried to OD on Thanatos that night. Stood before Adaphasia with no tributes left and no ways to climb those hallowed steps. No more left. She looked on me with pity and said, when I awoke, I'd have a new purpose. Capture and kill the greatest warrior I'd ever face, Nell fucking Lockwood. So here we are, at the end of it all. No more sins for you to speak to. I'm your last stop.
He walked towards me. The surrounding aura was nearly fully over his body, and I was out of time. That's when a thought hit me. You ate Edgar, didn't you, Mr. Monks? Swallowed him whole with no further thought. I couldn't help but feel a smile ripple across my face. He stopped, dumbfounded.
I told you that already, Nellie. I also told you no more questions. So you'll have the pleasure of seeing more suffering before it's over.
He made a beeline for Buck when I burst out laughing. It was a genuine, elated laugh that comes after you find something you lost, and that anger, grief, and anxiety gives way.
You stupid man. You really think he's dead, don't you? That the things you eat disappear and you don't have to deal with them anymore. God, I'm so stupid for not even realizing it sooner.
I laughed harder, tears in my eyes. His face fell and his lips parted to show gritted teeth.
What the fuck do you know, eh? I've taken this meeting where I wanted it to go. I'll have your flesh before all is said is done. What does it matter if he's alive or dead?
It matters plenty, Mr. Monks. You ate a creature in servitude to Lady Death. You ate something that, while innocuous, is not from this world. He's pernicious, irritating, rude, and at times downright a pain in my ass. But he is a member of this group and full of many surprises. I'd also wager he's very, very hungry right now. Surprised you haven't felt him rummaging around in there, to be honest. But you will, when I call out his name. I felt a surge of power and malice run through me, as if I had the whole world in my hands. I took confident steps in front of his towering mass of muscle and saw him grow pale, shaking hands clutching at his stomach as it began to twist and gurgle. Edgar Allan Crow, I said, watching this powerful man double over in agony on the floor at the mere mention, pained moans coming from his mouth as he bent over. I'll never forgive Nestor for giving him that fucking name, I hissed under my breath, walking round Cyril like a lioness in front of her prey.
Please, not like this,
he whimpered, drool running down his beard with blood. Whatever Edgar was doing, it was efficient. I pulled him up by his beard to look at me, ushering him to lean back onto his knees and placing my hand on his face, the exact same way he did to me. You know what they call a flock of crows, Mr. Cyril? I asked, placing one hand behind his head, my other pulling my serrated blade from my belt, driving it into the left of his belly and drawing it across the length with a powerful swipe. They call it a murder, I replied, the stench of his stomach horrifying as Edgar flew out, covered in all manner of giblets and blood, cawing as he soared around the building.
Murder! Murder, fat man! Papa's violence!
He screeched, laughing as he flew to Nestor's side, cawing softly at his unconscious body. The aura covering Cyril glowed brighter and sank into his flesh, the body shrinking and losing muscle mass before my eyes. Within a few minutes, he was barely anything but a skeletal frame with his stomach torn open. Sitting back at the table within a stone's throw of him, a plate of chicken wings, Aberdeen Angus steak, sausages, beans, eggs, toast, and bacon waited for me. I knew there was no trick. No rotting food or human substitute this time. Just pure, delicious, carnivorous food. I was going to savor it. I took my first bite, and the sound of a screaming pig filled the room, raw and visceral. It was enough to shake anyone to their core. But my resolve was strong. I relished every bite. And as I made my way through the breakfast, each new bite adding a scream to the choir of suffering creatures. I looked straight ahead the entire time, ignoring the sound of Cyril crawling towards me and begging, weakly, for a morsel of food or another shot of Thanatos. Only when his hand touched my thigh did I look at him, mid-bite of a sausage.
I need to see her again. I know how this works. You see my sin in physical form. Oh, and I go with them to ascend. You can't get rid of me until then. Please.
His eyes were sinking into his knot face, his beard now brittle and patchy, teeth yellowing and falling out. I scoffed and bit down hard on the sausage, the juices spraying in front of him. Your sin was so powerful, so full of desire, that it manifested around you and ate itself. You didn't wonder why you ballooned up and then deflated so quick. You are the Ouroboros, Mr. Monks. You feed upon yourself in the end. Or perhaps there's a better way to say this. Let me think. I turned away again and saw Edgar watching me, head cocked to the side and undoubtedly observing the best tactic to steal from me. I pulled a piece of my egg away and threw it into Cyril's open cavity. As expected, he drove straight in, rummaging up through Cyril's organs and causing him ungodly damage and pain in the process. But after the way he toyed with me, used information against me, and put my loved ones through hell, I was unfazed. Perhaps I had ascended in my own way, grown a tad. I also knew the warden was watching. I wanted him to see that I was no longer going to play any games. Not for our last two sins. This whole prison would know not to fuck with Nell Lockwood. As I finished my last few bites, and the death rattles of Cyril Monks faded with the agonized screams of the animals I'd eaten, I made sure he heard one last prophetic phase before he left this world. Getting out of my seat, I stood over him on my way to rescue my friends. That which is gluttonous may eternal lie, and even in strange aeons, even you may die. Inmate number 5933, Cyril Monks. Sin, gluttony. Food, a full English breakfast, complete with the screams of those we devour. Just two sins stood between us and the end of our time in this dismal prison. I stared at the body of Cyril Monks, my meal complete and malice still surging through my veins. I could still see, feel, and sense his sins. Every fabric of my being wanted so badly to hurt him further, an inescapable urge to sink my teeth into his face and bite off his nose. An urge so strong that I felt the feeling well up in me and stop at the gritting of my teeth. It was Nestor's labored breathing and cries of pain at seeing Buck that pulled me from that lapse of moral judgment. He called out, and before I could even step ahead, the doors flung open, and droves of the warden's men flooded the room, cordoning off the area and urgently attending to his still unconscious Buck.
Well, you certainly proved you know your stuff, Frau Lockwood.
The warden stood by the body of Cyril, looking down at him, tutting.
I did not expect you to get physical with him. But this is the person you are becoming. Perhaps this prison is the right place for you after all, yeah?
He jested, but his eyes were full of curiosity and a spot of joy. I did what I had to do, nothing more. But I'd like to rest before I take on the next inmate, if you please, I flatly replied, adrenaline steadily wearing off and fatigue setting in. He stood up and cracked his neck, shrugging his shoulders and rolling up his sleeves.
Des Teufels liebstes Möbelstück ist die lange Bank, he replied, shaking his head before looking at me and clarifying in English. The devil's favorite piece of furniture is the bench. What you put off now for later allows the devil to win. Better to at least get it done sooner rather than later. Besides, this inmate is different. Number 0744 is a unique one that will take even you by surprise, I think. His name is Eldon Calico, 36 years old. You will have no trouble ascertaining what you need in record time. Of that I assure you. In fact...
He walked over to Nestor and inspected his wound, physicians attending to him as the others put Buck on his stretcher and took him out of the room in a hurry.
Mit Herholden an das Kracher Edgar with you. I don't think you'll even need my information. This will only be a test in your patience.
I opened my mouth to protest, but what use was there in arguing with a megalomaniac? I simply sighed and made my way for the door. How long will Buck's surgery be? I asked, hoping to at least give myself some time to nap and eat. The food of the sins I ingested never filled me.
I'd say 6 hours if we're quick. Use that time to finish this sin and rest up. I assure you that you'll be out within the hour. Grab something from the green room to eat and we'll patch up Herr Holden. You have 20 minutes.
He sees the discontent in my face, and his expression softens.
I am testing you only because I believe in your abilities, Frau Lockwood. You are the bright star in this prison, and I am so proud of you.
With nothing else to say, I turned on my heel and took the long journey to the green room. I'm not proud enough to admit that when my steely gaze was met with large indifference, and the door finally closed, my body slumped against the back wall and I burst into tears, pulling my knees up to my chest as I sobbed. I failed them both. I was brash. I made mistakes. And it cost them both. Oh, Buck. Within a few minutes of self-pitying, the elevator stopped and the green room was in sight. Knees struggling to hold my frame up as I swayed from side to side, praying for coffee and sustenance that would provide me some kind of boost. A pot of coffee on and some sandwiches in my system, I slumped into the chair and felt my eyes flutter, if for a moment. Darkness enveloped me, flashes of images from my past, the smell of my mom's cooking, her begging me to stay indoors, the cool summer air and thick brambles scratching my arms as I rushed towards an unholy light in the distance. A man with wide eyes beckoning to me. A struggle. Blood. Searing pain. Then, the figure standing in a fire pit, his body searing and chunks of his flesh melting and plopping onto the floor. Rickety arms reached out in front of me and held up one finger each, his smile drooping into a frown as muscle tissue struggled to hold his lips together with the heat spread over his body. 2. I snapped up. The pot of coffee was boiled, and it looked like I'd been out for a few minutes. Downing the coffee and getting changed in the restroom, I took a leap of faith and grabbed for the totem in my pocket, hoping I'd simply had a lapse in judgment and it was perfectly fine. Instead, it was segmented into 3 distinct pieces, my eyes burning at the mere sight of it in that state. If it weren't for Nestor shouting at Edgar in the hallway, I'm sure my anxiety would have overtaken me.
Damn it, Edgar, stop preening over my wound. It's fine.
Nestor bellowed between intermittent owls as Edgar flew around and cawed softly.
Help, Papa. Eat that flesh. Helps Edgar.
He cackled, flying towards me and nuzzling against my neck as he landed on my shoulder, clearly trying to curry favor with me. I had to admit, it was working.
It's not dead flesh.
Nestor protested, rubbing the sore wound and grabbing himself a drink.
Miss Lockwood, Nell, we'll head up in a minute. You just keep that idiot son of mine busy so he doesn't try and nibble into my flesh, okay?
He sighed and walked into the green room.
Edgar.
I'll flash that flesh.
Edgar softly quipped before repeating, Papa, over and over, as I stroked him and felt a weak smile run across my face for the first time in so long. A moment of clarity I would come to appreciate and yearn for in time. As we stepped out into the visitation area, the guard saw us through and pointed us to the farthest room on the end. A large circular dome of sorts that on first inspection would have been mistaken for an IKEA showroom. Furniture that had never been touched, sat upon, or utilized in any way was strewn about the place. a bookcase with nothing adorning it, a dining table that had makeshift plates and silverware, but no food. It was entirely bizarre, and sat in the center of it all was a meek man perched on a chair, with his hands nervously running over his well-ironed trousers, and occasionally fiddling with the collar of his shirt, as furtive eyes met ours, getting up with a wide, sincere smile and unwavering politeness.
Ah, you must be Madame Lockwood. A pleasure, I'm Eldon. I'm sure you're tired, so I'll try not to take too much of your time.
He outstretched a shaking hand, and I simply stared at it, the smell rushing through my nostrils, but not enough to place its designated scent or reminiscent taste. He retracted the hand and rocked on his feet.
Of course, probably wise not to touch me. I am an inmate here after all. Shall we?
Nestor and Edgar took their spot nearby, Edgar teasing Eldon from afar, much to Nestor's chagrin.
Flanders! Smells like sulfur!
If Eldon took offense, he didn't show it as we took our seats on opposing sides of the dining table. I saw something moving in the dome, but I kept my focus on Eldon. So, Mr. Calico, why are you in here? I asked, watching his body language closely. If you don't mind me saying, you're a little different to our usual clientele. Was there a mix-up? This seemed to relax him, and he let out a hearty laugh, perfect white teeth shimmering in the light, and giving him an almost holy visage.
Ah, well, we all have our sins and our troubles, do we not? I'd made some mistakes, maybe upset a few people with my temper, but I'm much better now. It's a credit to this facility, and hopefully to you for being able to take the remnants of those past life sins from me.
The smell was beginning to grow unbearable, and the surrounding pressure was growing heavy. I looked to Nestor before sighing and turning my attention back to Eldon. Do you like children, Eldon? I asked, feeling my knuckles grow white from the clenching. He cocked his head to the side and gave a sincere grin, kind eyes softly resting on me.
Of course. Children are the future, and I would distrust anyone who didn't enjoy their free spirit and open kindness.
He leaned back and rested his hands in his lap.
They are the future, truly. What other kind of answer is there?
I took a deep breath and held it in my lungs, letting the smell of sulfur burn inside me before I exhaled and felt the burning on my tongue. Do you like fucking them? I asked it as blunt as one could do, letting the moment hang in the air as I wished his fetid body to do. His smile was the first to fade. It twitched and resisted as the corners were dragged down and the glimmering teeth shut off from my view. I persisted. You must do, since you continued doing it even after your community found out and excommunicated you instead of calling the police, since the parents didn't want to press charges. You ensured that frightened girl was the first of so many. His aura was steeped in tar and trudged about the place, its stain marking every single section of the furniture it touched in countless handprints, searing hot to the touch and full of unspeakable foul odors and liquids. The furniture only looks pristine on the outside, but once you get closer, that's your core fault, but not what put you here, is it, Mr. Calico? No, it's what you did upon the knowledge that the town was gathering evidence to put you away, to stop you seeing the child you fathered with one of those little girls. Because they were little girls, Eldon. You just got to one of them at a time when she could have kids. You fucking animal. I was finding it harder and harder to keep my cool. I could see exactly why the warden was testing me. He knew I'd sensed the man out before I even spoke to him. Eldon's eyes seemed to sink into his skull, pupils dilating and losing the bright hue they'd once possessed. He stood up from the table slowly and began breathing heavily, shoulders hunching as veins appeared on his neck. And still I persisted. You got angry. So angry, in fact, that you tore them apart with your bare hands and teeth, one by one. 20 villagers all massacred by your hand, including that of your own child. One swing and you silenced his cries.
You arrive here, you think you find God or whatever the fuck this whole nice guy act is. And you think you can pull the wool over anyone's eyes, even mine. I stood up and walked across to face him, some 15 feet separating us. Well, it took me 9 minutes to figure out your shit, and I already know your sin. You know, wrath may be one of the oldest sins, but my God, is it easy to spot. The plate on my table started to fill, a blowfish finely cut with all the wrong parts waiting to be devoured. Eldon's breathing giving way to growls and grunts as his muscles grew and ripped his shirt, eyes growing vacant.
Shut up! You know nothing of who I am!
Fists smashed the table as I dove for the plate, finding cover and eating it as quick as I could. Eldon tearing furniture to bits as Nestor stepped in and Edgar flew overhead, rushing in to peck at his face before getting away. I felt the poisonous rage fill my body almost instantly, hot anger of the prior sins. The warden, of this fucking monstrosity in front of me. I no longer cared to see him eaten by a tulpa. Whatever that sludge-addled creature was, I wanted him dead by my hand. My vision shook, and I rose from my spot, knife drawn, as I waited for a chance to mount his back and began driving my serrated blade into his soft flesh. Finding a soft area on his shoulder blade, I made a point to drive it into the hilt before pulling on it with all my body weight, splitting the flesh. He was screaming. Good. I wanted him in pain. I wanted him upset. A boot to the face for good measure while he howled and bled onto the floor. The sludge tulpa ferried its way over to where Eldon sat, peering over at him curiously. But I wasn't done. Another boot to the face knocked him onto his back, and standing over him, my heart beating fast and wrath running through my body, I drove the knife straight into his groin with a screech I did not think I'd ever produce. Nestor simply stared in horror, and Edgar cried out, "Nope." His cries of pain were music to my ears as the sludge tulpa sank over him and drowned out any notion of his anger, his pain, and his protests, like being smothered. He fought back with extreme prejudice until the life steadily left him, and he was nothing more than a stuck pig on the ground. You weren't worth a proper conversation or anything close to it. I spat on his body before walking straight for the door, not even wanting to look back or stomach the smell of his sin any longer. "We good, Nestor?" Nestor shuffled and cleared his throat, knowing I was making my way for the infirmary to see Buck.
Yeah, we're good. Guess it's a time to be thankful whatever you ate don't last too long.
Buck was still out cold when I got to the infirmary, his body racked with cuts and bruises. I was told his hand wasn't salvageable, and instead he'd be given a state-of-the-art prosthetic. I don't know how they did it, but the damn thing could actually flex and respond in the same way his flesh counterpart did. Still, seeing him like this, so damaged and hurt, I felt the blame overwhelm my wrath the moment I stepped near his bed, eyes fluttering and gently opening to see me. That smile that could melt the ice caps still prevalent in spite of his injuries.
Always a pleasure, Nell. I take you stopped that big bastard?
He paused, and I simply nodded, hand caressing his tired face.
We ran into some trouble up there with you, Buck. Had some complications that required us to go on without you. Weren't personal, just had to be done.
Nestor shuffled, clearly not used to giving bedside words of comfort.
But you needed to heal, you see.
Heal? For some bumps and a scrap? Oh, I see.
His voice fell to a croaky whisper of affirmation as he flexed his hand, and mechanical fingers responded in kind. For a moment, I thought rage, misery, or despair would take him, but instead he laughed.
Well, I knew I'd lose something vital in this job sooner or later. I'm lucky I got as far as I did, to be honest. And hey, I got a badass fist to punch with and not worry about medical bills after.
He laughed, and I felt my heart swell to bursting. I did this. I put him here.
We've got one inmate left to go. A whole day to rest up, and then we'll be heading on over to it. Think you're up to the task?
Nestor leaned in, and Edgar hopped off his shoulder and onto Buck's bed. looking up at him and cocking his head.
Robocup! Metal Man! Even cooler!
He called as Buck gently patted his head, smiling.
I'm the last and best McGraw they have. I can't very well explain the compendium from a hospital bed, can I? Let's get this bad boy calibrated and then get moving.
I pulled the heavy book out of my bag and dropped it onto his lap, smiling and breaking into a chuckle.
Look on the bright side, Buck. You didn't lose your writing hand.
We laughed, and it felt like the last few days were nothing short of a bad dream or a distant memory. But we knew we had one final sin to go, and that it would be the largest obstacle to climb. No warden in sight, no prophetic illusions, just the knowledge we were moving ahead. As Buck opened the compendium, a dossier slipped out and fell onto the side. Curious, we looked at it and saw the title on the top. Prisoner Inmate, number 001. Opening it up brought more pain and sorrow than anything I could have been prepared for. Not because of the crimes they'd committed, of which there were countless. Not because of the sin or their tulpa, of which there was almost no info save for the sin of pride, but because of the name and photo attached. The name and photo that I had burned into my brain for over a decade. The photo was of a disheveled woman in her 50s, deadness in her eyes and a prideful grin stretched across her face, bearing the sigil of the Church of the Duskwalker. Her name, Gwynllian Nia Lockwood. Inmate number 0744, Eldon Calico, the butcher of Felixstowe. Sin, wrath. Food, a blowfish filled with a poisonous rage that would infect and harm oneself as much as it did others. Mom. I've just eviscerated the most vile man who represented wrath. Now I am tasked with the final sin, and the significance of that person is not lost on me. It's my own mother.
How is this? I
couldn't find the words as my mind struggled to comprehend what I was seeing. The sounds of Buck and Nestor calling after me faded to nothing as I fainted, exhaustion and anxiety crippling my ability to function. This time, when the dreams took hold, I saw a series of rooms, some of them small and familiar, others big, foreboding and alien to me. But I occupied them all, sometimes on my own, and other times with friends, lovers, family. In every single instance, that specter was right behind me, sometimes looming overhead as bad news was handed down, perching the corners of the room to observe me carefully as I did something innocuous. No matter where I went in these various rooms of my life, it was always close by, as if attached to me. Even as the scene shifted to this prison, it occupied the same space as we did, standing in the corner during lust's interrogation, off to the side for greed, directly overhead for envy, under the table for sloth, holding on to me for gluttony, and inexplicably cowering behind a table for wrath. As my mind directed to the green room where my body now lay, in an almost lucid dreaming type of moment, I watched as this abomination crawled over my sleeping frame and held a single digit up to my face, before cracking its head up at me and rushing towards me, the smile ever present on its decaying face. 1. I didn't snap awake as before. I'd come to expect the terrors my sleeping world brought. Instead, I breathed deep and looked around. I saw Edgar had nestled himself in my hair, sleeping softly.
Comfy. Mama. Safe.
He softly chirped, flattering me as I smiled and looked over at Nestor, reading a book and rolling his eyes.
Don't be expecting marriage now, Miss Lockwood. Nell. You're already spoken for. Wouldn't be appropriate.
He shot a sly grin my way and noted the clock.
You've been out for a while. Buck's just getting changed, and we'll head on up as soon as you're ready.
Have you heard from Warden Leichenberg? He's usually around when I wake up. I'd like to have a word with him about these tests. I tried not to grit my teeth as I reciprocated his smile.
Do these words involve fists and/or feet hurtling towards his body?
Nestor asked, feigning concern as he shut his book and went over to the fridge to fetch me some food. I gently got up and scooped Edgar into my hands. Perhaps, but a lady doesn't kick and tell, I slyly replied, breaking into a laugh and trying to force the job to the back of my mind.
Well, no. He was dealing with the fallout of Cyril Monks' breakout and some other issues. Since it's prisoner 001, there's a lot of other logistical things he says he's got to do. But he did tell me that he'd meet us there at their cell.
Nestor shut the fridge and handed me some sandwiches and a glass of orange juice.
Now eat up. We got way better food on the plane.
Mind if I ask you something, Nestor? I bit into the cheese and ham sandwiches with joy, my stomach grateful for a proper meal. He nodded and gestured for me to continue. What's it like, working for Lady Death? He paused and thought for a moment, finding the right way to say something about someone who, I can only assume, was always listening in.
No day is the same, no night is dull. She has a saying that I've tried to take with me into life, especially on difficult jobs that I know will entail a lot of pain, struggle, and heartache. It takes courage to accept one's fate, bravery to step beyond the threshold, and sincerity to see it for what it is. Death can be as foreboding or as forgiving as you make it. It is a journey we must all undertake, and though we walk it on our own, it does not need to be without loving company at the end.
Cheesy, but I like it. It's certainly a motto to live by. Edgar began to wake up, and upon seeing my food, gently preened me until I gave him some. He was being that adorable, and it was hard to resist.
We had some trouble with our own terrorist group a while ago. Called themselves the Mortal Coil and attached to the bodies of the recently deceased. Said that death itself was a crime against humanity and needed to be stopped. When we dealt with them, it meant dealing with uncomfortable conversations about life, death, and everything in between. At the end of it all, well, it made me realize something.
He smiled, lips trembling as the door opened and Buck walked in, buttoning his shirt and fumbling with his bionic hand.
Taught you that all moments matter, and we should take life by the horns and hold on until it bucks us off.
He smiled, laughing despite his low energy, still making my heart skip a beat.
I'm glad you're up, Nell. Ready to beat this thing and go home?
I tried to smile, to feign confidence, but the moment he mentioned the job at hand, I felt my face fall.
Hey, Nellie, you know that whatever is in there, it's beatable. If it is your mother, we can still deal with this properly. Nobody has to get hurt if we don't want them to, but...
He kneeled down and looked me in the eyes, a melancholy twinkling in the corners I'd seldom seen.
I'm not sure that's your mother. I think someone has been playing a long game at our expense.
I thought about what he said. The tests, the visions, the information the inmates had. It started to fit together like a jigsaw puzzle that filled me with a disgust and anger not dissimilar to that for envy, gluttony, or wrath. Why? Why would they do this? More importantly, who? As I asked, Buck stood up and stared straight at the camera, anger strewn across his face as brows furrowed.
Oh, I'd imagine the same person who put that dossier in my book. But it's just a hunch, a test, if you will. But we're losing time, and our last inmate awaits. I'm sure we'll know who this is when the job is done.
I reckon you're right. May as well finish the job together. Not much else to do until then. But I'm sure we'll still have an ass to kick when it's all said and done. Right, Edgar?
Beating time! Beating time!
He flapped his wings and circled around the room before hopping over to Nestor's shoulder. We made for the elevator, and the attending guard took us down to the Gen Pop area.
They've put all the inmates into their cells. giving you the space with inmate 1. Warden says that you may need the extra room, and the inmates would be a distraction.
The guard pointed out the window as we carried on descending, the huge hole in the back wall sending out foreboding sensations, even from this distance. Fine, makes the job easier. We'll be sure to thank him, I quipped, checking over my equipment as the elevator came to a stop and we made our way across the expansive threshold to the wall. As I looked at the several stories of cells around us, I could feel the collective murderous intent of thousands of inmates bearing down on us. It felt so much as if we were caged animals they were observing for enjoyment. The closer we got, the more the smell hit my nostrils, and the more my emotions bubbled to the surface. It was the smell of her cooking, almost exactly as I remembered it from so many years ago.
Nell, no matter what you see in there, I need you to keep professional, okay?
Buck's voice cut through the lapse in focus, and he took my hand in his.
I know what you're going through in there, what you might see, but at all times, keep your wits about you. That could be the difference between life and death. No matter what, we'll be here for you.
I smiled and nodded. He was always a good tutor and imbued me with an additional sliver of confidence I didn't know I had. When we approached the threshold, I saw the warm glow from the large cell, and a voice called out,
"Just you, my dear. The boys will need to wait outside."
Mom, is that really you? I asked, the pit in my stomach widening.
Spend enough time in here, I suppose you go native. I promise I'm not a monster in disguise.
Why is your voice not British? I asked, confusion racking my mind as those unmistakable tones still ring true of my mother. Yet, somehow not.
Isn't it? Darn. Oh, I know. Our family phrase. E dolore magna gloria. Sit down, honey. I'll be with you in a minute. I'm sure you have lots of questions. Food will be in a little while, so...
I felt the twang in my chest, and my heart start to shatter. This was her. Even if it wasn't her old voice. Even if it was just for a moment before something else leapt out to attack me. This was Mom. I looked to Buck, Nestor, and Edgar, all of which looked a mixture of confused and concerned as they shrugged and nodded to the opening. Taking a deep breath, I stepped over the threshold and into her home. Once inside, the cell was a total remake of our old home. Small handmade decorations lined the walls. Photos of my family and I adorned the main shelves, and over a makeshift kitchen stood my mother. Nothing like her mugshot. She'd not aged a day since I last saw her. Literally, she was tall, voluptuous, and beautiful, her large afro now tucked into a braided beehive, still sporting blue overalls and a cheesy apron as she hummed softly while cooking. It was almost too much to bear.
Sit down, honey. I'll be with you in a minute. I'm sure you have lots of questions.
Her calming voice soothed me in such a way that I did as she instructed without question, planting myself on a comfortable leather sofa, awkwardly ensuring my weapons weren't hidden or obstructed. I watched as the woman I'd not seen in over a decade turned, and that warm, beautiful smile met my own, setting down some tea in front of us.
Food will be in a little while, so I thought tea would be sufficient. Oh my.
She looked over at me and truly saw me, eyes filling with tears as she reached for a handkerchief.
Eleanor, my Nell, all grown up. You're so beautiful.
I smiled and tried my best to hide the tears, albeit in vain as they fell down my face. Mom, I've missed you so much, but I have to know. I felt my stomach tie into knots as I started, but her warm smile and nodding helped center me.
I know you do, honey. You need to know how I got here, how this is going to go, and what will happen next. I suppose we should start with the first question, yeah?
I nodded and took a sip of the tea. Earl Grey with a hint of honey. Her own little blend that took me right back to home. I tried for so many years to replicate it. Totally unsuccessful.
That night, I got radio that there was someone in the middle of the new forest. They'd been seen starting a fire, and obviously it was my job to investigate. Initially, I thought it was just a usual disturbance. You know, kids being kids and all that. But I saw the color from the tree line, and I knew it was something else. Someone was calling me to them.
I thought back to what DeSantos had mentioned. That Mom was Mother Accumulator, head priestess of the Church of the Duskwalkers. Mom, I was told you were involved in a church. One I wasn't aware of. Is this true? Again, the anxiety mounted. I didn't want to know these things of my own mother were true, but the necessity of asking is why I'm here. Her face fell. She looked ashamed.
When I joined them, it wasn't what it grew to be. The Allfather who ran it was an astoundingly brilliant man, rife with ideas of how the world could be. He wanted to bring about great change and saw opportunities in his beliefs. When I helped him, I was merely a sort of spiritual advisor. As we Lockwoods can see things others can't, that was my main point for being there, but it grew into something worse. When I tried to leave, he told me he'd take you. The pride of his convent. That's who was waiting for me in the forest clearing that night.
The smell of her cooking grew stronger, mixing with other scents I didn't immediately recognize. There were some discussions outside, but I wasn't focused on them. What happened in the forest? I remember seeing something in my dreams, but I know when I woke up, it was in the cabin. I struggled to find the words, as if it was confusing me to put the events together. She shook her head.
No. After I got to the clearing and saw the Allfather there, standing in the middle of a fire pit, a strange black void to his left, I knew something was wrong. He told me that it was time to introduce you to the church properly. I told him you weren't ready, that I wanted to give you the option of choice, but, well, sweetheart, when you tell a man as proud as that he cannot have something, it doesn't end well. You must have seen the lights or heard the commotion, because right as he began walking for the house and I struggled with him, out you came looking confused and terrified.
Mom looked forlorn and genuinely afraid as she spoke.
Now, looking upon the Allfather without prior preparation is often too much for anyone, let alone an adolescent. You screamed and he made a grab for you, trying to extract what he wanted. I guess my motherly instincts kicked in and I snatched you away, holding you as your consciousness flittered, but that's where my pride comes in, and he...
Her eyes filled with tears, and she covered her shame with her hands as she sobbed. It was a bizarre moment, seeing your still young mother sobbing in front of you. It's not something you're often used to dealing with. Mom, I'm sure you did everything you could to protect me. No matter what you did, I'll still love you. I soothed her, not having the confidence to reach out, but still wanting to assure her.
But that's just it now. I made a grave mistake. I let him take you.
She looked up at me, eyes red and full of pain.
He spoke in my ear of things to come if you were brought into the church, to his influence, and I let him infect you with his pride, as he had done to me. You writhed, screamed, and after some time, fell silent. When you woke up, I was trying to tend to you, and I saw the rage in your eyes. The betrayal. You pushed me back, and and I fell through.
There was a silence that hung heavy in the air. It felt like my mind was splitting under the weight of what I was being told. Hot flashes of that night rushing through my mind. No man, save for a pair of malicious eyes and a wide grin bearing down on me. Not dissimilar to the one from my nightmares.
I fell into the void and felt every atom of myself disintegrate now. I died over and over in that black Stygian void. Then, I awoke and was brought here by the warden. He made me comfortable and told me I was sentenced to death by my own daughter, the last Sin Eater.
She finished and smiled weakly at me, grief and acceptance bearing down on me.
I am at peace with what comes next, which leads me on to your next question.
Stygian void. How did you... I began, but she shook her head and drank more of her tea.
What happens next is you take that knife in your holster and you do what needs to be done. You end things here and now. You let your mother go to her eternal rest, knowing she confessed her sin.
She stared at me, utmost sincerity in her eyes.
You do the job Grandma and Grandpa trained you for, and you do what needs to be done after.
Even when asking for death, she carried grace and beauty with her, sipping her tea and getting up to wash the cup up. She looked at me as she wrung her hands, my mouth still hanging open.
No matter what happens, you will always be my daughter. You will always be Nell Lockwood. You carry that name with pride. You never forget that for all the errors and mistakes we make, we Lockwoods are good at our core.
She breathed in, not looking at me as she carried on washing up.
I'm ready to go home, Nellie.
I stood up, drawing my knife and taking shaky steps towards my mother. I just needed to aim for between the ribs, strike with all my power, and pierce her heart in one motion. It would be like nothing within moments. I pulled the hilt around and gripped it, feeling every nerve in my hand tense up as it had done so many times before. The smell of her cooking overwhelming me. Visions of her buying me my first animal book for Christmas. Me dressing up as her for school as my hero. Stop it. Stop it. Please. It would be like nothing within moments. I stepped closer, grabbing her shoulder with my left, spinning her around and driving my knife in with my right. Her body let out a gasp of air and her eyes were wide. But a smile was written across her face. She relaxed and fell forward, arms draped around my body.
I will always be with you. Always in those places when you're at your lowest. I love you, Nell.
I laid her body down, closing her eyes and sobbing over her body. I wish I could tell you that this is the end of my tale, that we excised the last sinner from this prison, packed up and left, that I mourned my mother's loss and gave her a beautiful send-off. But that is rarely the way these sorts of things go. The light shut off, and we were bathed in a dark red light, as the warden's voice boomed over the intercom.
I see you vanquished the last sin. Your own mother. Bravo, Frau Lockwood. You exceeded all mine expectations, and I must say...
His voice dropped. The accent lifted, and a powerful accent rang out.
I am so proud of you. I think it might be time to put an end to this. Don't you?
I felt my head burn, looking down at the body of my mother and realizing that not only was there no blood on my person, but there was none on her either. She glowed with a bright white aura, and the smell of her cooking gave way as she faded in front of me. The room I was standing in now barren and filthy. Outside, I heard Buck and Nestor scuffling, and upon stepping outside, saw Buck standing over Nestor with his hand firmly clenched around something broken in his pocket. The totems we'd been given. Destroyed.
I went ahead and ensured that there were no extra issues in my release from this place.
Pride lives not only in you, Miss Lockwood, but in Mr. McGraw as well. I took some extra liberties when he was being operated upon.
An alarm rang out, and the horrifying sounds of every cell door opening filled the once silent prison halls, the main doors giving way as figures began to pile in. Familiar figures.
You thought that you were absolving these evildoers, sending them to their gods and resigning them to whatever fates befell them. But no. You were the key to freeing them from their mortal coils and allowing them to go back to the forms they once housed. My situation is a little more complex. You may have gotten rid of pride, but I am something more than pride. But you know that all too well, don't you?
The visages of an incubus. Maman, Moloch, Cirque, Belphegor, Addie, and the sludge Tulpa burst through the doors as inmates stood over their railings looking at us.
Like father, like daughter.
His guttural laughter fills the room as dread builds in my soul. He clears his throat and taps the mic. Every head that wasn't previously looking towards the shrouded warden's office now craning their necks up as he spoke again.
Attention all inmates. First prisoners to kill Nestor Holden, Edgar Crow, Sir Simon Buck Nasty McGraw, and capture Nell Lockwood alive shall have their sentences commuted. Until then, this facility is in lockdown.
I stood at the foot of utter oblivion, not knowing where to start as violence and murderous intent rushed towards me. Buck still in a trance-like state and Nestor on the ground. This truly felt like the end. The mocking intonations of the All-Father raining down on me as he signed off. Piercing eyes and that all-too-familiar grin from my nightmares bore into my skull.
Good luck, Nell. I'm already proud of you.
I believe that unarmed truth and unconditional love will have the final word in reality. This is why right, temporarily defeated, is stronger than evil triumphant. Dr. King said that when facing a scenario that offered the hardest path ahead, a path that involved tackling the harshest kinds of racial injustices in order to root out the systematic issues that the nation had, still has. I believe we can root them out together through difficult conversations and actionable change. My name is Madam Nell Lockwood. I'm the last Sin Eater. This is the end of my story. I stood in that space for what felt like minutes, the tulpas of older sins now rushing at me. Nestor pinned to the ground with a still confused Buck's foot. Edgar nowhere to be seen as the droves of inmates rushing from all sides, malice in their minds and hands ready to tear us apart. To say I felt the enormity of the situation impress upon me would be a gross understatement. I pulled my knife out, my mind still swelling with questions on how my mother was here, only to fade, on the relation I had with the warden, aka the Allfather. What was wrong with Buck? But I had to push forward with the task at hand, eviscerating as many of them as possible. It was only when a knife pierced my chest that I felt the world fall silent. My mouth grew hot, and I felt my breathing grow shallow, gasping for air that wasn't coming. I looked up at Buck and saw the agony in his face, as if his limbs acted without his instruction. Buck! Was all I managed to iterate before the world grew cold and distant. The last thing I recalled for the longest time was darkness, a cold, unforgiving void that enraptured the soul, froze the bones, and made my flesh feel as if it were in a charnel house. Piece by piece being stripped away, and my consciousness scattered in so many directions. Felt as if I were being pulled in multiple directions at once. Sensory overload interspersed with a sense of total calm. I was where I should be.
Eleanor Gwyneth Lockwood, I have heard so much about you.
From the absolute darkness came a small, delicate flame, situated in a lantern that hung on a thick chain, attached to a great metallic pole that jutted out from the darkness with no bearer visible. The black and white flame danced in its glass prison, and the closer it came to me, the more put together I felt. My sight began to clear, my hearing returned, and the muffled voice grew in clarity. A pronounced English woman's voice cut the air and brought familiarity. I could smell ginseng and sage on her person and felt at ease. A body broke through, following the lantern, cloaked in a gown of darkness, and her skeletal frame reaching out to me, pulling my body upright and straight, her face hidden behind a mourning veil, the fragments of bone not hard to see.
You will find it difficult to speak, so until you have regained that ability, I ask you to listen. You are facing a moment that many encounter at some point in their lives. For some, it is minute and inconsequential. For others, it is a moment the world is watching them commit to. All are noted, and all have reactions. You have reached your first of many, Nell.
She offers a bone hand, clasped in bracelets and jewelry to me. I take it, and don't even register the issues she should be having with strength. She pulls me forward, and I find myself standing on invisible ground, the surrounding light only serving to display the absolute nothingness around us, until she waves her hand.
What? Am I not?
I croak, my voice still finding its footing. Her hand passes by my face, and I see the enormity of creation beneath my feet, the exact same as my nightmares. Luminous stars in beautiful patterns, nebulas passing underneath while galaxies rotate overhead.
Dead? No. You're merely asleep. A moment, or perhaps a space in between is a better phrase. You will make a choice. You will wake up and everything will change. Every action a consequence. I just wish it hadn't gone this way. Truly I do. This is why I don't get involved in personal matters or individual rights anymore. Too messy.
She clicks her fingers and the area beneath our feet rushes forward, down to our world and eventually to Sturgeon. To all my friends and citizens going about their day, each one blissfully unaware that the very same sins I'd excised in the prison were now latching themselves to their bodies, the sun steadily growing darker as the great calamity wraps around it, bathing the city in twilight.
Should you falter here, Nell, this is what will befall Sturgeon. What will befall every soul in due time with enough malice, rhetoric, and patience. The Allfather, Amos, he will not stop. None of them will. The unbounded shall take every soul they can until there is no more to take. Then
she cast her head up to the visages of the 7 monstrosities obscured in the depths of the skies, eyes and mouths awash with glee as ascended humans willingly threw themselves into their gaping jaws, growing their strength. Eventually, they would form together and send a single arc of black light down to Sturgeon, obliterating it in seconds. My horror at the scene was only beaten by the grief I felt at so many lives snuffed out in an instant, a responsibility on my shoulders that I did not understand.
Nothing. They will move on to their next destination and start all over again, as they have done for countless eons. This is what awaits them all if you are not able to make a choice. The right choice. The only choice.
What is the offer? I asked, after a long pause. She kept her stare on the destruction below as she looked at her hands, the light of the lantern glowing brilliantly.
A life for a life. A sacrifice to put the path in the direction it needs to go in.
The scene shifted to the prison, to the carnage approaching us in slow motion, to Buck, standing over a confused Nestor with his eyes glazed.
He was infected with a pride trigger. It shifts the perspective and pushes any good soul to terrible deeds. Yours seems to be in control, but Buck is too weak after his surgery. He will kill Nestor if I do not intervene. If you do not intervene.
She turned to me, a weariness to her voice, her black cloak shimmering with the souls of so many countless individuals waiting to be ferried to the next life. Before I could reply, she clicks her fingers again, and a series of flashing images flitters in front of me. People I'd never met but had an inexplicable and deep bond with, flashed up, all of them dead, some with smiles on their faces, others gone in a flash, some talking of reuniting with the family they lost, some missing those they left behind, all of them giving their lives in pursuit of a better future. A future without Amos, without the unbounded.
Why am I crying? I don't know these people. I don't understand.
I felt the pain rush through my body, the first true pain I'd felt since I woke here. A pain insurmountably stronger than that of the physical, as if I were redoing the loss of my mother on repeat ad infinitum. Lady Death took my hand in hers, never taking her eyes off the slew of bodies laying and waiting for her and her emissaries to collect them.
You will eventually now,
she said softly, her dulcet tones ringing in my ears and pulling at my heartstrings, as if she shared every ounce of my grief.
You will, and you'll be so thankful for it, so much better for it. These people will one day shape you, but it all starts here.
As the image snaps back to Buck, I feel myself fall into that age-old adage of bargaining, knowing full well the futility in such an act.
Send me back with your blessing, an imbued weapon, anything to take them down, and I swear I can protect him. I can get to the Allfather, and maybe if I do, the pride infection in Buck will go.
A solemn acceptance is the hardest thing. I understand. If you feel you can, I will give you the chance. But my offer doesn't change. A life for a life. Be that the Allfather Amos or Buck's. It is not for me to decide, or to interfere.
She hands me a cloth-wrapped weapon and places her hands over mine, the glow of her bracelets nearly blinding me.
This is just a dream, but you will recall everything when you awaken. This will be with you as my guide. Look after him, will you? He's one of my favorites.
Her bony smile, though hidden, is still visible. I don't know how a skull can mold its features, but I feel an overwhelming sense of ease as I wipe the tears away and smile. Everything grows blurry, and my body begins to ache once more, my chest throbbing and burning as the scene clears and fades from view. Thank you, my lady. The cold floor is the first sensation that runs through my waking body. My eyes looking down at the knife still buried in my chest, somehow missing vitals as strength and anger fills me. Hands grasp the handle, and with a scream I pull it free, the wound inexplicably not remaining once it leaves. What a day! Of all the people to meet! I huffed as I got to a knee, an inmate closing in on me with claws bared and evil intentions in his mind. I looked to Nestor, still on the ground and holding off Buck. Hey, don't hold back. He still has a skull fracture from an old hunt. Headbutt him with everything you have between his eyes and he'll go out like a light. Don't think. Do it. And throw me my iPod. At the same time, Nestor reared his head back to collide skulls with the still confused Buck. The inmate lunged for me with a knife in hand. Rolling back and onto my feet, I tripped his lead leg and grabbed his head with my free hand, using his momentum against him to drive his body skull first into the hard concrete. My steel toe cap boot coming down hard on his neck to silence him for good. Grabbing the iPod from Nestor, I saw it still playing as I put my headphones in. The next song came up with a smile on my face. I took a moment to call out to the prison, seeing a black shape in the distance. I realized Father up on high called for my capture and my friend's demise. Said he'd let you all go if successful. But he didn't tell you who I was, what I am. Edgar flew overhead and dropped a cloth package down to my outstretched hand, clasping it tight with the bandages unfurling and a beautiful scythe glistening under the alarm lights. Nestor held out his arm for the tired Corvid, as his other dragged Buck to the safety of an open cell, a smile on his face. I'm Nell fucking Lockwood, the last Sin Eater. And every one of you, twirling the scythe around towards them, confidence surging through me and meshing with a deep-seated fear, is about to be devoured. Shutting the world out of its screams, insults, and drivel was always something that I'd been adept at. But the remarks of racism, sexism, or general bigotry, I grew to become immune to them. Music and focus were hand in hand for me. I wish I could tell you that I acted in grace, that I was quick-witted and full of candor, but no. I devoured the sins of this prison, and I was embodying every single one of them as I struck inmate after inmate in my pursuit of keeping those I loved safe, as if Lady Death was watching and keeping score beside me. My lust for victory, my greed for competition, my envy of all those worthless fools who had already lost their chance at redemption, and not a care in the world beyond basic instincts. My sloth and the inability, deep down, to change anything meaningful and allowing this sickness to grow. My gluttony and just wanting more time with Buck and my mother, my pride in my abilities, and the sickness of knowing where my genetics sprung from. So many bodies rushed towards me, not the least bit deterred by my bravado or my threats. That's fine. I will reap every single one of them if it means I can save Buck. I don't care if it's 50, 100, or 10,000 souls I have to take. Not a single one of them is worth Buck. You can't save him. No, shut up. I can. I just need to take them all out. A flip over the tall one, turn and thrust to take his head off, and a torso of his friend, step aside from the incoming haymaker and rolling boot to his face. I could do this. I could. There's too many. You will grow tired. Fuck you! Stop it! Just stop it! I'm not willing to give in. A dozen more. Gone. This blade imbues me with the strength of 10 Nells. And yet, it still won't be good enough. The internal battle raged on as I chipped away at the sea of violent offenders. This crowd at one point overwhelming me and piling on top as their pressure threatened to take everything I had.
Shit, Lady Death helped you out, huh? Well, guess this means I can take off the restraints.
Nestor called out from above the pile of bodies.
Memento Mori!
In an instant, the bodies were thrown into the air and scattered in multiple directions. Some hanging over the railings 40 feet above us, others crumpled into a heap. As one larger man broke ranks and ran at me with a shiv, Nestor darted in front and with one uproarious kick to the man's neck, sent him hurtling into the concrete wall, smashing into it with such force that small cracks formed around him. Nestor looked bigger, tougher than he usually did, arms beefier and standing a little taller, Edgar by his side and clearly larger. On Nestor's black-gloved hands were obsidian knuckle dusters, his legs covered in thick pads.
A phrase I was told only to use if things got dire and a sign was given. Well, I guess this is it. You take care of Father Dearest. I got the riffraff.
He threw another haymaker, and the crowd was knocked back like a tidal wave.
Go! I'll join you when I can.
A nod of gratitude given, I dashed past the still conscious prisoners, and past the cell, looking in for a moment to see if Buck is still unconscious. The look fills me with more dread than anything thrown at me in the prison. The cell is empty. No time to stop. I just had to hope he'd come to his senses and gone ahead. I see the Tulpasins marching towards me, each of them nothing more than a facsimile of their sinners. Threatening, yes, but not worth my attention when Nestor and Edgar were so capable. I ran closer, scythe at the ready. I saw Edgar swoop in and cover the way with his black wings.
Protect Mama. Protect Papa. Kill corpse herder.
I will, honey. I will. I darted around as he screeched and caused a distraction, darting between outstretched hands and hungry mouths to reach the side of the building and scaling the stairs. In just a few moments, I'd be able to put an end to this. Kicking open the doors to the warden's office, I was expecting immediate raised voices, a clash of blades, and a quick resolution. Naive, I know. Instead, I found myself rooted to the floor as the door slammed shut and the lights were shut out, matching the obscurity I'd seen on the outside just a short time ago.
Ah, Nell. This isn't how I wanted us to finally reunite, you know. I was hoping you'd have come to me with open arms and we'd be doing what needs to be done in order to bring this place to its foregone conclusion.
A shadow scuttled around me, the pale visage of the warden just barely visible as my eyes adjusted. I want this over, Warden. All Father, whatever you call yourself. Nobody else has to get hurt. Cackled, my body still not responding to my desire to move. I felt him walk closer, hands clasped around his face. His eyes were bulging out of their sockets, flesh peeling away, shedding all over the black skin bubbling underneath, his hair steadily falling out with every step.
You can't stop what's in motion, my sweet Nellie. Your mother couldn't stop it, and neither can you. Who'd have thought my own kin would work so hard to go against me? I thought after absorbing all these sins you'd come to me willingly. But it seems your pride needs some extra work.
He leans in, and I see something amorphous behind him. Its long, spindly limbs jutting out of the back of him, pinning to the far walls, and something grotesque on its shrouded face undulating as he smiled. Go fuck yourself! I have no father! Venom in my words as the scythe dropped from my hand and kicked out of sight.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, my love. All have a father. You're just fortunate enough to share my lineage. But you may as well stop now. I have the prime reason for giving in with me right here.
He clasps his hands, and Buck walks into my field of view, mechanical and almost zombified in his stature, his forehead still gushing blood and his eyes bloodshot. Allfather put his hands on his shoulders and patted them proudly.
Your boy has my pride trigger in his soul. We both know to remove a sin requires you to devour it. That, of course, requires time. Time you do not have. So, here comes your final test, Nellie. The final choice you'll make to see if you're ready to do what must be done to help bring Sturgeon and this world to its rightful makers.
He pushes Buck to his knees and places a hand on his head. Buck's eyes rolling into the back of his head for a moment. Stop it, please! I begged, watching Buck's nose bleed profusely and the Allfather's smile grow wider, more monstrous.
You may not have eaten your mother's sin, but you took off the emotional shackles she placed before falling into the void. One half of my restraints here. The other was put into those godforsaken totems and...
He lifted his hand and placed the other on my face, a searing, blinding pain ripping through every cell in my body.
In the two of you, the pride of the McGraws and the pride of the Sin Eaters. Pitiful.
He let go, and my body finally fell to the floor, head resting on the soft carpet in a daze as he knelt down to look at us both.
He's going to wake up any moment now and become the next representation of pride. A great beast that will tear through everything until he finds a worthy host. You, well, you're still my daughter. You'll live. So your choice will be made. Follow me, stop me as your mother once tried, or stop the man you love. I certainly wouldn't want to be in your shoes, that's for sure.
He walks towards the door and looks back just the once, the horrific visage from my nightmares trailing behind him. Almost melding with him as more of his skin breaks away and something otherworldly pokes out from underneath. He's changing rapidly.
Do you know why I chose the last name Leichenberg, Nelly? It means mountain of corpses. So many have tried to stop me in this life, and others, well, they always fail. Don't make the same mistake. I look forward to the next family reunion.
I looked over at Buck, his eyes twitching, the dim light in the room showing me Nestor and Edgar battling hard to buy us time. But they'd tire before long. The inmates were unrelenting, and the tulpas were closing in. I muttered, his body tensing up and pausing as he debated leaving me there.
What was that? Oh, you'll need to speak up. This form has limited hearing.
I'll join you if you help me up, I croaked, my shame overwhelming me. He shook in place, almost giddy.
You're not lying. I can tell. Well, far be it from me to deny my brightest daughter. Nothing like your siblings, that's for sure. Come, let me help you to your feet.
He picked me up and embraced me. A deep, loving hug, as I could smell the decay on him. Rot and sulfur, with a meal of mushrooms and fruit manifesting near him in a golden bowl.
Oh, I am so proud of you, Nelly. I'd hoped you'd see sense and you'll be overjoyed to be there for the ascension.
There won't be one, Father. Pulling my serrated blade from my holster, I dug it into his back once, the wind exhaling from him as I held him close. His arms flailed, and he scratched at me to get away as I soothed him. A few seconds passed before I pulled it out and slashed his throat. He gurgled for a second before black blood left his neck, and he clutched wildly at anything in the room for support. I walked past him to the bowl and began devouring the decadent fruit. Ganache, cake, and mushrooms. I ate them with speed as his eyes widened and he pointed to me with a shaky finger.
Pride comes before a fall.
He cackled, his body slumping to the floor, face down and motionless. He was dead. I rushed to Buck to pull him up, away from the body and to the entrance, begging him to open his eyes. Hey, Buck! Honey, you gotta open your eyes, please! I had his head in my lap as we sat against the open door, hoping he'd just open his eyes once more. I beat the odds. We can go home. You just need to... I stopped mid-sentence, a cracking sound coming from the spot where Allfather laid. His back hunches over and his skin continues to blacken and flake. He was changing, like a chrysalis.
You can't always win, Nell.
I looked down and saw Buck, eyes open and full of fear. My hand stroking his hair softly as fear, rather than relief, mounted in me. Something
is wrong within me. Whatever the hell the warden did to me, it's screaming in my brain and I can't.
His fists were clenched, and he bit his lip until it bled. He was resisting with everything he had. Oh, Buck, not like this, please. The body continued to writhe, slowly losing its hue and cracking. We had minutes at most.
Flesh. Prison.
The distorted voice called, something unholy breaking away from the skin. I felt my anxiety mount, Buck starting to thrash at the mere calling of its voice like a moth to an evil flame. Buck stopped thrashing and his pupils dilated, coming to his senses again.
I need you to do something for me, Nell. If this thing inside me gets out, we're back to square one. But with my compendium and all the knowledge I have up in this head, he's gonna be even more dangerous. We can't let him out of here.
He put his hand on mine and looked at me. Truly looked at me.
You need to put an end to it now.
This is what Lady Death had warned me of. The price that would need to be paid. The sacrifice of one to stop the slaughter of many.
Tears filled my eyes, and everything I'd kept locked up started to fall out of me like a broken piece of fine china shattering on the ground. Millions of little pieces spilling everywhere and never forming right again. Buck, I'm so lucky to have known you. You were my mentor, my friend, my everything. He stroked his face, trying to memorize the ruggedness of his chin, the small scar on his right eye, the softness of his hair. I will carry you with me, always. He simply smiled.
Not a bad way to go, all things considered. We had an adventure, shared some stories, and most of all, I got to lay in your arms.
He breathed in once, and lay still.
I love you, now, Lockwood.
I clasped my hands around his throat and pressed my thumbs into his windpipe with everything I had. He didn't resist until his survival reflexes kicked in. He pushed his body up and twisted it, anything to buck me off, hands clasping at me aimlessly. But he was still weak, and he taught me well. Tears stained my face and fell onto his as I screamed. I screamed louder than anything I'd ever mustered in my life. Every ounce of my sorrow was flowing through my hands and snuffing the light. That was Simon McGraw out.
I love you. Now.
He gasped, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as his body fell limp, starved of oxygen. I didn't relent as my eyes turned to the now emerging shape from the office. Pain, racked moans, and hoarse screams, all I had left. I would not let this thing take him, not in a million fucking years!
I am free of this flesh prison. I will be the doorway I was meant to be. So saith Amos!
It screeched, bursting through the roof and perching itself on top. The horrifying sounds as it expanded and lit up the prison with its terrifying abilities. I only let go when I knew his brain was starved completely of oxygen. Laying him down, I shut his eyes and kissed his forehead softly. I know you did, Buck. I know you did. Ensuring his body was comfortable, I turned to rush down the hallway, leaving my love behind. Turning onto the main floor, I no longer saw a fierce battle. No enemies in sight. Nestor simply pointed up. I saw the horror of the large, unspeakable form with an almost spider-like face, large, powerful limbs and innumerable eyes. It cast its direction upwards as an arc of black light shot up through the prison. The tulpas of the sins stood around in a prayer circle.
Where's Buck? We gotta fucking go!
He called over the noise and carnage. I looked to the office, tears running anew and a smile on my face as I gave thanks to Lady Death. Buck's tulpa, scythe in hand, charged towards Amos with destruction in mind, finishing the job. I replied, grabbing Nestor's hand and running for the exit. With ungodly force, he swung the scythe at the tulpas, cleaving them in two before smashing Amos into a concrete pillar, collapsing it and causing a breach that rapidly filled the prison with water. As we made it to the elevator, pushing the emergency button and the staff still running about as aimlessly as the other inmates, a great roar rang out below us. Whatever was happening, it was escalating. Anxiety mounted in the three of us as the elevator climbed.
Hey, Stan! Get your drunken ass over here, pronto! We got a situation!
He yelled into his phone.
I've been made aware. Landing in 5. Is the Madame listening?
His gruff, oddly melancholy voice called back. Nestor confirmed, and he continued speaking.
And the stately ships go on to their haven under the hill. But oh, for the touch of a vanished hand and the sound of a voice that's still.
The elevator reached the entrance, and we made a dash for the exit. A huge, blackened tendril smashed at the elevator shaft. A guttural roar followed that chilled me to the bones. A mass with eyes began crawling out of the hole it made.
I am the doorway, and it will be opened!
It bellowed, the horrifying cacophony of inhuman vocal arrangements chilling my blood, before it was dragged back down and into a furious battle below. Not today, it won't. Goodbye, Father. We ran for the landing pad, jumping onto the plane as it took off. The scene of Tempestra prison filling with water and a raging storm around it fitting the destructive nature the Institute had wrought on us all.
Break, break, break at the foot of thy crags, O sea!
Stian called out as we made distance. As the structure sunk beneath the sea, thick light shone out from underneath, as if a depth charge had gone off. The entire building sinking into a huge whirlpool as lightning and high waves engulfed the area. Stian finished his somber poem with some of the most appropriate lines I'd ever heard.
But the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to me.
The first 2 weeks after losing Buck were incomprehensibly tough. Everywhere I went, I would be reminded of Buck. From the accomplishments set out and reminisced upon by his colleagues learning of his passing, to the many upstarts in Sturgeon he'd inspired. I stopped going out, stopped doing much of anything that wasn't drinking or crying. On the 15th night, a knock rang out and refused to cease until I answered it, dragging myself from the study where I'd made a yurt of old memories in a sleeping bag, just to be near Buck's things and his scent. I put on my clothes and answered the door, fully ready to cast out whichever inconsiderate ass had disturbed my rest. Looking through the peephole, I saw nothing, save for the faint glimmering light of the lantern, slinking back into the darkness. As I opened the door, a small note had been left. Tomorrow night, at midnight, Memento Mori, L.D. I slept feverishly during the day, making sure I looked and felt the part for a long journey. After the first trip on Caracasa Airways, I knew I'd need the energy. For some reason, I always felt the need to dress up for an occasion, something my grandparents instilled in me, I suppose. Even if I was going to something unexpected and entirely unwanted. Nestor met me at the entrance to our establishment, taking note of the for sale sign in our front garden.
Going anywhere nice now?
Not sure. Maybe a little place by the beach. Though I hear there's a dentistry far from Sturgeon where all manner of beasts and nightmares gather to conglomerate and get themselves fixed up. Maybe I can find a genie among them to grant my wish. I sniffed, shaking my head at my own stupidity. Who am I kidding? It's a one-way trip. Nothing more to it.
I wouldn't say it's quite that simple. Come on. Lady Death wanted to talk to you, and there's a very excitable idiot son of mine that wants to preen you.
I chuckled, and he put his arm around me like a big brother as we got into the taxi and headed for the landing pad where the plane sat. While we were in transit, Nestor told me to shut my eyes while he applied some face paint. Said it was necessary for the night's rites. Lord knows what that meant. Edgar sat in my lap in the car, almost still and expectant for the journey. I'm not totally sure what I expected when I boarded, but a soft orange light, beautifully painted skulls and marigolds lining the entrance with fairy lights was not it. Dia de los Muertos, of course. I sighed, taking in the majesty of the plane, walking down the aisle to near the front. Nestor, aren't you busy tonight? Need help with some unruly passengers? I shook as the plane began its soft descent, heading for the nearby ocean and traveling across it.
Oh, I don't think I'm all that unruly. Just a bit sassy when I've had some wine, honey.
A loving, booming voice rang out from the furthest front row. That hair the same bun from before. But as she stood up, I saw her properly for the first time. She was older, the tiredness across her face and still irradiating beauty I'd admired as a little girl. Mom, I thought you'd... I choked. She walked down the aisle towards me.
You thought you'd killed me, or what was left of me in that prison. that you'd never get to see me again. Well, sorry to disappoint.
She laughed and held out her arms, letting them drop with an audible slap. She was real.
I'm still here. I was there too. But not the same. The warden, Amos as he is truly known, is a remarkably gifted creature. Always was, I suppose. With his own pride disease riddling you, he knew you could be weakened. Who better to use than me? Oh, I tried to resist, but so much of me was lost in that place that there was so little left. But I remember what we talked about. I remember what we promised, and I still mean it, Eleanor.
Mom stepped forward, and her hand brushed my face, my heart sinking into my stomach at the realization this truly was her.
I missed you so very much. I'm so glad I could see you again. One last time.
Words failed me spectacularly, and when looking at myself in the mirror, I saw the skull makeup adorning my face. I turned and hugged my mother with everything I had, nestling myself in her and invoking these securities long lost from my childhood.
I owed you a courtesy and a favor, Nell. I keep my word. Always.
A soft, alluring voice called from the cockpit, stepping out of the shadows. A long, gloved arm holding a flame in her hand was Lady Death. No longer a skeletal figure, but instead a beautiful young woman, her face hidden behind intricate skull makeup, an alluring figure that hugged tightly to her frame as she walked towards us, Mom parting with me to let her pass.
You fought for so long. You were owed a kindness. But I must admit to something.
She gestured for me to take a seat opposite her, and I obliged. There's a reason Nestor and Edgar were tasked with assisting us. Wasn't there? I asked. Speaking plainly was all I had left at this stage. She nodded, and the flame opened to show the same deaths of those I didn't know but somehow loved.
You changed the cycle in ways I cannot fully foresee, but so much lays ahead of you now as the guide. Your path will be a difficult one, Nell. It is owed to you as the daughter of the Unbounded to know this before you embark on it.
She takes in a breath and shakes her head as the images in the flame shift again.
So many cycles in so many places, all of which you will come to know, directly or indirectly, as their guide. A bar between spaces, a hotel of alternate worlds, a mortuary that dissects anomalies and scourges, an estate with prophetic tarot cards, a home to childhood secrets in static, a battleground of nightmares, and then
I see an older me, standing in front of a creature of bone and malice, shrouded in locusts and charging towards me with my arms outstretched.
Death. You bring the cycle and you go out with it. Great change goes through you now.
I gulped, unease settling in but unsure of how to even process it, my head feeling foggy. Is that the end of me? There, in that pit? I clutch at my skull as it burns.
You cannot retain what I show you. This is a kindness I offer you that you will hold in your subconscious, only coming to the surface when your time nears. To what end you are dead, I cannot say. But when you are close, you will know. I wanted you to know this path before you set off on it, and to give you an easier start. Memento mori, Nell Lockwood. Nobody does it alone.
As if on cue, I heard the trudging of steps from the lower level, and the unmistakable frame of Buck, the glimmer of the moonlight cascading down on the ocean and refracting through the windows, basking him in a glow that made him look downright radiant. He smiled. I smiled. The simplest exchange imaginable. Then we ran towards each other and kissed. The kind of kiss that comes along once in a lifetime. A first-time kiss with someone you'd known and loved for years. And I do kiss at a wedding, where one of the participants has a limited time. And I'll see you soon kiss, when you know it's not possible. A kiss that steals as many moments as it takes.
I told you it'd all work out, didn't I?
He said, grinning, eyes glistening with light.
I got my tulpa, grabbed the scythe. Thanks, LD. Smashed those weirdos in the next dimension, and poof, here I am.
Buck Nasty McGraw. You still live up to your name even in death, don't you? I pressed my head against his, laughing at first, but then breaking into tears. This is really it, isn't it? You're the sin I will carry, the one I can never devour.
Yeah, I am,
he said simply, his voice hoarse and full of regret.
But I will always be with you. No matter where you go and what you do on the hunt, I'll be there.
The plane started to slow as the orange lights grew in brightness, the outside turning to black. We'd reached the end.
Until you're ready to come home.
His voice cracked with pain, tears in his eyes as we held one another for a while. When he broke away, he grabbed something from his bag. Are you giving me an engagement ring, Buck? I jested, trying anything to keep the mood light in these final moments, my heart shattering with every passing second. He sniffed and shook his head.
Nah, I'm giving you something more important in binding. The compendium. I'm the last keeper, the last McGraw. You're the last Sin Eater. Seems fitting to me and only right that you should have it.
He placed it in my hands and kissed my forehead.
It's all on you now, until we're reunited.
Mom walked over and did the same, passing me one of her rings as she did so.
I'll be waiting for you. We'll have that Sunday roast, I promise.
I stood there, unable to do anything as they walked to the exit, Lady Death standing by to place the wreaths of magnolia flowers around their wrists and whisper something in their ear, kissing them on the cheek as they passed over. The blinding light filled the front of the plane, but neither of them seemed deterred as they smiled. My last image of Buck and my mom walking off the threshold, that of pure joy. 4 words escaping Buck's lips before the door closed, and I bid goodbye to the 2 most important people in my life.
Oh, I'm finally home.
The events of Tempestra Prison were a veritable lifetime ago now. Looking back on it, I see how it shaped me into the woman I am today. I'm not a product of my parental upbringing, but of the love and companionship I was blessed to have and the experiences in life that taught me how to survive. Many of you listening to this may be new to the world of Sturgeon, to this world of sins and nightmares and horrors. But for some of you, this world has been on display for a while through the bar between spaces, the tortoise with strange abilities, the strange TV channel lurking beneath the static, and the tournament of nightmares where everything changed. I won't lie to you, it doesn't get any better as time goes on, but you must keep listening. Keep reading and arming yourself with the knowledge to put a stop to the frightening terrors inside and outside of my city. You need to know everything before we reach the end. This cycle that Amos, my all-father, mentioned. It's a binding ritual. Someone forgets. Someone regrets. This is always a search, a quest, a struggle, a battle, a reveal and a loss. It doesn't stop. Number 3 on the list is actually also my newest narration called My TV Used to Show the Future. This is another sadder one. It's not all sad, there are a lot of horror elements in it, but it is more so feels pasta. This might be a tiny bit of a spoiler for the story, but I really felt connected to this story because I have also lost a sibling. It was very easy for me to evoke the emotions needed for the story. I really felt like I could put myself in the main character's shoes really easily, and all of the sadness and anger, well, those were mostly the emotions I needed to have at the forefront during this story, was really sadness and anger. And it really didn't feel like acting at all. Honestly, there are several stories I've done that just hit so close to home for me personally that it doesn't feel like I have to act for them. It almost feels like instead it's like a vent or an outlet for feelings that I've kept inside for a long time. I also really liked how I did the sound design for this one and the music choices, so that's also why it's on the list. Last night, I dreamed of my brother Stephen, and I woke up crying. I wish I could tell you about Stephen, really tell you about him. I know I can't, but I'm going to try anyway. Stephen was obsessed with nature, fly fishing in outer space. Tarantulas and frogs were his favorite animals. But he loved dogs, too, and owned 3 swaggering little mutts. Ever since he was a little boy, he had unusually heavy footsteps. His gait was always calm and unusually steady, like he was walking to the beat of a slow rhythm only he could hear. Stephen was smart, too. Incredibly smart. His exhilaration for nature and science was incredible. I remember being 4 years old and listening raptly as he told me everything there was to know about the lizard cupped in his hands. He was so alive. So bright. So bright. I remember thinking, Stephen is shining, just like a star. This was appropriate because Stephen loved outer space. Before I could even walk, he decided he and I would both be astronauts when we grew up. We would travel together in the same shuttle and be the first people to set foot on Mars, the first to orbit Saturn's cataclysmic storms, the first to look upon the pillars of creation and the hand of God. Stephen also wanted to be a normal kid. He wanted friends, people who were interested in tarantulas and frogs and fish and red dwarfs, who would share knowledge of insects and ecosystems and nebula, people who would care, people who would like him. But kids are shits, and adults are just bigger shits. From first grade onward, Stephen came home from school crying his heart out almost every day. I wanted to kill the people who made him cry. I still do. People like that don't deserve to exist. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you were a bully because your dad hurt you or your mommy didn't like you. I don't care if you were sad or suffering or if you only lashed out because you didn't know how to come to terms with yourself. People like you have no right to hurt people like him. The world would be better off without you. If I could undo you, if I could unexist you, I would. As months bled into years, Stephen stopped crying. Not because he was happy, he wasn't, but because he was too sad to cry. He grew quiet, flat, and inscrutable. His books about ecosystems and galaxies and quantum physics gathered dust. He stopped spending hours outside examining insects and other specimens. I watched in horror as my brother, whose enthusiasm for learning had been unparalleled, this child who was so bright he was a shining star, began to fade. I didn't know what was happening. I only knew that it was bad. Worse than bad, it was monstrous. I couldn't figure out why my father didn't march down to the school and pulverize the people who hurt Stephen. I didn't understand why my parents continued to make him go to school, or why they would soon make me go. As far as I could tell, school was a slaughterhouse, a firehouse designed to drown the stars. On my first day of school, I fought and thrashed like I was drowning. My mom was at wit's end, my father so overwhelmed he was screaming, while I lay on the floor, red-faced and screaming. The floor began to vibrate with the unique tempo of my brother's footfalls. Steady, rhythmic, familiar. Then a gentle hand touched my shoulder.
It's going to be okay,
Stephen said.
No, it won't!
With a grunt, Stephen lowered himself to a sitting position.
Yeah, it will. You're normal, you know? You'll be fine. And if you're not fine, I'll kick people's asses until you are.
I looked up. My big brother stared back at me earnestly, eyes dead serious behind his glasses.
No,
I said.
I'll kick people's asses until you're okay.
He gave a small smile.
Cool.
Stephen was right. School was fine that day, and for most of the days that came after. I was in 1st grade, Stephen in 6th, so we had separate lunch times, separate recesses, separate everything. Most of the time, I forgot we even went to school together. Until. There's always an until. This until happened in October. My class went on a field trip to the petting zoo. We got back around 1 in the afternoon, long after little kid recess, but right in the middle of big kid recess. As I stepped off the bus, I caught a glimpse of Stephen standing alone near the track. Excitement swelled up and I broke into a run, shrieking,
Stephen, guess what? I pet a goat! It headbutted me!
But Stephen didn't acknowledge me. This hurt my feelings. Stephen never ignored me. Maybe he just didn't see me, I thought, so I kept running. Stephen wasn't alone. It had only looked like he was alone because he was so tall that he towered over everyone. There were actually 3 other kids with him. Was Stephen ignoring me to look cool in front of them? Was I just a pest, a stupid younger sibling like we saw in cartoons? Suddenly angry, I ran at him.
Stephen! Stephen! Stephen!
Stephen! Stephen!
Mocked one of his friends. Stephen finally turned around. Blood was dripping down his face, cut by tear tracks. I watched helpless as one of those friends wound his fist back and drove it into Stephen's stomach. Stephen doubled over, face twisting in pain. I didn't understand. He was practically twice their size. Why wasn't he fighting back? Why wasn't he hurting them? Rage overtook me, a red curtain staining the world with fury. Thoughtless, mindless, consuming. I launched myself at his friend. No, his bully. Just as the second boy yelled, Ryan, look out. Ryan spun around, wide-eyed, and the punch meant for my brother smashed right into my face. Blood exploded into my mouth, hot, coppery, and vile. I burst into tears, vaguely aware that Stephen had roared. My heart broke. He was mad at me for being stupid, for interrupting them, for making things worse. Then he reared back and struck Ryan with everything he had. Blood exploded into the air, a bright liquid firework spattering over the track, the grass, Ryan himself. He crumpled like a scarecrow whose ties had been cut. All around me, kids began to scream. Stephen stood there for a moment, tears streaming down his swollen face. And then he grabbed my hand, turned around, and lumbered resolutely away, dragging me behind him. His footsteps were steady and heavy as always, a serene rhythm that, despite everything, made me feel calmer. I looked up at him. He was biting his lips so hard, holding his jaw stiff so it wouldn't quiver. Ryan only got a concussion, which was bitterly disappointing because I wanted him to die. He claimed Stephen brutalized him out of nowhere, then hit me when I tried to get him under control. I furiously denied it, of course, but Stephen wouldn't say a word, not even to protect himself. Ryan had a long-standing reputation as a bully, and plenty of kids had seen what really happened, so no one could pretend Ryan was blameless. But see, Ryan was a normal kid, a hometown boy 4 generations deep. Stephen was just an overgrown, tongue-tied freak with shifty eyes and a love of creepy crawlies. So in the end, Ryan got a stern warning and Stephen got expelled.
And everyone punished Stephen for it. He couldn't go to the store without facing whispers and dirty looks. He couldn't even go for walks without being harassed. One day, he and I were out walking his dogs when 2 neighbor girls drifted by, whispering and watching. Sure enough, there was a new rumor circling at school the next morning. Those girls, those stupid, horseback-riding, ponytail-wearing, spoiled-as-hell church girls, told everyone who would listen that they'd seen Stephen kicking his little dogs to death. The rumors spread through the school and through the neighborhood, too. And just like that, Stephen stopped leaving the house. My brother, the bright and shining star, was dying, and nobody saw it except me. All of the things he loved, skinks, spiders, space, and science, stopped mattering to him. I never saw him eagerly devour a book or pick carefully through dirt and leaves for tarantulas. I only ever saw his closed bedroom door or his still, blank-eyed body sitting at the table or on the couch. Lifeless, lightless. The unfairness crushed me. No, it filled me. Filled me until it spilled over and stained everything. Injustice, even the schoolyard kind, is a fast track to hatred. And God in heaven, I hated. I hate. People like Stephen are a tragedy. They're meant to fly, but no one knows how to teach them. So instead, they spend their lives trying to learn how to crawl. As my brother sank deeper, as his light guttered and faded, I realized he was no star. Just an earthbound misfit. Just a tragedy. Tragedy or not, I loved him more than anything. So if he sat at the kitchen table, staring tiredly at a book on bugs or quantum mechanics or galaxies, I sat with him. If he was sprawled on the couch looking at the ceiling with unfocused eyes, I sat with him and asked him questions about spiders, lizards, and bees that he rarely answered. And if he watched TV, I watched it with him. For a while, we watched cartoons, because that's what I wanted to watch. And like most kids, I was a selfish little shit and assumed that Stephen liked the cartoons too. Night after night, weekend after weekend. Until I fell asleep on the couch one night, exhausted, and woke up after dark. Stephen was still beside me, watching TV, and he was smiling. Small, a little uncertain, but genuine. And then, amazingly, he laughed. It was magical and a little frightening. It had been so long since he laughed that I wondered if I was dreaming. The show abruptly cut to a commercial, and the spell broke. Stephen's smile faded. I asked,
"What show is that?"
Kids in the Hall.
He answered.
It's pretty cool.
When the commercial break ended and the show came back, I watched raptly. So did Stephen. Every time he laughed, alien yet familiar, frightening yet lovely, I made sure I laughed too. When it ended, Stephen sighed.
That was awesome.
It was.
I agreed fervently. Kids in the Hall turned out to be Stephen's favorite show, but he liked others. Frasier, The Simpsons, La Femme, Nikita, and Miami Vice rounded out his top 5. Because he loved them, because he warmed up when he watched them, because the starlight in his eyes flickered to life whenever they were on screen, I learned to love them too. What followed were weeks of quiet, mundane joy. Golden memories of silver nights in front of the flickering TV, watching stupid skits and melodramatic adventures stoke the coals of my brother's soul for a little while. It felt like home. Until one night I fell asleep during Kids in the Hall. Cabbage Head wove his way through my dreams, squalling about the gross injustice of his existence. He stared into the camera, grimacing, and then his face began to change. His eyes drooped and his mouth stretched wide, skin sagging into a decaying cascade of wrinkles.
You are the only one
Who sees me? It croaked in a low, slow voice. I opened my eyes. I shot up, struggling to orient myself without bursting into tears. I was alone, in my room, in bed. It was dark and quiet, but not silent. I could hear the faint murmur of the TV downstairs. That meant Stephen was still awake, and that stupid Stephen had put me away like a stupid baby. But right then, I felt like a baby, breath hitching on the verge of tears as the nightmare face swirled around in my head. It was so easy to imagine it's peering out from under my bed with its coin-bright eyes, ready to pounce at me in the dark. I grit my teeth and sprinted across the room, closing the door behind me. The TV was on, bathing the stairs in its flickering blue light. I strode to the landing, angry that Stephen had removed me from our TV marathon, and froze. For a second, I thought the monster from my nightmare was on screen. But it was worse. It was a dead woman. Her face was bloated and discolored, dark tongue protruding from lips that had retracted from her teeth. Stephen was staring at the screen, tears coursing down his cheeks. The woman jerked to life. I shrieked. Stephen whirled around. The TV light reflected off his tear tracks, turning them into rivers of silver. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "What are you watching?" I whispered.
Don't look.
Stephen said in a wheezy voice.
"What show is it?"
It's not a show.
"What is it?"
He looked pained, like someone was tearing him apart even as he spoke.
It's the future.
The woman moved again. Only she wasn't moving. Someone was dragging her. A man I didn't recognize. And no wonder. His face was hidden by a bizarre swirl of glittering stars and colored smoke. I watched as the man dragged the dead woman to a river, threw her in. The current swept over her. Her hair billowed out like a dark fan as the river water filled her mouth.
But as long as I watch,
Stephen continued.
It doesn't happen.
I took a few steps down as my heart rate slowed.
"How is that possible?"
Stephen pushed his glasses up his nose, then sighed.
Have you heard of the double slit experiment?
I shook my head.
I don't think you'll understand it. I don't really understand it either. But do you know what atoms are?
I'd learned about atoms in school, so I nodded.
Okay. Atoms are made of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Electrons are important. They pretty much decide what an atom does, whether it's stable or unstable, whether it binds to other atoms, stuff like that. Electrons are tiny, but we have microscopes and technology powerful enough to see them. We can watch them and see what they do. If you're watching electrons and the electrons know you see them, like if they can see the microscope or the camera, for example, then the electrons in their atoms behave like they're supposed to. But if they don't know you're watching, then, well, they get weird.
I waited silently. Stephen motioned to the TV.
If I see people do these things, then these people, or maybe they're atoms, they know they're being watched, somehow. So they decide to behave, and they don't do the things they do on TV. So the bad things don't ever actually happen.
But if they're not actually doing it, how are you watching them?
I don't know. I asked somebody, as a hypothetical. They said maybe it would have something to do with quantum entanglement. Maybe alternate timelines. One day science will figure it out. Until then, I'm on my own.
No, you're not.
I marched downstairs and plopped down beside Stephen.
I don't want you watching this,
he said.
I don't want you watching either. So we're even. Even Stephen.
I crossed my arms defiantly and fixed my gaze on the TV. The woman was gone now. The screen showed nothing but the river water, dark and serene. Then the screen blazed yellow. The yellow slowly broke apart into pixelated glitter of 100 different colors. Then the scene changed. It was someone, an older kid or maybe a skinny teenager, approaching an old house with a red gasoline container in hand. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl because the swirling mass of smoke and stars obscured their face. I watched, transfixed, as they splashed the gasoline all over the house, and took out a lighter. The house went up like kindling. The people inside didn't fare any better. I'd never before had a reason to think about it. But if anyone had bothered to ask me what happens to a human body in a house fire, I probably would have said that the skin melts off. But that isn't true. Skin erupts. It boils into blisters and splits open, deflating before blowing up again, like bubbles of lava or toasted cheese in the oven. I watched until the last victim stopped moving, until his blackened, blistered skin peeled apart to reveal scorched bones that glinted in the firelight, until everything faded to black. Stephen burst into tears. I threw my arms around him and cried too. To my immense relief, the TV didn't show these things every night. In fact, they only came on once a week. Saturday nights at exactly 11:24. So every Saturday at 11:15, Stephen and I sat on the sofa, waiting until the TV screen pulsed and turned yellow, then watched whatever followed. I saw the worst things, the very worst things. Disasters, murders, assaults, torture, abuse, things I couldn't even imagine and can barely describe. Horrors upon horrors upon horrors. They made me cry. They made me throw up. They gave me nightmares. They made me fear. They made me hate. I once asked Stephen,
How long have you been watching this?
Stephen shrugged tiredly.
Since I was 8, 2nd grade.
Knowing that Stephen had endured these things all by himself for so many years was enough to drive me insane. The only thing that kept me together was the fact that I was now with him. That because of me, he wasn't alone. We watched together every Saturday for months. Through spring, summer, and fall. All the way into winter again. One Saturday morning in January, Stephen woke up sick. This was unusual. Stephen never got sick. But it was like years of flus and colds and fevers descended on him at once. His fever spiked and kept climbing. He went to the hospital where they packed him in ice until his temperature dropped. But they wouldn't let him go home. He was too sick, and they were afraid he was going to get sicker. So they kept him at the hospital. And my parents stayed with him. That meant I was alone in the house. Alone or not, the TV had to be watched. So at 11:20, I went downstairs, and for the first time ever, I watched alone. The screen turned yellow and broke apart into a million pixels that glittered like stars. Then it darkened, and the show began. It was outside, on what looked like a farm. A couple of teenage boys entered the scene. I couldn't see their faces, of course. The now familiar cloud of smoke and gas and stars obscured it.
Get up, dumbass. Come on, what are you scared of?
One asked in a bright, malicious voice. The camera panned down, crouched near their feet. Sporting a black eye and a busted lip was Ryan. For what felt like forever, I couldn't move. I thought of Stephen, how he'd come home from school crying his heart out every afternoon for years. How he'd been targeted and tortured as a child. How he'd gotten expelled for just defending me. How he couldn't even show his face on our street anymore. All because of Ryan. On screen, Ryan whimpered. His tears splattered to the ground, glimmering like tiny dull stars. I covered my eyes. I heard terrible sounds. Thuds, splats, cracks and struggles. Laughter. The keening, inhuman cries of Ryan and the gleeful insults of his tormentors. Finally, Ryan gave an awful, full-throated scream. Then there was a thick, pulpy sound like a pumpkin falling on concrete, and he fell silent.
Oh, shit.
One of the boys whispered.
Shit.
I opened my eyes. On the ground, in a steadily growing pool of blood, was Ryan, twitching and juddering like a snake whose head had been cut off.
The back of his skull was a concave nightmare of blood-matted hair and glistening tissue. The boys ran off. I watched, hypnotized as Ryan's clothes soaked up his blood. The stains spread like runes, which expanded and bled into one another until they formed great, wet flowers. Then the screen went dark. On my periphery, in the corner near the ceiling, something moved. I turned to look and froze. A face with bright yellow eyes and wet, ancient skin that hung from its face in cascades was staring back at me. Its head and shoulders emerged from the shadows in the corner. Only the corner wasn't there. Where the ceiling should have been was an opening of some kind, almost like a window. Through it, I saw a multicolored darkness, sparkling smoke and a scattering of bright stars, like the monster had opened a gateway to outer space from my living room ceiling. The monster reached out and crooked a finger that I couldn't quite comprehend, short as a thumb but long as a building. Looking at it sent a bolt of pain through my head.
No one sees me.
It croaked in a terrible, slow voice.
Except you.
Tears burned my eyes and fell down my face. They fell like a flood, like a cascade. Suddenly, headlights pierced the living room curtains and I heard an engine rumbling, followed by the sound of a car door.
I'm okay.
Stephen snapped as Mom fawned over him. Then I heard his footsteps, heavy, rhythmic, familiar, as he marched up the porch stairs. Up by the ceiling, the monster folded in on itself, eyes bubbling bizarrely as its body subtracted itself from reality, taking the doorway to the universe with it. A moment later, Stephen burst through the front door. He was so pale he looked dead. He hurried in while my parents fussed outside.
Did you watch?
He asked urgently.
Is that why you're crying?
I nodded silently.
Did you watch everything, even when it got really bad?
I nodded again. Some of his tension melted away.
Good. I'm sorry you had to watch it alone.
I attempted a smile. He smiled back, then gave me one of his stiff, awkward hugs. I hugged him back, hating myself. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I prayed, hour after hour, that Stephen would never find out that I hadn't watched the TV. My prayer was answered, with a resounding no. 3 weeks later, it was all over the news. Ryan had died terribly, beaten to death by his cousins and left to rot in an overgrown pasture. When Stephen heard, he looked at me for a long time, eyes inscrutable behind his glasses. Then he went upstairs and didn't come out for the rest of the day. He didn't speak to me the rest of the week. But that Saturday night at 11:20, he was sitting on the couch as always. He was still pale from his fever and looked unusually thin. Whether that was from his sickness or from what I had done, I didn't know. I took my seat beside him and waited silently. At 11:24, the screen blazed yellow and broke into a million multicolored pixels before darkening to a scene. As always, the perpetrator's face was nothing but a celestial blaze of smoke and stars. His victim was bound, screaming and thrashing as he approached. They weren't alone. There was someone else there. Something else. Something with coin-bright eyes and wet, rotten skin that hung from its bones in cascades. Something peering out of the corner near the ceiling. That something wasn't watching the killer. It was looking into the camera. Looking at us. The creature descended smoothly, like a spider on a string of silk, until it was suspended over the killer's head. Then it reached down with those fingers I couldn't comprehend, fingers that were short as thumbs but long as buildings, and peeled the killer's starry mask away. Then the monster dropped to the ground and slid over to the victim. I watched, stunned, as it placed the mask over the victim's face. Then the TV screen went dark.
What did you do?
I don't know!
You're lying. You didn't watch when I was in the hospital, and that's why Ryan's dead.
Suddenly, the screen blazed white, startling us both into silence. It darkened slowly, resolving into a dark room lit only by the flickering silver glow of a TV. I recognized it immediately. The end tables, the lamps, the rug, the books on the coffee table, the sofa where Stephen and I were sitting at that very moment. We were sitting on the sofa on the TV too, but we weren't alone. Our parents were sitting with us. We were all crying, and we were all bound and gagged. A man stepped into the frame, and with him the coin-eyed horror with its glistening cascades of skin. The monster looked into the camera and smiled. Then it contorted, sliding into the intruder like a ghost forcing itself back into its own corpse. The attacker's skin blazed briefly, burning the golden color of the monster's eyes before fading back to normal. Then the screen flickered and died.
No!
I sat there, numb and silent as Stephen tried to turn the TV back on. Then, on my periphery, something on the ceiling shifted. I turned as the window to the universe opened, revealing a patch of stars and darkness and celestial ether in unnameable colors. In that darkness, 2 round orbs glimmered to life like dull yellow moons. Underneath those eyes, a smile spread.
What are you?
Stephen demanded. It continued to smile. With a roar, Stephen launched himself across the room at the monster, whose smile curled into a snarl. Stephen caught it by its swaying skin and pulled himself up, climbing it like a bizarre rope ladder. The creature's mouth fell open, revealing starry darkness and a tongue like a river of mercury. Then it collapsed in on itself, eyes bubbling up like blistered flesh or toasted cheese. I covered my eyes and bit my tongue to keep from screaming. There came a thunderous, house-shaking crash. My eyes snapped open. Stephen was sprawled on the ground. I rushed over and froze when I saw his hands. Where his palm should have been, there was only a mass of darkness scattered with pinpricks like bright, tiny stars. The darkness faded as I watched, leaving regular flesh and bone in its wake. Are you okay?
That thing is going to kill us. We have to stop it. We have to follow it.
We can't. You can't. Stephen.
You can. This proves it. We can go after him, even if we have to change. We can change. I changed. Our cells, our atoms, they can change. They don't have to obey unless we expect them to. You saw me. I would have been able to follow him if I just held on.
I thought of the window of darkness, of the stars glimmering through that strange extra-dimensional doorway.
It lives in outer space or a different dimension. Stephen, you can't follow it. You'll die.
Only if I know I will. If I know I won't, then I can go.
Stop being crazy!
I screamed. The lights flicked on.
What's going on down here?
It was Mom, glaring down at us from the landing.
Nothing,
said Stephen. Mom rubbed her eyes.
It's past midnight. Go to bed.
Stephen and I looked at each other. He was flat, inscrutable, almost peaceful. It took everything I had not to scream.
Okay. Sorry,
Stephen said. He turned around and lumbered upstairs, footsteps heavy and steady as always. Stephen stayed in his room for the next several weeks. He barely came out. I only ever saw him on Saturdays at 11:24, when he came down to watch the horror show. He never spoke, and certainly never discussed the fact that if the coin-eyed monster had its way, our days were numbered. Other than that, I didn't see him. I only heard the sounds of his mumbling through our shared wall, and the familiar tempo of his footsteps as he paced back and forth across the bedroom. I was desperate to talk to him, desperate to convince him that whatever he was thinking was utter insanity, desperate to make a real plan that didn't involve him dying as he chased the monster through the space door. Finally, I took to waiting by my bedroom door with bated breath, bolting out whenever I heard his door creak open. But he was always too fast for me. Even though I opened my door no more than a second or two after he opened his, I never actually saw him.
Even worse than his absence was his constant mumbling. I heard it day and night. A low, endless stream of words too soft to make out even though they felt deafening. One afternoon, I decided to crack my door open, to watch and wait until he finally appeared. It wouldn't matter how fast he could go. As long as I was waiting and watching, I'd catch him. I'd finally see him. I had to wait an hour before his footsteps creaked across the bedroom floor, and his doorknob turned. I threw mine open just as his opened. I barged out into the hall, but it was empty. I saw nothing but his open door. I marched into his room, but he wasn't in there either. Only books on his bed and posters of the Horsehead Nebula and scientific diagrams of tarantulas and fish on his walls. Frowning, I leafed through one of his books. It was huge, a textbook of some kind. I recognized words: atoms, atomic migration, quantum entanglement, string theory, but couldn't make heads or tails of what it was actually saying. Then something caught my eye. A glint of glass across the hall. I turned around and suddenly he was just there. Stephen, big and solemn as always, with his glasses and his favorite Iron Maiden t-shirt. He looked normal, except for his hands. Where his hands should have been, there was an expanse of velvet darkness swirling with stars.
How can you see me?
He asked irritably. I searched for words, but found none.
You're the only one who can. You need to stop.
He lumbered back into his room.
It's the only way I can save you guys.
Stephen. He scowled.
Just let me do what I need to do, all right?
Then he shoved me out of his room and closed the door. I didn't see him again for days. That Saturday night, out of habit more than anything else, I went downstairs. I went down early, hoping to goad Stephen into a conversation before the show started. But he wasn't there. It made me want to cry, but it didn't change the fact that I had to watch. More than ever now, I had to watch. I turned the TV on and sat down, waiting for the inevitable flash of yellow. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a glint of glassy silver.
Can you stop looking at me?
Stephen snapped. I watched, unable to move or think, as he materialized in the corner.
The door is right there.
He pointed to the corner by the ceiling, where the coin-eyed monstrosity always appeared.
Anyone can open it if they know how, including me.
I started to blubber. Stephen's lips quivered, which made me cry harder. Then he pushed his glasses up his nose and scowled again.
Knock it off. It has to happen. If it doesn't, we all die. You know that.
I can't help it. I just see you. I always see you. I don't want you to go.
This goes beyond you and Mom and Dad, okay? That thing, that monster. I don't even know what it is, but it's bad beyond bad. Someone has to stop it to keep everyone safe. I can stop it.
Shut up!
I have to go.
He told me.
But I can't if anyone sees me. And no one sees me except you.
His lip quivered again.
Close your eyes.
Tears streamed down my face. No!
Close your eyes.
The awful face, with its cascade of wrinkles and bright eyes, filled my mind's eye. The ancient, terrible, inhuman thing, the horror I'd unleashed on the world, on reality, and on my brother. I can't, Stephen. I can't!
Close your eyes. Now.
Stephen said. A sob worked its way through my whole body and erupted, so overpowering my knees gave out. I covered my eyes. My brother's footsteps thudded steadily on the floorboards as he crossed the room. I heard shuffling sounds and a grunt. Then I heard nothing. When I looked up, there was no glint of glass, no familiar silhouette in the shadows, no heavy rhythm of footfalls, no window to the universe. Stephen wasn't there anymore. I leaned back, numb. At 11:24, the TV screen blazed yellow, fading as always into a cascade of stars that darkened to black. It stayed black. The TV was broken then. No longer a window to bad people. No longer a secret way to stop their atoms from banding together to visit irreparable harm. Tears burned my eyes as they fell, and fell, and fell. After a long time, I noticed that a single dot of light had appeared on the screen, and another, along with vast, dreamy swaths of color. Stars, I realized. Stars and planets, and the bright hypnotic radiance of celestial gas and debris from supernovas eons past. Outer space. The camera moved in slowly, bringing a swath of cosmic color into focus. Within that serene yet explosive beauty, something shimmered. A familiar shape resolved. A ladder. And on the ladder, my brother. I gaped as Stephen, without the benefit of a helmet or a spacesuit or even a coat, wearing nothing but his favorite Iron Maiden t-shirt and his glasses, climbed an endless ladder somewhere 10 trillion light years deep in the universe. The camera zoomed out, then up, then in on another familiar shape. I saw cascades of rotting skin swinging and eyes like filthy coins in sunlight, and a mouth with a river of mercury for a tongue. The monster. It was angry. It was scared. And it was fast. But not quite as fast as Stephen. My brother climbed resolutely, with the same purpose he'd shown when he marched me out of the schoolyard so long ago. Stern, solemn, determined, he was going to catch the monster. He knew it, and looking at him, I knew it too. But that meant I couldn't watch. No one sees me except you. But what if I was wrong? Panic exploded, threatening to suffocate me. What if I was supposed to watch to keep the monster from killing Stephen?
Close your eyes.
But what if by watching, I kept Stephen from killing the monster?
Close your eyes.
This was an impossible decision. It wasn't fair that I had to make it. Except it was. I was stupid. I was bad. I'd caused this all by letting Ryan die. This was my fault, my responsibility. So I had to make the choice. But which choice? Stephen climbed as stardust and ribbons of unimaginable color drifted around him, sliding over his wrists and around his feet, lifting him, helping him. He was silent, but there was sound all the same. A faint, drifting song, like a cosmic harp or a chorus of inhuman voices. And I knew somehow that it wasn't just sound, but things, real things, powerful things, the strings that bound the universe together. Strings that the monster slid between like a virus through a filter. Strings that wrapped themselves around Stephen and pulled him upward. But to what? To victory for taking on a cosmic beast? A monstrous destroyer unbound by time or space or reality itself?
Close your eyes.
Or to his death for breaking the laws of nature and bending the strings to his will? I didn't know. I don't know. I will never know. But I closed my eyes. They were still closed when the faint, unearthly hum finally faded to nothing, and stayed closed for what felt like forever. When I finally opened them again, the TV screen was blank. The house was silent, and it was 2 a.m. Hollow and sick, I went up to Stephen's room. Every wall was covered by glow-in-the-dark stars, diagrams of bugs and trains and spiders, photos taken by the Hubble telescope, photos of the Horsehead Nebula, of Jupiter and Mars and the pillars of creation, and 100 or other places so far away that the human mind cannot truly comprehend the number. I curled up on his bed and cried, finally falling asleep as the sun rose. I dreamed of him, of us, of seeing Mars, of orbiting Saturn as its apocalyptic storms raged below, of dodging comets, of looking up in awe as the pillars of creation loomed over us in their incomprehensible glory. In the dream, I heard the ethereal, chorusing song and I felt peace. But when I woke, I just wanted to die. That hasn't changed. But there is one thing that keeps me going. Only one. Knowing that if I really want to, and if I really believe I can be unseen. I can disrupt my being, my very existence. I can bend the threads that bind the universe together and slide between the strings of reality. I can find the window to the universe and open it. I don't know how, but I know I can. Someday I will. I don't know if I'll join my brother or if I'll have to pick up where he left off. I don't know if he's alive or if he's dead. And when I closed my eyes the night he left, I knew I would never know. But I will follow him one day, whether he's waiting for me or not. I will open the door to the universe and follow him. I have to because I know what's at stake. I know that the threads of the universe are singing a song no one ever hears, simply because we don't know that we can. But I can hear it. It is beautiful. It is cosmic. It is holy. It is everything. But it is not perfect. Within it, like the dissonant notes of an untuned violin in a symphony, I hear wrongness. And at the heart of the wrongness is the beast sliding between the threads, pulling and tangling and breaking, interfering where he does not belong. But underneath that wrongness, I hear a rhythm, a slow and steadfast tempo, a quiet foundational beat in perfect time with the symphony. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but to me, it sounds just like my brother's footsteps.
Number 2 is I moved to America's Sleepiest Town. I think I woke something up. This story was originally titled Sleepless or the Sleepless Podcast. It went through a lot of production. I worked on this for months and months with the author. The author approached me, Daniel DeLuise, and he asked me if I would be interested in doing a story. And I said yes. And so we started bumping ideas around, and we eventually came up with this story. The first part was largely made up of my ideas. I wanted to make a haunting story that subverted expectations, so you can let me know if that kind of came through. And then the rest of the parts, as well as a lot of the first part, I'm sure, is made up of a lot of Daniel's memories, and I think he also had a lot of inspiration from things like Twin Peaks, fantastic show. So if you like this one, I actually think there's going to be a sequel to it coming in the coming months. I'm still talking to Daniel, and I'm actually about to adapt another thing of his. So if you like this style of writing, there'll probably be more coming in the future for this one. I didn't try to kill myself because I was sad. I tried to kill myself because I wasn't allowed to be sad. I tried explaining this to Mom on the drive to Twin Pines. I said it was like having birds trapped in your stomach. When I cry, she tells me not to cry. When I complain, she tells me not to complain. When I whine, she says stop whining. So the birds just flap their wings and keep knocking into my organs, and I feel really bad. I looked over at her. She was sorting through her audiobook CDs. They were in a leather case on the sun visor. She looked over when she noticed I was staring at her. "You say something, dear." I felt the birds stir. I turned to look at the trees. These weren't Manhattan suburbs, side of the highway shrubs. These were Northwest, Jersey, scrape the sky kind of trees. When I looked at Twin Pines on a map, it was covered in green. There were barely any roads. One road in, one road out. A river running through the center. It was the middle of nowhere, a nothing town. But that's what Mom wanted. No more things. No more problems. Mom finally picked a CD. It was one of her stupid Goddess Strength audiobooks. The narrators were always grandmas. After my incident, Mom started playing them more and more. Maybe she thought they would make me want to kill myself. Less. Quite the opposite. As the grandma talked about how faith was like a trust fall into God's arms, I thought back to the night. In my defense, my suicide attempt was heavy on the attempt. As soon as I took the pills, I regretted it. I felt really guilty. I didn't want Mom finding me dead. So I ran into her room and immediately puked on her carpet. She gave me the dirtiest look.
"Don't you know how rentals work?"
she said. That was the last thing I remembered. I woke up 2 days later in a hospital bed. My hair still smelled like puke. In a way, I thought Mom would be happy I didn't full-blown kill myself. But no. Instead, she thanked me by packing up everything we owned and moving us to the middle of nowhere. She found Twin Pines in a book she borrowed from the library. It was called America's Sleepiest Towns. Twin Pines was number 1 on the list, with 3 pages of colorful pictures to go along with it. Not that it needed them. You could capture Twin Pines in a single picture. A main street with a dozen antique shops. A backdrop of 2 hills with abandoned ski trails running through them. An overgrown front lawn. That pretty much captured it. At least our old town had character. It didn't matter that it was squished between 3 highways. When Mom pulled into our new driveway, she reached over and grabbed my hand.
"Welcome to our new life,"
she said, smiling. I looked ahead. There was another family in the driveway. Mom's smile quickly went away. What in the... They were throwing trash bags into the back of their station wagon. There was a mom, a dad, and a little boy hanging on the dad's leg. The parents were hippies with long hair that curled down to their butt cracks. As we parked, the couple seemed to get nervous. They packed faster. We stepped out of the car. Hippie Mom waved but didn't look at us. I felt the birds claw at my stomach. I didn't like being the person taking away this family's home. The little boy didn't seem sad, though. He let go of his dad's leg and walked towards us. He had those big, blue eyes that, for some reason, made me nervous. The color reminded me of a frozen lake.
"Look out for Lisa,"
the boy said. Mom crossed her arms over her chest. It was her signature move before a talking to.
"Excuse me, little boy,"
she said. "We'll be out of here soon," the boy's mom said. She was trying to squeeze an acoustic bass into the back seat. Mom gave her a thumbs up, then turned back toward the town, leaving me alone with the boy. He kept standing there, looking at me with those pale, blue eyes.
"She likes to walk across the lawn."
"She?" I asked. The boy's dad dropped a bag and walked towards us. He held out his hands in surrender.
Lyssa,
he said. His voice had a bounce to it.
Lisa's the Greek goddess of rage and madness. Jake and I are very into mythology. Are either of you fans?
Mom turned back to face me. She rolled her eyes, as if we were thinking the same thing. We weren't.
"Marjorie said we would have the house by 10 a.m.,
Mom said.
"It's 10:30. Do I need to call her?"
Hippie Mom finally squeezed the bass into the back seat. She slapped some dirt off her dress and walked over.
"Marjorie's right across the street, ma'am,"
she said, pointing behind us.
"Why don't you go over and introduce yourself?"
Mom looked at me with a dramatically dropped jaw.
"Quite the guts for someone breaking the law,"
Mom said, turning back to the woman.
"Why don't you focus on packing your witchcraft and get out of our house?"
My cheeks burned. I wanted to shrink to the size of a mouse. I hated the way she talked to people. Especially people who, in her words, were happy for no reason. Hippies, waiters, people handing out flyers, neighbors, cashiers. The nicer they were, the meaner she got. Please stop, I whispered. Mom reached down and squeezed my wrist.
There's no problem here, Emma. Just a solution,
Mom said.
They have a problem. We have a solution.
We're on our way out, ma'am,
the dad said. The couple went back to packing. Mom huffed in victory, but the boy didn't move. He kept looking at us. I stared back, but he didn't break. He was dressed like it was his first communion. His hair was perfectly swooshed and his shirt was free of wrinkles. An impressive feat for a little kid. He reminded me of a doll. I don't know why I didn't look away. We were in a full-blown staring contest. I think I was trying to figure him out, the same way you stare at an abstract painting. He reached out and grabbed my hand. It was ice cold.
If you see Lisa, tell her we moved to the city,
he said.
I don't want her to think we left without her.
Mom, who was back at the car looking at a map, tossed it on the seat and walked over. She shooed the boy's hand away from mine.
Go to your keepers, little devil,
Mom said. I looked up at her and she winked at me. I could tell she was trying not to laugh. My mom's emotional range always amazed me. She could go from yelling at strangers to making fun of children in the blink of an eye. After the hippies left, Mom and I unpacked. We got a few boxes in before our new landlord walked over. Marjorie lived across the street in a slightly larger, slightly newer-looking house. It was twice as tall as ours, with rooms built on top of rooms, each floor wider as it stretched into the sky. It looked like a giant dreidel. She had 2 German shepherds with her. Their fur was so dark it was almost black. They were taller than her hip and had big, yellow eyes. As she walked on our lawn, they started barking. Spit hung off their jaws.
I'm Marjorie,
she yelled over the barking. She was standing on the other side of the lawn, but the dogs were out ahead of her. She didn't bother pulling them back. They came within a foot of my face. I ducked behind Mom.
Yes, Miss Marjorie, hello,
Mom said. Mom stuck out her hand, which made the dogs snap. Mom didn't seem to notice. Somehow, she managed to scratch behind their ears.
Miss Dog Whisperer,
Marjorie said. Marjorie was an older woman with a short bob and big square glasses. She walked with a slight hunch, as if the wind was too heavy for her. But despite looking weak, she couldn't stand still. Every few seconds she shifted from chewing her lip to kicking the grass to snorting air. Between her and the snapping dogs, there was never a moment of peace. They were like a fever that wouldn't break.
Rent's due first of the month,
she said.
Don't be like those tree huggers. All they wanted to do was accuse me of horrible crimes and pray to their shrubbery gods.
Marjorie spit onto our lawn. Mom laughed, as if she admired her bravery. Who would do something as vile as spit on someone else's lawn?
You're a tough lady,
Mom said.
I like that.
This time, I rolled my eyes. I don't know if Marjorie saw it, but I didn't care. I didn't like Marjorie for the same reasons I didn't like my mom. They were dressed like twins at a funeral. Both of their outfits the same shade of shapeless gray. I miss the hippies. I miss their hair, their bright colors, their inflections. I wanted to be like that, but I knew I was no better than Mom and Marjorie. My sweater was white, and my pants were an off-white shade of the same white. I was at least wearing my fun shoes, green slippers with pink soles. Mom always said clothes were supposed to cover you up, not show you off. Somehow, she let the green slippers slide. Clothes were just one of the million ways Mom liked to keep me in line. We never ate dinner after 6 p.m. I was only allowed to read C.S. Lewis books. Mom liked how the lion was a metaphor for Jesus. And I could only watch the church TV channel or Mom-approved VHSs. On the night of my stupid mistake, we had just finished a dinner of angel hair pasta and butter. We watched Angels in the Outfield and went to bed at 9 p.m. When I got in bed, I had the strangest feeling, like I was at the top of a water slide. I pulled the bottle of pills out from under my pillow, when I found them the week before in the CVS parking lot. I thought they would give me interesting dreams. But as I stared at them, I thought about all the dreams I could have if I was dead. No more Mom, no more buttered noodles, no more VHSs. If I took enough pills, maybe I'd be reincarnated in a different life, where I wore pink shirts and yellow pants and sang at the top of my lungs just because I wanted to. Marjorie's dogs threw me out of my trance. They were barking a few inches from my face now. I grabbed a box off the lawn and walked inside. Our new home was mostly dust. It was on the walls and the floorboards, covering the sinks. As the light came in through the windows, I saw it all around me. I was used to it, though. Mom always picked dusty houses. Our new house in Twin Pines was our 13th rental. Mom would flip-flop between different types of houses. Apartments, 2 families, trailers, etc. But dusty Victorian seemed to be her favorite. She liked fragile houses. One where, if you used something twice, it would break. In one of the houses, the sink looked like something out of a fairy tale, with gold gooseneck faucets and hand-drawn hot-cold script. But after 2 uses, the water shot toward the ceiling. I dropped the box in the kitchen and went up to explore my new room. The house came pre-furnished, but all I was given was a bed and a mirror. The bed still had the creepy boy's Toy Story comforter. The mirror was tall and oval-shaped, with metal, human-looking feet. I sat on the corner of the bed and stared at my reflection. I didn't like looking at myself. Reflections were like words you repeat so much they lose their meaning. After a few minutes, my whole body looked like a sack of potatoes. The only thing non-potato-like was my hair. I always liked my hair, even if I fantasized about shaving it off. One time, we were in a bookstore and I saw a Sinead O'Connor CD. I thought her shaved head was badass. She looked like an angry baby, but in a cool way. I looked again in the mirror. I reached up and grabbed a clump of blonde. One day, I said. I let go of it and stood up. I needed to get back to moving boxes. But as I got to my feet, I heard something. Footsteps. They were inside my room. I turned to look, but no one was there. The birds flew into my throat. All of a sudden, I felt terribly alone. Mom and Marjorie's conversation fell quiet. The wind pushed against the window. The sun ducked behind a hill. All that was left was me and the sound. It moved closer and closer. It was behind me. I closed my eyes and scrunched my face. I took a long, slow breath. Then whipped around, my hands out like a shield. I slapped the air. I opened my eyes. No one, or no thing, was there. But the sound grew louder and closer. "Hello?" I said. My mouth was a sandbox. I put my hand on my chest. My heart was going crazy. "Calm down, Emma. Breathe. Remember, what did the doctor tell you? If you panic, you just need to breathe." Each breath felt like licking sandpaper. The footsteps came closer. Dust kicked up into clouds. It was just a few feet away now. Then closer. Then inches. I wanted to throw up, or scream, or cry. All of a sudden, the house felt huge. There were shadows holding shadows holding shadows. I was in dark water. How many rooms were here? 2, 3, 10, 100? How many floors? Mom never said. It was the biggest house we'd ever lived in. I wasn't safe. I didn't know what I wasn't safe from, but I knew I was in danger. I looked down. The sound stopped right in front of my green slippers. It lingered there. I felt it breathe on my ankles. It was warm and wet. "Please," I whispered. "Don't hurt me." There was a long pause. The sound didn't move. An icky feeling ran up my arms. It was like 1,000 fingertips. I took a step back. I moved my right foot. The sound didn't attack. I lifted my left. Then, the pain flew up my leg. I screamed and jumped back, landing hard on my butt. I crawled backwards, desperate to move as far away as I could from that thing. I kicked, I swung, I spit. All of my nerves fired at once. Get away from me! I looked down at my ankle. Dark blood fell in lightning bolts down my toes. My skin pulsed. There were 3 cuts. They weren't deep, but it didn't matter. I'd never been hurt by the air before. I felt naked. It could be behind me, above me, below me, crawling through my suitcase, tangled in my hair, hiding under the bed. I was surrounded. But at the same time, totally alone. I slid into the corner and curled into a ball. My eyes welled. I couldn't stop it. I felt it all at once. The new town, the new house, the new neighbors, the thing, or whatever it was. The pain in my foot. I slapped myself in the head. Why did I have to do such a stupid thing? I could be back in my old school, ignoring my teachers and eating lunch alone like a normal kid. After a few minutes, my ankle stopped bleeding. I stood up and checked myself for more wounds. I was unscathed, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I held my breath and listened for more footsteps. They were gone. The thing was gone. All I heard was Mom and Marjorie's small talk. The dogs were still barking. I wiped away my tears with the Toy Story comforter. I let the blood dry on my foot. Maybe Mom would see and ask me about it. As I reached the top of the staircase, I hooked the sides of my mouth and pulled my face into a smile. Then, I walked downstairs to finish unpacking. After a few hours of unpacking, Mom heated up 2 TV dinners and we watched Flubber. When the movie ended, Mom announced it was bedtime. The sun was still up, but I didn't mind. Sleep would do me good. Maybe that thing was just an exhaustion-induced hallucination. As Mom washed off our plastic trays, I watched her from the doorway of our new kitchen. I contemplated telling her about my ankle. It's not like it was some sort of secret. If she looked at me, she'd see it. My foot was caked in blood, but she didn't look at me. She only looked at me when she had to. Instead, she hummed a gospel song and scrubbed like the marinara was devil's blood. So, I grabbed a glass of water, walked upstairs, and collapsed onto the bed. I dug my face into the Toy Story comforter. It smelled like a home. Not quite my home, but someone's home. And that was enough to relax me. My shoulders melted. My eyelids grew heavy. My breathing slowed. Outside, I heard the distant hum of thunder. A summer storm was on its way. Darkness came in waves as the thunder moved closer. I knew sleep was coming. I felt so relaxed, eerily relaxed. I hadn't been this relaxed since I was a little kid. Before the incident, or the incident's pre-incident, or the incident before that. There were too many to count. I just settled on the fact that I was cursed. But at this moment, I was at peace. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Someone knocked on the door.
Emma?
It was a familiar voice. "Come in," I said. The door opened and Mom appeared. Her hair was brushed and she was wearing her flowing white nightgown. Normally, that meant she wasn't leaving her room for the night. She never came out to see me like this. I sat on the edge of my bed.
I was doing some reflecting, she said. And I just want you to know that all strength comes from God. Give him your time and you will receive his strength.
I nodded, like I always did. I'd heard this one before. But as she rambled, something felt different. She smiled, rubbed my arm, and spoke in a soft whisper. It was like someone took my mom and smoothed the edges. I remembered a version of her like this before Dad left. She would bake pies and sing Motown songs and wear sundresses. But I hadn't seen that mom in a long time. Then I noticed something. It was my mirror, the one with the weird human feet. It held Mom's reflection, or At least a version of her reflection. The back of her nightgown had tears in it. Mom never wore anything that wasn't perfect.
Maybe the move to Twin Pines was God's plan.
She went on.
Do you feel that way?
Mom cleared the hair from my face.
Gosh, I love your hair,
she said.
So blonde and beautiful, like an angel.
I tried to look her in the eyes, but I couldn't. The mirror kept drawing me in. The mom in the reflection was also leaning over me in bed, but slowly she turned her face back toward the mirror. I looked at the real mom. Her head wasn't moving. Mirror mom kept going, though. Her chin crossed her shoulder. She twisted like an owl. I could see a sliver of face, then half, then all of it. Her head was turned completely around. I looked at her eyes. A shiver crawled down my neck. I looked away. I was getting that feeling again, that flutter of panic, that scattering of birds. I tried to breathe. I tried to collect myself. I turned to look out the window. Outside, dark clouds moved over the hills. Rain fell slow at first, then faster and faster until it was pounding on the windows. Wind shoved the walls. I heard the house's frame shift. I'd been in old houses before, but none this old. One more gust and the whole thing could fall over. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed that Mom was here. Whenever there was a storm, Mom locked herself in her room and blasted her Jesus tapes. She said rain made her think of all the evils in the world. I looked back at the real Mom.
Do you hear me, little angel?
Mom asked.
Yes. So answer. Answer? Answer my question. What was your... Do you feel like moving to Twin Pines was God's plan?
Oh, I said. Her face moved closer to mine. When did her teeth get so white?
Yes, I do. So you never want to leave here?
She kept running her hands through my hair. Her fingertips were freezing. I looked at the mirror Mom. She wasn't smiling. She had a hard stare, her eyes as bright as the moon. She didn't blink. I kept watching. Blink. Please blink, Mom. Please. But she never did. Her face was a statue.
Is this a dream?
I asked the real Mom. She didn't answer.
My sweet angel tried to go back to heaven,
she whispered. I pinched my thighs. I felt the pain. It was real. I was awake. I tried to sit up, but Mom pushed me back down.
Where are you going?
She asked. Her smile kept growing, closer and closer to her ears. I looked over at Mirror Mom. The smile was inverted, her frown dripping toward the floor like melting wax.
I need to pee,
I said.
Are you lying to me?
No,
You wouldn't lie to your mother, would you? Not again.
No, Mom. Mom didn't like talking about why I did what I did. But she loved making me promise I'd never do it again. Not again. She'd make me repeat it. Not again, not again, not again. I wouldn't lie to her. I wouldn't hurt myself. I wouldn't let the devil in. The mirror woman started to change. She raised her arms, then flipped them behind her. She looked like one of the Barbies I used to torture. She stood up and walked over to the mirror. She lifted her backwards hands and brought them to her backwards face. She grabbed 2 fistfuls of hair. I wanted to warn the real Mom, but I couldn't speak. It was the same feeling I always felt. Powerless, scared, frozen in a dumb state of terror. All I could do was watch. The mirror woman stood in front of her reflection and pulled on her hair. At first, she'd only rip out a strand or 2. Then it came in handfuls. The sound made me sick. It was like Velcro. Her frown kept sinking. Her face was saggy and bruised, with lips covered in scars. Drops of blood ran from her forehead down her chin. She started mouthing something. Not again. Not again. Not again. She was screaming now, but there was no sound. She was silent.
Not again, right? Real Mom said. She kept brushing my hair with her hand. It was starting to hurt. With each pull, small strands broke loose and tingled in her fingers. Stop, please, I whispered. It'll never stop, will it, Angel? She chuckled. Thunder rolled through the bed frame. The storm was here. We couldn't run away. The storm was here. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I didn't mean to do it, I said.
Do what,
honey? It, I said. You know, it. It was a stupid mistake. I looked back at the mirror. Mirror Mom was almost bald. All that remained were a few tufts of hair, the last stalks of a torched cornfield. Her frown stretched down to her clavicle. Are you cold? Mom asked. What? She pulled the blankets up to my chin. She pressed down on my neck. I coughed, but she pressed harder. Ma! You look so cold, Angel! I gasped for air, pushing at the blanket. Mom pressed harder, using her body weight. She never stopped smiling. Angel shouldn't be so cold. So blue. So frozen. Angel should be white and warm and flying. Why is my angel so blue? The thunder roared every few seconds. Mirror Mom dropped to her knees. She ran her hands across her bald head. She mouthed those same horrible words, the words Mom worked into her prayers loud enough so I would hear, the words she made me promise whenever I had a bad day, or cried, or didn't laugh during the funny part in the movie. My breaths came few and far between. The room went black. I saw stars. I kicked and pushed and squirmed. But I only sank deeper and deeper and deeper, and a flash of lightning filled the room. It sounded like our house was hit. It was the loudest crash I'd ever heard, like a car coming through my window. The pressure left my neck. I gulped fresh air and pounced forward. Stop! I yelled. I looked up at Mom, but she was gone. The room was quiet. All that was left was the sound of rain. I looked at the mirror, but it was empty too. I was alone. It was a nightmare. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and reached down to grab my glass of water. It had a thin layer of dust on it, but I didn't care. I was medically thirsty. As I drank, I placed my hand on my heart. It was galloping. How much could a heart really take? It was going to explode if I kept up with these nightmares and ghosts. I looked at myself in the mirror. I was still intact. My head was not popped off. My hair was not torn to shreds. My mouth was not contorted into a horrific smile or frown. I was okay. I finished the water and put the empty glass on the ground. I went to lay back down, but I noticed something. My reflection was disappearing. A cloud of darkness came over it. It climbed around the edges of the mirror like black ink, swallowing me in its pulses. It kept eating me until the mirror was an oil spill, nothing but black. Then, like the first stars of night, 2 yellow dots appeared. They were towards the bottom of the mirror, right at the height of my ankles when they got slashed. The darkness fled from the top down to the yellow circles. Black dots appeared in their centers. They were eyes. 2 yellow eyes. Black ink circled around them in a vague shape of a head. The face disappeared below the mirror's rim. Then I heard it. It was moving toward me. The footsteps would start, then stop, and start again. They went near the walls, under the bed, by the water glass, near the door. But they never left the room. Meanwhile, the storm moved over our house. Rain pounded the roof. It wanted to be let in. Drops of water raced down the wall. The house was falling apart. Everything was falling apart. I tried to focus on my breathing. I didn't want to think about the thing. I looked out the window. It was a trick I learned in the hospital. Everything is always so loud. I'd hear my friends getting taken to the quiet rooms, or parents yelling at the caretakers. I never wanted to be where I was, so I looked out the window.
The hospital was in New Brunswick, right across from Rutgers University. I watched frat boys play frisbee, girls with tattoos smoked cigarettes. I wanted to be there, to be older, to be in life instead of just watching other people live it. But in our new town, there were no college kids to fantasize about. All I had were hills. So I imagined I was in the Swiss Alps with the friends I made at the hospital. There were 3 girls I really connected with. We ate lunch together. They showed me their scars and visible rib cages. We made fun of the therapists. We'd all been struggling, but now we were struggling together. Out in the Alps, we weren't gloomy anymore. We were all drinking wine and smoking long cigarettes. The breeze was soft. Animals climbed the hills. My head was shaved. We were all happy, just like goats along the cliffs. I closed my eyes and pulled the blanket over my face. Marjorie's dogs were barking. The rain became like white noise. For a moment, I felt myself fall asleep. But then, I opened my eyes. The sound was high-pitched, hissing. It started out soft. Then it built higher and higher, rising from a match to a wildfire. I covered my ears. The sound cut through everything. I felt it in my stomach. It rattled the birdcage. I kicked off the blankets and ran for the light switch. I flicked it on, but nothing happened. Everything was still dark. I looked around. I was still alone. Was Mom hearing this kettle? It was like a train crashing into my temple. I felt like puking. I opened my suitcase and searched for a flashlight. Did I pack my flashlight? Did I even own a flashlight? Where do people buy flashlights? The sound kept building. It was already stupidly loud. How was it getting louder? Yet simultaneously, it grew deeper, churning from a hiss to a growl. It shook the house. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. The storm or the thing. Rain ran down the walls in streams. The floor was covered in puddles. I kept digging through my suitcase. I didn't find the flashlight, but I did find my dad's electric razor. It was the only thing he left behind. I always brought it with me in case he ever wanted it back. I clicked it on and held it in front of me. It was my only protection. I looked under my bed. Nothing. I looked in the closet. Nothing. Behind the mirror. Nothing. The sound kept building. I stood in the center of the room and spun around. This was it. This is the moment I get ripped apart. The moment I die. I couldn't back out of it this time. I thought about Mom finding me. My jaw hanging off, my eyes chewed out, my guts scattered like confetti. Would she scream, cry, walk back to her room? Would she ever recover? What would happen when the paramedics found me? Would they jigsaw my limbs into a human shape? Would they go home and cry in their spouse's arms? Would I be the worst day of their life? It was always me. Everything came back to me. I am the root cause of every problem in the world. What did I do? I yelled. I couldn't hear my own voice. The room was too loud. I kept spinning around, my puny razor in front of me. I'm sorry. I went on. Whatever I did, I'm sorry about it. Lightning struck our shed, the backyard filled with smoke. I was getting dizzy from twisting around. I just wanted the noise to stop. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned and turned until, all of a sudden, light passed through my skull. My eyelids snapped shut. The floor hit my back. Everything went dark. At first, it felt like my face was glued shut. The darkness was a weighted blanket. But after a few attempts, I was able to open my eyes. I looked up at the ceiling. There was a black web in the corner. The wood splintered and filled with pulsing embers. Smoke crowded the windows. We'd been hit. Lightning hit our house. I had to tell Mom. I tried to stand up, but my whole body was in pain. My legs were wet cement. I laid back down. I stared at the lightning strike as the rain attacked the roof. Debris fell into the room. Black ash covered the bed. If I was sleeping, the coals would have smothered me. I imagined that death
my skin peeling back, burnt wood filling my mouth. The clouds of smoke started to shrink. They were regathering, vacuuming back to the impact point. It didn't take long for the shape to appear. First, I saw its head. The top of its skull was flat, with 2 horns on either side. The smoke reformed to fill the rest of its body. 2 arms, 2 legs, a massive arched back. There were 3 claws on the end of its hands, just like the 3 slashes on my ankle. Only this time they were 10 times the size. If that thing attacked me now, I'd be ground beef. What do you want? I mouthed. With each swell of the storm, the thing grew taller. Its eyes hovered over me. The smoke widened. It enveloped me. I couldn't see. My spit turned to black sludge. My bedroom smelled like a campfire. Then, slowly, the creature slunk through the shattered window and moved through the storm, right towards Marjorie's house. In the distance, her dogs whimpered. Their violent barking was gone. Now, they sounded sad, almost nervous, like they were about to be punished. Once the shock from the lightning strike wore off, I was able to stand. I kept walking in small circles, chewing on my fingernails. The creature hung over Marjorie's house like 1,000 swarming bats. The dogs stopped barking. There was a long, grueling silence. The rain grew soft as the thunder fell to a dull whisper. The storm was now a breeze, yet I couldn't help but feel like I was at the start of something much worse. The cloud made a sound like a foghorn, then shifted. It broke into Marjorie's windows and swarmed through her house, purring something deep and horrendous. It was not a please pet me purr. This was loud. End of the world loud. I felt the vibration run up my legs. The monster twisted and turned as it went from room to room, rushing through doorways. Every once in a while, its eyes appeared. It was searching for something. All of a sudden, Marjorie's living room window shattered. Glass rained onto the lawn as the black cloud gathered on the first floor. Then, something yelped. An object flew through the shattered window. It rolled through the grass like a crash test dummy, thrashing and lifeless. It landed on the road. The fog thinned out. An upstairs light turned on. I heard Marjorie's voice. Beelzy? Bub? Boys? Where are you?
I grabbed Dad's razor and ran downstairs. I was still in my pajamas. I didn't have time to change. To confront this monster in some badass getup. No cape or steel-toed boots, not even a rain jacket. Just me, Emma, in all my poorly prepared glory. I ran through the house and pounced through the front door, my razor out in front of me like a sword. As I leapt through the muddy yard toward the road, I got a clearer picture of what flew out of Marjorie's house. When I got closer, I knew for sure. I stopped running. The razor buzzed in my hand as my brief feeling of power went away. It clicked off. I was too late. I knelt beside the German shepherd and put my finger on its neck. No pulse. I couldn't look at the animal for long. The sight of it made me sick. It was as if all of its features shifted a few inches in different directions. I never loved Marjorie's dogs, but no crime justified this kind of punishment. I stood up and looked at Marjorie's house. The thing was gone. Marjorie walked from room to room, calling out for Beelzy. I let out a long sigh. Again, I was useless. Again, I lost. The monster won. Marjorie's dog was dead. Throughout the battle, I just stood and watched, just like so many things in my life. I waited around for a better version of me to show up. I turned to go back into our house, my head down. As I moped through the grass, I noticed something strange. There was a stream of mud running from our house to the road. In it were little specks of white. I reached down and grabbed one. It was pencil thin, but dull at the ends. It didn't take me long to realize. It was a bone. I followed the bones to their origin, a dank space under our front steps. I knelt down in the mud and inspected. The bones multiplied as I crawled behind the cinder blocks. I couldn't get my whole body through, just to my hips, but I got far enough. The skeleton was small, about purse-sized. It had a collar around its neck. I read the tag, Lyssa. My eyes grew wide. I imagined the little boy. I pictured him in the months leading up to this morning, running around the house, calling out with all his might. I felt his cold hand in my own.
If you see Lisa, tell her we moved to the city.
I don't know what I thought Lisa was when he said that, but I didn't think she was a dead cat. But somehow I found her anyway. I found Lisa. I was halfway inside the dead cat's grave when I heard my mom's voice.
Emma!
I squeezed my torso out from under the stairs. Mom was standing over me. There was mud on the bottom of her nightgown and her hair was soaked. She crossed her arms over her chest, her yelling stance.
Why are you out here?
I stood up and slapped the mud off my pajamas. It only made it smear. Mom took a step closer.
I said, why are you out here?
My mind was racing. I couldn't focus on Mom or my soon-to-be punishment. I kept thinking about Marjorie's dog. Its look of confusion, dismay, regret. I pictured its broken teeth. There was so much anger in its injuries, such revenge. I imagined the thing, my ankle, the way it moved around my room, the way it purred, its shape in the upper corner of my room. I remembered how those dogs snapped at me, how prone to violence they were. The pieces came together. Marjorie's dogs killed Lisa.
That is not an answer to my question. And who? What?
It was Marjorie's dogs. They killed the dead cat. Well, it wasn't dead then. They made it dead.
Whose dead cat? What? Are you on drugs?
Lisa, I said. Remember, the little boy? I grabbed Mom by the wrist so she'd know how serious I was. He had a cat, Lisa. I found it. I think Marjorie's dogs killed it.
First of all, you shouldn't get involved in other people's problems,
Mom said.
That's too messy for a little girl.
I shuddered when she said it. Little girl. My thoughts ran off. I was back in the hospital in those first few days after my accident. I kept going in and out of consciousness. It was all blurred. It's not like I had visitors to mark the days by. All I saw were nurses, strangers. It wasn't that no one wanted to see me. No one visited me because Mom didn't tell anyone I was in the hospital. Mom didn't visit me either. She said she would pick me up when I was done. To this day, she's never told anyone what happened with me. Not even Dad. So the only people I saw were the hospital staff. There was one woman I saw a lot. She was old with a round face and soft, plump fingers. She spoke in an annoyingly cheerful Midwest drawl. She would adjust my pillow and give me medicine and hum lullabies. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, Mary had a little lamb, ring around the rosy. At first I thought it was creepy. Then I remembered I was in the children's ward. One day, she leaned in real close to my face. I don't know if she thought I was sleeping, but I was wide awake. I kept my eyes closed. I didn't want to scare her. She smelled like peppermint and sweat. For a moment, I was scared. I thought she was going to hurt me, but she didn't. Instead, she whispered directly into my face. "This is too much pain for a little girl." Little girl. Now, standing in the rain, I heard that old woman's voice again. Little girl, little girl, little girl. That's how Mom saw me. That's how the world saw me. But it wasn't true. The things I felt were far from little. They were big and dark and thundering. I looked back at Lisa. Her body was broken by the rain. She was little, even for a cat. But still, I felt her power, her rage, her revenge. In that state, she was bigger than me. The dog, our house, her pain. She could consume galaxies. She had my attention in the deepest, darkest way. She wasn't little, and neither was I.
I turned back to Mom. I pulled the razor out of my pocket and clicked it on.
Honey?
She said. She stepped toward me. I stepped back. She started to say something else, but I couldn't hear her. The buzzing was too loud. I brought the razor to my forehead and went across my scalp. It was a rough, ticklish feeling. Wet hair fell to the mud, right around Lisa's bones. Mom lunged at me, but I jumped away. I kept shaving. When Mom realized she couldn't stop me, she clasped her hands in prayer and looked at the stars.
God, please shine your light on Emma. Please, just...
She paused for a moment. Then she shook her head and unclasped her hands. She looked confused and sad. I could tell she wanted to say something. She looked at me, her eyelids flickering, but she didn't say it. Instead, she bit her fist and walked back into the house. As I finished, lightning struck in the distance. The storm was now towns away. All that remained was a drizzle. It was cold, and it hit my newly bald head. Even after I finished, I stayed outside. The birds in my stomach whistled something cheerful. My hair was tangled in the razor. The morning sun was peeking over the hills. Marjorie was in her backyard, calling Beelzy's name into the wind. I was happy and sad and confused. But more than anything, I was feeling, and that felt good. Really, really good. I looked out at Twin Pines, my new hometown. Everyone was still asleep. On normal mornings, most people stayed asleep. People didn't wake up in a sleepy town. They were forever yawning, forever on the verge of sleep, forever wrestling with the dark. But tomorrow morning, that would change. In the morning, the town would look into the eyes of a dead dog and wonder what happened when we were all asleep. I kept rubbing my newly shaved head. I smiled, and it hurt my face. I don't think I'd smiled in 3 years. It was a new feeling, a new me. Even if this town was forever sleepy, I was finally awake. I woke up covered in sweat. My ears rang, my head hurt. The previous night came back to me in waves. Dead animals, evil clouds, bolts of lightning. I ran my head across my scalp. I was still bald. At least that part was real. I got out of bed and looked out the window. Marjorie's dog was gone, but a trail of blood ran from the middle of the road to her front door. I guess the dead dog was also real. I ran downstairs. Mom was sitting at the kitchen table reading the newspaper. I sat across from her and pushed it aside. "Do you remember what happened last night?" I asked. She pulled the edges of the newspaper back to life and kept reading. She didn't look up at me, but every few seconds she ran her hand across her head. "Is this silent treatment about my hair?" I asked. She didn't answer. I grabbed her glass of water and studied myself in the bloated reflection. I still had chunks of hair that I missed with the clipper, and my hairline looked like a heart monitor. I didn't look good, but I looked like me. I hadn't looked like me in a long time. I looked back at Mom. She flipped the page of the newspaper. "I'm not talking to you until you end your little phase," she said. "But you just talked?" I said. "Since you're my daughter and I'm legally responsible for you," Mom said, "I will let you know that I'll be out all day looking for a job. Please unpack, and if you feel so inclined, dispose of the dead cat under our stairs." The dead cat under our stairs. Right. Lisa. "Sure, yeah," I said. "I'll take care of her." "It," Mom said. "And yes, you will." "I will." "Good." "Good." I smiled and scrunched up my nose. Mom didn't look up from the newspaper. We weren't great at bantering. Mom puffed her hair with hairspray and wore her only blazer. After she left, I went outside and buried Lisa's bones.
I didn't dispose of them like Mom wanted. Instead, I dug a hole in the backyard using a snow shovel. Then, one bone at a time, I laid her to rest. I didn't sing or pray or tell a story. Lisa and I's relationship was short-lived and traumatic, much like the rest of my relationships. After the funeral, I got ready to hit the town. I put on my best explorer outfit, hiking boots, white shorts, a Steve Irwin button-down. I threw granola bars into my JanSport, borrowed Mom's gardening hat, and was out the door. As someone who's moved to a lot of towns, I know the basics of a new town exploration. First, you stroll down the main street. You need to investigate the stores. You don't go inside of them. No, you need to analyze them first. There are towns that want visitors, and towns that want people to stay away. The stores let you know what kind of town it is. Law offices and dentists? That's a get in and get out kind of town. No lingering. No reading poetry by fountains. No small talk by the cafe. Then there are welcome to our town towns. Towns with bookstores and movie theaters and boutiques. Towns with people walking around. Towns where people conversate. Where you're allowed to exist. Twin Pines was neither of those. Twin Pines was unlike any town I'd ever seen. Twin Pines was a forgotten town. Half the stores were closed, and the other half were antique shops. I peeked in their windows. There were statues of dead presidents and teapots and cheesy signs, but no customers. Each store was manned by a different old lady. Outside, the sidewalks were empty. There were no cars on the street. I saw one person all morning. He was old as time and walked with a crazy-looking cane. It was wooden with giant eagles carved into it. It took him 3 light changes to cross the street. The only thing Twin Pines had going for it was the nature. The hills were gigantic, with bird clouds circling the peaks. The air smelled like pine. The breeze was always a little too cold. It was beautiful, but nature towns always had weirdos. People who live in the woods are normally hiding something. That something isn't always, I murdered a bunch of people. Sometimes it's, I filed for bankruptcy in Kansas City. But sometimes it is the murder one. I kept walking Main Street until the sidewalk crumbled into the grass. When I hit the end, I looked ahead. There was one last store. It was on a hill across the silent highway. Its neon light like a North Star. The sign flickered in the gray sky. Tapehead Video. I walked up the hill to the video store. The windows were covered in tattered movie posters, and the sidewalk was littered with candy bar wrappers. Outside, there was a kid my age, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. He was tall and skinny with long, shaggy hair. He was wearing a Bad Brains t-shirt. I didn't know what Bad Brains was, but I wanted to find out. Nice shirt, I said. He didn't look at me. He took another drag and turned his attention to our view of Twin Pines. He looked down on it like some sort of bastard prince. He seemed cool, but not in a nice way. From all the different schools I'd gone to, I knew how to spot the cool kids. It wasn't a compliment. Okay, no response, I said. I take back my compliment.
What's so nice about my shirt?
He asked. This time, he looked at me. He had dark eyes and thin, talon-like eyebrows. His stare was piercing. All I meant was that it's a nice shirt, I said. I've never seen anything like it. You don't have to be
If you saw a UFO, would you also call that nice? Is everything that's new also nice to you? Or was there a different word you could have used?
I scratched my newly shaved head, as if to harness its power. I don't think Lisa would put up with this. But, then again, Lisa was also a murderer. I didn't want to murder this guy for being rude, but I wasn't going to back down either. That's what the old me would have done. I just meant your shirt was nice, I said. Is that really a big deal?
Every interaction is an opportunity,
he said.
We are gifted with the most powerful weapon in the course of earthly life. If we use words like they are chicken feed, then we're going to cultivate the brains of chickens. But if we use words for what they are, an opportunity to expand each other's minds, share experience, and challenge thought, then we evolve. Telling a stranger they have a nice shirt is a waste of that power. It's as if Superman used his powers to become a power lifter.
He flicked the butt of his cigarette into the grass.
I know you had other thoughts. You were thinking a lot about my shirt.
Don't flatter yourself, I said. I imagined Lisa, her little body turning into that massive cloud, her anger manifested in that bright and brilliant way. Her rage transcended into...
Who is Lisa?
The boy asked. I turned to look at him. He was smirking. I felt naked. How did he do that? Did I accidentally say it out loud? I didn't like him in my brain. That was my safe place, my only safe place. I didn't want his nasty cigarette fingers sorting through my thoughts. I took a step away. I tried not to think. But I was. Could he hear this right now?
Yes,
he said. How did you... I looked back at Twin Pines. If I ran, I could get home in about 10 minutes. Hopefully, he couldn't read my mind from that far. Then I could go back to my normal tasks in peace. Unpacking, cleaning my room, decorating my stupid house to look less stupid. But if I was honest with myself, I was curious. How did this jerk read my thoughts?
Jerk is a little strong,
he said.
And my mom calls it extreme empathy. It comes in waves. I don't really get how it works, if that makes you feel any better. Sometimes it just happens. It's like when mail gets delivered to the wrong house.
I nodded, but I didn't really understand. That's kind of strange, I said. We stood in silence for a minute as he lit a second cigarette. Above us, the tapehead video sign buzzed like a wasp's nest. We looked out over our shared boring town. You could look at the whole thing without ever turning your head. I looked at my watch. It was 10 a.m. The air was warming up. Bugs started to swarm my face. I swatted them away. I hated bugs. I wish I could lie and say I had plans, but I didn't. Standing next to this mind-reading douche and breathing his cigarette smoke was the only thing on my roster all day. I guess this was life in Twin Pines.
Want to go inside?
He asked. I looked at him. He smiled. He had a big gap between his two front teeth, and what Mom would call a sad smile. What's inside? I asked.
This guy has some cool stuff, old movies and shit. Apparently, he bought the place a few weeks ago. I've only met him once. He's a bit weird, but I won't hold that against him.
Weird? You can't use a different word? He laughed.
I knew you were gonna say that,
he said. He reached his hand out to me.
I'm Preston.
I shook his hand. He had a weak, nervous grip. Emma, I said. And like that, I made my first friend. I still kind of hated him, but he already knew that. The inside of Tapehead Video was simultaneously cluttered and abandoned looking. There were stacks of boxes and loose piles of candy bars, but everything was already covered in dust. The air cold and sour tasting. The aisles were broken out by genre: horror, comedy, action, drama, etc. Each aisle had a wooden sign above it with a different cartoon. Horror had a little Frankenstein, action, a pistol, drama, a crying face, etc. I'd never been inside a video store before. Mom always made me wait in the car while she ran in and grabbed the first vaguely Jesus movie she saw. Today, though, I was free from her watchful eye. I could enter any world I wanted.
What do you like to watch?
Preston asked. I'm into anything, really, I lied.
Well, horror is the height of all cinematic experience,
Preston said.
If art is meant to convey emotion, then horror wins. When you're scared, you're feeling so many emotions at once. Fear, love, shock, concern, motivation, grief, regret, laughter, you name it. You go through the whole spectrum during a horror movie. The genre doesn't get the respect it deserves.
Sure, yeah, definitely, I said.
So, horror it is?
Why not? I said. We walked toward the Frankenstein sign when the owner appeared. He jumped up from behind the counter and blocked our path. He was tall and lanky, with a head full of gray, springy curls. He looked between Preston and I, back and forth in quick succession. I don't know how he didn't get dizzy.
Welcome, beautiful souls. How lovely of you both to grace my establishment this morning.
His voice was soft and bouncy. He reached out to grab Preston's shoulder, which Preston backed away from. The man was unfazed. If anything, the rejection made him warmer. Smile wider, stare more intently. I looked over at Preston. I don't know if he was reading the guy's mind, but if he wasn't liking what he saw.
Why are you so cheery?
Preston asked.
Excuse me?
The man asked.
Not to be rude, but you're coming at us with a lot of, heat?
The man wrapped himself in a hug and rocked side to side. He looked up at the bright ceiling, his smile growing by the second. He sang a melody I hadn't heard before.
It's a wonderful day to be alive. The trees are green, the sky's blue, and we're alive.
I wanted to laugh, but held it in. Preston, on the other hand, didn't have my restraint.
Is this a prank show?
He asked. The man shook his head.
No. Everything is exactly where it should be. Isn't that wonderful?
Sure, yeah, it's great. But we didn't come to tape head video for therapy.
Preston picked up a tape and inspected it. He looked disappointed.
We're looking for something really scary. I don't mean like jump scare scary or bad CGI scary. I mean scary. Really scary.
The man's eyes grew wide. He smiled, then swiped it off his face. He tried to look serious, but he couldn't. The longer he lingered on the question, the more he smiled. And the more he smiled, the more worried Preston looked.
Do you know what you're asking for?
The man asked. Preston and I nodded. I was just following Preston's lead. I didn't know what it was I was asking for.
Follow me then, children.
Preston and I followed the man through the winding halls of the video store to a door in the back. The sign above it read, "The Happy Corner." The words looked handwritten by a child. There was a smiley face etched into it. The man pulled out a bundle of keys.
Here we are, my curious birds.
After he found the key, he slipped it in the lock and turned. As the door opened, Preston and I walked in. The room was basically a closet. The walls were covered with unmarked VHS tapes. No names, no pictures, no production logos. Just sleek, black spines. The only other objects in the room were a foldable chair and a TV on a cardboard box.
Is this some sort of torture dungeon?
The man laughed.
No. Quite the opposite.
He said.
This room will free you from any tortures.
Preston laughed, and the man laughed some more. I felt like they were laughing about different things. Meanwhile, I ran my fingers along the dustless spines. I tipped one back. The cover was also blank. I pulled it out and popped it open. There was a VHS inside. It was blank too. I looked over at Preston. He was already sitting in the chair. The man stood above him, sorting through the blank VHSs until he found the perfect one. I tried to catch Preston's eye. He was staring at the TV, rubbing his knees in excitement. I didn't know him, or this man, or this store, but I did know one thing. Twin Pines could get really, really strange, and sometimes those strange things got dangerous. I knelt beside Preston and whispered in his ear, "Are you sure you want to do this?"
I'm 96% sure.
96%.
Yes.
Preston said. He turned to me and squeezed my hand. For as cold and pretentious as Preston could be, there was a little sweetness in him, like sugar sprinkled on rotten fruit. Just before the man put the tape in the TV, he turned to look at me.
Only one at a time,
the man said.
You'll need to wait your turn.
Preston squeezed my hand one last time before letting go.
I'll see you soon,
he said. Okay, I said. I'll be right outside. I walked out of the tiny room and closed the door behind me. I looked out at the store. It was still empty. I hovered by the comedy section, never straying far from the happy corner. After a minute or so, the man came out and closed the door behind him. He looked at me and smiled, holding his lips in that forced state for an awkward amount of time. It was as if his thoughts had wandered mid-smile. I looked away, but I knew he was still looking at me.
Your friend is going to be a changed man after this,
he said. He moved closer to me, stepping over boxes and cardboard cutouts. He had giraffe-long legs, thin and bendy as vines. He hovered next to me as I thumbed through the videos. He smelled like firewood and sweat, like he'd just come out of the woods. I didn't like him standing close to me. I didn't feel safe. I felt his breath on my neck. I imagined him eating me in a single bite. Can you back up a little? I said.
I said,
he emphasized.
Your friend is going to be different. Is that okay with you?
I looked up at him. For a moment, I thought his eyes were glowing, but it was just the fluorescent ceiling lights. It's whatever, I said. I just met him.
A new friend. I see.
The man reached across my throat and picked up a VHS from the shelf. It was Clueless.
Do you like comedies?
I shook my head. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want him to smell my breath.
People look to comedies like they'll bring happiness, but that's not right,
the man said.
The only way to be happy is to imagine the bad, the strange, the ugly. Looking at happy things will only make you miserable.
Preston screamed. I heard it through the closed door. It was fast, but deep. A bottom-of-the-stomach kind of scream. I turned and ran toward the door. The man wrapped his hand on my shoulder, holding me back. I could feel his strength. It was otherworldly. I tried to push past it, but I couldn't. Is he okay? I asked.
You'll have your turn,
he said.
It's important not to mistake the process for the result.
I slapped his hand off of me. He raised it in surrender.
Sorry,
he said.
I don't mean to be touchy. I'm just so happy to have the company.
I looked back at the happy corner door. I swear the wood was rumbling. What's happening to him? I asked. The man rubbed his hands together.
Nothing's happening to him, but something is happening within him. A transformation.
I turned to look at the exit. I wasn't too late. I could still leave. I could run home and jump in my bed and do my best to forget all of this ever happened. But then I thought about Preston. Was he pretentious? Yes. Rude? Yes. A potentially out-of-this-world telepathic freak? Yes. But he was also my friend. My only friend. I didn't know if I was going to get another one in this strange town. But how much longer until he can leave? I asked. The man extended his finger, then dropped one at a time.
His video will end in 3, 2...
And like that, the door swung open. Preston exploded out of the room and dropped to his hands and knees, his hair thick with sweat. He couldn't catch his breath. I ran over to him. What happened? He wouldn't look at me. His eyes were fixed on a swirl in the carpet.
He's begun the transformation,
the man said.
Now it's your turn.
The man and I helped Preston onto a chair and gave him some water. Preston still wouldn't look at me. He kept his eyes to the ground, his face shifting between exhaustion and relief. I wanted to talk to him, but the man wouldn't let me. Every time I tried to speak, he stood in front of me and reminded me of the process. Once Preston regained his breath, the man turned to me.
You ready, dear?
Was I ready? No. Nope. Definitely not. I felt sick. My arms tingled. I wanted to close my eyes and teleport to anywhere else on Earth. I'd felt like this a few times. One time, on the first day in a new school, I was so nervous I threw up in my backpack. No one saw, so I just walked around with a bag of puke all day. That's how I felt now. But I knew I had to do it. I don't know why I knew that. I just did. The man led me inside and motioned for me to sit in the chair. There was a small puddle of what I hoped was sweat on it. I sat anyway. The man looked down at me. It was a long, uncomfortable stare. He was looking at my hair.
I like the buzz cut,
he said. I nodded, but he didn't look away.
Did you do that yourself?
I did, I said.
Why?
I didn't want to get into the ghost cat dog killer or my mom is a controlling psycho story, so I kept it simple. It's a new me, I said. The man smiled in the dark room. I could only see his teeth and the whites of his eyes.
Change is scary,
He said, "Definitely."
but happiness and fear are two sides of the same coin.
"Sure, right," I said, my voice starting to shake. "Thanks." The man laughed, then turned his attention to the videos. He scanned them for a moment, then made his selection. He popped the VHS out of its case and slipped it into the TV.
Don't leave until it's over,
He said. My heart fluttered. "What if something goes wrong?" I asked.
even if something feels wrong.
He said.
It's probably right.
I didn't know what that meant. All I knew was that it didn't sound good. When the man closed the door, the room got darker. I waved my hand in front of my face. I couldn't see it. It stayed like that for a few seconds. Then, the screen flashed. It started as static. Black and white lines chasing each other up and down the glass. It sounded like a bunch of bugs. Maybe the TV is broken. Maybe it won't work for me. Maybe they're playing a trick on me. I should go out. I should go get the man and tell him it's over, that I'm done, that I'm just not cut out for the happy corner. Yes, good idea, Emma. Just as I stood up, the image changed. I saw my reflection, but it wasn't a normal reflection. I saw myself sitting in the room, but it was as if I was being filmed. The camera zoomed in on me. It went closer and closer to my body, then my face, then my eyes. It got so close that, eventually, I couldn't see. My eyes and the screen became one. Then I was gone. I opened my eyes. It was bright and sunny. I was standing in the middle of a cul-de-sac, surrounded by houses. Neighbors watered their plants and pushed their kids on bikes. One of them waved to me. It was a man with his daughter. I didn't wave back. After a moment, I realized he wasn't waving to me at all. There was another neighbor behind me. She waved back, her face painfully bright. I knew this neighborhood. It was the one by the lake, the one with our very first house, the one I'd lived in for the longest time, up until I was 8. It was the only house I had good memories from. I turned to see if it was still there. It was, just as sleepy and homely as it has always been. Looking at it now, it hadn't changed one bit. I saw my dad's New York Yankees flag, his motorcycle in the driveway, my chalk drawings of suns and fish on the driveway. I heard a fizzing sound and looked up. Something appeared in the blue sky. They looked like massive balloons twisted in the shape of letters. They scrolled across the sky, one letter at a time. DADYSLITTLEGIRL. Daddy's Little Girl. It looked like the title sequence in a movie. And after a moment, I realized that's exactly what it was. I was inside of a movie. "Stay calm, Emma," I whispered. It didn't work. Sweat ran down my neck as I turned from house to house, looking for a clue, an escape. "Stay calm, Emma." Was this some sort of game? Riddle? Illusion? Did the man slip some sort of goggles on my head? I touched my face. Nothing was there. It was just me in this world, the real world, but not quite. Real but imagined. Real but terrifying. I ran over to the closest person. It was our old neighbor, Miss Baker. She was older than my parents, with kids who had already grown up. She was always working on her garden, and this day was no different. She was pouring water on a sunflower. It was our old neighbor, Miss Barker. "Miss Barker?" I said, running up to her. "What's going on?" She didn't look at me. I shook her arm, and the water went everywhere, but she didn't look up. She kept the same stupid, blissful smile. "Miss Barker, hello?" I shook her more. She didn't look at me. But then, as if on cue, she raised her head and looked behind me. "Hello?" She looked over my shoulder. I turned. I screamed. The man was twice my size and emanated a sound so loud my hearing cut out. It was louder than anything I'd ever heard, like 100 engines firing off at once. I couldn't see his face or eyes or body, but I knew where the sound was coming from. He was covered in thousands and thousands of bugs. I tripped back over the sunflowers and crawled away from him. Some of the bugs followed me, then retreated back to the pile. They were so loud, the loudest bugs I'd ever encountered. Their voices high-pitched and screaming, polluting the quiet neighborhood. The man didn't move. He didn't wave, he didn't talk. He just stood there, across from Miss Barker. She kept blabbering, oblivious to the monster in front of her.
How have you been, Dave?
She went on. Dave? Dave? Could it be? Dad? I said. The man stayed still. The bugs crawled in his mouth, through his eyes, across every inch of skin. Every few seconds, a cloud of them leapt off him, swirled about, and then attached onto a different section of his body. I wasn't a bug expert, but I had a small phase as a girl. These looked like cicadas. I didn't know which kind exactly, but they were as big as my thumb, with wild, flapping wings. And they were loud. It was like sticking my head in an airplane engine. I flinched. Something was in my ear. I slapped my head until the bug fell out. It crawled around, half paralyzed, in the grass. The man took a step closer to me. I stood up and walked backwards through Miss Barker's lawn. I didn't know where to go. My house was there, but I didn't know what was inside. It could have been 1,000 times worse. The man kept walking toward me. Some of the bugs swirled around Miss Barker's bob, then flew off. She didn't notice. The man wasn't moving fast, but he was definitely moving. Each step was another second I lost to escape. I looked around the neighborhood. The backyards butted against a highway. I could run deeper in the neighborhood, but that didn't solve my problem. The man said to stay until it was over. But what was over? What if over was hundreds of years away? I looked back at my house. I knew the game put me here on purpose. This was no accident. I was scared of this house because I loved it so much. I thought it was going to be the only house I ever lived in. So I put my whole heart into it. I had my heights scribbled on a door frame. Dad and I built a treehouse in the backyard. We knew all the neighbors. It was more than a house. It was my first and only home. And that's what made it so scary. It taught me how easily the things you loved could disappear. I ran up to the front door. Locked. I tried the back door. No luck. I looked back. The bug man was getting closer. I tried the windows, the garage, the cellar door, the doggy door. Nope, nope, nope. I was running out of options and time. The man was in the driveway now. The bugs were getting louder. I ran toward the backyard. Our treehouse was still there, tall and poorly built and totally mine. I ran up to the ladder and climbed. The inside of the treehouse was perfectly preserved. I had Spice Girls posters on the wall and a small library of Goosebumps books. The windows were made out of old stained glass my dad got from a church they were tearing down. Bright, colorful light filled the room as the buzzing slowly got closer. I ran my hands along the shelves and floor. I never appreciated the amount of detail Dad put into it. I thought all dads just knew how to build flawless buildings with little effort. But this was different. He hand-carved my name in the molding, along with images from my favorite childhood stories. The Three Little Pigs, Little Red Riding Hood, Goldilocks. The whole room was an homage to my imagination. And, in a way, Dad's imagination, too. A knocking threw me out of my trance. The bug sounds hadn't moved closer, but someone was here. I crawled into the corner and hugged my knees. I closed my eyes. I prayed my death would be quick. They knocked again. Then, a voice.
Emma, dear.
The voice said.
Can I come in?
It was him. I hadn't heard his voice in years, but I knew it was him. Dad?
You ran up here so fast,
he said.
Are you mad at me?
I flipped back the plywood door, and Dad popped his head up. I was thrown back by how young he looked.
In the last picture I saw of him, his hairline was receding and he had a big, ugly beard. Here, he had a small mustache and curly hair that fell to his shoulders. His smile was so bright it made my stomach hurt.
Where's Daddy's little girl running off to?
I couldn't speak. I tried to smile, but I couldn't move my face without crying. I hadn't cried in years. I forgot what it felt like.
Oh, no. Come here, dear.
He said. Dad crawled in and wiped the tears off my face. He smelled familiar, but in a sad way. It was the same way the end of summer smelled. What happened to the bugs? I asked. I peeked over the edge and looked down. There were still a few bugs circling his legs.
Bugs?
He asked. I couldn't tell if he was joking. You were covered in bugs, I said.
It happens sometimes.
He said.
Don't you ever get covered in bugs?
I shook my head. I'd never been covered in bugs. But I'd been covered in some things, I guess. In the days leading up to my suicide attempt, I felt like I was covered in a black cloth, like the light had to go through cotton to reach me. When I was in the hospital, I felt like I was covered in ice packs. I couldn't move without shivering. I don't know if that was the nerves or the fear or the medication they had me on. But bugs? I'd never been covered in bugs.
It's not so bad,
he said, rubbing my knee.
They always go away.
A few flew up and landed by my feet. They crawled around aimlessly. I don't want to be covered in bugs, I said. Dad smiled. I never thought much about his smile in those days. I always thought he was a cheery person. But now, I know he was hiding something. Those smiles weren't real. On the day he left, he packed up his clothes in a backpack and slipped on a leather jacket he just bought. I was sitting in the living room, watching him. Mom was grocery shopping. He knelt down in front of me and wrapped me in a big hug.
I gotta go,
he said. When will you be back? I asked. He leaned back, keeping his hands on my shoulders. His eyes looked strange, like they were heavier than normal.
You'll see me around,
he said.
Take care of your mom for me.
I tilted my head to the side. Dad laughed.
You look like a confused puppy,
he said.
Don't worry about me.
I wasn't worried about him. I was confused and scared and nervous. I didn't want to mow the lawn or cook dinner or have to earn money. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know how to do anything. Dad snapped his fingers in my face. I was back in the treehouse.
Earth to Emma,
he said.
Where'd you go?
Where'd you go? I asked. In the years following his disappearance, I would get an occasional letter or phone call. He always said he had to talk through 3 different towns to get a hold of us. It was true. Every time we moved, our last phone number got further and further away. Eventually, Dad stopped trying. But in the treehouse, Dad was here, just as I remembered him. He hadn't left yet.
Where did I go?
He asked. I nodded. Dad laughed.
Oh, Emma,
he said, shaking his head.
I went to the same place you went.
I tilted my head, the same way I did when I was a little girl. What do you mean? Dad leaned in and whispered.
We have the same disease, you and I.
He said.
Remember how you felt before your incident?
How did he know about my incident? Not even present-day Dad knew about it.
Remember how it felt like people couldn't see you?
He went on. I nodded.
That's because you were gone.
Dad said.
You and me, we have the disappearing disease.
But where did you physically go? I asked. You left me. You physically left me, not mentally. Where did you go? What happened? You need to tell me. Dad smiled. It made me angry. Really angry. I could feel the blood run through my arms. It pulsed through my chest and down into my legs. It was bubbling hot. Stop smiling, I said. Just tell me.
You're going there again,
he said. What?
You're starting to disappear.
Stop ignoring the question! The bugs by my feet multiplied. There was a dozen of them now, all swarming the treehouse. I tried to swat them away, but they kept coming. Make them stop! I yelled. You're gonna get covered again! It was getting louder and louder. The The buzzing filled my ear.
They're not coming for me this time.
What? I reached out to him, but I couldn't see him anymore. The bugs were on my face. I swatted at them, but they kept coming. First a few, then dozens, then hundreds. I opened my mouth to yell, but I couldn't. As soon as I did, the bugs flew inside. I gasped and bit for air. One exploded in my mouth, a bitter goo falling down my throat, the crunchy shell piercing my gums. I tried to spit it out, but more flew in. I punched, I kicked. They kept covering me more and more and more until it was total darkness, total screaming, total creepy, crawly sensation. My dad's voice somehow made it through the ringing.
Just relax.
The bugs were making a home in my skin. I tried to swat them away, but it was useless. I tried to stand, but that was useless too. I might have been on my feet, but I couldn't tell. My balance felt different. I took a step forward. If I made it to the ladder, I could climb down, and then maybe the bugs would leave. Maybe I would find the end of the game. More than anything, I was desperate to get them off of me. I was desperate to get home. My foot hit the first rung. I swung my arm, searching for something to grab onto. I grabbed a shelf. I took another step. But this time, there was nothing to land on. My center of gravity tipped backward. I was falling, fast. I was waiting for the impact, for death, for my head to explode as it hit the grass, for the bugs to find their opening and crawl through my wounds, to become me, to overtake me, to make me one of them. Just before I hit the ground, a few bugs cleared from my face. I looked up. Dad was still in the treehouse, looking down at me. He was smiling, totally free of bugs. I hated the way his lips curled, the way his eyes brightened, the way his teeth shined. Every bug he shed, I gained. Just as I felt the ground hit my back, everything went dark. I landed on my hands and knees outside the happy corner door. I gasped and spit for air. The bugs were gone. The sour taste was gone. I could breathe again. Preston ran up to me with a glass of water. He laughed as he rubbed my back. He told me to drink. The owner of the store was standing behind him, leaning on an end cap with his arms crossed over his chest. He was laughing too. What was so funny? Why were they so happy?
Crazy in there, right?
Preston said. I took the water and chugged. When it was empty, I tossed it on the carpet and crawled away from him. I kept rubbing my arms, checking for cicadas. When I opened my eyes, I saw the world again. It lingered in my brain. I tried not to blink.
You're safe now,
Preston said. I didn't believe him. How could I? How could an old TV do something so powerful, then just stop? It wasn't over. I don't know how I knew it, but I did. Whatever power existed in that box was just beginning. I looked up at the video store owner. He was smiling. I wanted to grab the corners of his mouth and pull until his face ripped off. I'm a kid! I screamed. How could you do that to me? Preston backed up. I'd never heard my voice get so loud. I felt like my stomach was tearing open and a dark power was bubbling to the surface. The man knelt down to my level. His face didn't change. My power was useless against his. His voice was soft, but forceful.
When you're lying in your bed tonight, I want you to think about the place you went,
he said.
Then, I want you to look around your room. I guarantee you it will be the happiest moment of your entire life.
I crawled away from him. I didn't care about his little theories. I didn't care about the happy corner or Preston or the stupid town. I just wanted to get home. I just wanted to see my mom. I wanted to bury my head in my bed and count the seconds until we moved on to our next town, one with less demons and witches and murdering ghost cats and haunted video stores. I stood up and walked down the next aisle toward the exit. Preston ran up and grabbed my arm. I shook him off of me. Don't follow me, I said. Preston took a step back. He tried to wipe the smile off his face, but it sprung back.
I'm sorry, Emma. Really, I don't know.
You don't know what? I turned toward him. He couldn't stop smiling. Tell me, I said. What don't you know? I thought you knew everything, every perfect word, every person's thoughts. So please, enlighten me. What don't you know?
Preston raised his hands in surrender. He wouldn't look me in the eyes. He kept them down on the candy bars.
I've never felt like this before.
He said.
I don't know.
Happy?
Yes.
He said.
This happy with you, with this place, with everything. I don't want you to be mad at me.
I just need a minute, I said. Maybe I'll see you around town. I turned and walked out the door. Outside, the air was thick and humid. Summer was coming over the hills. The sun bright and painful. I couldn't make it a few steps without hearing a bug. Every time I did, I punched the air. As I made it to the end of the parking lot, a familiar car ripped up the road. It was Mom. She pulled up in front of me and rolled down the window. "There's my delinquent," she said. I rolled my eyes and kept walking. But just as I did, I felt deep dread. Something was different about her. I stepped back and looked again. No. "Mom," I said, "why are you wearing that shirt?" "Oh, now you're so curious about my life?" "Mom," I repeated, "why are you wearing that shirt?" Mom grabbed the Tapehead Video logo from her green polo and lifted it toward me. "Marjorie and her brother own the place," she said. "She hired me this morning." "That's Marjorie's brother?" "They're such a nice family," Mom said. "They've really helped us out." "You can't work there," I said. "Oh?" Mom said, leaning toward me. "Miss Independent wants to tell other people how to live their lives. How interesting." "Mom, you can't work there," I said. "It's a bad place. The man will seem one way, but it is actually—" "Oh, by the way," Mom said, checking her makeup in the mirror. "Marjorie's dog got hit by a car last night. She asked if you saw anyone drive off. I told her you did a little late-night exploring and might have seen something." I had too many thoughts. I was seconds away from crying or screaming or kicking Mom's car. I walked away as Mom kept talking. She yelled that I was a brat, then drove off. I walked home, climbed the stairs, then plopped right onto the bed. The sun was still high in the sky, my walls nearly sweating from the humidity. I inspected my surroundings. All of the previous night's damage disappeared, as if the walls soaked it up like a sponge. I rubbed my temples and tried to keep my eyes open for as long as possible. Every time I closed them, I saw it. The treehouse, the bugs, my dad's stupid face. I didn't want to remember that dad. I wanted to remember who he really was. I got up and searched through my boxes. Dad's picture was packed away with my old school folders. I pulled it out and stared at him. The real him. An old neighbor printed it off a mugshot website. She kept pressing my mom to talk about her ex-husband, then searched online until she found a picture of him. She printed it out and left it on our doorstep, as if we'd been searching for him too. Apparently, he was drunk in a biker bar in South Dakota and punched an off-duty cop. His face was bloated and sad, never quite looking at the camera. I laid the picture on my chest and stared at the ceiling. As I did, I heard a familiar sound on the floorboards. Lisa, the ghost cat, was back. But this time, I wasn't scared by her. In fact, I was happy. Stupid happy. Happier than I had ever been. I held Dad to my chest and listened to the soft sound of Lisa's paws. I started laughing. I couldn't stop. Each new breath was a wildfire of gasps and cackles and tears. Bright feelings clawed out of my stomach and infected every nerve, every organ, every particle. As I remembered the bugs and the treehouse, I felt incredible. I was safe. I was bug-free. I was back in the real world. I kept laughing as the sun slowly set. At some point, I fell asleep, my mouth open and lips stretched in a smile. My fingers were sticky from the kettle corn. I tried to wipe the sugar off on my pants, but it seemed to travel further up my arm, moving like an invisible wave of syrup spiders. I looked down at the rest of the bag Preston brought me. It was the length of my entire body. I felt a rush of paranoia. There was no reason to be nervous. The sun was bright and warm. I was at a carnival. People were smiling. Kids screeched on the rides. But for some reason, I got a bad feeling. Twin Pines seemed to bring that out of me.
Well, how's your popcorn?
Preston asked. I smiled, but didn't say anything. I don't know why he brought me this kettle corn. In fact, he didn't just buy me kettle corn. He picked out the biggest bag they had. Maybe he felt bad for bringing me to the video store last week. Maybe he thought I was still upset. In his defense, I had been ignoring him ever since. When I got home that night, I vowed to avoid him at all costs. I blamed him for the horrible time I had in there. I knew it wasn't his fault, but he wasn't totally blameless. When he came out of that room, he could have at least warned me. For the week following, he came to my house every day. He threw rocks at my window. He bugged Mom at work. Each time, I ignored him, even though I had exactly 0 friends. I didn't want my only friend to be a cigarette-smoking, half-psychic psycho. Still, when I watched the carnival trucks come into town, I felt sad. Every morning, I had the uncontrollable urge to dig my face in my pillow and cry. I was what the experts call lonely. So, when he came to my house this morning, I went downstairs and said hello. He looked at me and smiled.
Carnival?
He asked. I could tell he was trying to stay casual. I guess he didn't want to look as rejected as he felt. Sure, I said. Mom walked out of the kitchen and looked at me for a moment. She was in her tape-head video polo. For the last week, we'd been waging a silent war. We weren't exactly buddy-buddy, but I like to think she liked how much I'd been staying home. We ate dinner in silence, but we weren't arguing. We'd chew and stare out the window and listen to the low sound of the TV in the background. But as I passed her to go with Preston, she sighed a disappointed sound. What about taking it easy tonight? She said. We could watch a movie. There was a warmth in her voice, but I didn't exactly trust it. I smiled and waved goodbye. I'll be home later, I said. As I walked out the door, I heard her toss her coffee mug into the sink. Don't punish me for being nice, she snapped, then disappeared into the kitchen.
Hello?
Preston asked, nudging me with his elbow. I shook myself into the present. What?
I asked if you'd like popcorn.
He said. Yeah, for sure, I said, sucking the sugar off my fingers before shoving another handful into my face. He laughed.
Are you gonna eat it all just so I can't have a bite?
Again, I nodded. We were standing by the entrance of the carnival, the swarms of out-of-towners rushing by. I had never seen so many people in Twin Pines before. From what Preston explained on the walk over, the Twin Pines Carnival was a bit infamous around these parts.
Every year, a kid goes missing,
he said. We were walking down Main Street when he told me. I looked up at the distant attractions. I could see the Circle of Fire ride above the tree line. Missing?
Yep, and for whatever reason, each year the carnival gets more popular.
As we walked, I watched the traffic back up. There must have been 100 cars. The eager family sat in a long line between Main Street and the fairgrounds. Although fairgrounds was a bit generous. It was a big square carved in a cornfield. That's not real though, right? I asked. There's no way a kid actually goes missing every year. Preston bit off a fingernail and spit it into the grass.
Oh, it's real.
Every year?
For the last 5 years, yeah. I mean, I guess technically it could have happened after the fair, or on the ride home, or back at their houses. No one really knows, right? Parents could be killing their kids and using the carnival as an excuse, but either way, the police report always goes back to the fair.
I kept my attention on the cars. If I'd looked at Preston, I might start to believe his stupid urban legend. I already had enough things to be paranoid about. As the sun baked down on the cars, the carnival came more into view. It looked innocent enough, no different than the dozen other carnivals I'd been to in my life. Every once in a while, someone would honk or yell out their window or toss trash by our feet. Preston would flip them off and yell that the earth was dying, which made the kids laugh. I didn't engage with them the way he did. Instead, I quietly stared at the happy families, the kids bouncing on the back seats, the moms smoking cigarettes, the dads blasting sports radios. Did they know they were inching toward their doom? Or was that a part of the thrill? "So, you're not nervous about getting abducted?" I asked. Preston paused for a moment. Screams echoed in the distance. I could see more of the roller coasters now. They rose above the trees like abandoned monsters. I watched one of the roller coasters as its flimsy cart peeked over a drop. A dozen sets of hands raised in the air.
There's probably, 1,000 people that come here every year? Maybe 2,000? That's pretty good odds. That's not much more dangerous than dying on a roller coaster.
"I guess," I said. As much as I wanted to believe him, I knew the math wasn't on our side. Out of the hundreds of carnivals that happen every summer and the thousands and thousands of people who attend them, how many people really died on the roller coasters? 1 in a million? That didn't make me nervous. But 1 in 1,000 chance of vanishing into thin air? That made me a little nervous. I finished a quarter of the kettle corn before giving up. I offered Preston the rest in solidarity, but he said no. He pointed to his incredibly thin stomach, as if the popcorn would somehow ruin his perfect shape. I rolled my eyes and threw the rest in the trash. As we walked through the crowd, I marveled at how alive our sleepy town had become. Food stands smoked, scents of fat and salt wafted in the air. Carnival games rang with shouts of winners and losers, of pop balloons and squirting guns. Kids screamed as rides rose and descended, twisted and turned, shook and spun. Everything was bright and sweet. As we navigated the happy chaos, my paranoia slowly left. From the looks on everyone's smiling faces, no kids had been abducted yet. But, as always, my good feeling didn't last long. I recognized her instantly. Her short hair and dark eyes and curved posture. She was outside the carousel ride in a ticket-taker uniform. Even though her shirt was bright yellow, there was a darkness to her, a morning fog. I tried to ignore her, but she saw me right away. It was like she'd been watching me since I first walked in. "Emma," Marjorie said. "Thank you for coming to my carnival." I stopped walking and looked around. "Your carnival?" "I organize it, yes," she said. "Just one of my many ventures." She spoke with a strict matter-of-factness, like she was a school principal. "That's so cool," I said, starting to walk away. "Well, it's good to see you." She reached out and grabbed my shoulder. Her hand was cold, even through my shirt. The chill ran through my body. "You don't know what happened to my dog, do you?" "Sorry? A few weeks ago, my dog was murdered," she said. "Your mom says you were out that night. You don't know anything about it, though, do you?" I closed my eyes, tried to look like I was remembering something, even though the memory was fresh in my mind. The dead dog was in the middle of the road. I saw its closed eyes, its empty frown, its matted fur. "Yeah, I was out that night, yeah," I said. "I needed some air, and maybe saw something. But, I didn't want to pry, and what do they say? Tall walls make good neighbors. People say that, right?" A group of kids passed Marjorie their tickets, but she kept her eyes on me the whole time. The edge of her smirk curled up. She knew something. I looked at Preston. He was staring at her, his eyes squinted.
"Hey, Emma,"
he said.
"I had way too much popcorn, and I think I'm gonna be sick. Can you come with me to the bathroom?"
Marjorie kept her gaze on me. "Go help your friend," she said. "And if you remember anything, you know where to find me. I know where to find you, too." "We should probably go," I said, elbowing Preston. "Come on." "Oh, before you go," Marjorie said, pulling something out of her pocket. It was 2 tickets. "Come back to the carousel later. First ride's on me. I don't want any tall walls between us." Preston tugged my shirt, and I followed him, stuffing the tickets into my pocket. Once we got out of earshot, he put his hands on my shoulders and stopped me.
"Who is that woman?"
he asked. I hadn't seen him look this way before. Sweat ran down his forehead. "My neighbor," I said. He nodded, working to catch his breath. "Did you hear something?" I asked. Preston's gift wasn't something we really talked about. I knew it was there, lingering in the periphery like a nosy neighbor. But looking at his eyes, I knew it had flared. He heard something.
"Yes, and no, I don't know. It was like, I don't know how to explain it. She said something to me. She talked to me."
"Talked to you?" He rubbed his temples and winced.
"Yes."
"What did she say?" Preston chewed on his fingertips. People were looking at us.
"She said, hello."
I laughed. Of all the horrible curses and omens and death threats, of all the shadowy creatures Marjorie could have summoned, she said, "Hello? That's it?" I asked. Before he could respond, something knocked me off my feet. I collapsed into Preston, who grabbed me before I hit the ground. As he got me back on my feet, I looked to see the idiot kid who hit me. But it wasn't a kid. It was a full-grown man. The man was twice my size, with a shiny bald head. He stood up and slapped the dust off his pants. As soon as he did, he balled them back into fists. "Excuse me," I said. He didn't turn back to apologize. Instead, he moved toward a small crowd and pumped his chest. They had their hands up in surrender, except for one. One of the men was looking right at the bald man, his chest just as wide. He had thinning gray hair and angry, beady eyes.
"Don't put your hands on me,"
the gray-haired man said.
"Stop spouting this shit. You're scaring the kids. They need to be scared. No one needs your conspiracy bullshit. My son is..."
The gray-haired man didn't finish. He leapt toward the barrel-chested bald guy, his fist wound up. As the man's knuckles collided with the other's face, people gasped and swarmed. The crowd of parents descended on the bald guy, which caused bystanders to jump in. Within a moment, dozens of people had formed a circle around the grown men. People screamed, teenagers cheered, food vendors laughed and threw French fries at the brawl. Preston wrapped me in a hug and pulled me away. As we glided away from the madness, a woman ran up to me and shoved a flyer into my hands. Preston tried to shoo her away, but I took it anyway. She was from the original group of parents, the ones the bald guy was attacking. She had big, sad eyes. As I took her flyer, she stared at me, her mouth moving in a strange way, like she was eating the air. Security guards ran beside us, pushing the woman back into the swarm. I kept looking at her. There was something tragic about her. Her yellow teeth, the veins around her eyes, the way her mouth never settled on a sentence. As she moved further from me, it felt like she was sinking, like she was drowning in midair, like her world was unsuitable for human life. Preston pulled me to an opening, but our small refuge was closing in. Around us, people ran to join the fight. They were mad with excitement, like the fight was another attraction.
"Let's get out of here,"
Preston said. I looked ahead. The exit was a long way away. I felt like everything was closing in, like the carnival was going to swallow me whole. I stuffed the woman's flyer in my pocket, and when I did, I felt something else. Marjorie's tickets. "I know where we can get some space," I said. I took Preston's hand and led him toward the carousel. As I saw the spinning vessel, Marjorie was standing in front of it. looking right at me. She didn't look surprised. In fact, she looked very pleased. "I had a feeling you'd be back," she said. I didn't look at her. When I handed her the ticket, she grabbed them with both of her hands. I felt the cold coming off of her. "Have fun," she said. I pushed past her and ascended the ramp, pulling Preston behind me. We were the only 2 people on the ride. As we searched the plastic horses for our steeds, I studied their eyes. They were frozen, staring off into the carnival, paralyzed in a flash of excitement. While they charged toward nothing, I noticed a painting on the center of the carousel. The faded portrait showed scenes of cheering children. There was something off about their faces, though. Their arms raised in celebration, but their faces were stoic, the muscles totally still. If it wasn't for their flailing arms, they almost looked dead. Preston settled on a pink and purple unicorn. I jumped on the one beside it, a white horse with black spots, a sort of horse cow.
"Well, that was chaotic,"
Preston said, looking back at the brawl. It was starting to settle down. The group of flyer-wielding parents were being escorted out of the park. Seriously.
"What were they selling?"
He pointed at the flyer in my pocket. I pulled it out, and as I unfolded it, 5 faces greeted me. They were all children, 3 boys and 2 girls. They looked younger than us, ranging between 6 and 12. The top of the page read, "Have you seen me?" in big, bold letters. I handed it to Preston. As he studied it, I looked back at the painting. I couldn't get past the kids' faces. How did the artist capture such a distant stare? How did he or she find subjects with looks of such disassociation?
"Yeah, these are the missing kids,"
Preston said. "That's sad," I said, but I wasn't really listening. I couldn't stop looking at the painting. At first, I thought it was a big crowd of children, but that wasn't right. The painting repeated the same panel as it went around the carousel. In reality, the scene consisted of the same 5 children. 3 boys, 2 girls. Marjorie's voice came over the loudspeaker.
Take off in 3, 2, and...
The ride jolted to life. Preston let go of the flyer and grabbed onto the unicorn's horn. I watched the paper fly in the breeze before drifting into a collection of old metal gates. I tried to breathe, but my mind was racing. 3 boys, 2 girls. It was a coincidence, sure, but as I learned from my time in Twin Pines, this town had very few coincidences. As we moved in the circle, music came over the loudspeaker. It was an old-timey carnival song, a man singing in a strange voice backed by a stand-up bass and twangy guitar. We kept moving in our circle. The people outside grew blurry. I looked over to Preston. He was smiling, as if to comfort me.
"You're white as a ghost. You okay?"
I nodded. I didn't realize I looked as unsettled as I felt. It wasn't just the music, or Marjorie, or the strange paintings on the wall. There was another gloom taking over, a cold wind blowing. "Maybe I should get off," I said. The music got louder. Preston nodded, but I don't think he heard me. "Did you hear me?" I yelled.
"What?"
My hands were slippery with sweat. I tried to keep a grip on the handle, but I was slipping. I looked over to Marjorie, but it was hard to make her out amongst the blurs. Carousels weren't supposed to be this fast. It felt like I was riding a real horse. I waved to Marjorie again. Nothing. I needed this ride to stop. If it didn't, I was going to spew the kettle. Even the thought of the kettle corn made me... Stop the... I swallowed a wave of puke. Oh no. Here it comes. I closed my eyes and tried to picture stable ground, but everything was spinning, even my thoughts. I needed Marjorie to see me. Maybe if she saw someone getting off their horse, she would stop the ride. It wasn't my brightest idea, but I was running out of options. One more rotation and the puke wouldn't stay down. I leapt off the cow horse and landed on the platform. I kept my hand on the handle as my center of gravity fought to adjust. I waved my arm again. Marjorie! I swallowed another wave of puke. I kept waving my arms, but nothing. I turned to look at Preston. He had become a blur too. Somehow, the painting on the wall was crystal clear. The cheering children were still as ever. I took a step toward Marjorie. The music grew to a new high. I could feel it in my eyes. I waved to Marjorie again. Still no response. I knew I couldn't get her attention so far anyway. I needed to move toward her. I looked back at my hand. Beyond every bit of instinct, I released my grip. My plan instantly backfired. Within a second, my balance folded. As I fell backward, I reached again for the handle, but it was gone. I was falling back toward the platform, the speed increasing another notch. As I hit the middle platform, I slid away from my horse. I screamed, but it was useless. I was gliding at a terrifying speed, a speed unfit for humans. If I hit the ground at this speed, my bones would snap like popsicle sticks. I couldn't feel the platform anymore. I was airborne. Next stop was the ground, 10 feet below the platform. I closed my eyes and braced for impact. But when I opened my eyes, my bones weren't shattered. My head wasn't split open. My body wasn't twisted like a rag doll. I was fine, perfectly fine even, maybe better than before. My nausea was gone, and the sweet, sickly taste of the kettle corn was off my lips. I was on my way back beside the carousel, which had rolled to a stop. I stared up at the sky. The sun had lowered behind the trees, leaving a cotton candy streak across the clouds. The air was cool, and the carnival was quiet. I sat up and looked. Everyone was gone. I stood up and walked down the carnival's main drag. The sizzle of hot dogs and smell of smoke were gone. The rickety roll of coasters had vanished. The parents of the missing children weren't handing out flyers. Even Marjorie was gone. It was just me and the shells of the day's fun, massive, unmanned machines, and the breeze whistling through the metal. I turned in a circle as I called out,
Preston? Hello? Are you there?
I walked down the torn-up cornfield as I yelled. I rubbed my temples. It felt like I had a concussion. Everything had a blur to it, like I was looking at it through a glass of water. As I walked, I noticed something in the distance. It was an animal, small and scraggly, running across my path. It scurried between the booths, glancing back at me as it hid behind a funnel cake cart. It had black fur and an arched back. I ran over to get a better look. When I found it, it was hiding behind the wheel, staring up at me. I recognized it right away. Lisa kept her eyes on me as she backed away. I reached out to pet her, but she hissed, her eyes wild. Her frail body began to shake, but I couldn't tell if it was from anger or fear. Her collar jingled in the wind. Lisa, it's me, I said. Emma, I'm the one who found you the other night. After seeing her so large and violent, then so small and dead, her normal, living state struck me as the most odd. I didn't understand how something could travel between such drastic states of being. She was ice, then water, then vapor, her atoms colliding in violent, magical ways. I leaned down again to try to pet her, but this time she ran off. I stood up and looked around for more signs of life. Freaking out won't help, I said. I started to hyperventilate. Just stay calm. I listened to my voice. It sounded strange. I turned back to the carousel. They appeared out of thin air. Preston was walking off the ride, turning side to side, calling my name. Marjorie was standing by the entrance. She acted like she couldn't hear him. Her expression was perfectly still, unfazed.
Hey, it's me. Hello.
I yelled, running over. Marjorie glanced at me for a moment, then looked back at Preston. He had an aurora around him, a sort of pink cloud. It was like looking at someone through a kaleidoscope.
Where's Emma?
He asked Marjorie. I tried to grab his shoulders, and my hands went right through him.
Where's who?
Marjorie asked. I looked at her. Again, she looked at me for a moment, then back to Preston. She saw me. I know she did.
What did you do to me?
I asked her.
You saw us go on the ride together,
Preston said.
She said she was feeling sick, and all of a sudden she was gone.
Well, maybe you should check the bathrooms,
Marjorie said. I stared at her, scrunching my face to look as mean as possible. I knew she saw me. I could tell in the way she talked, like a parent lying about Santa Claus. It was in the way she smiled, too, the edge of her mouth curled ever so slightly, subtle as the serif on the edge of a curse word. You can see me, I said. Marjorie didn't look over.
Hello? I know you see me! Hello, hello, hello!
Stop doing that!
Preston yelled. He moved back and put his hands around his head. He was in pain. Preston? I lowered myself to match his eyes. He still didn't see me.
Preston, hello! It's me! You need to help me! Are you having a headache?
Marjorie asked, stepping closer to him. Preston looked up at her. His eyes narrowed.
How are you doing that?
He asked.
Doing what?
Preston, listen, I said. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello? Stop it! You're in my head! Stop!
He yelled.
I'm sorry,
Marjorie said. She reached out to him, and he jumped away from her.
Hello? It's me, Preston! Hello, hello!
I yelled. He stumbled back and collapsed. As he lay on the ground, the dirt beside him kicked up. There were footprints beside him. He was looking up at the air. Somehow the air picked him back up.
He's having some sort of episode,
Marjorie said to the empty space.
Maybe we should call an ambulance.
Preston looked around him. He pushed at the invisible people of the other world, the world I was no longer a part of. As he ran away from me, the dirt kicked up in his wake, like the air was chasing him. After a moment of running, he vanished. I kept my back to Marjorie for a moment. Everything grew quiet again. All I heard were her long, deep breaths.
What did you do to me?
I asked. I turned to face her. She looked at me and smiled, the space around her pupils filled with a dark color, mud spilling into water.
You seem to think this is a game, she whispered. Lucky for you, I like games.
Her voice dropped an octave. I felt it in my stomach. What? I asked. I stepped away from her. Marjorie laughed. It rumbled through the ground, shaking the machines as it filled every sound molecule. I kept moving away from her. Then I turned around and started to run. The sound of her laughter filled my brain. I couldn't escape it. It flooded every nerve ending. As I ran, the distance between us stayed the same. I pumped my arms and legs, but I wasn't moving. It was like running in a dream. When I exhausted myself, I fell to the ground. I turned and looked up at her. Somehow she'd grown taller. It wasn't much taller, just a few inches, but it was enough to scare me.
Why are you doing this to me?
I asked. Marjorie took a step closer. She was standing over me now, her ticket-taker shirt flapping in the wind.
Have you ever seen a cat play with a mouse before it dies?
She asked.
What? It will toss it in the air or run with it in its mouth. Those cats are strong, you know. If it wanted to, it could kill that mouse in an instant. But it doesn't. Do you know why?
In the distance, the sun fell below the trees. Dark clouds took its place, filling the sky like a gray wave. The temperature dropped.
I just want to go home,
I said. I wanted to cry, but I held it in. I didn't want her to have my fear. I bit my lip and looked her in the eyes.
It doesn't kill the mouse because it wants to hold on to its feeling of power.
And power only exists when something else is suffering, she said. Mouse dies, power dies.
The clouds moved quickly over the carnival. Rain fell into the dirt. The bright summer day shifted to something out of late October. Marjorie smiled down at me as her head slowly shifted to a long, oval shape. Her teeth were gray and worn down, almost fang-like. I imagined myself inside of her mouth, whirling and kicking and begging to be free. Marjorie smiled down at me as her head slowly shifted.
Our cat and mouse game's just beginning,
she said, leaning down to touch my arm. She was nearly growling.
But don't be sad. Sometimes, against all odds, the mouse wins.
Behind her, a small group emerged from the shadows of the machines. There were 5 of them. They were short and weak-looking, their bodies half the size of mine. As they walked closer, I began to recognize them. There were 3 boys and 2 girls. The children formed a half-circle behind Marjorie. They were looking down at me in the dirt, their heads slightly turned to the side.
Does she get a turn at the dart game?
One of the boys asked. I studied them as they studied me. The 2 girls were holding hands. One had bright, red hair, and the other blonde. They were equally pale, like they hadn't been outside in years. The redhead was smiling at me, overly excited. The blonde girl kept her eyes on the dirt. They were no older than 6 or 7. As for the boys, they kept to their own pack, taking turns poking each other. The oldest of the bunch was a little younger than me, probably 12 or so. He was twice as tall as the other boys, flaunting his height in the way he looked down on them. The other boys were younger, 6 or 7 as well. One of them had a shaved head and crystal blue eyes. The last boy was the shortest of everyone, with pudgy arms and a baby face. He, like the blonde girl, kept his eyes on the dirt. The tall boy spoke again.
It's only fair she gets to play. We all got one turn.
Marjorie turned back and raised her hand. The kid seemed to shrink in size. The tall boy's confidence folded in half.
Speak when spoken to, children. Don't be rude.
Sorry, Miss Marjorie,
the boy said. The kids moved closer together. The girls extended their hands to the boys, who grabbed them instantly. They acted like a single, frightened creature, a beast with 5 heads.
What's the game?
I asked. Marjorie looked down at me.
Stand up,
she ordered. I did as I was told. As I stood, she stepped closer to me. Somehow, she kept growing in height. I was shorter than her chin now.
The game,
she said, laughing. She put her finger in her mouth and bit down on it. She wiggled it around, mimicking the screams of a trapped mouse. Then she opened her mouth. The finger mouse scurried off, flailing with the rest of her fingers as she moved her hand toward the sky.
The rules are simple,
she said.
Hit the right balloon, and you go free. Hit the wrong balloon, and, well...
She peered back at the 5 children, then leaned toward me, whispering in my ear.
Hit the wrong balloon, and you better get real comfortable here.
I looked up at her face, which had continued to morph. She looked like a painting recovered from a flooded basement. Her features shrank in some places, but expanded in others. The Marjorie I'd been seeing was a mask. Something was waiting underneath. I lifted my chin and looked her in the eyes.
Okay,
I said.
I want to play.
Before the word got out, Marjorie snapped her fingers and everything changed. I was in front of a carnival game on the far side of the fairgrounds. The kids were behind me, huddled together in excitement. Marjorie stood beside them, foreboding as a schoolteacher. They all watched me.
Breathe, aim, and throw. Use your head. 1 dart, 1 chance, she said. Good luck.
What are the rules? I asked.
Breathe, aim, and throw. Use your head. 1 dart, 1 chance,
she said again. I looked at the kids. They nodded in agreement.
You gotta hit the right balloon.
One of the girls said.
You don't know which is right, though. We all got it wrong.
I turned back to the game. There were 10 balloons sprawled across the board, all ranging in color. None of the colors repeated, and the sizes ranged from balloon to balloon. I picked the dart up off the table and aimed it at the board. I pointed the metal tip at each balloon. I was waiting for some kind of indicator, a change of the wind, a flash of light, a tremble through the ground. But as I made it from balloon to balloon, nothing changed. They all seemed to be the same. I turned back to Marjorie. "Can I get a hint?" I asked. Marjorie took a step toward me. She sighed in frustration. I could smell her breath. It was rotten, but covered up with something sweet. It reminded me of the kettle corn.
You have such a strong feeling on right and wrong,
Marjorie said.
So, which of these balloons is wrong?
I looked back at them. They all looked like normal balloons. Nothing distinguished one from the next.
I don't know. Your time is running out.
What?
Breathe, aim, and throw. Use your head,
she said. I lifted the dart and aimed it at the wall. I could just throw it. It wouldn't be past Marjorie to ruin my life based on chance. But I knew there was more to her than that. This was a game, after all. What fun would her torture be if, when it was over, she couldn't rub the answer in my face?
I'm bored.
You're bored?
30 seconds.
That's not fair. Marjorie lifted the invisible mouse and dropped it into her mouth. She laughed as she chewed on the air.
25 seconds now.
I looked back at the board. What did she say? What clues did I have? Breathe, aim, and throw. Use your head. 1 dart, 1 chance. Breathe, aim, and throw. Use your head. 1 dart, 1 chance. What did she mean by breathe? I let out a long exhale. Marjorie laughed. The balloons stayed the same.
You're missing the point.
What? Marjorie kept laughing.
20 seconds.
I was missing the point. How was I missing the point? What was the point of her little game? To show me how weak I was? To have fun at my demise? What was the point? No matter how much I tried, I'd always be weaker than her, or was there another point? Was there a point? I looked down at the dart. On the center of the metal point, there was a hole. It was the tiniest hole I'd ever seen. But it was a hole. Maybe a thread could go through, but even that was a stretch. I thought through the rest of the riddle. Breathe, aim, and throw. Use your head. 1 dart, 1 chance. Breathe.
15 seconds.
I brought the dart to my lips. As I breathed into the hole, nothing happened at first. But then I noticed something. The balloons on the board got bigger. I kept blowing, and they got bigger. But the bigger they got, the more they changed. The colors took on more colors, then lines, then shades, then faces. They were indistinguishable at first, but slowly the features took shape. Mouths and eyes stretched to life, looking at me with grimaces of pain, like their bones were squished to the balloon size.
10 seconds.
I kept breathing into the dart as the kids behind me cheered. I looked back at Marjorie. She didn't give anything away. Her smile was perfectly still. When I couldn't blow into the dart any longer, I looked at the faces. They were recognizable now. A shiver ran down my spine. My mom's face was in the top left corner. Her mouth twisted into a look of horror. Her eyes never settled on me, but focused behind me on the other kids. Her gaze was lifeless. I looked at the other faces. Dad was there too, looking half dead. He was chewing on his lip with the lazy focus of a cow. Preston was there too, as was Marjorie,
And the hippie parents, and the boy, and the video store man. Their faces continued to change. The stares became more alive, like animals waking in time for slaughter. I lifted the dart and aimed at each one.
You'll never save yourself.
Marjorie barked. Her voice is 2 octaves lower than normal.
You're weak. You've always been weak. Weak little girl.
I moved the dart across each face. Each one yelled something new at me. Coward. Freak. Loser. You should have went through with it. Everyone hates you.
Hurry up!
One of the kids yelled.
7.
Marjorie said. I studied the balloons, my palms now sweating. None of these looked more wrong than the others. They were all bad in their own way, so which one of these was the wrong balloon? It didn't make sense. I thought back to Marjorie's hints. Breathe, aim, and throw. Use your head. 1 dart, 1 chance. Breathe, check, aim, and throw. I couldn't yet, not until I knew where to throw it. As the balloon heads kept taunting me, Marjorie continued to count.
6.
Use your head. 1 dart, 1 chance. Use your head. Use your head. I lifted my hand to my face. As I made contact, I jumped. My face didn't feel right. I touched it again. My skin was sticky. When I ran my finger down my cheek, it made a squeak sound. I recognized the texture, but I couldn't quite name it. It wasn't quite kettle corn sticky, but it was close. Use your head. Use your head. I kept touching my face.
5.
Just throw the dart!
A girl yelled. I aimed the dart at the balloons. I didn't have time to think, or use my head, or whatever that meant. I just had to throw. Unless Marjorie meant to... I touched my face again. I realized what the texture was.
4.
I flicked the side of my face and heard a hollow pop. My head flung to the side and then bounced right back. I did it again, just as before. My head flew down into my shoulder and then popped up. Use my head. My head was a balloon. But that meant I would have to.
3.
I looked down at the dart's point. The metal glistened in the dull carnival light. I knew this was going to hurt. Really hurt. Maybe hurt more than anything I'd ever felt before. But what was my alternative? Be stuck with Marjorie in the other place forever? I imagined that forever. I smelled its stench, saw its endless light, felt its endless dark. I pictured my skin taut and preserved like a pickle in a jar, the glass gathering dust. I saw Mom's pain, her doubled-over body, my funeral filled with pictures and flowers. Preston was there, slapping himself in the face, his guilt too heavy to handle.
2.
Marjorie would be there too, smiling that same stupid smile. It made me angry, really angry. But my anger only made Marjorie more powerful. I was the mouse, kicking through the sky, desperate to feel the ground again. Then, if I ever did land, I'd have to look up at her bloody fangs and wait for my fate. All the while, I'd be feeding her. She'd get stronger as I got weaker. She'd feel free and grand and filled with light. I touched my rubber skin one last time.
1.
I grabbed the dart with both of my hands. As I held it out in front of me, I gathered all of my strength. Then, in one single motion, I dropped my head and tensed my arms, and just as the point touched between my eyes, I heard it. Then everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, everything was still dark. People were screaming, calling out for help. But in the distance, I heard other sounds. Joyful sounds. Kids cheered, carnival music played, roller coasters flew down tracks. "Hello?" I said.
Hello?
Someone responded. Then more voices. "Hello? Who's there? What's going on? Hello?" Their voices sounded familiar. As they called for help, our space warmed up. Within a few minutes, it got hot, then really hot. It was like breathing bath water. Sweat poured down my face. "Hello? Hello?" Someone started banging on something. It sounded like pots and pans. I reached out to find it. My hands hit a wall. I pounded it with my fists.
What's going on? Hello? Help! Hello?
We screamed louder as we punched the metal wall. It was hard to breathe. We didn't have much time. Then I heard it. A new voice. "Stay calm," it said. It was coming from behind the wall. All of a sudden, light blasted in. It hurt my eyes, but slowly I made sense of the white light. People were coming in to grab us. I looked around. I knew where I recognized the voices from. The 5 kids from the carnival were trapped with me. They looked just as they had in the other place. As people came in and grabbed them, I waited for someone to lift me up too. But no one did. As soon as people recognized who the 5 kids were, screams and cheers erupted through the crowd. The children were pushed and pulled into people's arms. Grown men and women broke down into babies, their tired faces erupting with pain and joy and shock. As the crowd huddled around the missing children, I stepped out and made sense of my surroundings. We'd been trapped in the center of the carousel. We were right behind the painting.
Where?
One woman cried as she grabbed one of the girls.
You're just as you were. It's been... How did... After 3 years, you... Oh my...
A man cried, grabbing his son. I pushed through the crowd, looking for Preston or Mom or anyone to rejoice at my return. But no one was there. No one acknowledged me.
Preston?
I said, pushing through people.
Hello?
Then, amongst the cheers, a panicked voice.
Someone help her!
They cried. A woman moved toward me, then ran right by. She went over to the side carousel. As a crowd gathered beside the ride, I pushed through to see what they saw. Hidden beside the ride, twisted in the spare gates, there was a girl. Her body was bent in an inhuman shape, like an overcooked pretzel. For a moment, I didn't recognize her, but then I did.
How?
My eyes were half open, staring lifelessly into the sky. Blood clouded my teeth, a line of it falling down my chin. I, or she, or we, did not look right. We looked...
Emma?
Someone yelled. I looked over. It was Preston. He tried to push through the crowd, but it was too dense. People were caught between cries of joy and horror. The back of the crowd oblivious to what the front just discovered.
Call an ambulance!
Someone yelled.
Move away, give her air.
I stepped away from the commotion. I was here, but there, but also here. Preston jumped onto the platform. He was standing right next to me.
Preston?
I said. He didn't acknowledge me. Instead, he stared down at the dead girl. He started to cry. I turned to look at Marjorie. She didn't move from her ticket-taker post. Her chest raised like a royal guard. She looked back at me, and for a split second, she met my stare. She saw me. I dropped to my knees. My head felt like a snare drum. I dropped my face into my hands and tried to catch my breath. It was all happening too fast. When I looked up again, I noticed something strange. The painting was right above me, but it had changed. The 5 children were gone. In their place, there was only one. Her arms crossed and gaze fixed out into the world. Her mouth stretched down like a clown's. Tortured and sad. She was still trapped. She was me. As each day passed, the sun set sooner. Night was always the worst time for me. The nurses would turn off the lights and clear the room. Then, for 9 long hours, I would stand at the edge of my hospital bed and watch myself. My body looked like a failed science experiment. My hair growing through my buzz cut, my face sprawled with acne. When it was daytime, I could distract myself,
looking out at the changing trees, their greens turning to browns and reds. Or I could watch the fall sky roll in, its summer blue dulling to gray. The school across from the hospital bustled with excited kids. In the daylight, the world was a happy place. But at night, everything felt terribly still. All the while, I laid in my bed, not quite alive, not quite dead, just there. The longer I laid, the more tense my face got. When I was first wheeled in after the carnival, my face was soft, almost angelic. But now, I'd been hardened, like food left on the counter. My body was fighting to stay alive, but the fight was a losing one. Each day I moved closer to death. The other me was fine, though. I didn't feel pain. My steps were feather light. I never got hungry. Overall, I felt unusually bright, like a light left on in an abandoned house. When the days turned to weeks, I thought about leaving my side and going into town. I was bored, clinically bored, but I was nervous. What if leaving meant I could never come back? What if leaving meant death? So instead, I studied the lines on my EKG machine. I eavesdropped on nurse conversations. I watched whatever they left on the TV. I passed the time. And there was a lot of time. I had a few visitors in the beginning. Preston came for the first few weeks. He would sit in the corner and read, or tell me stories, or apologize for letting me fall. All the while, I watched him watch me, his eyes welling if he looked at my body for too long. I didn't want him to blame himself, but if I was being honest, I enjoyed Guilty Preston. He wasn't so painfully cool. He was himself, a sad, weird dude. And more than anything, I enjoyed his company. It wasn't like my mom was offering any. She hung outside the door, watching but never entering. I don't know why I expected anything different. So, for most of my coma, I was alone. All I had was my own company. Then, on a brisk October morning, my fortunes started to change. The sun was high in the sky, erasing shadows throughout the town. I was looking out the window, admiring the way the light cut through the fall colors. Then, behind me, I heard chatter. I turned around. Mom hugged someone outside my room. I couldn't tell who it was. When the door swung open, I recognized the visitor instantly. I wanted to leap back into my body and hide. She had her same smile, the edges of it curled up, her teeth small and gray. She looked at my body in the bed and sighed. Then quickly, she glanced at me. The real me. We locked eyes. Then she looked away. She saw me. Of course she saw me. She put me here. As she sat down next to my body, I kept my eyes on her. She was wearing a tapehead video polo and torn blue jeans, the cuffs frayed right above her flip-flops. I couldn't believe something so demonic was wearing flip-flops. "I know you see me," I said. Speaking to someone felt strange. When you spend weeks replaying the same conversations in your head, speaking out loud feels like an invasion of privacy. "Hello, dear," Marjorie said, still looking at my body. "How are you feeling?" She spoke calm and clear. I wanted to kick her head into the wall. "I solved your riddle," I said, "when we were at the carnival. Did you forget? I'm supposed to be free." Marjorie held her hands in prayer. She sighed, her breath high-pitched like a kettle. "When I asked about what you saw your first night here, I wasn't trying to get you into trouble," she said. "I hope you know that." Outside, the weather mimicked my anger. Raindrops flicked the glass. "Is that all you want?" I asked, stepping toward her. "Yes, I saw your dog die. I saw it get thrown out the window. Do I know how or why that happened? No, I can't even begin to understand this." "This place?" Marjorie asked. "I think you understand this place pretty well." No, I don't! Enlighten me! You've been to this place before. What? I get a lot of applications for my properties, you know? Ever since Twin Pines got rated Sleepiest Town in America. I get a dozen applications a day. It's a beautiful house, and the price is right. Marjorie kept her eyes on my body. She unlatched her prayer hands and grabbed mine. They sat lifeless in hers. Don't touch me! I needed someone who understood this place. Someone who's tasted it, felt it, was drawn to it. You've been drawn to this place for a long time. What are you talking about? Hospital records are easy to find, dear. If you call and get the right numbskull, they'll spill everything. Hello, this is Martha Bates, the nurse from Twin Pines High School. I need to confirm the medical records from a Miss Emma Flowers. Marjorie turned to face me. The real me. You knew about my attempt? I asked. Why do you say it like that? Attempt. Oh, poor me. I tried to kill myself. Don't be so hard on yourself. You were drawn to my world, Emma dear. You understand that the place you were born has nothing left to offer you. I shook my head. No, I was sick. I wasn't thinking straight. Cats get to live in the big, beautiful house, while mice are forced into the walls. Don't you want to live in the house? I kept shaking my head. And maybe one day, you'll turn into a cat yourself, she said. Wouldn't that be nice? This town could be a 2-cat household. Marjorie stood up and walked toward me. I looked to the door. Mom was chatting with the nurses. She was smiling. Of course she was. The one moment I needed her to save me. The moment I needed her to see how much of a fraud Marjorie was. She's not here. She's never been here. She won't even step inside my hospital room. She didn't then, and she won't now. She just hangs in the hallway like a nosy neighbor, listening to the beeps of my slow death. I know you're scared. I know it's hard to acquaint yourself with my side of the universe. But it'll be okay. If you come with me, I'll give a life, a real life. A life where people listen to you, love you, give you power. No, I don't. No. As Marjorie moved closer, I moved away. But I was running out of space. It wouldn't be long before she overtook me. Those children from the carnival weren't ready for this world. I tried to show them, but they didn't listen. They were caught in the illusion of your world. They missed their parents. Can you imagine? Missing strangers like that. I couldn't understand it. Marjorie reached out and touched my shoulder. But you, Emma, you understand me. I know we bicker, but there's a part of you that understands this place. I can feel it. I pushed her hand away. I'm not your mouse. You can't keep pulling me in and out. I just want to go home. Is that so? Yes. You want to go home. Yes. And where would that place be? I paused. I opened my mouth to speak, but retracted. I knew the answer. It was an easy question. All I had to do was say it. But every time I tried, I felt a mass in my throat. Outside, the storm was picking up. Lightning struck in the distance. Marjorie stepped closer. I tried to move back, but I hit the wall. Her face was inches from mine. You've never been home, dear. There's no place for you in this world. I can hear your thoughts, Emma. I know how you feel. Stop hiding. I know you dream of being yourself, and here you can be so much more than you've ever dreamed of. You can be the real Emma Flowers. No! I looked away from her. Her breath was hot and minty. A tear streamed down my cheek. She wiped it away with her thumb.
Don't touch me!
I said. You don't have a lot of time, she said. I kept shaking my head. I had a home. I had a bed and a roof and a drawer full of clothes. I had a home. I had a home. Give in, Marjorie whispered. There was something about her voice, like it was the warmest blanket ever created. For a moment, I felt so drawn to her, but I knew she was a liar. I needed to get home, to my mom, to my life, I needed to get home. Didn't I? I don't want to be your mouse, I said, my voice quiet. What do you want to be then? She asked. I closed my eyes. I didn't know. I picked you, Emma. Who else can say that? Your mom can't. Your dad can't. No, they just happened upon you like some wounded animal. But me, I selected you. There were hundreds of children, thousands even. But you're special. You were not built for their world. You were built for mine. The rain fell harder, louder. I can barely hear my thoughts. I just want to be alive, I said. I knew that sentence well. I'd spoken it so much it was muscle memory. Is that so? She asked. Yeah. I couldn't look at her. You can be honest with me, Marjorie said. I peeled off the wall and walked back toward my hospital bed. Marjorie followed, gliding over the floor, her speed matching mine. I turned away from her and faced my body. It was difficult to look at myself. I was beginning to rot. I didn't want to admit it, but it was the truth. I saw it in the yellow of my skin, in the way I smelled. Time was running out. Do you remember Lisa? She asked. I looked up at her. Yeah, I said. What do you think of her? She asked. What do you mean? How did you feel when you saw what she could do? The beeps on my EKG were spacing apart. My body twitched. Please, I just want to live. Answer my question, she said. I thought back on that night. I remember leaning over Lisa's small frame, caught between her size and her presence. I envied that kind of strength. I thought she was cool. I don't know, I said. Why? Anger dislodged in my gut. It was the anger I'd been sitting on, the one that had grown and grown over the last 2 months. She kicked the shit out of your stupid dog, I said. Actually, no. She killed your stupid dog. And your dog was a bully. So yeah, I liked Lisa. I wish Lisa would come in and do the same thing to... The room grew dark. Clouds covered the sky. In the hallway, the overhead lights flickered off one by one. Marjorie stepped back, extending her arms above her head. Then slowly her legs shrank. She looked at me as her face contorted, her features blending like melted plastic, her cheekbones sharpened, her nose lengthened. The hair above her lip, once faint, started to grow. It extended across her cheek, long and skinny like whiskers, as she dropped to her knees. Her back arched. Her polo and jeans slid off, too big for her new body. Inch by inch, her pale skin sprouted fields of black fur. Marjorie was gone. Lisa looked up at me.
You admired her power, did you?
Lisa said, her voice shrill. It was hard to speak. How? You were...
Or...
Lisa said. Lisa extended her legs and again transformed. Her fur grew thicker, her nose turned to a snout. The room filled with a loud crunch of bones. In a moment, Lisa was gone. The new thing's head tilted to the side, its neck clearly broken. Maybe you connected more with Beelzy, the thing said. I recognized it now. It was her dog.
I watched you stand over my body. I saw how you looked at him. A poor little helpless baby. Just like you.
The dog snapped its head to the side, re-breaking its neck.
Or maybe it was his brother, little Bub. Maybe you felt like the one left behind.
Outside, lightning attacked the air. The rain was deafening. Black clouds swallowed the trees.
Or was it the awkward video store owner you connected with?
The dog's back legs straightened as it stood upright, as the bones snapped and reformed, fur shed onto Marjorie's clothes. Slowly, the long, twisted body of the video store owner appeared. He was naked, his joints protruding against his skin. He looked more skeleton than man, more concept than creation. He towered over me, his veins pulsing, neon yellow blood.
There are many doors that lead to my house, sweet Emma,
she said, her voice coming out of his mouth. I looked up at him. He must have been 8 feet tall. They were all... The man morphed back down to Marjorie. She was naked now, too, her skin heavy and wrinkled. A poorly made costume. I could see her skull through her eye sockets.
Come over to my side,
she said. I looked back at my body. It was stirring. The EKG was beeping in a strange rhythm, stopping for a few seconds, then beeping quickly. Please, I said. Just put me back.
You won't be alone for long.
Please, no. I pressed my hands in prayer.
Next, we'll bring Preston.
No.
Then your mom.
The machine stopped beeping. My body was twitching. What's happening?
Then, mouse by mouse, we'll bring the whole town over. Then we'll move to the next town, then the next state, then the next country. Mouse by mouse, we'll build our dark kingdom. Won't that be wonderful?
The machine beeped again. It had been 10 seconds since my last heartbeat. I looked at the door. Mom was talking to a nurse, pointing up at the turned-off lights. They were laughing. How come no one was checking on me? They were supposed to be a part of my world, on my side. How could they be so selfish? Are they just gonna let me die? Marjorie reached out her hand.
Take my hand, and you can stay with me forever. If not, I can't help you.
If I don't go there, then... where?
Where will you go?
She said. I nodded. Marjorie, or whatever she was, leaned close. Between the transformations, she'd lost her form. Her disguise too large for the old woman's skeleton. Even worse than her mismatched body was her smell. It was raw and fermented, the smell of organs spilling out of skin, a trash can filled with animal guts.
It's a forgotten place, vast as the ocean and dark as the moon.
Please let me stay here, in my real life, please. I looked at the nurses. I wanted to grab their smiles and pull until their faces peeled off. Why wouldn't they save me?
You don't want to end up in that place. Take my hand. I know what you want.
Her face was right in front of mine. Her mouth drooped like a rag doll's. My heart monitor stopped again. Foam filled my body's mouth. You don't know what I want, I said.
Yes, I do. Because it's the same thing I want.
What's that? I asked. Marjorie paused for a moment, then exhaled. Air whistled through her teeth. Spit landed on my cheek.
To be seen.
All of a sudden, the rain stopped. The lights came on, bright and nauseating. Marjorie reached her hand out to me.
Last chance,
she said. A new quiet took over the room. I looked over at my body. I wasn't twitching anymore. The lines on the EKG were flat. What's happening? I asked.
3.
I'm not ready.
2.
Red foam fell off my lips in bubbly lines. My eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. The EKG made a loud, monotone noise. Please! Marjorie shook her head. I thought you'd be one of the smart ones, she said. Oh well. Goodbye, sweet Emma. No, wait! I reached out to grab her hand, but it was too late. Marjorie stepped away as her skin recoiled. The old Marjorie was back. She reached down and grabbed her clothes. As she slipped them on, she stood at the side of my bed and screamed, Doctors! Please! I think she's... Oh no! The nurses ran in, a doctor following behind. They pushed Marjorie to the side and hovered over me. Mom pressed her face against the glass, watching me. She didn't ask questions, or cry, or scream. She just looked at me, her face calm as settled snow. As the nurses prodded me with machines, Marjorie sat in the corner, her head in her hands. After a moment, she looked up at me. I matched her glare. A small smirk grazed her lips before frowning again. I felt frozen. My strength was slipping. The EKG stopped making noise. The nurses straightened up and moved away from my body. They looked at one another, sweat dripping down their foreheads. Time of death, 1:12 p.m., one of them said. The rest of them nodded, then started putting things away. Is she gone? My mom asked through the window. No one answered. The doctor walked toward her. I followed him. When the door swung closed on me, I passed right through it. Mom was sitting on a chair outside the hospital room. Sweat ran down her forehead and onto her cheek, mimicking a tear. She looked up at the doctor. He reached down to hold her hand.
We did everything we could,
he said. How long does she have? She said.
I'm sorry?
She's been dead before. She had an accident a few months ago. Her heart stopped. The doctor said if she stayed dead much longer, she'd have permanent brain damage. How long before it's at that point? The doctor nodded, still squeezing her hand.
The brain can survive without oxygen for about 5 minutes.
Then talk to me in 4 minutes, Mom said. If my daughter is still gone, I will mourn. God hasn't taken her yet. And with that, Mom bowed her head and prayed. I looked at her hands. They were incredibly still.
I'll wait here if you have any other questions,
the doctor said, then sat next to her. Can you hear me? I asked. Mom kept her head down. I nodded, taking in a long, slow breath. I'm dead, Mom. And I'm angry. I closed my eyes. My energy was fleeting, smoke ascending to the clouds. I was getting weaker by the second. But I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. Or I guess, good riddance. You never cared about me, did you? You never wanted a daughter, especially after Dad left. I was a chore, a pain, a thing to feed, and bathe, and look after. When I tried to kill myself, it wasn't because I was so miserable. No, it's because the life I had wasn't mine. It was yours. I was your shadow, and I was never allowed to feel what you weren't feeling. I leaned down to get in her face. She was whispering the Our Father. You should have let me die then. Because now, none of it is my choice. Killing myself was one thing I decided for myself, and now someone's taken my own death from me. Are you happy? Is this what you wanted? Mom kept her eyes on the ground. Maybe if you cared, even 1%, maybe I'd be alive. But Bye, Mom. I turned around and walked away. I didn't want to see her once I finally died. When my 4 minutes was up, I didn't want to watch her cry or scream or do whatever show she wanted to put on. Our relationship was over. As I walked out of the hospital, I looked up at the clock tower. I'd already wasted 1 minute of my final 4. It was 1:13 p.m. By 1:16, I'd be truly dead.
I left the hospital and walked down Twin Pines Main Street. Brown leaves blew across the sidewalks. Store owners swept them away as rodents ran through the piles. Water trickled down from the gutters as birds drank from puddles. Cars rolled through traffic lights. The sun hid behind the clouds. The living lived as their atom clouds waved to one another, their blood pulsing aimlessly. I was a stranger to their world now. When I made it to the end of Main Street, I looked back at the clock tower. Another minute passed by. 1:14 p.m. 2 to go. When I turned the corner, I saw a familiar face. He was smoking a cigarette outside a quaint row home. Its outside decorated with an American flag and a giant, inflatable pumpkin. I'd never been to Preston's house, but it made sense. It was small and strange, cool in an old-fashioned kind of way. I walked up and looked at him. "Hey," I said. He looked up for a moment, his eyes wide. Then he shook his head. I tried again. "Hey, I'm dead," I said. "It's kind of weird, but not too bad, I guess. It's kind of like being alive, but I don't have to pretend that people can't see me." Preston stomped out his cigarette and opened the door. I followed him inside. His mom was sitting at the kitchen table, reading a book called Teenage Depression and Drugs. She has Preston's face, mousy and serious, her ears poking out of her hair the same way Preston's did. She looked up and smiled. "Enjoy your tobacco lunch," she said.
Very much,
He said, then smiled. She laughed. "Is your friend coming over later?"
I haven't heard from her. The video store closes at 10 though, so maybe after that.
His mom laid down her book. "Let me know if you want me to talk to her," she said. "I don't want you to be overwhelmed."
I want to help. I don't mind.
In the kitchen, the oven timer went off. Preston's mom went over and pulled out a chicken. Steam filled the windows. I tried to smell it, but nothing came through.
I'm gonna go upstairs. I'll be down later,
he said. Preston's mom nodded, then went about cutting the massive bird. I followed Preston upstairs to his bedroom. When we walked inside, I was shocked by the level of mess he had. His ceiling fan was detached and laying in the corner. There was thousands of pieces of paper, some in binders, some in folders, others just sprawled across the carpet. There was a small section of free space on his bed. He sat on it and looked up where the ceiling fan used to be. I watched him watch the empty space, his eyes welling. He worked to catch his breath, but it looked difficult, like each one was getting further away. After a moment, a tear rolled down his cheek. "If you miss your ceiling fan so much, you should hire someone to reinstall it," I said. His sadness turned to terror, his back straightening, eyes growing wide.
Hello?
He said. My heart, or what used to be my heart, jumped. "Can you hear me?"
Hello? Yes, Who is that?
Preston was looking just over my shoulder. "It's Emma. Can you hear me?"
Emma? Oh my god, yes. Where are you?
He laughed as he wiped back a tear.
I missed you,
he said. I tried to ignore how the words felt. It was like someone squeezed the air out of my lungs. "Your room is a mess."
I've been busy.
I looked over at his clock. It was 1:15 p.m. Another minute gone. 1 minute left. "Preston, I need you to listen carefully. I'm dead. Dead as a doorknob. I wanted to say goodbye. I really liked being your friend." I pushed away the feeling again. It reminded me of the birds in my stomach feeling. The flapping, the squawking, the flying into the walls. I shook my head. I wasn't going to spend my last minute sad. Preston looked up where his ceiling fan used to be. He looked confused for a moment, then sighed.
Oh. I'm sorry.
"Don't be." He chewed his fingertips, his eyes bouncing from object to object. His lips were incredibly chapped, like he hadn't drank water in days. "Don't be sad. Dead is dead, you know."
You don't want me to be sad that you're dead?
He shook his head.
Of course I'm gonna be...
He paused and took a long breath. It looked like he was going to cry. "Stop it,"
That's so lame, stop. He started to cry. There he was, sitting on the edge of his bed, his face buried in his hands, his voice heavy and wailing, first breathing, then panting, then gasping. I hated it. I hated the sound, the look, the feeling. I hated him so much then. Suck it up! You're gonna live your whole life like this? Sad, depressed? Because once you start, you can't take it back, you know? Once you go down this hole, it's just gonna get deeper and deeper, and one day, you're gonna look up and realize there's no escape, okay? I know about these things. So, just stop it, okay? Just... Preston threw his head back and laughed. Tears streamed down his face, but he was smiling.
God, for someone who hates their mother, you sound just like her.
I shook my head. Excuse me? Preston stood up and went to the papers on his desk. He grabbed one and looked at it.
I've learned more about head injuries these last 3 months than I ever thought possible.
What are you talking about?
Your mom's been coming over here. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. It started once a week, then twice. Now it's up to almost every night. At first, she was grilling me about what happened at the carnival. Then she started bringing in these articles, asking if I'd help her read through them. So, yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Again, Preston looked at the empty space on his ceiling.
My mom went through a similar thing after, you know. She started buying all these books and reading things and, I don't know. I get how your mom is feeling.
Preston dropped the paper onto the carpet and picked up another one. There were hundreds of documents, journal articles, pictures, transcript, conversations with the doctors, Bible verses. There were books, VHS tapes, a toy carousel covered in Post-it notes. At the edge of Preston's desk was a paper that especially caught my eye. It was a list of dates and times, next to a repeated phone number. At the top of the page was a handwritten note. The father. There were over 50 attempted phone calls. From the looks of it, they were all outgoing. They lasted the same amount of time, 21 seconds at the bottom. Mom wrote another note, same as always. But it's not like she cares. She's a bad mother, that's a fact. Preston shrugged, kicking aside a pile of clothes. There was a TV underneath them.
I don't see it that way, but I get it. Parents are tough. They can be a never-ending riddle.
I felt strange. A sensation, warm and heavy, crawled up my torso and landed on my face. My vision grew blurry. I felt terribly tired. I looked down at my hand. The difference was subtle, but it was there, ever so slightly. I could see through it. Preston leaned down and grabbed the TV.
I told her about our video store experience, about the happy corner. The next day, she brought it over. She had this whole theory about how electromagnetic signals caused your coma. She wouldn't let me turn it on, not until she brought a real doctor in to look at it, so it's just been gathering dust.
Preston ran his finger along the top. A small cloud of dust kicked up.
I'm glad I have it, though. I don't want to watch those movies again, but it's a good memory. Remember how real those videos felt? Like the scariest movie I'd ever seen. Do you remember?
My strange feeling wasn't going away. I looked at my hand again. I was disappearing. I looked at the clock. I had 10 seconds left. This is it.
What's it? What's happening?
The physical feeling was met with another feeling. A rush of hot air. My thoughts were tripping over one another, ideas collapsing, multiplying, splitting. I thought of everything and nothing in a single thought, a multitude of color and sound, of pain and joy, of being and disappearing. I'm scared. Preston started looking around, snapping his fingers.
What do we do?
He asked. I want to go home, I said. 7 seconds. My arm was gone. Help me, I said. He looked around, frantic. I don't understand this place.
What place?
He asked. 5 seconds. This place, Marjorie's place, the video store place, I don't know what this is. 4 seconds. They're all the same place! I yelled, but my voice felt far away.
The video store?
What do you mean?
They're all the same. My neighbor, the owner, the dogs, Lisa. They're the same. There's something here in town. I don't know what it is, but it has me. Preston jumped behind the TV. He fumbled with the cord. 3 seconds. What are you doing? I asked. It was hard to stand. Everything was spinning. Preston ran the plug of the TV over to the wall. He kicked aside the stack of medical books and found the outlet. He tried to plug it in, but he kept dropping it. 2 seconds. What are you? My voice moved further away. A train leaving the station. I tried to sit down, but when I looked down, there was no body left to sit. My chest was a scattering of dots.
What do you see?
He said, pointing at the screen. When the TV flashed on, I recognized the place right away. It was staticky and dull. The colors washed out, but I knew the place. I'd been standing there for the last 2 months. It was my hospital room. I thought back to something Marjorie said in the midst of her shape-shifting. There are many doors to my house. Sweet Emma. The door back had been here all along. 1 second remained. I tried to jump into the screen, but I had no legs to jump. I sank down to the floor. My vision blurred, sounds muddled. Earth ate sun, clouds swallowed light. I was 1 second too late. But in my final glimpse of life, I saw something. The body on the hospital bed opened its eyes. Emma Flowers, the twice-dead loser, looked at me through our fading portal. She lifted herself up and extended her hand. I tried to reach back, but I was too weak. Yet somehow she kept reaching, the light half extending into the dark, the real grabbing the shadow. Just as the clock struck 0, Emma's arm reached through the screen, cloaked in a bright white light. She grabbed what was left of me and pulled. The ground was replaced by thousands of stars, hissing as they collided. Black and white dots filled the sky. Then the black dots disappeared. Everything turned white, blinding, blistering white. When you try to open your eyes, you notice a strange weight on your face. You hadn't felt this kind of weight in months. The heavy, sweaty feeling of skin, of body, of being. Sounds still feel far away, like you're listening through a tunnel. Drops of light make their way in. There are faces surrounding yours. Some are smiling, some are wide-eyed. You've been here before. But now it all feels new. For the first time in a long time, you understand what it means to feel awake. You try to speak, but you can't. It feels like someone stuffed coffee grounds in your throat. The doctor puts his hand on your shoulder.
Easy,
he says. You close your eyes. Then you sink back into another place. Not the other place. This place is your own. Warm and filled with dreams. I woke up 2 days later. Mom was sitting at the edge of my hospital bed, her hands held in prayer. When she saw me, she smiled the biggest smile I'd ever seen on her. Her teeth were small and white, her eyes a Caribbean kind of blue. I never realized how pretty she was. "God chose you," she said, then grabbed my ankle. I nodded. Instead of talking, we shared the silence, our stares meeting. As I looked at her, I thought about the papers. There must have been thousands of them. For every unspoken thought, Mom had 100 sheets of paper. After a few minutes of quiet, I mustered the strength for one question. "Did he ever call you back?" I asked. She looked up, her head tilted to the side. "Your father?" she asked. I nodded, and Mom sighed. "How'd you know I called him?" "Preston told me, during one of his visits." I lied. I guess my brain was listening. Mom nodded. She squeezed my ankle. "Maybe I had the wrong number," she said. "I don't want you hating your father, if that's what you're getting at. Life can be complicated." With that, Mom stood up.
She brushed imagined dust off her blouse. "I know this feels like I'm running away," she said, "but I need to head to a shift. Hospitals are expensive." "It's okay. I'm okay." Mom caught herself in the window. When she saw herself, she looked angry, like she and her reflection were in the middle of an argument. "It's just the hospital rooms make me upset," she said. "If your brain didn't hear me visit you, it's because I didn't. I was outside. Right there." She pointed to the door. "But not in here. I hope you don't think I'm a bad mother. It's just, I don't know. God makes such beautiful creatures, but this is an ugly place." "I know. It's okay. I'm okay. Everything is okay now." Mom nodded, her expression stern. "Maybe one day our lives will be better than okay," Mom said. "But for now, I think okay is pretty good." With that, Mom picked up her purse and walked out the door. On my first day home, Preston came to visit. Mom wheeled me up to the front door, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw him walking towards us. He waved, his smile big and goofy. When he walked up, he picked weeds off our lawn and bunched them into a bouquet. It was a very Preston gift. "Hi, Preston, dear," Mom said, walking inside. "I'll leave you two alone." I managed to stand from the wheelchair and hug him. He dropped the bouquet on my chair and hugged me back. It was a little awkward at first. I don't think we'd ever made contact before. He smelled like dish soap.
Do you remember?
He asked. I hugged him a little tighter. "I remember," I said. "Thanks for saving me."
It was a lucky guess,
he said. When he pulled away, he kept his eyes on the ground, his cheeks blushing. Outside, the air was cold and crisp. I pulled my flannel sleeves up to cover my hands. For a moment, we stood in our silence, the fall breeze whipping through the neighborhood. Kids chased each other across the lawns. Birds flew in formation across the sky. The world moved towards winter, as it always did. But when I looked at Preston, I noticed something strange. He looked stuck.
I'm not good with, being, emotional or whatever, but your mom told me something about you, and I don't know. I can't stop thinking about it.
He said. I nodded. I knew what he was talking about. At first I was embarrassed, but quickly that feeling went away. In a strange way, I was excited. Mom never told anyone about my suicide attempt. Maybe my big secret didn't have to be so big anymore. It was stupid, I said. Being alive is pretty sweet.
Yeah, I know,
he said. Preston kept his eyes on the ground. The muscles in his neck were protruding, like he was holding his breath. Are you okay? I asked.
I wasn't able to, read people's minds or whatever until after I went through my own, you know? Like, when I was there, in that place, you know? That place. Maybe it's some sort of, I don't know, waiting room? Like a waiting room to hell or something. I don't know, it's weird, you know?
I shook my head. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're saying, I said. Are you high? I mean, I did notice that book your mom was reading. Are you a secret druggie or something? I laughed, but Preston didn't.
The fan,
he said softly. What about the pieces came together. The fan ripped off the ceiling. His mom's book on teenage depression. The way he was talking. Oh, I said. There was a long silence. You had an attempt? I asked.
About a year ago. It was stupid. I was just I don't know. I woke up one day and everything felt dumb. Why was I doing this shit? Why go to school? It all ends the same, you know? We're on this big conveyor belt towards dust, so, I might as well take the highway there.
I laughed. I know it wasn't funny, but it was the way he said it. Preston talked about suicide like he was trying to sell it to me, like it was a refrigerator. I covered my mouth, but Preston was laughing too. I'm sorry. You make it sound so efficient.
I know. That's wrong.
No, it's really not wrong. That's why it's so hard. Preston nodded, his face growing serious again. He rubbed his hands together.
I set everything up and tied the rope, and when I jumped, I guess I didn't jump hard enough. So, my neck didn't break, you know? I was just suffocating up there.
He blushed.
I'm sorry. I know that's TMI.
I reached out and grabbed his hand. It's okay, I said. He held my hand with both of his.
I lost consciousness, and when I opened my eyes, I was in this cornfield, and the sun was rising. In the distance, there was this group of kids playing Duck, Duck, Goose or something.
A chill walked down my back. How many kids? I asked. He let go of my hand and took a step back. He paced in a small circle.
4 or 5, I don't remember. They came up to me and said hi. They were really nice, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm dead. This is what dead feels like, you know? I was there a whole day. I felt light and happy and calm. We ate candy and played tag, but then as the sun set, it didn't go behind the earth. It just got closer and closer, and I was like, that's strange. Then, all at once, it crashed into the cornfield. Everything lit on fire, and just as the wave of flames hit me, I woke up in my body. I was in the hospital. Doctors were stuffing me with tubes.
Preston leaned down and grabbed a blade of grass. He ripped it into a dozen pieces.
They kept me in the hospital for a few months. I had to do all this counseling stuff, you know? And then one day, I was sitting in the hospital cafeteria with another kid from my program. All of a sudden, he says, "These pizza sticks are trash." And I was like, "What?" And then he was like, "What?" And then I realized he hadn't said anything.
Preston laughed, shaking his head.
After that, it would happen every once in a while. Someone would say something and I would respond. Then I'd realize they never said anything at all. It's like our subconscious is in the other place, you know? Like everyone has an unknown part of themselves over there. And maybe since I went there, I saw that.
A part of you never left, I said. Preston nodded. Across the road, Marjorie stepped outside. When I saw her, I felt nauseous. I couldn't unsee the real Marjorie, the droopy skin, the eye sockets, the shifting height. This woman, whatever she was, wasn't real. We stared at one another for a moment. Then she smiled. As she waved, her dog ran up beside her and barked at us.
Are we gonna wave back?
Preston asked. I don't wave to strangers, I said. Marjorie's smile slowly fell. She sighed, then went about watering her plants. Preston and I kept watching her. I'm afraid there's a part of me there too, I said.
At least we're there together. Our little half-selves are probably eating candy right now, trying to get rings on glass bottles.
I hope I'm winning, I said. Preston laughed as he elbowed me in the side. Then he lifted his arms and hugged me again. We stayed like that for a long time, our bodies wrapped together, our real worlds tangled the same way our imagined ones were. I still feared that other place, its power, its hold. But at the same time, I was beginning to love this place, the one I always took for granted. It may be doomed to expire, but for right now, it was real. I never wanted to hold on to it before, but here I was, gripping a body like it was going to disappear. Real tears streaming down my face, my heart fluttering with fear and sadness and joy, the birds in my stomach climbing to my throat, and then...
Are you okay?
Preston asked. I hadn't cried like this in a long time, ever since I was a little kid. It was a deep, ugly sob. My whole body was shaking. I've never been better, I cried. Then I wept until I couldn't any longer. Preston stayed for dinner before going home. For all the awkward dinners Mom and I shared, this was different. We laughed, shared stories, said compliments to one another. Preston and Mom talked about their research, comparing themselves to the Hardy Boys. Mom asked meaningful questions about Preston's depression. Preston asked me the same. And Mom looked at me and listened.
As I talked, she nodded her head, wiping back tears as they came. After Preston left, Mom walked over and wrapped me in a hug. "I love you," she said. I hugged her back. "Yeah, I know," I said. "You too." We held each other and breathed in rhythm, the same way we used to when I was a little girl. In, out, in and out.
"Oh, by the way,"
she said, pulling away.
"I have a gift for you."
"Oh," I said. "What'd you get me?" Mom walked over to the living room and grabbed a present. It was wrapped in gold paper.
"It's not from me,"
she said.
"It's from Marjorie."
My stomach dropped. "What?"
"She brought it over while you were recovering."
Mom handed me the box. I held my arm straight, keeping it far away.
"Let's talk more in the morning," she said. "I like hearing about your feelings."
"Uh-huh," I said. I wish I could focus on her, but I couldn't. My eyes were glued to the box. As Mom walked up to her room, I followed, keeping the box out in front of me. When I opened my door, I placed it in the middle of my room and sat on my bed. I stared at it for a long time. Eventually, the sun set, the chilly whispers of autumn pressing the windows. As the moon rose, my curiosity followed. "It's just a box," I whispered. I knelt over it and peeled back the piece of tape. Nothing happened. I repeated this process piece by piece, side by side. Once the wrapping paper was gone, I was left with a cardboard box. I pried it open. Before I even took my gift out of the box, it started singing. I recognized the song right away. It was burned into my memory. The shrill voice, the twangy guitar, the muffled bass. I pulled my gift out of the box and placed it on the ground. It was a carousel. As the song played, the horses spun, their small ceramic frames trotting to the rhythm. I laid my head on the ground and inspected it. On the center of the toy, there was a painting, just like the real one from the real carousel. It was a sleepy town, its backdrop filled with mountains and tall trees. Half the stores were closed, people moseyed around, smiling at one another. Dogs played fetch, cats peered out from the shop windows. Then, in front of everyone, there was a figure. She was standing in the road, looking directly at me. I knew who she was. The shaved head, the blue eyes, the skinny arms and legs. She didn't look happy nor sad. Mostly, she looked tired, her eyes staring in soft surrender. I got up off the ground and looked down at the carousel for a moment. The song slowed to a stop. The moon went behind a cloud. The room grew dark, quiet. Then, I lifted my foot and stomped on the toy as hard as I could. Pieces scattered across the room. I stomped again and again and again. Shards of ceramic ground to dust. The sweat dripped down my forehead. I inspected the damage. Once I was sure every horse was crushed, I kicked the debris under my bed. I went to the window and looked across at her. I knew she'd be there, watching me. She was sitting on her porch, rocking back and forth. She looked up at me and smiled. When she waved this time, I waved back. This was no longer a game of cat and mouse. From now on, this was a cat fight. Number one is probably a little anticlimactic for a lot of you, because it's not a creepypasta. Allow me to explain. This year, I decided I wanted to make more videos that were things that I was just interested in. It didn't matter if it was creepypasta or not. So I started that new series on my channel called Rom's Ramblings, which is pretty much just like a podcast where I sit and ramble for 15 or 20 minutes. And I also made this deep dive into a show I really like called Haibane Renmei. So my number one on this list is going to be my Haibane Renmei video. It's called Haibane Renmei, A Story of Salvation. I'm not going to put it in this video. I'm going to put a link to it in the description so that you can click to it, because I had like 70 copyright claims on it. I was able to argue fair use for all of them manually, but it took literally weeks to get them all taken off, because Funimation was just refusing to look at it. You know, I'm sure they have better things to do than look at YouTuber copyright stuff, but it finally fell off, and so there's no more copyright claims on my video. But I'm not willing to go through that again. So if you're interested even a little bit, please do watch it. I'll put a link in the description to it. And if you don't like anime, I actually made this video trying to come from a direction that made it so that you didn't need to watch it, first of all, although I highly recommend you do watch it, because my video is a deep dive into the mystery and symbolism of the show. And if you've watched it, obviously it'll be a lot better. But you don't have to have watched it, and you don't have to even be an anime fan or someone who even knows what anime is. I was determined to make it like that because I wanted to make it more accessible, especially since I know a lot of my audience are probably not people that really watch anime, you know, just looking at my age and gender demographic. So let me know what you think if you do watch it, especially if you're one of those people that don't like anime or don't know what it is. I'd be very interested to hear your opinion about how I approach the subject, and if it feels like something that alienates you, or if it feels like something that enlightens you to something you may not have liked before. That's it. Well, 2021 is behind us now, and I'm pretty sure most of us are happy to see it go. My 2021 was challenging, like I'm sure it was for everybody, but it wasn't nearly as challenging as it would have been had I not had the support of all of you on this channel. This year, I feel like I grew a lot as a person, because every time I post something, you know, even though I have no confidence in my abilities and don't think that it's very good, I just get dozens and dozens of supportive comments from all of you. And whoever's listening now, the couple of you that actually completed this thing to completion, I just want you to know that I do appreciate it. These words sound hollow nowadays. Every YouTuber says the same thing, and I realize now, hopefully, it's because a lot of us really do just feel overwhelming joy and appreciation from all of you. At least in my case, I know that that's true. Every day, I read the comments and I interact with you, and even if I don't post for a while, because this channel is still just a hobby, and I do just not post anytime that, you know, anything comes up where I don't feel like it, I just don't. But my life has become 100 times better because of all of you. And I really, really mean that. And just thank you so much. I love you guys. And I hope that you have a good year. We'll get through it together. I'll see you all in the next one.